Good news. Rebirth. Bad news. Only back to 10 minutes ago. Just after being awarded the Best Actress, she was brutally stabbed on stage, only to discover that she was a malicious supporting character in a novel, posing as a false heiress. And Ling felt that her night had been exceedingly thrilling, although she had gained a chance at rebirth. She was compelled to swiftly convince the family to acknowledge the true heiress and maintain the persona of an obsequious villainess. But how am I to subtly and smoothly inform them that I am not their biological daughter? The family members, upon hearing her inner thoughts, were visibly shaken. My older brother's apartment is less than pristine. Your assistant is engaging in scandalous acts, stealing your undergarments. Just as her brother was about to return home, he hesitated, sensing an unsettling prickle across his body. My second brother still regards his white moonlight as true love. Do you realize your head is already a veritable prairie? The second brother, who was preparing to introduce his white moonlight to the family, felt as though the sky had fallen. Upon returning home, the fourth brother took delight in Ling's predicament as the false heiress, pointing a finger at her and denouncing her as an impostor. What arrogance! Just because I am a fake heiress, does that make you the true young master? We are equally matched. The other members of the family looked on in confusion. Chapter 1. What a tumultuous day it has been. What to do? What to do? In a haze, Ling heard a foreign voice speaking rapidly, the tone sharp and evidently anxious. What was happening? Hadn't she died? Blood had spurted several meters. How could she possibly be revived? Once she was discharged, she would have to present the hospital with a commendation for saving her wretched life. Just moments before, she had claimed the Golden Cloud Award for Best Actress, becoming the brightest star of the new generation at the tender age of 22. And then, in an instant, she had transformed into a shooting star. The hostess, astonishingly, had drawn a knife from beneath her tray and lunged toward Ling, aiming for her neck. The last thing she remembered was collapsing in a pool of her own blood, losing consciousness entirely. The voice continued to murmur incessantly. The wicked supporting character, Ling, has died prematurely. With her demise, the family will not uncover her status as a false heiress. The true protagonist will not be recognized by the family, and the foundation of this novel's plot will collapse, leading to the world's unraveling. Wait a moment. A malicious supporting character? A false heiress? Died prematurely. If she heard correctly, the name mentioned belonged to her. In other words, she was indeed dead? Just as she had earned the title of Best Actress, she was abruptly snuffed out, only to discover she was not her parents' biological daughter. What an extraordinarily eventful day it had been. There's no other option. We must reverse the flow of time in this world and allow Ling to be reborn. Upon the utterance of this statement, Ling felt an overwhelming dizziness wash over her. She suddenly opened her eyes, momentarily dazed as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was seated in the audience, while the award presenter, Qiu Nian, had just stepped onto the stage to announce the recipient of the Golden Cloud Award for Best Actress. Time had truly reversed. If not for the sudden appearance of a novel in her mind, she would have believed that everything that had just transpired was merely a dream induced by sleep. This novel, titled The Overbearing Love of the Film Emperor, featured Ling as the false heiress and the true heiress, Qiu Nian, as the protagonist. In the original storyline, the hostess's knife did not slice toward Ling's neck, but rather stabbed her kidney. She was rushed to the hospital, requiring a blood transfusion, only to be discovered to have type AB blood, while both her adoptive parents were clearly type O. Her identity as a false heiress was thus revealed. Subsequently, the family reclaimed their true heiress, while Ling performed all the actions befitting a qualified malicious supporting character. Clinging to her status as the family's heiress, she employed various means to ostracize and bully the true heiress, Qiu Nian, while also attempting to snatch the male lead from her. As for the family, they were torn between the false heiress they had pampered for over 20 years and the blood-related true heiress. Caught in this dilemma, they sought to level the playing field, yet Ling, as a disruptive force, muddied their relationship with the true heiress. Ultimately, Ling was captured by kidnappers and met a tragic end, while the family faced ruin, their downfall orchestrated by the male lead, resulting in dire fates for each family member. A fitting conclusion for a villainous supporting character. After this narrative had been conveyed, the previous voice echoed in Ling's mind once more, revealing that a bug in the novel's world had caused her untimely death, and her injury was a crucial element in unveiling the true heiress's identity. Her demise had essentially halted the story's progression, putting the world's very existence at risk. As compensation for being a direct victim of this bug, she was granted rebirth, with the stipulation that she must reveal the protagonist's identity to the family within a week, and publicly disclose the truth about the heiresses within half a month. Failure to comply would result in the cancellation of her rebirth, sending her back to her previous fate. Is that all? And Ling retorted, I hope you choose your words carefully. This is a remedy, not compensation, and it carries an implicit threat. You mean to say that I must strive to realign the plot? She continued, but according to the storyline, my entire family is destined for demise. What difference does it make whether we die early or late? In the end, we all perish, and I shan't concern myself with whether the world collapses or not. The voice, perhaps taken aback by Ling's seemingly demure appearance masking her rebellious spirit, fell silent for a moment before responding, I advise you to maintain your character. Being excessively out of character could lead to negative repercussions. So, I am simply meant to march toward my doom. And Ling began to mentally protest, her demeanor shifting to one of impending tantrum. Then let me die. Allow me to perish right now. The voice fell silent once more, ultimately exhaling a sigh and ambiguously stating, I merely suggested you strive to maintain your character. There is room for maneuvering within. That? What do you mean? Your character entails perpetually complicating the romance between the male and female leads, so as long as you uphold your character in their presence, it cannot be deemed out of character. And Ling fell silent, realizing that she would still have to oppose the male and female leads. In most novels, did characters who opposed the leads ever meet a favorable end? Seeing her silence, the voice assumed she remained unwilling and pressed further. How about this? I can provide you with a character query device. Simply input the name of anyone you wish to inquire about, and you shall receive information on them, which may aid you in altering the fate of the Yin family. With the conversation reaching this point, Ling understood that this was likely the greatest concession the voice could offer. Moreover, this revelation indicated that altering the Yin family's fate was permissible, meaning she could merely act and maintain her character without rigidly adhering to the original plot. Acting was her forte. She was well versed in the craft. Very well, I shall endeavor to be more diligent in my role. I refuse to be the malicious supporting character who has to clean up your messes. The voice ceased to respond, leaving Ling to wonder if she had managed to irritate it into silence on stage. Qiu Nian had concluded her introductions and was about to unveil the final award recipient. The Best Actress Award for this year's Golden Cloud Awards goes to Ling. Congratulations, Ling. Amidst thundering applause, Ling rose from her seat, adorned in a fitted silver evening gown, as she gracefully made her way to the stage. The elegant fishtail skirt shimmered with fractured silver light as she moved, accentuating her beauty even further. Upon hearing her name announced for the first time, she felt a rush of emotion, nearly moved to tears. By the second announcement, however, she had grown somewhat numb. Striving to replicate her initial performance, Ling's countenance bore an expression of incredulity, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A smile graced her lips, yet they quivered slightly as if she were valiantly suppressing her sobs. Ultimately, however, she succumbed as the camera focused on her visage. A solitary tear, resembling a pearl, cascaded down her fair complexion, painting a portrait of poignant beauty. The journey to collect the Best Actress trophy necessitated a performance, which undeniably lent itself to a sense of deserved recognition. Ling found herself moved to tears by her own dedication. The mere thought of an assassin, lurking like a specter, poised to deliver a fatal blow, caused her genuine emotions to swell. Little did she anticipate the day would come when she would experience such ancestral treatment. Alas, there seemed to be no suitable pillar upon which she could lean on stage. It was only after delving into the narrative that Ling discerned the truth. The etiquette lady was, in fact, her ardent detractor. Armed with dubious intel suggesting that Ling had usurped her rightful role, the woman's ire ignited, propelling her to seek vengeance, even resorting to studying anatomy in hopes of achieving a lethal strike. While there are countless celebrities with their share of detractors, few harbor such profound animosity as she did. One might ponder, with such audacity and resolve, why she did not pursue a more noble path. Instead of settling to be a mere pawn, as Ling walked, she reflected on the voice that had previously brokered a deal with her. Should she now adhere to the original plot, allowing Zhang San to stab her, thereby enabling the Yin family to uncover her true identity as a false heiress? What a ludicrous proposition that was. What if this narrative flaw remained unresolved and Zhang San struck her neck? Where would she turn to seek justice? If this trophy were destined to be stained with blood today, it would certainly not be her own. Chapter 2. A Disgraceful Encounter. As before, Ling accepted the trophy amidst thunderous applause. In a sudden and unexpected move, she grasped the top of the trophy with her right hand, turning it upside down, and extended her arm outward, gesturing downward to the right. Before anyone could comprehend her actions, Ling swung the trophy forcefully upward to the left, the solid base of the trophy crashing heavily against the temple of the hostess. In an instant, The hostesses had jerked to the side, and she collapsed, rendered unconscious and motionless on the ground. The once celebratory atmosphere of the ceremony felt as though it had been abruptly paused, only to be replaced by a cacophony of screams and chaos 2 seconds later. Atop the stage, aside from Ling and the fallen hostess, only the award presenter, Qiu Nian, remained. Being the closest to this unforeseen incident, she was also the first to react. As the hostess fell, she distinctly saw a small knife drop from the woman's hand. Qiu Nian glanced up to see several security personnel rushing toward them, their primary objective undoubtedly to subdue Ling, recognizing the truth behind Ling's actions. Qiu Nian decisively seized Ling's wrist, pulling her protectively behind her as they hurried toward the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a misunderstanding," she declared, gesturing towards the ground beside the unconscious hostess. "It was that young woman who brandished a knife, intending to harm either myself or Ling, prompting her to act in self-defense. There is no need for alarm." Hearing her words, the security personnel, who were about to reach Ling, hesitated and slowed their pace, their gazes drawn to the direction Qiu Nian indicated, where indeed lay a small knife. At that moment, Qiu Nian heard Ling's voice from behind her. "As expected of my sister Nian, so beautiful, kind-hearted, and remarkably composed." Qiu Nian, who was 10 years Ling's senior and regarded her as a younger sister, felt a surge of happiness at the compliment. Yet, she also sensed that Ling must be genuinely shaken. Otherwise, the usually reserved Ling would not so openly praise her in front of so many people. Turning to offer some comfort, Qiu Nian was taken aback to find Ling's expression utterly serene, showing no signs of distress. Suddenly, Ling's voice echoed in her ear again. "Qi Song, that freeloader, is truly fortunate to have married my sister Nian. How dare he even consider cheating?" Qiu Nian's eyes widened in shock, her pupils trembling. Not only was she taken aback by the content of Ling's words, but she also realized that Ling hadn't spoken aloud. Before she could ponder the implications, she noticed Ling's gaze shift past her, her expression morphing into one of disdain. These scoundrels can certainly act. They remained motionless below just moments ago. And now that the danger has passed, they dare to come up here. They should be the ones acting. The fact that Nian's husband is involved with her manager is absolutely appalling. They will surely conspire against her. All because she refuses to continue investing in his mediocre films or take on the lead role. Qiu Nian, an award-winning actress, had experienced a significant decline in her reputation whenever she starred in Qi Song's films, often derided as the queen of bad movies. Her fans had repeatedly implored her to cherish her reputation and cease working with him, yet each time he pleaded with her, she found herself softening. With Qi Song's new film about to be released, she had indeed told him that if this project did not succeed, she would never assist him again. He had adamantly assured her that this time would be different, that it would grant her yet another award. However, judging by Ling's words, it seemed that Qi Song's latest venture had failed again, and with her unwillingness to aid him, had he conspired with Wang Qingqing to eliminate her? Qiu Nian turned her head stiffly, and sure enough, she saw her husband, Qi Song, and his manager, Wang Qingqing, rushing onto the stage, their faces etched with concern and worry. "Nian, are you alright? Were you hurt?" they exclaimed. "You must be terrified. Don't worry. That crazy woman has been subdued by security." Under normal circumstances, Qiu Nian would not doubt their concern for her well-being. Yet, Ling's voice continued to resonate in her ears. "Ugh. Those despicable scoundrels. With such repetitive lines, it's no wonder they can only produce terrible films. Does Nian look frightened? And that crazy woman has been dragged away, not subdued. They ought to put more heart into their acting." Ling was right. Every time Qiu Nian faced any mishap due to filming or other reasons, their words were always the same. "Are you okay? You must be scared." Then she would have to reassure them that she was fine. As she scrutinized their expressions, she noticed that they mirrored one another every time they uttered those lines. Looking at these two individuals, once so trustworthy, Qiu Nian felt an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. However, before she could dwell on her sorrow, Ling delivered an even more explosive revelation. If Nian knew that you were having an affair in her bed, she would truly be horrified. No, it would be disgusted. Ling, seemingly genuinely repulsed, let out several more ugh sounds, prompting Qiu Nian to feel a wave of nausea herself. It seemed that this feeling of revulsion surpassed her anger at being double-crossed, allowing her to regain her composure. She realized that regardless of what Ling said, Qi Song and Wang Qingqing displayed no change in expression. Furthermore, the surrounding chaos of staff appeared indifferent to Ling's words. It seemed as though she alone could hear Ling's thoughts. This was advantageous. Qiu Nian had formulated a plan in her mind. She did not question the veracity of Ling's statements. Given that such a phenomenon as hearing thoughts had occurred, what else could be deemed impossible? So, Qiu Nian turned to the two individuals before her, slowly revealing a reassuring smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Do not worry, I am fine. Then, she turned to pat Ling's hand, her eyes warming slightly. Little Ling, do not be concerned. I will accompany you to the police station shortly to clarify the situation. The award ceremony was live-streamed, and these videos serve as evidence. Ling nodded, feeling no anxiety whatsoever. She had acted only after confirming that the woman had produced a knife. Even if the footage were analyzed frame by frame, everyone would only perceive her as having acted with remarkable reflexes. At that moment, Ling's agent and assistant finally arrived, rushing to her side, their expressions fraught with concern. Ling, are you okay? Were you hurt? Sister Ling, are you alright? You must be terrified. Don't worry, that crazy woman has been subdued by security. Ling and Qiu Nian exchanged glances, while Qi Song and Wang Qingqing shared the same incredulous expression. What a familiar refrain. Chapter 3. Your apartment is not clean. Qiu Nian surveyed Ling, then her agent and assistant, sensing that Ling's situation was likely not much better. I almost forgot about these two backstabbers. These individuals were both placed beside Ling by the male lead, intended to deliver the final blow that would leave her utterly powerless. In the original narrative, Ling eventually found herself in a state of complete isolation, shunned by all. Yet, she still maintained her career, despite a tarnished reputation. She had not crossed any red lines and possessed strong professional skills, enabling her to scrape by. However, her agent, Yang Yao, and assistant, Meng Shuangshuang, publicly accused Ling of being difficult to work with during her low point, engaging in workplace bullying, suppressing staff and young actors, and leveraging underhanded tactics to climb the ranks while purchasing awards. This effectively negated all of Ling's achievements thus far. The betrayal from those closest to her struck the hardest, and Ling swiftly became a target of online vitriol, effectively facing a silent industry blacklist. Yang Yao further flaunted her authority before Ling, claiming that it was all orchestrated by the male lead as revenge for Ling's constant targeting of the true heiress. Already mentally strained from the relentless blows she had faced, Ling lost her composure upon learning the truth and decided to hire someone to kidnap the true heiress, intending to teach the male lead a lesson. Yet, by a twist of fate, she became the very victim of the kidnapping, tragically ending up as the one whose life was taken. Looking at it this way, my death seems to be somewhat connected to both of you, she mused. Though I was foolish, if I wanted to show Gu Qinming a lesson, I should have just kidnapped him directly instead of the true heiress. Regardless, it's still early for such matters. My immediate priority is to find a way to inform Sister Wanlan about this scandal involving those two. Upon hearing the earlier statement, Qiu Nian's expression turned icy. Had Ling met a similar fate? But when Ling uttered the latter remark, Qiu Nian nearly lost her composure. Had she stumbled upon something truly significant? Wasn't Xiaoling infatuated with Gu Qinming? Moreover, what was this about the true heiress? She now had no desire to dwell on the scandal involving the pair anymore, as she already had a plan forming in her mind. She was solely interested in uncovering the truth behind the entanglement between Ling, Gu Qinming, and the true heiress. Yet, Ling stubbornly refrained from divulging any further details, leaving her in a state of restless anxiety as she made her way to the police station. Indeed, as Qiu Nian had pointed out, with video evidence and the etiquette assistant regaining consciousness swiftly, Ling's situation was hardly contentious. After providing her account, Ling would be free to go home, and Qiu Nian had intended to accompany her, hoping to glean more about the unfolding story. However, upon finishing their statements, they were greeted by Ling's elder brother, Chong. Tall and distinguished, Chong stood prominently in the lobby, exuding an aura of authority in his impeccably tailored suit. It was impossible for Qiu Nian to feign ignorance. With the eldest brother present to escort her, she could only depart with a mixture of unresolved questions and lingering frustration. Ling followed her brother to the car. As Chong drove, he remarked, "I've been trying to reach you on your phone, but it was unreachable." Ling rummaged through her bag to check her phone, only to find it had inexplicably powered down. "My apologies, brother. My phone died and I didn't notice," she replied. "Shouldn't your agent and assistant be monitoring these matters?" Chong noted, clearly displeased with Ling's representation. "Yet it was only by my initiative to contact Yang Yao that she informed me of your whereabouts. How could they abandon you during such a significant event? Will you continue to work with them?" This wasn't the first time Chong had expressed such sentiments, but both individuals had been introduced to Ling by Gu Qinming. Consequently, mentioning this caused Ling to bristle in anger. He could not fathom how his perfectly fine sister had developed such a romantic fixation. No, it wasn't even a romantic fixation. She had devolved into little more than Gu Qinming's devoted admirer. And Chong did not consider it a fault of his sister, but rather believed Gu Qinming had bewitched her in some way, causing him to harbor resentment toward the young man. Expecting Ling to react with indignation, he was taken aback when she surprisingly agreed with his assessment. I think so too.
Huh.
And Chong momentarily faltered, caught off guard by her unexpected response. You think so? Yes, and Ling affirmed. Rest assured, brother, I've come to realize that they are indifferent to my needs. Given the salary I'm paying, I could easily find a more professional agent. Perhaps a new agent could even advance my career further. However, switching agents abruptly is inconvenient, and I currently have no suitable candidates in mind. I suppose I'll need to wait and see. If she were to change agents suddenly, she would also incur a penalty fee for breach of contract. Moreover, simply allowing Yang Yao and Meng Shuangshuang to walk away unscathed would be too lenient on them. Yet, Ling understood that Chong would prefer to dismiss Yang Yao and her assistant immediately, unconcerned with the penalty fee. Thus, she interjected before Chong could launch into another authoritative discourse. Brother, I'm tired. I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive home.
All right.
Understanding that Ling was undoubtedly exhausted from the day's events, Chong decided to set the matter aside for now. Besides, as an outsider to the entertainment industry, he figured it would be better for either his younger brother or Ling herself to select a new agent. Ling dozed off during the ride, only half awake when she felt a gentle hand tapping her shoulder, accompanied by Chong's voice. Little sister, wake up, we're home. Oh, all right. Ling blinked awake, still in a haze. So soon? I wonder what time it is, and if our parents are still awake. Chong thought he might be hallucinating. He distinctly heard Ling's voice but did not see her lips move. Tentatively, he replied, It's a little past 3 in the morning. Mom and Dad are still awake. They just called to ask if I had picked you up. They were going to come get you themselves, but I convinced them otherwise. Then let us hurry and get out of the car, Ling responded, her mind still foggy. She didn't fully register that Chong's words coincided perfectly with her own internal questions as she hastily opened the car door and headed inside. The moment Ling stepped through the door, her anxious parents, Pei Yuning and Shuhai, rushed toward her. Ling, let your mother see. You're not hurt, are you? Pei Yuning pulled Ling close, inspecting her from every angle to ensure she was unharmed. Shuhai comfortingly patted Ling on the shoulder. You must have been frightened today. Take the next few days to rest at home, and I'll arrange for a psychologist to help you process everything. Mom and Dad.
I'm really fine.
At that moment, Chong, who had followed Ling inside, interjected, Mom, Dad, since I've delivered Ling safely, I'll head back to the apartment now. I have a meeting early tomorrow. The in-family villa was quite far from the company, so Chong had purchased an apartment near the office, where he would stay during busy periods. Brother, why don't you stay? Ling's voice rang out, capturing the attention of all three present. Consequently, they noticed that she hadn't actually spoken aloud. That apartment isn't clean. Ling continued, lost in her reverie of the original plot, oblivious to the astonished expressions on her parents' and brother's faces. I recall that brother's personal assistant seemed to take advantage of his absence to engage in unsavory activities in his bed, using his underwear. He even secretly took a few pairs. The remaining members of the in-family were left in stunned silence. Pei Yuning and Shuhai exchanged incredulous glances with Chong. If memory served, wasn't he Chong as personal assistant male? Chapter 4. You truly are my wonderful sister. Upon hearing Ling's words, Chong suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Recognizing the shocked expressions from his parents, he quickly realized that his ability to hear Ling's thoughts was no mere illusion. They had evidently heard her as well. Did that mean they had also overheard the misdeeds of his assistant? He opened his mouth, feeling the need to explain something, yet he was at a loss for words. His personal assistant, Luo Chen, had worked for him for 2 years, primarily handling all the trivial matters outside of work. Although the job was not particularly challenging, meeting Chong's expectations was no simple feat, which was why he had gone through several personal assistants before Luo Chen. Only Luo Chen not only attentively considers every aspect of Chong's daily life, even the minutest details, but also ensures that any grievances Chong expresses will never recur. Thus, Chong has always held a deep satisfaction with Luo Chen, recognizing the rarity of having such a capable life assistant. He has consistently bestowed generous benefits upon Luo Chen. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Luo Chen's motivations were not financial. Rather, they were of a more personal nature. Meanwhile, Ling was lost in recollection. Later, Luo Chen grew increasingly audacious, taking advantage of the opportunity to make advances on his inebriated elder brother as he returned to the apartment. The expressions of the three changed dramatically. Pei Yuning and Shuhai shifted their gazes from Chong's face downward, their eyes landing on a certain part of his body, causing Chong to feel an involuntary tension. Fortunately, due to the elder brother's drunken state, that particular part was incapacitated, thwarting Luo Chen's intentions. A collective sigh of relief escaped the three. In such moments, the word incapacitated became a form of salvation. However, he did capture some rather indecent photographs and videos. The tension among the trio resurfaced. Later, he once again seized the chance to engage in vile acts during a visit to his elder brother's apartment, only to be caught red-handed when his elder brother unexpectedly returned home. The elder brother was infuriated, but Luo Chen knelt down, weeping profusely as he professed his feelings for him. Although the elder brother felt a sense of revulsion, he was unaware that Luo Chen had previously taken inappropriate photos during his drunken state, mistakenly believing he had suffered no real loss, and merely dismissed Luo Chen from his position. Upon learning of his dismissal, Luo Chen realized he could no longer approach his elder brother. And fueled by a twisted sense of love turned to hatred, he exposed those photos online, alleging that Chong had coerced him into a relationship while he was intoxicated. Consequently, the elder brother's reputation and the family's stock plummeted overnight. In the original narrative, Luo Chen portrayed himself as a victim of Chong's threats, claiming that he was coerced into silence and promised fair treatment as long as he complied with Chong's wishes. Luo Chen asserted that from that point onward, he was ostensibly Chong's life assistant, yet in reality, he became Chong's lover, believing that Chong harbored genuine feelings for him, which gradually led him to fall in love with Chong. However, Chong grew weary of him, seeking to cast him aside and recruit a new life assistant as his prey. Luo Chen eventually realized he had been ensnared by Chong's honeyed words, vowing not to allow another innocent soul to fall victim. He directly addressed the public through a video, tearfully accusing Chong. Coupled with photographic evidence, disbelief became a challenge for the audience. Prior to this scandal, Chong had maintained an impeccable public image, distinguished by his striking appearance and noble lineage, and notably, he exhibited no interest in women, rendering him the quintessential archetype of a domineering CEO. Yet, due to the rumors propagated by Luo Chen, Chong swiftly became perceived as a hypocritical criminal, with his lack of female interest now interpreted as a preference for men. Rumors proliferate more swiftly than clarifications can emerge, capturing the public's attention with alarming ease. As the saying goes, it takes but a moment to spread a rumor, yet a lifetime to dispel one. Even when Chong later reported the incident to the authorities and issued statements, the damage to his and the company's reputation had already been inflicted. Even when Luo Chen publicly apologized, the public merely viewed it as an admission of defeat under the family's influence. Considering the timeline, it seems that the elder brother became inebriated at Guanjingyan's birthday banquet exactly 1 week later. Upon hearing the specific date, Chong exhaled a sigh of relief. According to his sister's account, it indicated that the incident of being taken advantage of and photographed while drunk had yet to occur, suggesting that there was still a chance for redemption. Regardless, I have no pressing engagements during this period. I shall keep an eye on my elder brother. Although it was merely a birthday celebration, such gatherings among prominent families often served as quasi-networking events. Additionally, due to the family's business dealings with the Guan family, and the fact that Chong and Guan Jingyan had grown up as childhood friends, their familial ties were relatively strong. Thus, the entire family had been invited. However, in the original plot, she was injured by someone and later discovered not to be An's biological daughter, leading her parents to be preoccupied with other matters, resulting in Chong being the sole representative of the family at the banquet. Chong, burdened by the family's issues and besieged by business partners seeking to toast him, inadvertently drank too much, providing Luo Chen the opportunity he desired. Events that have not yet transpired still hold the potential for change, but those that have already occurred cannot be altered. However, the elder brother's bed has already. The mere thought of Chong residing in the apartment daily, lying on that bed now sullied by Luo Chen, left him feeling unwell. Perhaps I should intervene, though my elder brother may not heed my warning. Ultimately, if he remains unaware, it won't disturb his peace of mind. Lying down won't cause me to lose anything. Chong, You truly are my dear sister, brother. Just as Ling prepared to dissuade Chong with concerns about the dangers of driving at night, she found him already striding toward the door. Upon reflection, with a meeting scheduled for 9, it was indeed timely for her to have Xiaozhong drive her. Chong, speaking as he ascended the stairs with long strides, felt an overwhelming urge to rush back to his room and cleanse himself thoroughly. Mom, Dad, little sister, I shall take a shower now. You should all retire early. Although uncertain why Chong had suddenly changed his mind, it spared Ling the burden of persuading him, which she found quite relieving. Why the rush? Pei Yuning called out to Chong. It's late, and you both must be hungry. Let's have a bit of seafood porridge simmering in the clay pot before heading to bed. With that, she linked arms with Ling, guiding her toward the kitchen. Ling, unable to resist her mother's insistence, obediently followed. As she watched Pei Yuning's profile, a wave of sadness surged within her. So much had transpired in just a single evening, and she had nearly lost her life, leaving her no time to contemplate her future. Now return to this sanctuary. She should have turned to her mother for comfort. Yet, fear gripped her. Fear that revealing the truth would wound the hearts of the family, and fear that she might never again be able to maintain such intimacy with Pei Yuning. However, these truths did not belong to her. Even without the previous arrangement with that voice, she owed it to them to reveal the reality. But how do I naturally and smoothly convey to them that I am not the biological daughter of the family? This thought struck the other 3 members of the family like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 5. Who says comparison is the thief of happiness? The 3 of them froze, halting all movement. Ling, noticing Pei Yuning's sudden stillness, asked in confusion, Mom, what's wrong? Pei Yuning turned her head stiffly to look at Ling, contemplating how to inquire about the meaning behind her earlier statement. Chong coughed twice and approached the 2, interrupting Pei Yuning's intent to speak. Mom, I am indeed a bit hungry. Let's eat something. Chong guided Pei Yuning and Ling to the dining table, seating them before fetching 4 bowls of porridge from the kitchen. Shuhai also joined them at the table, and surprisingly, none of the 4 felt inclined to retire for the night. Why are they all staring at me? The 3 immediately diverted their gazes, engrossed in their phones. Chong created a small group chat excluding Ling. Chong, Mom, Dad, you heard that too, right? Pei Yuning, why did you stop me? I was just about to ask Xiao Ling. Shuhai, so what we just heard was truly Xiao Ling's heartfelt confession? I didn't stay up late to the point of hallucination, did I? Chong, it can't be that all 3 of us are hallucinating. Thus, the issue must lie with Xiao Ling, and it seems she knows things she shouldn't. Shuhai, for instance, regarding your undergarments? Chong's expression darkened, and he could only repeatedly murmur to himself, he's my biological father, he's my biological father, to continue typing. Chong, this matter is exceedingly bizarre, entirely beyond the realm of reason. It remains uncertain whether hastily voicing it would adversely affect Xiao Ling. So, I propose we let things unfold naturally and observe for a while longer. Pei Yuni, but how does Xiao Ling claim she is not a biological daughter of the family? Could it be that she was stimulated tonight? Or has someone, unbeknownst to us, whispered something to her that led her to these wild thoughts? Pei Yuni simply could not fathom that Ling was not her biological daughter. She only felt pained at the thought of Ling being alone in her troubled musings. Ling had been raised by her since birth. How could she not be her true daughter? However, Chong sensed something amiss. Ever since Ling's arrival, she had maintained an unnaturally calm demeanor, not resembling someone traumatized by that incident. As for the possibility that someone had said something to her, it seemed implausible. If someone were to baselessly inform Ling that she was not the family's heiress, she would likely deem them insane, right? Chong, currently, without further information, we cannot ascertain anything. Perhaps Xiao Ling will eventually reveal something more, and we shall then understand. Ling sipped her porridge, observing the trio engrossed in their devices, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is going on with them today? Why are they acting so strangely? Why is everyone fixated on their phones? Is there still such a plethora of messages to respond to at this late hour? Ling immediately became alert. Could it be that they're discussing some family group behind my back? The 3 promptly locked their screens and placed their phones on the table to resume their porridge. Shuhai jested, Old Wang has gone fishing in America. He sent me a photo of his catch to flaunt. Pei Yuni quickly chimed in, Indeed, Mrs. Wang has invited me to join her for a vacation next time. Chong spoke the truth, albeit not regarding the recent timing. June mentioned that you haven't replied to his messages and has been inquiring about your well-being. Yun, and Ling's second elder brother was currently on a global tour and thus absent from home. Second brother? He is quite the unfortunate soul, believing he has found true love, yet he is utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation. The Yin family, oh dear, the scoop on the second son. It appears that Jun indeed has a girlfriend. Although he has yet to introduce her to the family, it is evident that he treasures her immensely. Could it be that this girl has caused Jun's heart to stray? And Chong felt considerably relieved. At least he had not been caught in a compromising position by his assistant, but Jun had genuinely been betrayed. Who says comparisons are the thief of happiness? And Chong found that sentiment rather flawed. Comparing misfortunes can provide solace. After all, the seafood porridge in his mouth tasted delightful. That evening proved to be mentally exhausting for the foreign family members present, and after finishing their meal, they retired to their chambers for rest. And Ling, too fatigued to continue, resolved to sleep well and gather her strength before contemplating her next course of action. She charged her phone, lacking the energy to address the missed calls and unread messages, and after reassuring her fans on Weibo, she lay down. After staying up far too late the previous night, and Ling forgot to set an alarm and was only awakened in the afternoon. Groggily, she opened the door to find Pei Yuni knocking.
Mom.
Didn't I say I wanted to sleep all day? Don't wake me for lunch. Her mother understood, gently untangling Ling's messy hair, but it was already afternoon. And Xiaoyu had come to see her. This child had hurried back from abroad after witnessing the award ceremony, and her mother felt it would be rude to keep him waiting. Xiaoyu?
Yenyu.
And Ling's fiancé, also known as the book's primary antagonist. And Ling perked up. Mom, let me freshen up and I'll be right down. In the living room, and father and mother were engaged in conversation with Yenyu when they suddenly heard a wolf whistle echoing from the staircase. They turned to see Ling descending, her gaze fixed on Yenyu, who sat in a wheelchair. Wow, handsome all alone. Even after years in the entertainment industry. And Ling had to admit that the antagonist's looks were striking. His slightly upturned eyes, combined with his originally handsome features, exuded a hint of mischief. And his gaze was as alluring as a hook. The Yen family was a core aristocracy, and Yenyu, now the family's figurehead, should have embodied the cold, stoic demeanor of a powerful CEO, akin to Chong. Yet, a decade of life in a wheelchair had imbued Yenyu with an air of melancholy, which only served to render his character more complex and captivating. TSK, the antagonist is truly to my liking. Am I blind in the book? He far surpasses Gu Chunming in looks. Pei Yuni and Shu Hai were taken aback by Ling's sudden admiration, their minds racing with questions about her reference to the antagonist and the peculiar terminology she used, entirely oblivious to the faint blush that dusted Yenyu's ears. They genuinely began to worry if Ling's mental state had taken a turn. But what if everything Ling said was true? After all, extraordinary occurrences had already transpired. So, what was impossible? Xiao Ling, Pei Yuni ventured. It has been quite some time since you've seen Xiaoyu. Since he has come all this way to visit you, why don't you two have a chat? We shall not intrude on your youthful discourse. The engagement between Ling and Yenyu had been arranged by the previous generation. And father and mother initially regarded the children's marriage as nothing more than a playful jest, something to be clarified and resolved in due time. However, a decade ago, Yenyu had injured his leg while saving Ling, and despite 10 years of treatment, he had yet to walk normally again. The Yin family found themselves in a bind. On one hand, they wished to dissolve the engagement, yet on the other, they felt it impossible to broach the subject after such an incident, especially since the child's parents had passed away early, and the elderly gentleman who had raised him had also departed 2 years prior. They found it difficult to voice their intentions. Xiao Ling, how about you push Xiaoyu for a stroll in the garden to clear his mind?
Pei Yuni suggested.
And Ling felt genuinely conflicted. Logically, Yenyu's injury stemmed from his act of saving her, and she ought to feel grateful. Yet according to the original novel's plot, she would never consider pushing Yenyu into the garden for a leisurely stroll. Setting aside the original plot, even prior to her rebirth, she would feel inexplicably annoyed by Yenyu. Although this flaw seemed to have been remedied after her reincarnation, would a sudden change in her attitude towards Yenyu be considered out of character? Furthermore, Ling was also curious about a particular matter. Logically, as a malicious female supporting character, she should be loathed by all, yet in the original plot, Yenyu appeared to have loved Ling deeply, willing to do anything for her, despite her evident disdain for him. Ling found herself baffled by Yenyu's feelings for her in the original narrative and remained uncertain about his true sentiments in this reality. Ling did not respond immediately to Pei Yuni. Instead, she focused her attention on the character inquiry device. After all, she had typically chosen to either ignore or outright reject similar proposals, so a moment's silence posed no issue. However, upon investigation, she was utterly astonished. What? You sly Yu. You've concealed this from us for so long. So, you've been putting on a facade all along. He hardly needs my assistance. His leg has been healed for several years now, and after rehabilitation, he can walk with ease. Chapter 6. I should be damned.
Ah?
And father and mother were equally shocked by this revelation, their astonishment matching that of Ling. They instinctively turned to Yu, only to find that his expression was also somewhat off. Let me see again. It turns out the previous secrecy was due to some eccentric relatives from the Yen family that had yet to be resolved. Yu had to keep them off their guard. Now that the matter is settled, he has been grappling with whether to tell the Yen family the truth because he fears that if he does, I would insist on dissolving the engagement. And he fears losing even the last vestiges of our relationship. So now you intend to morally manipulate us, hoping to prevent me from breaking off the engagement? Is that so, my dear fellow? Aren't you just courting punishment? Goodness, I am but a devoted admirer of Gu Qinming. And Yu is my own loyal follower. There exists a hierarchy among us admirers, indeed. Mr. and Mrs. and squinted their eyes, scrutinizing Yu. Who would have thought this young man harbored such cunning? Yu, noticing the discerning gazes of Mr. and Mrs. N, lifted his head to meet their eyes, and in that instant, both parties understood that they had heard Ling's thoughts. Alarm bells rang in Mr. and Mrs. N's minds. What on earth was happening? How could Yu also hear it? They had presumed only the Yin family could perceive such things. It was not a matter of mistrust. Rather, the situation was so bizarre that any revelation could certainly bring trouble to Ling. Yu nodded at them, offering a reassuring glance, signaling them to remain at ease. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. N breathed a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ling pondered how she should now approach Yu. According to the narrative, she ought to hold a deep disdain for him and would go to great lengths to annul their engagement in order to throw herself into the arms of the male lead, Gu Qinming. Her attitude toward Yu had been appallingly disrespectful, including but not limited to mocking him as a cripple for breaking his leg while saving her. Every encounter with Yu had been met with a scowl, often refusing to even meet his gaze. Externally, she had loudly proclaimed Yu to be her devoted follower to satiate her vanity. Ah, if not for the presence of others, Ling would have wanted to scream in despair. I am truly despicable. Why did I treat Yu this way in the past? Am I out of my mind? This was the most terrifying realization, and Ling felt deep within herself that she would never act in such a manner, yet she had indeed done so. And those memories lingered vividly in her mind. Mr. and Mrs. N, along with Yu, were momentarily taken aback by Ling's outburst. Could it be that she had genuinely had a change of heart? One of the most vexing aspects for Mr. and Mrs. N was that Ling exhibited a complete transformation when faced with Yu and Gu Qinming. In Yu's presence, she discarded even the basic courtesies of civility, expressing her disdain with fervor, as if merely looking at him would taint her vision. Yet, before Gu Qinming, she morphed into a sycophant, as if under a spell. To Mr. and Mrs. N, Yu was evidently far more agreeable than Gu Qinming, and his treatment of Ling was like night and day. Yu's sole flaw was his leg, which he had injured while rescuing Ling. Even if love cannot be coerced, she ought to treat him with more kindness, both in reason and sentiment. However, despite Mr. and Mrs. N, along with her elder brothers, having admonished Ling countless times about this issue, she remained impervious to change. Strangely, in matters unrelated to Yu and Gu Qinming, she behaved quite normally, leaving the Yin family utterly perplexed. Now, had Ling truly come to the realization that her previous attitude toward Yu was misguided? In truth, Mr. and Mrs. N were well aware that if they were to propose an annulment of the engagement, Yu would likely acquiesce. Yet, on one hand, the Yin family found it difficult to broach the subject due to the circumstances surrounding Yu's injury, and on the other hand, they feared that without this engagement, Ling would pursue Gu Qinming with even fewer restraints. Thus, a sense of guilt lingered within Mr. and Mrs. N when they interacted with Yu. Ultimately, this young man had healed yet failed to inform them. To be candid, even from the perspective of Mr. and Mrs. N, Yu was quite an admirable individual, strikingly handsome, kind to Ling, and a scion of the Yen family. Where else could one find such a person among the younger generation? Despite the public's belief that he was crippled, many families sought to forge alliances with him. Now that he had recovered, Word of his condition would only enhance his desirability. Yet, he chose to keep it secret from the Yin family merely to preserve the engagement. In the original storyline, even with Ling treating Yan Yu in such a manner, he still harbored deep feelings for her, but he rarely appeared before her, not wishing to confront her cold gaze. After Ling's death, Yan Yu's hatred for Gu Qinming intensified, driving him to seek revenge, transforming into a true villain. Yet, ultimately, he could not contend with the fated child, and was left crippled and cast off a cliff by Gu Qinming's men, the very precipice where he had once sacrificed himself to save Ling. Even in his final moments, he never held Ling accountable. To kill with a heart of vengeance. To kill with a heart of vengeance. Gu Qinming, you wretched scoundrel, I will slay you. Ling's disjointed declarations startled Mr. and Mrs. N, yet upon observing her calm demeanor, they could discern no turbulence within her heart. Their understanding of their daughter's acting abilities deepened, realizing that she indeed embodied the essence of a leading actress. But I have treated Yan Yu so poorly. And yet, he continues to be so kind to me? Do you truly love me, dear villain? No, this transcends mere love. Is he not a masochist? Yan Yu suddenly choked, coughing uncontrollably. Mr. and Mrs. N exerted every ounce of will to maintain their composure. Mr. N patted Yan Yu's back, chuckling. Yan Yu, your constitution does seem rather delicate, haha. Unable to contain his laughter, Mr. N succumbed to mirth. Ling regarded the two men with suspicion, perplexed by her father's laughter. Mrs. N shot Mr. N a glare, then addressed Ling. All right, what are we all doing in the living room? Ling, why not accompany Yan Yu for a stroll in the garden? If he has no pressing matters, he can stay for dinner tonight. Yan Yu had already regained his composure, responding, I have no urgent matters. Thank you, Aunt Pei. Oh, come now, there's no need to be so polite with Aunt Pei. Ling's face contorted for a moment. She was still uncertain about how to treat Yan Yu moving forward. If it were up to her, she certainly did not wish to revert to her previous demeanor. However, the dilemma lay in whether treating Yan Yu kindly would equate to breaking character. According to the mysterious figure's warning, the consequences of breaking character could be dire, ranging from personal demise to the collapse of the entire world. The enigmatic figure had instructed Ling to maintain her persona before the main characters, certainly including the male and female leads, but what of the antagonist? Perhaps it would be wiser to err on the side of caution, especially since she had yet to complete the task of restoring the true heiress to her rightful place, and could not afford any missteps. Thus, Ling turned slightly, crossing her arms over her chest, casting a gaze at Yan Yu that mingled 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts disdain, coldly pronouncing, if you wish to go, then go by yourself. I have no interest in pushing a cripple. Ah, I am truly despicable. Yan Yu, I apologize. I shall bow in reverence to you from now on. Mr. and Mrs. N, along with Yan Yu, were momentarily taken aback by Ling's contradictory behavior. After a pause with no response, Ling looked quizzically at Yan Yu, only to find a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh my, could it be that Yan Yu is truly a masochist? Puffed, Mr. and could no longer stifle his laughter. Ling found her father to be rather peculiar today. Dad, have you had some good fortune recently? No, Mr. and hastily denied, suddenly recalling something amusing. Don't mind him. Mrs. N shot Mr. and another glare, then joked with Ling, if you don't wish to go, then don't. Perhaps just rest a while longer? We will call you when dinner is ready. No thanks, Ling replied. You two go ahead. I have matters to attend to outside. What matters? Did you not say you wouldn't take on any work until after the new year? Mrs. and had assumed Ling would remain home today, especially after the previous day's events. It's just a minor issue, Ling replied ambiguously, turning to ascend the stairs. I'll change my clothes and head out. I don't know when I'll be back, so you needn't wait for me. Of course. I am off to find the true heiress. If I do not hasten to complete my task, my life is forfeit. Chapter 7. The ugly desire for beauty. The expressions of the 3 individuals in the living room shifted dramatically. With Ling having ascended the stairs, they finally had the opportunity to engage in an open and honest discussion. Uncle N, Aunt Pei, what on earth has transpired with Ling? Yan Yu inquired first. I seem to have heard her innermost thoughts. Moreover, what did she mean by my life is at an end and the true heiress? Pei Yuning remained silent for a moment before deciding to disclose everything to Yan Yu. To be honest, we are equally perplexed. It was only after Ling returned home last night that we discovered we could hear her thoughts, and it seems she is aware of some strange occurrences. Pei Yuning pondered over Ling's thoughts over the past few days. She even feels she is not my biological daughter. Could it be that this true heiress is someone Ling believes to be my true daughter? She just referred to you as the villainous brother. Perhaps she has recently taken on a new role and has become too immersed in the script, leading her to blur the lines between reality and fiction? The events surrounding Ling in recent days had been exceedingly bizarre, and mere discussion among themselves would yield no conclusions. They heard some stirring from the staircase, surmising that Ling was about to descend, so they hastily resumed a facade of casual conversation to avoid raising her suspicions. Ling appeared, donning a black baseball cap and sunglasses, enveloped in a full-length black down jacket with a black mask hanging from her chin, giving her an air of furtiveness. Ling, what are you up to? Pei Yuning hesitantly asked, where are you going? Ling did not respond to the question, hastily making her way out. Mom, Dad, I'm off. Once Ling bolted through the door, Anne's parents began to follow suit. Xiaoyu, I am truly sorry, but it seems we cannot keep you for dinner today. Uncle An remarked. Are you planning to follow Ling? Yu queried. Yes, we are a bit concerned and intend to see where she is headed. Without hesitation, Yu rose and began to push his wheelchair, trailing behind Anne's parents. I shall accompany you as well. Anne's parents were taken aback. This is quite the departure from pretense. Yu asserted, Ling is familiar with your family's vehicle. You will be easily discovered. It would be far better to take my car. His reasoning proved compelling, and Anne's parents ceased their objections. Upon seeing Yu pushing his own wheelchair out, his driver was not surprised, promptly taking the wheelchair to stow it in the trunk, and followed Yu's lead as they set off in pursuit of Ling. Unbeknownst to Ling, who had never learned counter-surveillance, she drove to a small entrepreneurial town in the western suburbs of the city. This locale was replete with quaint restaurants, cafes, and art shops, exuding a charming bohemian atmosphere, and had garnered a reputation as a trendy destination. On that day, Qiu Nian happened to be filming an outdoor scene for a web drama in the area. The stark contrast brought about by the mistaken identities of the true heiress was evident, despite being of the same age. Ling had entered the entertainment industry at a young age due to her family's connections, whereas Qiu Nian only discovered her passion for acting in high school and pursued a degree in film, thus embarking on her journey. Consequently, Ling had already secured the title of Best Actress, while Qiu Nian, despite her striking appearance and minor roles that had garnered her some popularity, was merely a recent graduate, limited to the best resources available to her, which were roles in low-budget web dramas. In the original storyline, she faced online harassment due to this web series, plummeting to the depths of despair upon entering the industry. Truly deserving of the lead role, she seems to radiate light even amidst the crowd. Ling chose to conceal herself behind a wall not far from the film crew, employing a pair of binoculars to spy on Qiu Nian. Although Qiu Nian undeniably inherited her mother's beauty, characterized by unforgettable striking features, her demeanor was quite serene. Despite having alluring fox-like eyes, her gaze was as clear and bright as autumn waters. Conversely, Ling's features were distinctly different. She possessed sharp phoenix eyes and thin lips. Her countenance inherently cool, yet her gaze bore a fierce intensity, exuding an aura of dominance. Surely, one can discern from appearances alone that Qiu Nian is the true heiress. It feels as if bringing her back to the Yin family would instantly validate her lineage. While Qiu Nian was engrossed in her script, she suddenly lifted her head, scanning her surroundings with a puzzled expression. Before she could ascertain the cause of her distraction, she was called to commence filming. Meanwhile, Anne's parents and Yu maintained their distance to avoid detection by Ling lacking sufficient preparation. They wore masks borrowed from Yu's vehicle, unlike Ling, who was equipped with binoculars. Although they could faintly hear Ling's thoughts, they could not discern Qiu Nian's features. As the filming commenced, Ling stealthily advanced a few paces, knowing that Qiu Nian was about to encounter trouble. That male lead must be the one named Jia Shaoxi, right? Jia Shaoxi had once enjoyed a fleeting moment of fame in his youth and had even collaborated with Ling during her child star days. However, he failed to maintain his popularity and, nearing 40, found himself still cast in low-budget contemporary web dramas, having made little progress over the years. Primarily, his inflated self-image prevented him from accepting any roles below the third male lead, as he felt it would diminish his stature. Thus, he preferred to star in idol dramas that did not align with his age or appearance, rather than take on more notable supporting roles. Even his rational fans advised him to consider a career change, yet Jia Shaoxi held an inflated sense of self-worth, bordering on the egregious. This Jia Shaoxi not only perceives acting in idol dramas as his comfort zone, but he also believes that the actresses he works with are infatuated with him. Truly, an ugly exterior coupled with lofty aspirations. He even elaborated to his girlfriend Wang Rongxin. insisting that either the leading lady was casting him sidelong glances or the second female lead was overly attentive to him. Please, the only thing she did was smile politely. It's only sensible to refrain from rolling her eyes at him every day while working together. The delusion of him wishing to engage in inappropriate behavior with the actresses is alarmingly excessive. Yet, Wang Rongxin believed him. She regarded this seasoned player as a prized catch, viewing the actresses as rivals, even going so far as to create a Weibo account to criticize them and concoct various rumors. How utterly outrageous. This is truly a match made in heaven, a case of mutual delusion. However, previously, Wang Rongxin had only dared to vent her frustrations online. Recently, having endured considerable provocation, she had become increasingly radicalized. Coupled with Jia Shaoxi's new project with Qiu Nian, he could not resist his baser instincts. Repeatedly asserting to Wang Rongxin that Qiu Nian was always flirting with him, thus turning the unfortunate girl into a convenient outlet for her ire. I must advance further, otherwise, Wang Rongxin will soon emerge to strike Qiu Nian.
Qiu Nian,
The director suddenly shouted, "What on earth are you doing?"
can you still act?
Chapter 8. A stain on silence. Unbeknownst to all, Qiu Nian was inexplicably frozen in place, unable to continue her performance. Upon being reprimanded by the director, she quickly regained her composure and apologized. "I am truly sorry, director, it was my fault." "No worries," Jia Shaoxi interjected, casting a gentle gaze upon Qiu Nian to smooth over the situation. "It is entirely normal to have off days. We can simply do another take." While he appeared to be advocating for Qiu Nian, the staff's resentment towards her only intensified. Had Qiu Nian continued apologizing without interruption, others would not have thought much of it, for it is common for filming to encounter hiccups. However, her apology was cut short by Jia Shaoxi, leading others to perceive her as a newcomer lacking professionalism, naturally diminishing their regard for her. "All right," the director remarked impatiently. "Let's reset." "It's all right, Qiu Nian," Jia Shaoxi reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. "Just focus on doing well in the next take." Just as the director prepared to call for action, a woman suddenly stormed onto the set, radiating fury. "You shameless seductress, luring another's boyfriend." Her voice pierced the air as she stormed towards Jia Shaoxi and Qiu Nian, forcefully prying away Jia Shaoxi's hand from Qiu Nian's shoulder, her other hand raised high, poised to strike Qiu Nian's face. The unfolding events were so abrupt that those nearby were momentarily taken aback. Just as the slap was about to land, an unexpected figure clad entirely in black barreled into the woman, sending her sprawling onto the ground.
Ah!
Wang Rongxin cried out in pain, turning to see what had collided with her, only to discover it was a person dressed in black. "What do you think you're doing? I haven't even asked you yet," and Ling exclaimed, incredulous that someone would dare to strike another in broad daylight. Wang Rongxin, now flustered, scrambled to her feet and pointed accusingly at Qiu Nian. "This vixen is the one who seduced my boyfriend first. How dare she be so brazen? Who are you? And who is your boyfriend? Does Qiu Nian even know you claim she seduced him?" And Ling retorted, unperturbed, for she was confident that no one could recognize her now, allowing her to act without restraint. Qiu Nian quickly shook her head. "I don't know." But Wang Rongxin's fury only escalated as she seized Jia Shaoxi, who had been standing awkwardly to the side, exclaiming, "This is my boyfriend. Do you dare to say you haven't seduced him?" "I did not," Qiu Nian replied decisively. She had faltered earlier due to a familiar voice echoing in her mind. If she wasn't mistaken, it resembled An Ling's voice. Someone whose works she had seen numerous times, making her voice quite recognizable, yet it seemed she was the only one reacting to it, as the expressions of those around her indicated they had not heard a thing. Furthermore, the content of that voice was peculiar, although absurd. She had comprehended the specifics of what was said. Even more bizarre was the fact that the situation described had indeed transpired. Were it not for the sudden intervention of this figure in black colliding with Wang Rongxin, Qiu Nian might have genuinely faced a public slap. They were filming outdoors, and aside from the crew, passers-by occasionally wandered by. Although crew members were attempting to prevent outsiders from capturing unauthorized footage, they could not stop everyone. Once something was recorded and disseminated online, clarifying the truth would become exceedingly difficult. Should a video of Qiu Nian being slapped emerge, accompanied by ambiguous conjectures, topics portraying her as the homewrecker would swiftly circulate, and with unscrupulous marketing accounts embellishing the narrative, Qiu Nian's name could easily become synonymous with that of a mistress, jeopardizing her future in the entertainment industry. Contemplating this, Qiu Nian cast a grateful glance at the figure in black. The resemblance was uncanny. Not only was the voice similar, but the physique bore a striking resemblance to Ling's as well. However, now was not the moment for inquiries. She needed to resolve the current predicament first. Fortunately, she had now grasped the truth of the matter. It was merely Jia Shaoxi's thoughtless boasting before his girlfriend, and confronting him directly would suffice. Thus, Qiu Nian turned to Jia Shaoxi. Teacher Jia, there must be some misunderstanding here. You should know best whether I have engaged in such behavior. Considering our reputations, I kindly ask you to clarify this. Qiu Nian had anticipated that her words would resolve everything, yet to her astonishment Ling sighed. Alas, what a naive child. And scathed by the harshness of reality. Stepping into this entertainment industry, it's a quick descent into silence. As Qiu Nian pondered Ling's sudden lament, Jia Shaoxi unexpectedly spoke with a resolute tone. Qiu Nian, at this juncture, I must speak candidly. I have long informed you that I am in a relationship, urging you not to harbor any delusions. Yet you insisted that you did not care for labels as long as you could be with me. I can no longer tolerate this. My heart belongs solely to Rongxin, and there is absolutely no possibility for us. Do not attempt to disrupt our relationship. Wang Rongxin clung to Jia Shaoxi's arm, exuding a triumphant demeanor. Meanwhile, Qiu Nian stood frozen in shock, unable to articulate a response. This development mirrors the original storyline perfectly. Qiu Nian remained composed after the slap and sought an explanation from Jia Shaoxi, yet there was no chance he would speak the truth. To admit the truth here would mean acknowledging he deceived Wang Rongxin. Finding a girlfriend like her, who comes from a well-off background, is appealing, especially since she is both attractive and willing to spend on him. Opportunities like this are rare. Moreover, should this incident become public, it would tarnish his reputation as well. He is not foolish. Anyone capable of such actions lacks moral integrity and would not self-destruct merely to vindicate Qiu Nian. A crowd had gathered, comprising not only crew members, but also numerous onlookers wielding smartphones. Should this situation not be handled delicately, Qiu Nian would undoubtedly face serious repercussions. Do you have any evidence? Qiu Nian finally regained her composure and questioned Jia Shaoxi. You claim I seduced you. Surely you must have some proof. To her dismay, Jia Shaoxi ignored her entirely. Instead addressing the director with apparent exasperation, Director Lin, you have witnessed everything. Initially, I intended to endure this for the sake of cooperation, thinking I could simply avoid future collaborations after filming. However, since it has escalated to this point, I must be frank, if Qiu Nian remains in this production, I will not continue. In her 20-plus years of life, Qiu Nian had never encountered such an unreasonable distortion of the truth. She gazed at the director in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jia Shaoxi could so brazenly utter these words. Could the director genuinely dismiss her based solely on Jia Shaoxi's unfounded claims? Chapter 9. 4K Resolution. Crystal clear. The director observed the innocent expression on Qiu Nian's face, then turned his gaze to the resolute Jia Shaoxi, gritting his teeth as he plastered a smile on his face to reassure Jia Shaoxi. Shaoxi, what are you saying? Of course, I believe you. Our production cannot afford to lose you. He then shifted to a serious demeanor, addressing Qiu Nian. Qiu Nian, you have heard for yourself that your actions have brought a detrimental impact to teacher Jia and our production. According to the contract, we are entitled to seek compensation for breach of contract. Given our shared experience, I do not wish to escalate matters further. I suggest you voluntarily terminate your contract. Qiu Nian felt a buzzing in her head, utterly unprepared for the direction this situation had taken. Were these individuals truly devoid of reason? Alas, the outcome mirrors the original narrative. For a low-budget web series, Jia Shaoxi's stature is indeed considerable. Moreover, given the mediocre script, it is expected that only lesser-known actors or newcomers seeking to build their careers would choose to take a chance on this project. Director Lin himself had not anticipated Jia Shaoxi's willingness to accept this role, believing himself fortunate. With Jia Shaoxi on board, at least his fans would tune in. The contrast between a well-known male lead and an inexperienced female lead made it abundantly clear whom the director would favor. In the entertainment industry, without popularity or connections, who would be inclined to reason with you? This harsh reality was known to Jia Shaoxi and Director Lin, yet only Qiu Nian, driven by her passion for acting, remained oblivious, falling into their trap. In the original storyline, the events of today were captured on video and went viral, prompting the director to publicly denounce Qiu Nian on his social media for her chaotic personal life and moral decay, leading to Qiu Nian being vilified online before she even achieved fame, while he and Jia Shaoxi basked in the unearned praise of the oblivious masses. Had it not been for the subsequent recognition of Qiu Nian by the Yin family, her acting career might have been irrevocably tarnished by these malicious rumors.
Oh.
And Ling suddenly interjected with a sarcastic tone. What do you mean that Qiu Nian has brought you negative influence? Director Lin. Your words suggest that Qiu Nian has actually done something wrong. Pray tell, did you witness it with your own eyes or hear it with your own ears? You lot have been chattering away without presenting a shred of evidence, attempting to condemn someone with mere idle talk. Do you not realize that this could obliterate Qiu Nian's career? Or are you fully aware yet deliberately making such statements to cast blame upon her? The onlookers, initially swayed by the three individuals from Jia Shaoxi's side who claimed that Qiu Nian had seduced him, began to reconsider after hearing Ling's words. They recognized that these individuals had failed to provide any evidence. Indeed, after so much discussion, not a single chat log was presented. If there were genuine proof, it should be showcased instead of unjustly defaming someone. If that actress truly intended to meddle in someone else's relationship, I would lead the charge in denouncing her. If not, your intentions are exceedingly sinister, clearly aimed at ruining her reputation. Exactly. If mere words could suffice for condemnation, then anyone could easily slander any girl they found displeasing. Labeling her as a homewrecker. Wouldn't that be a blatant act of bullying? The three individuals were taken aback by how swiftly the tide had turned due to the words of the figure in black. Originally, they believed that by simply rallying a few marketing accounts after the situation escalated, they could force Qiu Nian into submission, as public opinion online is easily manipulated. However, confronted with direct questioning, the nature of the situation changed, even if they could fabricate rumors online afterward. The multitude present could produce videos proving that they had failed to provide reasonable evidence at the scene, rendering their subsequent slanders baseless.
Who are you?
Director Lin snapped, irritation evident in his voice. What business do you have with our crew? To be honest, the three from Jia Shaoxi found the voice of the figure in black strangely familiar, yet the world is populated with lookalikes, and they doubted that the person they had in mind would stoop so low as to meddle in such trivial matters.
Me?
And Ling gestured to the surrounding crowd. Like them, I am merely a concerned bystander, ready to lend a hand against injustice. Raising her voice, she proclaimed, Dear friends and neighbors passing by, be sure to record the video. If they fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, your footage will serve as the best evidence for Qiu Nian's defamation lawsuit. Those initially merely interested in the spectacle suddenly found a surge of righteous indignation. Rest assured, I've captured everything from that woman rushing over to strike someone. Me too. In 4K, it's crystal clear. Jia Shaoxi was exasperated with these meddlesome interlopers, finding himself in a predicament where he could neither advance nor retreat. He leaned in to speak quietly to Qiu Nian. Let us discuss this privately. It's not becoming for public figures to air their grievances so openly. Yes. I was disappointed in you earlier, which is why I spoke harshly. Don't take it to heart, the director added, lowering his voice. First, let these people disperse. We cannot allow your issues to impede the progress of the entire crew. They sensed a shift in the atmosphere and began to morally coerce Qiu Nian. These two had calculated that Qiu Nian, being a novice, would likely be accommodating and considerate of others. They believed that their comments would prompt her to step forward and mediate. After all, the onlookers were already speaking in her favor. If Qiu Nian encouraged them to depart, there would be no reason for them to continue pursuing Jia Shaoxi. They would merely feel that they were standing up for Qiu Nian, only to be dismissed as busybodies, potentially damaging her reputation further. Jia Shaoxi and Director Lin had meticulously plotted their strategy, yet they had not anticipated Wang Rongxin's discontent. What do you mean by discussing this privately? Wang Rongxin exclaimed. Jia Shaoxi, feeling overwhelmed, tried to pull her aside. Rongxin, please return. I will explain later. Wang Rongxin, fueled by anger, sought to escalate the situation, wanting to compel Jia Shaoxi to acknowledge her as his girlfriend while simultaneously making an example of anyone who dared to flirt with her partner. Now, however, Jia Shaoxi seemed to be defending Qiu Nian. Don't pull me, Wang Rongxin shouted. I want her to clarify everything in front of everyone. How is it that she had no shame while seducing another's boyfriend, yet now suddenly desires to save face? Chapter 10. Let us all thank Actressin. An adversary-s blundering ally can indeed become our greatest support. It remains unclear how Jia Shaoxi perceives Wang Rongxin's assault on a teammate. Yet Ling simply wished to applaud her. Qiu Nian had regained her composure. She was not foolish. She had merely grown up in an environment devoid of such malice and irrationality. Encountering such a situation for the first time, it was natural for her to be momentarily taken aback. Coupled with her unexpected grasp of Ling's sentiments, she had unraveled the entire narrative. Ling was correct. Qiu Nian, with a stoic expression, gazed at Jia Shaoxi. It is best to clarify matters here and now, especially in light of the fact that there are those among us who are distorting the truth. Once the crowd disperses, who knows what outlandish rumors may emerge. I stand firm in my integrity. I have committed no wrongdoing, and I fear no confrontation. Those who shroud themselves in secrecy are the ones with something to hide. Qiu Nian's words were unmistakably pointed, rendering Jia Shaoxi's insistence on resolving matters privately indicative of his own guilt. Jia Shaoxi found himself at a loss for words. Yet, such was the nature of his empty bravado, there existed no evidence of events that had never transpired. Qiu Nian, our connection was merely due to the drama we were filming. The only message in our chat history is a single greeting upon adding each other as friends. Why, then, would you accuse me of encroaching upon your relationship? With so many eyes upon him, Jia Shaoxi was acutely aware that in this age where everyone possesses a social media account, the videos captured by the onlookers would swiftly make their way online. If he did not articulate something soon, it would be too late. However, he was evidently perturbed by the crowd, as someone had already begun a live stream. The title of the stream read, Live Coverage of the Drama. Two Women Clash Over Jia Shaoxi. Is it the original partner's imagination or the mistress's shamelessness? As the matter involved public figures and was a scandalous affair, the live stream swiftly attracted a significant audience. Typically, the gossip that the average netizen consumed was a convoluted mess of half-truths and hearsay, but this unmediated spectacle was a rare treat, leading to a rapid increase in viewership. Excitement surged as viewers shared their insights about the unfolding drama, all too aware that this was a situation where both sides held their own narratives yet had not fully clarified the facts. First time witnessing a celebrity scandal live. How thrilling! So is she really the mistress, or what? It must be. They've even come to the set to fight. But that girl, Qiu Nian, seems so innocent. A real mistress wouldn't remain so composed. Perhaps she's just shameless enough. I find Jia Shaoxi's behavior rather peculiar. If he has evidence, why not present it? A simple chat history would suffice. Wait, who is that woman in the black down jacket? What does she have to do with this? Do you not find this person somewhat familiar? Goodness, how can one look so recognizable in such a state? Are you endowed with X-ray vision? I am not referring to her face, but rather her form and voice seem quite familiar, reminiscent of Ling, perhaps? The very same who won the Best Actress award yesterday and nearly faced a knife attack. Surely, she cannot be bothered with this? It is indeed strikingly similar. Might there be any fans of the Best Actress here to confirm? The fans of the Best Actress must have been nearly petrified yesterday. Do they have the energy to gossip today? Nevertheless, Ling's fame is undeniably substantial. Most of those who frequent the internet for gossip have heard of her. The speculations among gossip enthusiasts have spread, attracting an increasing number of viewers, causing the live stream's popularity to surge to the forefront. Unbeknownst to Jia Shaoxi, he might currently be experiencing the pinnacle of his fame, yet he continues to engage in futile justifications. Who said you communicated this to me via WeChat? You spoke to me privately when no one was around. You were emboldened by this very fact, were you not? If so, surely there must be a time and place? Qiu Nian remains unperturbed. As long as you specify the time and place, I am willing to cooperate in reviewing the surveillance footage. How could I possibly recall that clearly? Jia Shaoxi feigns recollection, planning to concoct a non-existent location devoid of surveillance. However, Wang Rongxin can no longer contain herself. She lunges forward, intent on striking Qiu Nian. I have never encountered such a shameless woman. Not only do you seduce other women as boyfriends, but you now refuse to acknowledge it. I shall tear your face apart and see how you continue to entice men. At this point, Qiu Nian is genuinely astonished. Has all her discourse been to no avail? Indeed, some individuals comprehend human speech less than dogs do. Encountering such individuals who adhere rigidly to their misguided beliefs leaves one utterly exasperated. They are unwavering in their conviction that their perceived truths are the only reality. Even when faced with irrefutable evidence, they refuse to acknowledge it. Much like victims who, despite police intervention, seclude themselves indoors to send money to scammers, or the elderly who doubt the words of legitimate doctors yet trust dubious health supplement vendors. They are victims, yet confronting them evokes a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. Of course, Wang Rongxin is far more detestable than these individuals, while the latter merely harm themselves. Wang Rongxin's actions aim to thrust the innocent Qiu Nian into the flames. Not just Qiu Nian, but also numerous actresses Jia Shaoxi has previously slandered before her. Each one, Without exception, Wang Rongxin regards as an imaginary adversary. Unable to compete with their fans, she resorts to fabricating slander online to tarnish their reputations, even spreading scandalous rumors. And Ling will not tolerate her antics, forcefully pushing Wang Rongxin away to shield Qiu Nian. Why are you so certain that Qiu Nian seduced your boyfriend? Qiu Nian resembles a celestial being, while your boyfriend is merely an ordinary man, nearly 20 years her senior. What could she possibly see in him?
Is it his age or his decline?
Ha ha, what a venomous tongue, yet it seems to convey nothing but truth. There is some merit to that. Although I am not acquainted with Qiu Nian, one must admit, with her looks, she could not possibly fade into obscurity. Why would she jeopardize her future with such actions? Furthermore, I find her appearance somewhat familiar. She certainly possesses a star-like quality.
Ah,
Could it truly be Ling? I would not mistake her. Ling, what brings you here? Is it really Ling? Indeed. I am a fan. I would not mistake her. But what is she doing here? Oh no, where is her manager? Come and manage the situation. You're a fan, and you do not know her manager is utterly incompetent, only capable of hindering her progress. Isn't Ling's manner of speaking truly like this? No. If she intervenes, how shall we enjoy the spectacle? The enthusiastic crowd murmurs about the best actress, who nearly faced a knife yesterday, yet appears at the gossip scene today. A paragon for us gossip enthusiasts. I am moved to tears. Let us all express our gratitude to the best actress. Thank you, best actress. Chapter 11. At a distance. Genuine and faux aristocrats. Up close, a bunch of misfortunes come together. Upon hearing Ling's remarks about Jia Shaoxi, Wang Rongxin appears even more agitated than before. Her blood rushes, and the little reason she possessed vanishes entirely. Why can she not appreciate Shaoxi? He is so exceptional. And every actress he works with seeks to undermine me.
oh,
The corners of Ling's mouth subtly lift beneath her mask. She recognizes her objective has been achieved. Has a similar incident occurred before? And who else aspires to undermine you? Jia Shaoxi is too late to intervene. Wang Rongxin is intimately familiar with the names of those actresses, cursing them online daily, mentally rehearsing their names over and over, envisioning herself confronting them and forcing them to beg for mercy. Yet, due to the stature of these actresses, she cannot confront them directly.
but now.
Someone dares to inquire about those who wish to usurp her position? She has long awaited this day. Wang Rongxin rapidly lists off a dozen names without faltering. Each of these individuals is a well-known actress in the entertainment industry, including Ling herself. At this moment, silence envelopes the crowd. The situation has evidently escalated to an absurdity that defies description. Is Jia Shaoxi some sort of currency, adored by all? Luminous beauties juxtaposed against the pallid Jia Shaoxi. Everyone's minds converge on one thought. Does he truly deserve this?
Huh?
What have I just heard? Am I mad? Or is Wang Rongxin mad? Or has the world gone mad? I extend my gratitude to Wang Rongxin and Jia Shaoxi for inexplicably making me laugh. Without them, who else could amuse me? The mystery is solved. This is not a moral dilemma but a demonstration of delusional disorder. Thus, the gossiping netizens find amusement. To genuinely resolve the issue, one must visit a mental health facility, for either Jia Shaoxi or Wang Rongxin must surely be mentally unwell. But why could it not be that both are afflicted? After Wang Rongxin recites that lengthy list of actresses' names, it becomes clear that no one will believe her. Qiu Nian's suspicion is completely dispelled. Even director Lin, who has been eyeing Jia Shaoxi's popularity while considering Wang Rongxin's family status, can no longer maintain his composure. Not a single name on that list is one he can afford to cross. This situation has escalated to a serious level. If he still stands by Jia Shaoxi, denouncing Qiu Nian, it essentially equates to condemning those actresses. Director Lin forces a strained smile and says, Shaoxi, there must be some misunderstanding here. Jia Shaoxi is drenched in cold sweat, hastily responding, yes, it is indeed a misunderstanding. He begins to tug at Wang Rongxin. Rongxin, let us return and discuss this. I'll explain everything to you. Yet, Wang Rongxin turns against Jia Shaoxi. She cannot comprehend why he does not side with her, instinctively sensing something is amiss. However, her instinctual understanding is flawed. Why must we return to discuss this? Do you harbor a guilty conscience? Are you truly interested in another woman? Jia Shaoxi is at a loss for words. He cannot fathom why Wang Rongxin is behaving as though she has been severely provoked. He believed that by confiding in her, he could demonstrate his desirability to this daughter of the Wang family to ignite a sense of jealousy and urgency within her. Although Jia Shaoxi holds a favorable self-image, he is well aware that a person of Wang Rongxin's status is a rare opportunity. He cannot afford to let this chance slip away. Wang Rongxin's infatuation with Jia Shaoxi stems from a character he portrayed. Their relationship is largely fueled by her fervent admiration, akin to that of an ardent fan for their idol. The relationship between fans and idols is precarious, capable of shattering at any moment. The power dynamics are entirely in the hands of the fans. They are the ones who can choose to withdraw at will. This is especially true considering the disparity in status between Jia Shaoxi and Wang Rongxin. Consequently, he fears that once the novelty wears off, the young lady might discard him. As he has often relied on this very charm to impress others, now, he merely seeks to apply it to a different subject. Despite the past successes of this approach, Wang Rongxin has always listened attentively, except for the times when Jia Shaoxi had to repeatedly affirm his exclusive love for her. This time, she has inexplicably escalated matters to the point of involving the production team. And Ling, after consulting the character database, discovered that Wang Rongxin had indeed been recently unsettled. Her parents had entered into a marriage of convenience devoid of genuine affection. Although she had every material possession one could desire, she had long felt the absence of familial warmth. This engendered in her a pathological yearning for love, which, since it could not be derived from her family, she sought in romantic relationships. A few years prior, she had watched a film in which Jia Shaoxi played a character devoted to love. In that moment, she believed he was meant for her. Thus, in her eyes, Jia Shaoxi was bound to love her unequivocally and must love her entirely. Rather than being enamored with the man himself, she was enamored with her idealized version of him. Her Jia Shaoxi was to be flawless, unwavering in his affections. And despite the throngs of women captivated by him, he would love only her. Those other women became, in Wang Rongxin's perception, blemishes upon the canvas of their perfect love, and she believed that harboring animosity towards them was an act of safeguarding her own affection. Yet, she had previously maintained a semblance of rationality, abstaining from confrontations in person. This time, however, she disregarded all caution and stormed into the production team, spurred by the shocking revelation of her parents' impending divorce. She learned that her parents had both established separate families, and the love she had long yearned for was being enjoyed elsewhere. Their children were the fruits of genuine affection, while she was left questioning her own worth. Coincidentally, Jia Shaoxi had mentioned that the leading actress of the new project was interested in him, prompting Wang Rongxin to realize she could no longer remain passive. She had already lost her family. The only thing left was Jia Shaoxi, and she could not afford to lose him as well. Initially, they had refrained from making their relationship public, considering Jia Shaoxi's status as a public figure and the presence of female fans. However, she was now unconcerned about the ramifications. She intended for everyone to know that Jia Shaoxi was hers, to prove that she was worthy of love. And Ling, upon reviewing the character database, recognized that encountering this couple was simply unfortunate. Of course, she herself was not faring much better, as the malicious fan responsible for attempting to harm her had concocted rumors based on Wang Rongxin's disparaging posts about her imagined rival. Thus, the narrative came full circle. From a distance, the genuine and the counterfeit were indistinguishable, yet upon closer inspection, it was merely a gathering of misfortunes. Chapter 12. As long as I do not admit it, no one can prove that I am who I am. So, is this your justification for slandering them? And Ling regarded Wang Rongxin coldly.
Jean E. Baby.
What on earth? Why isn't Ling addressing her as baby? What do you mean by baby? Jean E. Baby. It's Jean E. Baby. I have endured this account for far too long and have reported it numerous times without any action taken. I don't understand. Please clarify. Just search for this ID on Weibo. This account has a considerable following and consistently disseminates unfounded negative news about female celebrities. Some of it is truly outrageous. And not only does this account spread various rumors, but it also engages in heated arguments with fans attempting to reason with them, seemingly existing solely for the purpose of defamation. Many familiar with this account began to illuminate its nature in the comments, noting that it is not a marketing account, as it never accepts advertisements or participates in shared plans, appearing to exist solely for the purpose of slandering celebrities. Those unaware began to search Weibo, discovering a litany of baseless malice and vitriol. Normal individuals expressed their bewilderment. What purpose does this account serve? The language is utterly offensive, and some claims are clearly fabricated. How can anyone believe this? So, why didn't Ling mention it out of the blue? I just went through the information again. Did you not notice that all the female stars this account targets were on the list Wang Rongxin just submitted? It does seem so. And Ling was also among them. I have a bold theory. Look what I have uncovered. Jin E Baby, Jin E Shi, Jia Shaoxi. This account belongs to Jia Shaoxi. You must be kidding. Facepalm, laughing in disbelief. Finally, one understands the concept of having all the formulas correct but arriving at the wrong conclusion. How self-absorbed must one be to name themselves Shi Baby? It is clearly Wang Rongxin's account. And Ling was indeed addressing Wang Rongxin. Although this explanation made it easy for everyone to deduce that Jin E represented the character Shi. This Weibo account had never published anything regarding Jia Shaoxi. If Ling had not directly referred to Wang Rongxin by this ID, no one online would have connected the two. The comments section had cracked the case, yet Wang Rongxin was momentarily taken aback when Ling uttered her online name.
How do you know that?
Her reflexive question was practically an admission. Of course, Ling could not reveal that she had discovered this through the character database. To keep a secret, one must not act. Would you rather project unfounded hatred onto innocent individuals than admit you were deceived by Jia Shaoxi? None of those you despise has ever attempted to undermine you. After all, everyone has eyes, and normal people are certainly inclined to prefer the finer things. Is Ling berating Wang Rongxin as a mountain pig, or is she disparaging Jia Shaoxi as pig feed? I believe she is delivering a broadside. Her words are sharp. I adore it. Sister, scold me. And Ling licked her lips, having been poisoned by her own wit. Isn't Ling truly like this in her daily life? How does this contrast with my long-held impression of her? Could it be that she feels unrecognized by everyone and thus allows herself to be free? That seems unlikely. The individual streaming live also noticed these comments and attempted to interject. And Ling, you are absolutely right. I represent the onlookers in my support for you. Upon hearing her name, Ling instinctively retorted, I am not Ling. Ling. The others could not help but laugh. What is this? Speaking absurdities with eyes wide open? As long as I do not admit it, no one can prove that I am who I am. Jia Shaoxi and Director Lin finally felt a looming sense of dread. The figure before them clad in black was unmistakably Ling. Yet, Wang Rongxin was utterly incensed. She finally understood why this person had inexplicably involved herself in Qiu Nian's affairs, because they were cut from the same cloth. They both sought to undermine her, to seize what rightfully belonged to her. Wang Rongxin disregarded everything else and lunged at Ling, driven solely by the desire to tear her face apart. Ling, however, was not intimidated. She had been acting since childhood and had learned various combat techniques for action scenes. While she could not boast mastery, she was more than capable of handling Wang Rongxin, provided she did not encounter a treacherous assault like the one the previous day. Of course, physical confrontation was out of the question, and Ling intended only to subdue Wang Rongxin. However, before Wang Rongxin could even reach her, Ling was unexpectedly pulled back a few steps by a force from behind. Caught off guard, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The person holding her draped in an open coat that shielded her entirely. The faint scent of a familiar cologne wafted to her nostrils, prompting Ling to instinctively wrap her arms around the person's waist. She paused for a few seconds before looking up to meet his gaze. Though the other party was also wearing a mask, Ling immediately recognized the owner of those eyes. Yanyu? What on earth is he doing here? However, Ling's hands, which had been icy cold, suddenly felt warmth as they rested against Yanyu's waist, prompting her to tighten her grip impulsively. Brother, you smell delightful. Your waist is so slender. Wang Rongxin did not cease her assault on Yanyu merely because Ling was shielding him. She rained down fists on his back like a frenzied storm, causing Yanyu to emit a muffled grunt. Ling, nestled in his embrace, distinctly heard that sound. And she attempted to push Yanyu away, but he stubbornly refused to budge. Annoyed, Ling cast a glare at Yanyu, only to catch a fleeting glimmer of amusement in his eyes. In that instant she understood. Let go of me. I do not require your chivalrous rescue. A feigned injury. This is undoubtedly a ruse. It's akin to his deliberate concealment of his leg. He wants me to feel guilty and retract my engagement. Is this the only trick he has up his sleeve? Yanyu's lips, concealed beneath his mask, curved into a subtle smirk. So, what if it's the same trick? If it proves effective, that suffices. Wang Rongxin had already been restrained by Jia Shaoxi and Director Lin, yet she continued to hurl curses. And one would think she harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Ling. An's father and mother squeezed through the throng. Xiaoling, Xiaoyu, are you both unharmed? Ling was utterly speechless. Why are my parents here? Earlier, An's father and mother, along with Yu, had dared not approach too closely for fear of being discovered by Ling, only able to observe from a distance. However, upon witnessing Ling seemingly provoke the adversary, they were gripped by concern for her safety, especially since she had nearly been harmed the previous day. Thus, when they perceived the situation escalating, they instinctively rushed over, disregarding the possibility of being spotted. Fortunately, Ling appeared to be unharmed. Yu finally released her, and Ling extricated herself from his arms, directing a soul-searching inquiry at the trio before her. Why are you here? Are you following me? The three exchanged furtive glances, none daring to respond. At that moment, the parties involved had divided into three groups. Jia Shaoxi and Director Lin held Wang Rongxin back, preventing her from advancing. An's father, mother, and Yu encircled Ling. Only Qiu Nian stood alone between the two groups. She could hear Ling's thoughts, thus recognizing An's parents, and couldn't help but steal glances at them, inadvertently locking eyes with An's mother, who was avoiding her gaze out of guilt over Ling's question. It was that very glance that allowed Pei Yuning to discern Qiu Nian's face, leaving her utterly stunned in place. Chapter 13. How did things escalate to this point? Due to standing at a distance and the angle of her view, compounded by Pei Yuning's focus primarily on Ling, she had failed to truly see the girl named Qiu Nian's face. Although Pei Yuning had often heard Ling's thoughts regarding the so-called false daughter and other such revelations, she had never genuinely believed them. Yet now, uncertainty clouded her mind. From the moment she laid eyes on Qiu Nian, an indescribable sensation stirred within her, a blend of familiarity, bittersweet sorrow, and an inexplicable desire for closeness. Pei Yuning continued to gaze at Qiu Nian. Despite the mask, the complexity of her emotions shimmered through her eyes, leaving Qiu Nian equally entranced. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Qiu Nian recalled how her friends often jestingly called her little Pei Yuning, remarking on how strikingly similar their eyes were, with their faces sharing at least 3 or 4 points of likeness. The cacophony of Wang Rongxin's frenzied insults and Jia Shaoxi and Director Lin's attempts at explanation and apology echoed in her ears. Yet, those two pairs of extraordinarily similar eyes remained locked in a tranquil gaze, as if everything around them was inconsequential. In stark contrast to the serene atmosphere between them, the live stream room covering the unfolding drama was in complete disarray. The barrage of comments erupted. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. First, from Wang Rongxin's side, netizens not only learned that she had been spreading malicious rumors against actresses who had collaborated with Jia Shaoxi, but they also extracted a critical piece of information from her disjointed tirades, that it was Jia Shaoxi himself who had mentioned the actresses attempting to usurp her position. My goodness, how shameless can Jia Shaoxi be? This goes beyond mere arrogance. What is he playing at? Who knows? How could a rational person comprehend his thought process? Have they all lost their minds? And Ling had only been a child when she collaborated with him. How could Wang Rongxin possibly believe it? Had she been bewitched? One must admit that, to a certain extent, the two seemed quite compatible. One could only hope they remained bound together, never to enter the market. Where are Jia Shaoxi's fans? One would love to interview them about their thoughts right now. Any normal fan would surely distance themselves. The abnormal ones would only grow more obstinate in their self-deception. Meanwhile, the situation with Qiu Nian and Ling appeared even more perplexing. First, an unidentified man shielded Ling in his embrace, enduring blows on her behalf. Then, 2 eerily familiar figures emerged. It was terrifying. One might have thought Ling was about to be assaulted by Wang Rongxin. Surely not. Considering she had nearly turned the tables on an assailant wielding a knife just yesterday, with her reflexes and skills, it was hard to believe she had never trained. Who was this man in the black coat? Why was he embracing my wife? And were those two her parents? I couldn't quite recognize her father. But the other one is undoubtedly Goddess Pei. I am her devoted fan. There's no way I would mistake her. How amusing. Just moments ago. And Ling denied her identity, and now her parents have appeared. Let us see how she manages to refute that. Friends, do you not feel something is amiss in this situation? Why are Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian locked in their gaze? I now understand why Qiu Nian seemed familiar. Do you not see the resemblance between her and Pei Yuning? What's wrong, Yuning? An's father noticed Pei Yuning's unusual demeanor and followed her line of sight, causing him to freeze in astonishment. And Ling and Yu turned to look as well, and Ling felt Yu grasping her hand, seemingly offering comfort. Yet, she was too preoccupied to acknowledge it. As a question brewed in her mind. Now that Qiu Nian has met the family, Does that mean my task of revealing the true daughter's identity to them has been accomplished? And Ling's voice brought a moment of clarity to the four individuals present, reminding them that this was not the time or place for such discussions. They should depart before proceeding. Once Pei Yuning regained her composure, she approached Qiu Nian and inquired, "Hello, are you Qiu Nian? Please do not be afraid. I mean no harm. It is simply too chaotic here right now, and it would be best if you did not linger. Would you like to leave with us? I can take you home." She would address the matters concerning Jia Shaoxi and Wang Rongxin later. The truth of the situation was already evident, and it would not adversely affect Qiu Nian. As for Director Lin's project, it hardly piqued Pei Yuning's interest, and he did not strike her as a reasonable person. It was best to abandon the production and make it up to Qiu Nian later. Qiu Nian was equally perplexed, eager to clarify many things. So she accepted Pei Yuning's proposal and joined them in the vehicle. And Ling was equally bewildered by how events had spiraled into this. Why were all five of them in the same car? The vehicle was the one and Ling had driven here. Now, her father was at the wheel, her mother in the passenger seat, while Ling found herself sandwiched between Yan Yu and Qiu Nian in the back seat, fidgeting restlessly. None of them dared to speak. As Ling silently screamed within, "What has transpired? How did things come to this? Is there some plot unfolding that I am unaware of? Have Qiu Nian and the Yin family already acknowledged one another, leaving me in the dark? Mom and Dad, please say something. Are you concealing the truth about my identity as a false heiress to spare me heartache? Please, I've already faced death once. What more can I not endure? If you do not enlighten me, how am I to maintain my role as the malicious supporting character? I need some room to maneuver." However, the more Ling spoke, the heavier the hearts of father and mother became. They had initially believed that something was threatening Ling's life, unaware that she had already faced death once. Even though Ling was not their biological daughter, they had spent over 20 years caring for her as their own. How could such affection be easily cast aside? The mere thought that Ling had suffered in their ignorance was enough to pierce their hearts with sorrow. If Qiu Nian were truly their biological daughter, they would certainly wish to acknowledge her, yet that did not mean they would abandon Ling. After all, innocence resides in every child. Yet, Pei Yuning soon realized that this was profoundly unfair to Qiu Nian. In her leisure time, she often indulged in novels, having encountered countless storylines involving true and false heiresses. She now recognized that her current thoughts mirrored those of the biological mother in such tales, who always seemed incapable of maintaining balance. Each time she witnessed this, she felt a pang of frustration, questioning how they could be so oblivious to right and wrong, when unconditional support for their true daughter should be paramount. Yet now that she found herself in a similar predicament, she comprehended the delicate balance required. Must she cast Ling out of the Yin family simply because she was not her biological daughter? Such a course of action was beyond her capabilities. Chapter 14. Yan Yu intends to annul our engagement. Pei Yuning's thoughts were in disarray. She shook her head, attempting to suppress the tumult within. The situation remained unclear, and the foremost priority was to ascertain the veracity of Ling's sentiments. Other matters could be contemplated later. Similarly bewildered was Qiu Nian, who had just experienced an overwhelming cacophony on set, now fully convinced that she had indeed heard Ling's innermost thoughts. It was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, she was the sole individual capable of hearing them. Qiu Nian carefully reflected on the events that had transpired, concluding that neither Jia Shaoxi nor the onlookers could have heard. Otherwise, their reactions would have betrayed their awareness. But what of Ling's parents and the unfamiliar man beside her? Father and mother sat in front, their expressions hidden from Qiu Nian's view, compelling her to scrutinize Yan Yu with utmost caution. Just then, Ling's erratic gaze finally settled upon Yan Yu's legs, leading her to recognize something amiss. Having known that Yan Yu's legs had healed, she had not questioned his standing earlier. Now, it dawned on her that he had brazenly walked about with such ease. Why has Yan Yu ceased to feign? Wasn't he pretending to be incapacitated in a wheelchair to avoid annulling our engagement? Ling found herself perplexed. Could it be that the character inquiry device was not entirely accurate? It is known, Yan Yu pretended to be lame to prevent the annulment of our engagement. Yet he is no longer pretending. Ling suddenly grasped the implication. From this, it can be deduced, Yan Yu intends to annul our engagement. Yan Yu's body jolted, hastily interrupting Ling's errant thoughts. Xiao Lingham? Ling, ever committed to her character, responded coldly to Yan Yu's call. I had intended to surprise you and your parents when I visited the Yin family, but you left in such haste that I could not convey my message.
Look.
My leg is healed, and I can stand and walk normally now. Your parents were overjoyed upon hearing this news, which is why we followed you here, to let you see it at the earliest opportunity. You are deceiving me. You recovered 3 years ago. Yet, upon reflection, and Ling realized that while she was aware of Yenyu's prior recovery, her parents remained oblivious. From their perspective, learning of his healing could indeed prompt such actions. After all, Yenyu had been injured while saving Ling, and the family harbored guilt towards him. Knowing he was well again would undoubtedly bring them immense joy. And Ling, still skeptical, inquired, "Is that true?" "Indeed," Qiu Nian quickly affirmed, feeling a slight sense of relief. Ever since learning of Ling's potential peril, Qiu Nian had been on edge, uncertain of how Ling would react upon discovering her thoughts were audible. Yenyu's explanation conveniently provided a rationale for their surveillance. Otherwise, Qiu Nian would have struggled to justify their presence, fearing Ling might uncover something amiss. Seeing Qiu Nian's affirmation, Ling nodded without further contemplation, though she was uncertain what to say to align with her character. The primary female lead was nearby, and she could not afford to falter in her persona. Let me ponder. What should a malicious supporting character, who only flatters the male lead, say at this juncture? Surely, it must be about the annulment. Is this young lady named Qiu Nian? Yenyu suddenly interjected, interrupting Ling's musings. Qiu Nian glanced between Yenyu and Ling, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she politely replied, yes. Although Qiu Nian remained perplexed by many aspects of Ling's thoughts, she now grasped that this man, Yenyu, could undoubtedly hear them as well. It was too coincidental. He had interrupted Ling precisely when she mentioned the annulment both times. Moreover, Ling was far more intriguing than she had initially presumed. Otherwise, considering her composed exterior, Qiu Nian could not have anticipated the depth of her inner dialogue. Yenyu then inquired about Qiu Nian's address, as they had brought her along under the pretext of driving her home. Qiu Nian provided the name of a neighborhood, prompting a brief sigh of relief from father and mother. It was an upscale community, suggesting that Qiu Nian's circumstances were at least favorable. The pressing issue remained, and Ling's thoughts regarding Jia Shaoxi and Wang Rong Xian had clearly proven true. What if the matter of the true and false heiresses? Could that also be genuine? Qiu Nian's emotions were now exceedingly complicated. She found it difficult to discern whether she desired the truth to be real or false. Ideally, she wished to remain oblivious, as this revelation would undoubtedly disrupt her familial relationships and life. Yet, she recognized this as mere subconscious avoidance. If it were false, nothing would transpire, but if true, she would have to confront it. The 5 individuals in the car were each lost in their tumultuous thoughts, and no one dared to speak further, as it seemed inappropriate to do so without concrete evidence. And father's vehicle moved slowly, yet eventually arrived at Qiu Nian's community. As Qiu Nian expressed her gratitude to the occupants, preparing to open the door, and mother suddenly called out to her. Qiu Nian and mother cautiously began. If it is not too much trouble, could you provide me with a contact number? She quickly added, I mean no other intentions. I simply feel a sense of familiarity with you. Qiu Nian hesitated momentarily before nodding and adding in mother on WeChat. As she opened the car door to leave, just as she leaned out, a sudden sharp pain and tugging sensation struck her head. Qiu Nian gasped in pain. What happened? Anne's father and mother anxiously turned their heads to check on the situation in the back seat. Qiu Nian, covering her head, sat back down to look at Ling. Her eyes filled with confusion. Why did you pull my hair? Ling innocently pointed to the zipper pull on her coat and said, Your hair got caught in my zipper, so I tugged it. Qiu Nian looked down and indeed saw several strands of hair caught in the zipper of Ling's down jacket. Yet she distinctly felt someone grasping her hair and yanking it sharply. Could it be that she was mistaken? That was close. I almost forgot the most important thing. Once I obtained Qiu Nian's hair, everything will be settled. If I can discreetly pull a few strands of my parents' hair for a paternity test, my mission will be complete, right? Unaware that she had just been caught in a lie, Ling continued to sincerely apologize to Qiu Nian. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice earlier. My apologies. Qiu Nian turned to face Anne's father and mother, only to find them awkwardly averting their gazes. From their expressions, Qiu Nian could deduce that everyone in the car could indeed hear Ling's innermost thoughts. So, did they also believe they were her parents? Qiu Nian glanced once more at the few strands of hair in her hand and ultimately decided to say nothing as she exited the vehicle. Chapter 15. The truth behind the false heirloom. The veracity of this matter had been thoroughly established. Upon returning to the Yin household, Yenyu did not linger. He had hastily returned from abroad due to Ling's situation and had unfinished work awaiting him. Seeing that Ling was unharmed, he felt reassured enough to leave. After dinner, Ling wandered around her parents, then, as if making a sudden discovery, exclaimed dramatically, "Oh dear, Dad, why do you have white hair? Let me help you pull it out." Anne's father and mother were already aware of her intentions, and thus they turned a blind eye and played along. "Really? Then go ahead and pull it out. Little Ling, help your mother check as well. If she has any, let us pull them out together. After all, your father and mother are getting old." "That's not true," Ling replied while tugging. "It's perfectly normal to have 1 or 2 white hairs. I've had them too. Mom and Dad, you're still young." "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. You don't actually have any white hairs. But just to be safe, I'll pull a few more." And Chong also wandered over. "Little Ling, can you check me too?"
No.
"You don't need to." And Ling held onto father's hair in one hand and mother's in the other, directly refusing Chong's request. Rushing back to her room to place the hair into a pre-prepared sealed bag. Once Ling went upstairs, and Chong turned to his parents and asked, "What do you plan to do once the results come out?" The events that transpired with Qiu Nian's crew had garnered significant attention online, and Ling's name was frequently mentioned. And Chong, who usually kept up with news about his sister, was naturally aware of the situation. After viewing Qiu Nian's photographs, he had already come to understand that Ling's innermost thoughts were likely true. Qiu Nian was indeed his biological sister, while Ling had been mistakenly switched at birth. Although Chong felt a whirlwind of emotions, he realized that the bond he shared with Ling over the years was genuine and would not be altered simply because they lacked a blood relationship.
To him,
this was merely the addition of another sister, and Ling's position in his heart would remain unchanged. However, he also understood that this matter would affect his parents differently. Especially for Anne's mother. On one hand, there was her biological daughter, whom she carried for 10 months, and on the other, there was Ling, whom she had lovingly nurtured for 22 years. How could she choose? Regardless of her choice, it would bring her pain. Pei Yuning remained silent for a long while before finally speaking through gritted teeth. "In any case, both children are innocent. We should first ascertain the truth. If it was merely a case of mistaken identity, both families can amicably discuss the matter, as this issue affects more than just us. If it was a deliberate switch..." Pei Yuning took a deep breath, ultimately resolving, then let little Ling move out. Pei Yuning had said all she needed to, but Shu Hai and Chong understood her implication perfectly. If this was indeed just an accident, both families could negotiate a way to coexist, with the best outcome being that each family ended up with 2 daughters. However, if it was a premeditated act to ensure their own daughter had a better life by switching with Anne's daughter, then the family would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their daughter and would not easily forgive those responsible. As for Ling, whether from the perspective of compensating for the biological daughter or from the standpoint of her being the cause of this situation, it would be impossible for her to continue living with the family. Financially and materially, they would ensure Ling was not deprived, but emotionally, it would be difficult to treat her as they once had. Neither Shu Hai nor Chong voiced any objections, tacitly agreeing with Pei Yuning's decision. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Chong finally spoke. "I've already sent someone to investigate Qiu Nian's family. I'll inform you once there's news." Anne's father and mother nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said that Ling's actions were remarkably swift. The next day, all members of the family, except for the youngest brother Rui, received an anonymous email containing the paternity test results of Shu Hai and Pei Yuning with Qiu Nian and Ling. The results revealed that they were indeed the biological father and mother of Qiu Nian, while there was no blood relation to Ling. The truth behind the false heirloom was now definitively established. Anne's father, mother, and Chong had mentally prepared themselves for this outcome, and upon reading the email, they merely sighed deeply, feeling a sense of resolution wash over them, before beginning to contemplate their next steps. However, Jun had been completely unaware until now. Upon seeing the email, he reacted just as the others had when Ling had first mentioned she wasn't a daughter of the family, as if struck by lightning. His mind blanked for quite some time, unsure if he was the only one who received the email, or if the others had as well. He hesitated before daring to call Chong. "Eldest brother, I need to tell you something. I received an email saying that little Ling isn't our biological daughter, but Qiu Nian is, right?" Upon hearing Jun's panicked voice, Chong understood what he wanted to convey. "You received it too?" Jun became frantic. Did the others receive it as well? What's going on? Is someone trying to target little Ling and harm the family? How is she doing? Has she said anything? Jun, And Chang's solemn voice interrupted in Jun's barrage of questions. Sensing something amiss from his brother's tone, and Jun ceased his inquiries. After a brief silence, and Chang's voice returned, and Jun, the email is indeed true.
Impossible. And Yun emotionally countered.
How could little Ling not be our biological sister? Who is this Qiu Nian? Have you investigated? And Jun. And Chang's voice turned serious. You can continue to regard little Ling as your sister, but the fact remains that Qiu Nian is your biological sister. I hope you won't dismiss her out of hand. They were still investigating the circumstances, and the email had actually been sent by little Ling herself. He would explain the specifics in detail when Jun returned home. But until then, he was to keep this matter to himself, including from little Ling. Do you understand? And Jun knew and Chong well enough to recognize that his brother would not joke about such serious matters, which meant every word he spoke was sincere. Yet, the suddenness of this revelation made it extraordinarily difficult for him to believe and accept. He could only heed his brother's advice to act as though nothing had happened, focus on the concert, and return home to uncover the truth after the tour concluded. And Jun found herself restless and unable to eat or sleep, disturbed by the email sent by Ling. However, Ling was not faring much better as she awaited her family's reaction to her message, only to find that, after a prolonged period of anticipation, nothing had transpired. During dinner, she scrutinized the expressions of the three individuals at the table, only to discover that they appeared perfectly normal, indistinguishable from their usual selves. And Ling was left perplexed. What on earth is happening? Have they not seen the email? That shouldn't be the case. Even if our parents haven't checked, my brother should be reviewing his inbox daily. Yet their reactions suggest they are entirely oblivious. Should I just show them the email directly? Tentatively, Ling retrieved her phone and began, Mom, Dad, Big Brother, today I received a rather peculiar email. And just then, Chong abruptly stood, declaring he had unfinished work in the study, urging them to take their time with dinner. Me too, chimed in both father and mother as they rose, suggesting a stroll to aid digestion. They departed the dining room without affording Ling a chance to utter another word. Ling. Chapter 16. At least a level of a major scandal intermediary, the family intended to investigate the truth behind the switch between Ling and Qiu Nian before broaching the subject with Ling. Yet she remained unaware. She resolved to wait another day. If her family did not respond by then, she would present them with the paternity test report directly. That evening, Ling received an unusual phone call from her manager, Yang Yao. She had been the subject of trending topics for the past few days. And Yang Yao's call seemed to stem from the myriad of speculations circulating online regarding Ling and Qiu Nian. The trending topics related to Ling had been incessant, with nearly one-third of the entries on the hot search list linked to her. It all began with the Qiu Nian award ceremony. Immediately after Ling received her trophy, she wielded it as a weapon, an act that could only be described as unprecedented. Although there was video evidence proving that she had acted in self-defense when faced with a life-threatening situation, the incident still ignited considerable controversy online. The majority expressed relief over Ling's quick reflexes, especially given that her assailant was armed with a knife. Any misstep could have resulted in tragedy. Thus, the prevailing sentiment was one of admiration, with her fans even compiling a highlight reel of her altercation, generating goodwill from numerous bystanders. Yet, there were dissenting voices asserting that Ling's response was excessively brutal, claiming that striking an adversary in the head was a precarious choice and questioning whether Ling harbored violent tendencies. They suggested that there must have been some egregious provocation on her part to elicit such retaliation. Ling's fanbase, renowned for their tenacity, was further incensed by the criticisms, leading them to vociferously defend her. One hand does not clap alone. If you lean your face in, I'll give it a try and see if it makes a sound. Come on, the other person was armed. What good is your moral posturing? A woman must be ruthless. They argued. If she hadn't acted decisively, it could have been Ling or Qin Wanlan who suffered injuries. It's easy for you to speak now, but in the heat of the moment, who could have foreseen it all? They pointed out the absurdity of labeling self-defense as a violent inclination, suggesting that those who could twist logic in such a manner should take up go, changing all their opponents' pieces to their own color. Otherwise, would the saints among you care to enlighten us on how to deal with someone wielding a knife? Shall we illuminate them with your divine light? The disparity in numbers and strength between the two sides was overwhelmingly skewed, resulting in a one-sided scenario, with those opposing Ling quickly retracting their comments. Remaining were the critiques of the security measures at the award ceremony. How could such an individual infiltrate and take the stage with a weapon? If it was Ling this time, who might it be next? Curiosity also arose regarding the identity of the escort and her motivations. The internet harbors no secrets. and skilled sleuths can always unearth the truth. Soon, her social media was uncovered, revealing her to be a known detractor of Ling, who had previously shared a post alleging that Ling had usurped a role from someone else, declaring her intent to see Ling meet her end. At this point, the public had paid little mind to the initial post, dismissing it as just another instance of a celebrity smear campaign. However, as the events leading to Ling's trending status were pieced together, it became apparent that the escort's actions were motivated by a belief, instigated by a post from Wang Rongxin, that Ling had stolen a role from her idol. Thus, the escort believed she was avenging her idol by attempting to harm Ling. And it was only through Ling's revelation of Wang Rongxin's social media that the entire narrative unfolded. The logical connections were established, and the community was left astounded that the two major scandals were intertwined. What level of intrigue did Ling occupy in this drama? As for the second scandal, it seemed she was not directly involved. Without her, the full scope of the story may never have emerged. Thus, while she may not be the primary player, she certainly occupies the role of a significant intermediary in the saga. This was a prime example of an unforeseen calamity, and one could only be grateful that she emerged unscathed. Otherwise, her misfortune would have been dire. Yet, it was not only her misfortune at play. Qiu Nian and those manipulated by Jia Shaoxi and Wang Rongxin were equally affected. The earlier female celebrities who refrained from confronting their detractors had grown accustomed to facing various forms of malice, and taking legal action would often be met with accusations of pettiness. After all, they were public figures. Weren't they entitled to some measure of criticism? However, familiarity does not equate to indifference, nor does it necessitate silent acquiescence. Ling's recent actions escalated the situation's intensity, prompting public outrage against Jia Shaoxi and Wang Rongxin. Consequently, several actresses embroiled in the controversy issued legal warnings, preparing to take these two to court. Public sentiment overwhelmingly supported them, and the tide turned against those who attempted to diminish their grievances. Yet, even more sensational developments lay ahead, as insiders revealed that Wang Rongxin had stabbed Jia Shaoxi. Following a heated argument upon their return, Wang Rongxin felt deceived by Jia Shaoxi, who believed her actions were reckless and could jeopardize his career, ultimately leading to their breakup. Unable to withstand the emotional turmoil, Wang Rongxin resorted to extreme measures, stabbing Jia Shaoxi with a fruit knife. Fortunately, the injury was not life-threatening, but Wang Rongxin was apprehended due to the incident. Reports suggested that her family claimed she suffered from mental health issues, indicating they were not entirely neglectful of her situation. What a spectacle! It seemed a case of dogs biting dogs, a cycle of karma unfolding. As the blade that narrowly missed Ling ultimately found its mark in Jia Shaoxi. Nonetheless, one could not help but feel sympathy for Wang Rongxin. As rumors circulated of her parents' infidelities, undoubtedly a significant emotional blow for her. While the logic holds, it does not excuse her for spreading falsehoods about others. Indeed, the escort's motivation to harm Ling stemmed from the malicious rumors propagated by Wang Rongxin. Had anything happened to Ling, who would have been the more pitiable figure? It had been a long while since Ling had encountered such a whirlwind of events, and she found it exhilarating. Finally, there was the matter of the relationship between Ling and Qiu Nian. Ling's presence on the set where Qiu Nian was engaged in her duel against Jia Shaoxi and Wang Rongxin was inherently peculiar. Yet, given her conspicuous disguise, it was evident that she was not there to clarify the situation. Under normal circumstances, this would not warrant significant concern. Perhaps she was merely passing by. However, the crux of the issue lay in the uncanny resemblance between Qiu Nian and Pei Yuning, one that surpassed even Ling, who was purportedly Pei Yuning's biological daughter. Pei Yuning is an illustrious actress of the highest caliber, a veritable luminary in the realm of cinema. Although she retired from acting at a relatively young age, she once held the esteemed title of a public goddess, and even after more than a decade away from the screen, her fame remains unparalleled. Numerous members of the younger generation are still remarkably familiar with her on-screen persona. Ling shares a resemblance to Pei Yuning, not in her facial features, but in her overall aura. In stark contrast, Qiu Nian bears no resemblance in temperament, yet if one were to focus solely on her facial features, it would be entirely plausible to claim she is Pei Yuning's biological daughter without raising any skepticism. If Ling and Qiu Nian were not connected in any way, the public might merely regard Qiu Nian's resemblance to Pei Yuning as coincidental. However, their paths fortuitously crossed during a live broadcast, culminating in Qiu Nian meeting Pei Yuning directly and even riding in Ling's car, which inevitably stirred speculation. Chapter 17 humorously suggests the possibility of a true or false heiress scenario. Speculations regarding Qiu Nian's true identity have gained significant traction. What exactly is the relationship between Qiu Nian and Ling? Am I the only one who perceives Qiu Nian as resembling the goddess Pei more closely than Ling? No, you are not alone. Could she perhaps be a relative from the Pei family, maybe even Pei Yuning's niece, or a similar relation? Surely not. If she were indeed a member of the Pei family, what need would she have to participate in such a modest web drama? A mere gesture of support from the Pei family would suffice. Perhaps she simply seeks to hone her acting skills independently.
Yet.
I can't help but notice a resemblance between her and Ling's father, as well as Ling's elder brother, particularly in their pronounced noses. You might be biased. Their eyes resemble Ling's mother's, while their noses mirror her father's. Could it genuinely be possible that they are Ling's biological parents? We only know that Ling has a fraternal twin brother. There's been no mention of a triplet sister or sibling. Perhaps there was a mix-up at birth, indicating a true or false heiress scenario. Haha. This comment was initially posted in jest, with no one taking it seriously at first. However, as others joined in with laughter, some even humorously requested recommendations for novels about true or false heiresses. A growing number of enthusiastic netizens began to reply and share their favorite reads, quickly elevating this comment to the trending section. Subsequently, a certain marketing account, reveling in the chaos, shared a screenshot of this comment, leading the topic of Ling and Qiu Nian's potential true or false heiress status to trend absurdly on social media. While the majority of the comments were lighthearted gestures or novel recommendations, there were also bewildered onlookers earnestly questioning the authenticity of the claims.
Yang Yao,
intrigued by the trending topic, called Ling to probe into the matter. Ling, have you seen the trending topic? Upon hearing this, Ling immediately understood Yang Yao's intent, suspecting she was sent by Gu Qinming to inquire about the situation. After all, her identity as the daughter of the Yin family was the only thing that had piqued Gu Qinming's interest. Now that her status was under scrutiny, he would undoubtedly want to know the truth. However, with the involved parties still unaware, Ling was not inclined to divulge any information. Even if she were to disclose it, she would wait until the Yin family was informed and prepared before making any public statements, lest Gu Qinming exploit her situation.
No.
I've been recuperating at home and haven't checked my phone much. Yang Yao, believing in Ling, assumed she truly had not noticed the online happenings and thus inquired, "What is your relationship with Qiu Nian?" Qiu Nian?
Who's that?
I haven't heard of her, Ling replied, feigning ignorance. Yang Yao found this odd. How could Ling not know? Didn't you meet her yesterday in that entrepreneurial town in the west of the city? You must be mistaken. I've been home these past few days and haven't gone out, Ling maintained her act. Yang Yao caught on, realizing Ling was taking advantage of the fact that no one had captured her face to deny any association with the figure in black. Thus, Yang Yao pressed further. Why don't you check the trending topic? There's a photo of Qiu Nian, and she bears a striking resemblance to teacher Pei Yuning. The internet is buzzing with speculation about whether you two are true or false heiresses. You might want to consider having someone address it. You're my agent. Handling the trending topic is your responsibility, Ling responded nonchalantly. Precisely because I'm your agent, I need to grasp the truth to formulate a strategy that is most advantageous for you. Yang Yao probed. Qiu Nian couldn't possibly be teacher Pei's daughter, could she? At that moment, a voice from outside the room called for Ling to come to dinner. She acknowledged it with a soft chuckle and simply replied, "Guess." As the call ended, Yang Yao seethed silently. I wonder how long you can remain smug. If it weren't for wanting to assist Qinming, who would bother catering to a spoiled heiress like you? She quickly dialed Gu Qinming's number, her tone immediately sweetening. Qinming, I just spoke with Ling, and she refused to say anything. I suspect this whole matter is merely a fabrication. If it were true, it would be utterly absurd. I see. Gu Qinming's voice came through, devoid of any discernible emotion. Don't hang up. Can we not have a conversation after you called me? I've been your agent for several years and am currently assisting you. Why not chat a bit more? There was a brief silence on Gu Qinming's end before he coldly replied. Focus on your responsibilities and you will reap your rewards. Do not entertain unnecessary thoughts. With that, he hung up, having been abruptly cut off by both individuals. Yang Yao's mood was understandably low. However, her feelings towards the two were markedly different. While she cursed Ling in her mind, she felt a twinge of intrigue regarding Gu Qinming. He probably has no idea how charming his aloof demeanor is. Here I am, working tirelessly for him, and the benefits I seek won't come easily. At the Yin family dinner table, father, and mother, and Chong, and Ling dined together. And Ling observed the other three, noting that they seemed to be avoiding any discussion about the paternity test. As dinner progressed, no one had broached the subject. Is it possible that no one has checked their email, despite my reminders? Yang Yao's earlier call prompted Ling to consider that the trending topic had been circulating long enough that her family must have seen it. She decided to address the matter directly. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, have you seen the trending topic?
Trending topic?
What trending topic? The speculation about Qiu Nian and I being true or false heiresses, and Ling replied directly.
Oh.
I've been rather busy lately, and haven't had the time to check the trending topics, and Chong responded calmly. There are many rumors online. It's best to just take a look. And father and mother nodded in agreement as they continued their meal. And Ling sensed an odd atmosphere. It seemed her family was deliberately evading conversation with her. Yet, she was determined not to let the matter linger any longer. Previously, due to a lack of concrete evidence and her inability to directly reveal that she had learned from a novel that Qiu Nian was the true daughter of the Yin family, she had opted to pursue the paternity test first. Now that she had received the results, there was no reason to remain silent. Watching her family finish their last bites and prepare to leave, and Ling took the initiative to stand and place the 4 paternity test reports she had brought down on the table. The trending topic is true. I am not your daughter, Qiu Nian is. Silence enveloped the room, an oppressive quiet that felt almost palpable. And father and mother and Chong all stared at the reports in front of them, yet none uttered a word. This was far from what Ling had anticipated. She scrutinized their expressions one by one, gradually realizing the truth. You've already seen the emails haven to you? As the silence lingered, and Ling finally comprehended that they had been pretending to be unaware, putting on a charade for her. Confusion washed over her. Seeing that you all intend to act as if nothing has transpired, Chapter 18, what image do we truly hold in your heart? Realizing there was no evasion possible, and Chong reluctantly spoke up. Ling, we initially planned to discuss this matter with you once everything was clarified. Clarified? What is there to clarify? And Ling replied, perplexed. The paternity test report is conclusive. It is quite evident that I was swapped at birth with Qiu Nian. She is the rightful daughter of the Yin family. We need to investigate how this swap occurred, and Chong's tone turned serious. After all, and Chong hesitated, aware that Qiu Nian's current parents were Ling's biological parents. He felt it might be inappropriate to suggest in front of Ling that her biological parents were not the ones she believed them to be. Yet, some truths must be articulated. Given our family standing, we must ascertain whether the Qiu family intentionally orchestrated this. And Ling remained silent, prompting Chong to feel a sudden surge of anxiety. He feared that his uncharacteristically grave demeanor might have caused her distress. Both Mr. and Mrs. N were equally troubled. Although Ling had long been aware of this situation, even subtly encouraging them to uncover the truth, learning she was not the genuine daughter must have been heart-wrenching. Had she wept in secret? Was she frightened that the Yin family might cast her aside? Did she constantly fear losing their affection? The mere thought of these possibilities made Mr. and Mrs. N, along with Chong, feel exceedingly cruel. And Ling had done nothing wrong. She was merely threatened by an unknown force, yet they had even contemplated the notion of her moving out. Ling and Chong finally mustered the courage to speak again. Regardless of the outcome, this is not your fault. I will always consider you my sister. Our bond remains unchanged. Trust in your elder brother, all right? Observing the inexplicably somber atmosphere and the complex expressions of guilt and sorrow etched on her parents' and brothers' faces, and Ling surmised that they were concocting various scenarios in their minds. Thus, she cooperatively displayed a look of feigned trepidation and vulnerability, nodding gently while articulating a soft, tearful Seeing her like this only deepened the anguish of the Yin family, who felt an overwhelming urge to disregard everything and keep Ling by their side. However, in the next moment, Ling's inner thoughts rang clear. Surely, they don't believe the Qiu family intentionally swapped me with Qiu Nian to allow their daughter to enjoy a life of luxury while the Yin family's daughter suffers. Do they? What other explanation could there be for the swap but nurse negligence? But that was a prestigious private hospital, which affluent family would have their child born there. The Qiu family would have to be exceedingly foolish to do such a thing. They too raised Qiu Nian like their own cherished daughter, albeit more discreetly than the Yin family, and certainly did not wish for her to enter the entertainment industry. Which is why Qiu Nian has always had to forge her own path. What you should be contemplating now is not whether the Qiu family deliberately switched the children, but whether they would even want Qiu Nian back. The Yin family, while they may not rival the Yin family in prestige, The Qiu family was undeniably a highly educated and socially esteemed household. Although Qiu Nian's material life was not as extravagantly lavish as what the Yin family offered in Ling, she still had access to all she desired, and the love bestowed upon Qiu Nian by the Qiu family was no less than that given to Ling by the Yin family. Hence, in the original narrative, Qiu Nian initially had no desire to join the Yin family, nor did the Qiu family wish for her to leave. Conversely, Ling, the malicious antagonist, viewed the Qiu family as inferior to the Yin family. In her eyes, wealth equated to worth, and the Qiu family could never afford to provide the same level of financial support and resources as the Yin family. She believed her transition from being the Yin family's daughter to becoming the Qiu family's child was a demotion in social class. Thus, Ling threw tantrums, adamantly refusing to return, showing disdain towards the Qiu family, which led them to feel utterly disheartened by their biological daughter. The Yin family, faced with Qiu Nian's reluctance to move in, and with the swap being a mere accident, were more than content to maintain their existing arrangement with Ling. However, after calamity befell the Qiu family, leaving only Qiu Nian alone, she was reluctantly taken in by the Yin family. It was during this time that Ling embarked on her treacherous path as a malicious antagonist, relentlessly targeting Qiu Nian and employing various schemes to slander her, thus alienating Qiu Nian from the Yin family. On the rare occasions when her schemes were uncovered, Ling would feign innocence, adeptly manipulating the emotions of the Yin family. Each time she was caught, she would lament that her actions stemmed from an overwhelming love for them, asserting that her sensitivity and jealousy were merely the consequences of her fear of losing them, portraying herself as the true victim, lamenting why everyone deemed her the villain. She would even claim to have lost her biological parents and that the Yin family, with whom she had spent so much time, was abandoning her, leading her to question the very meaning of her existence, to the point of staging mock suicide attempts. When Ling first read the original text, she was appalled, unable to comprehend how she could have been the one to cry out on the floor, exclaiming, "I have feelings too. I viewed you as my true parents and brother for over 20 years, and simply because we lack blood ties, you treat me this way? Even if you considered me a mere dog, you should not show such coldness towards me." The Yin family seemed utterly blinded, falling prey to her ruse, which led Qiu Nian to feel completely disillusioned with them. In summary, the original text depicts Ling as a relentless instigator, driving Qiu Nian into a state of utter isolation, thereby laying the groundwork for her eventual emotional entanglement with the male protagonist. Ling neither comprehended nor respected her original self, while she did not believe herself capable of such deeds. She now found herself grappling with a burgeoning distrust of her own character. After all, the past served as a cautionary tale, akin to how she never believed she could act so cruelly towards Yenyu, yet she had done precisely that. What if, upon Qiu Nian's return, Ling truly began to emulate her original counterpart's erratic behavior? But what of the Yin family? Gazing at her parents and elder brother, Ling found it difficult to fathom that they could be so misguided. Was it the narrative's coercive influence at play? If she refrained from stirring the pot, might circumstances improve? Sigh. Should Qiu Nian even be allowed to return? Upon hearing Ling's thoughts, the Yin family was taken aback, mistakenly believing that she was unwilling to have her identity reclaimed by Qiu Nian. If Qiu Nian returns, I would certainly prefer to move out for my own safety. But even if I do move out, what if she is still bullied by mom and dad? The Yin family, Ling, are you perhaps overthinking this? What image do you hold of us? Do you see us as a bunch of irrational bullies? Chapter 19. Can we avoid this encounter? At that moment, Chong's phone chimed, revealing a message from his secretary containing investigative materials regarding the Qiu family. Noting that the inquiry into the attending physician and nurses at the hospital was still ongoing, given that the events transpired over 2 decades ago, and the hospital staff had experienced numerous changes since, unraveling the truth was indeed challenging. Opening the document on the Qiu family, Chong was taken aback to discover that Qiu father, Qiu Zhanya, was a professor in the archaeology department, while Qiu mother, Xu Jiahua, taught literature at the same esteemed university. Their eldest son, Qiu Li, was now a partner at a law firm, and every member of the family was exceptionally accomplished in their respective fields. Even their younger brother, Qiu Shi, a high school student, consistently ranked at the top of his class. Just as Ling had internally mused, such a family had absolutely no need to intentionally swap their children. Chong relayed the news to his parents, Fu and Mu, and sent a message to his secretary indicating that there was no need to continue the investigation regarding the hospital. The owner of that hospital had a significant connection with the Yin family, since the matter was not a deliberate act, and given that over 2 decades had passed. Pursuing it further would not alter the situation. Thus, after careful consideration, Chong resolved to forego any accountability from the hospital. And Ling felt a sense of oddity. Why did no one among her parents and elder brother inquire about her sudden doubts regarding her and Qiu Nian's true identities? She had even prepared several explanations to justify her suspicions, yet they proved entirely unnecessary. However, she chose not to dwell on it further. Her first task had been accomplished. And now it was time for her second task, to publicly reveal her and Qiu Nian's true identities. And Ling intended to provide both the En and Qiu families with a buffer period to absorb the truth before making the announcement, which was why she refrained from hastily posting the news online upon receiving the paternity test results. According to the narrative, once the En family learned the truth, they proactively reached out to the Qiu family and swiftly announced Qiu Nian's true identity as the legitimate daughter. Therefore, logically, this second task should not require her exertion. All she needed to do was wait patiently. Yet, for En Ling, time was of the essence. She needed the En family to expedite their contact with the Qiu family. Mom, Dad, and elder brother, I understand your concerns for my feelings, and Ling pondered for a moment, then feigned a pitiful demeanor and spoke. But I can comprehend your hesitation. You need not worry about me. Please, swiftly clarify the truth with the Qiu family. Hurry, hurry. For the sake of my precious life, please confront the Qiu family without delay. A tear cascaded down in Ling's face, which she quickly wiped away, as if fearing the gaze of others. Just as you hesitated to tell me this matter, I too am reluctant to see you separated from your beloved daughter and sister. Since my elder brother claimed he would still regard me as his true sister, I shall reciprocate. In my heart, you are my dearest father, mother, and elder brother. What a delightful tea. I've brewed such fine tea. You should enjoy it. Let us raise our glasses in welcome of the heroine's return to the palace. The corners of the En family's mouths twitched, fortunately, and Ling was looking down, or she would have certainly perceived something amiss. They were discussing a matter of considerable gravity. Yet En Ling's heartfelt expression had rendered the atmosphere anything but solemn. Nonetheless, the En family did not overlook the crucial point in En Ling's sentiments that her and Qiu Nian's identities seemed to pertain to her very safety. Although the En family was yet unaware of the specific connection, since En Ling indicated that swiftly revealing the truth to the Qiu family could save her life, they were compelled to comply. However, how urgently was this urgency? Pei Yuning tentatively inquired, "Shall I contact Qiu Nian tomorrow?" "Yes, let us heed Mother's counsel." And Ling nodded. "Excellent. It's always my mother who delivers." Feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of preserving her life, and Ling finally felt a weight lift from her heart. The emotional turmoil stemming from the revelation that she was not the biological daughter of the En family had diminished considerably. With a more optimistic outlook, she thought that since she could now engage with Yan Yu in a normal manner, perhaps she could also restrain herself from being a source of discord. Even if she struggled to maintain control, she could constantly immerse herself in her role, isolating herself from the En and Qiu families to avoid any confrontations. And Ling believed that as long as she refrained from instigating conflict and disrupting the relationship between the En family and Qiu Nian, diverging from the original plotline, she could alter everyone's fate. No, it was not merely a possibility. It was imperative that she change their destinies. Not only for the En family but for the Qiu family as well. She could not allow the events of the novel to become reality. Otherwise, what significance would her rebirth hold? Upon En Ling's agreement, Pei Yuning promptly opened WeChat to arrange a meeting with Qiu Nian for the following day. The meeting venue was a restaurant with excellent privacy. As the two sat across from one another, Pei Yuning scrutinized Qiu Nian's face, suppressing her own sorrow, and cautiously began, "Qiu Nian, may I call you Xiao Nian?" Qiu Nian nodded, also suppressing her complex emotions, inhaling deeply as she stated, "So, the results have come in?" Pei Yuning was taken aback. "I know you overheard En Ling's sentiments. She pulled my hair that day to undergo the paternity test, didn't she?"
Qiu Nian,
Perceptive as ever, deduced the implications of Pei Yuning's invitation and the use of the name Xiao Nian, leading her to conclude that the paternity test results were evident. "I am your biological daughter, am I not?" Qiu Nian asked directly, her expression betraying a calmness that belied the turmoil within her heart, as she struggled to contain the bitterness that surged forth with each breath. Pei Yuning nodded and retrieved an envelope from her bag, sliding it across the table to Qiu Nian. Qiu Nian stared at the envelope for a long time, motionless, before finally opening it to reveal 4 paternity test reports. Despite having had 2 days to mentally prepare since parting ways with Ling, the moment of truth was still overwhelming and indescribable. Questions flooded her mind. Why had this occurred to her? How would she tell her parents? Would their treatment of her change? And more selfishly, should she even tell them at all? If she were to be completely self-serving, she truly wished to remain oblivious, to preserve the blissful life they had shared for so long. Why must fate torment her so? Observing Qiu Nian's eyes reddening as she fixated on the reports, Pei Yuning felt a wave of concern. This revelation was undoubtedly challenging for both young women. Qiu Nian, the reason I reached out to you today was to assess your feelings first. When would it be convenient for us to meet with Mr. and Mrs. Qiu? Could we not meet? Qiu Nian spoke softly. Surprised, Pei Yuning replied, What do you mean? Perhaps Ling feels similarly. Our family lacks the wealth and influence of the Yin family. She may not wish to exchange places with me. I am content with my current life and do not want to disrupt anything. I would rather remain unaware of this situation. Qiu Nian. Pei Yuning's eyes brimmed with remorse. Yet when I learned that you were my daughter, I never once wished to remain ignorant of this truth. I only felt worry and regret. Worry that you may have suffered over the years. Worry that you might have been mistreated. And regret for my negligence in failing to discover that my biological daughter had been switched at birth. Pei Yuning's eyes too grew moist. But she continued to gaze tenderly at Qiu Nian. I believe Mrs. Qiu would feel the same upon learning the truth. Upon hearing Pei Yuning's words, Qiu Nian could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Pei Yuning, moved by compassion, rose from her seat to embrace Qiu Nian. As Qiu Nian gasped for breath between sobs, she repeatedly stammered, Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. Pei Yuning, do. Felt the weight of those words. How painful it must be to hear her own daughter express a wish to remain ignorant of such a significant truth. Pei Yuning wrapped her arms around Qiu Nian's shoulders, gently stroking the back of her head in a soothing gesture. Qiu Nian, there is no need to apologize. You are not at fault. None of you are to blame. I am the one who has failed you. After a cathartic outpouring of emotion, Qiu Nian gradually regained her composure, realizing that concealing the truth from the Qiu family was neither realistic nor just. As Pei Yuning aptly remarked, had her mother been aware that Ling was her biological daughter, she would undoubtedly harbor sentiments akin to those of Pei Yuning herself. How could she possibly engage in the deceit of concealing such a truth? Aunt Pei, I am sorry. It seems I can only address you as such for now. Qiu Nian expressed, her eyes brimming with regret. Yet, she found it exceedingly difficult to refer to another person as mother after having called someone else by that title for over 20 years. Despite having only met this new individual twice. It is quite all right, Pei Yuning responded with a smile, her demeanor surprisingly cheerful. I understand. And I am already content with your willingness to acknowledge me. After all, she had been absent from Qiu Nian's life up until now. It was unreasonable to expect her to fully embrace her immediately. Aunt N, Qiu Nian inquired, could you grant me 2 more days? I wish to inform them myself first, so they can prepare mentally. I will contact you in 2 days to decide on a suitable time for both families to meet. Of course, Pei Yuning replied, releasing a breath of relief as she nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Qiu Nian posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Now that you are aware of my relationship with Ling, how do you intend to treat us moving forward? To be candid, Qiu Nian had no desire to leave her family, the Qiu family, to live with the Yin family. Firstly, she hardly knew the Yin family. Without the bond of blood, their paths would likely never have crossed. Perhaps, after graduating, she might collaborate with Ling in the entertainment industry, but that was a distant possibility. Secondly, she was aware that the Yin family belonged to the upper echelons of society, often depicted in television dramas as steeped in rigid customs. Her upbringing and lifestyle were bound to be vastly different from theirs. Even if they were to coexist, compatibility was uncertain. If she were thrust into the Yin household, it would undoubtedly require her to adapt unilaterally to an unfamiliar environment, rather than the environment accommodating her. Most importantly, Qiu Nian was reluctant to part from her own parents and the home she had known all her life. She could not bear the thought of separating from her family. Thus, she genuinely worried that if the Yin family turned out to be as domineering as the narrative suggested, perceiving their biological daughter's abandonment as a disgrace, they might disregard her wishes and compel her to return to their fold. Unbeknownst to Pei Yuning, Qiu Nian's thoughts had spiraled far beyond the immediate situation. She simply relayed the conclusion she had previously discussed with Mr. Un and Chong. We will respect your choices.
Ah?
Qiu Nian was taken aback by such a straightforward response. You will respect our choices? You and Ling? Indeed, Pei Yuning affirmed with a decisive nod. You are both no longer children. You possess your own thoughts and rights to choose, whether you wish to return to the Yin family or not. As long as it reflects your true desires, I will honor your decision. The same applies to Ling, should she wish to return to her biological parents. I shall not impede her. After a brief pause, she continued, however, I must be candid with you. From a personal standpoint, I would prefer if you both remained by my side, but I know I am not alone in this sentiment. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. I would never coerce you into a choice you do not wish to make. Pei Yuning's expression and tone were earnest, and Qiu Nian understood that she spoke truthfully. Therefore, she replied sincerely, Thank you. Upon returning home, Pei Yuning recounted her meeting with Qiu Nian to the rest of the Yin family, communicating the sentiments expressed to Qiu Nian and sharing that they were willing to respect Ling's choices. Ling observed the three family members, who professed to respect her choices while simultaneously gazing at her with eager anticipation, their eyes urging her to choose them. She nearly burst into laughter. Witnessing their reactions, it was impossible for Ling to deny feeling a twinge of emotion. She could sense that, despite the absence of a blood tie, the Yin family had already embraced her as one of their own. In truth, Ling shared Qiu Nian's sentiments. The idea of returning to the Qiu family abruptly was unsettling, and she could not forsake her bonds with the Yin family. Yet, as Pei Yuning had noted, Ling had matured. She possessed both the right and ability to make her own choices, which was why she had contemplated this matter beforehand and had initially intended to move out on her own. However, faced with the three pairs of keen eyes, Ling found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she opted to continue brewing tea, stating, Of course, I cannot bear to part from you, but ultimately, what I possess now originally belonged to Qiu Nian, so it is better for her to return. The luster in the three pairs of eyes dimmed slightly. Did this imply that Ling intended to depart from the Yin household and return to the Qiu family? Qiu Nian could never come back. She would undoubtedly choose to remain with her family. As for me, I am 22 years old. I do not have to live with my parents. I can simply move out. It's not as if I lack other accommodations. My primary concern is the potential for conflict, akin to the narratives where I become the instigator between the Yin family and Qiu Nian. What if the Yin family truly turned against Qiu Nian as depicted in the story? It would be wise for me to distance myself from such drama and observe the situation first. If everything settles, I can always return. The Yin family was left speechless. So, not only did Qiu Nian not intend to return, but Ling also decided to move out? They were not merely failing to reclaim one daughter. They were on the verge of losing both. Furthermore, why did Ling refer to herself as a troublemaker? If she was indeed a source of discord, what did that make them? Chapter 21. The innocence of her brother was entirely in her hands. Through their recent analysis of Ling's sentiments, they had begun to draw certain conclusions. Ling perceived their world as a narrative, in which she labeled herself the wicked supporting character and Qiu Nian the protagonist. Was Ling suggesting she would incite discord between the Yin family and Qiu Nian? How could that possibly be? Setting aside the plausibility of Ling's belief that their world was a story, did they not know the kind of person Ling had become while growing up before their eyes? Moreover, they held confidence in themselves. There was no way they would ever turn against Qiu Nian. The three exchanged resolute glances, each reflecting a shared determination. Since Ling did not intend to return to the Qiu family, and moving out was not her original desire, they could not allow her to burden herself with unsubstantiated grievances. They were resolute in their commitment to keep her with them, confident that the concerns Ling harbored would never come to pass. 2 days later, Qiu Nian reached out to Pei Yuning, arranging a meeting for both families the following week. Ling found the date within the bounds of her responsibilities and raised no objections. However, she had a crucial task to attend to first, keeping an eye on Chong. After all, the following evening was Guan Jingyan's birthday banquet, and the innocence of her brother rested solely in her grasp. Although Chong was unlikely to drown his sorrows in drink due to emotional turmoil this time, Ling remained apprehensive. What if he became overly jubilant upon meeting his long-lost sister? With her presence, she could at least ensure he did not fall into the clutches of the unscrupulous Luo Chen. Chong gazed in bemusement at his well-prepared parents and Ling, reluctant to have them accompany him. Did he not understand their intentions? Now that he had gleaned insights from Ling's thoughts, he was determined not to indulge in drunkenness again, especially with his parents constantly scrutinizing him and imparting earnest advice to protect himself. Subtly inquiring why he had yet to dismiss Luo Chen, And Chong was well aware that Luo Chen's tenure could not continue indefinitely. However, according to Ling's perspective, once Luo Chen was terminated, he would retaliate with slander. Although there were no photographic evidences this time, rumors did not necessitate tangible proof. Would the absence of a photograph prevent Luo Chen from fabricating lies? Thus, he must retain a certain degree of caution this time. He has already installed a camera in his room, intending to capture evidence of Luo Chen's actions before proceeding with any dismissal. Mother and father. It suffices for Xiao Ling to accompany us. What business do you two elders have at a gathering meant for the younger generation? And Chong sighed in exasperation as he regarded his parents. If they were truly concerned for his safety, having Ling by his side would be more than adequate. He suspected that his parents were merely eager to attend in hopes of gleaning some information from her. Why should we not attend? Pei Yuning asserted boldly. Isn't the invitation extended to the entire family? Indeed, and Shu Hai concurred. This banquet is not exclusively for the younger generation. I too wish to reconnect with my old friends. Left without recourse against his parents, and Chong capitulated, instructing the driver to take 2 cars. If you find it unbearable, you may return early. As it is a birthday celebration, there will undoubtedly be private activities for the younger attendees following the banquet. Typically, elders exhibit the courtesy of departing after the main event, allowing the youth some time to mingle and form connections. In the narrative, it is during such an occasion that Chong becomes inebriated and subsequently enlists Qiu Nian to contact Luo Chen for assistance, leading to the unfolding events. Upon entering the banquet hall, the 4 of them immediately drew the attention of all present. After all, the Yin family is a prominent aristocracy, and their every movement is central to the social scene. Qiu Nian, along with his parents as hosts, quickly approached them. After exchanging pleasantries, Chong's parents were soon enveloped by a throng of well-wishers, and as for Chong, with the responsibilities of the Yin family largely resting on his shoulders, the number of those seeking to ingratiate themselves with him was overwhelming. Even Ling found herself besieged by inquiries. Given the tumultuous events she had endured over the past week, anyone who had been in the limelight would naturally attract conversation. The banquet crowd appeared to divide into 3 distinct factions: the elders, such as Chong's parents, engaging in polite discourse; peers like Chong, who wielded authority, conversing amongst themselves; and the less influential second-generation heirs, who flocked to Ling. The second-generation heirs engaged in trivial chatter, devoid of substance. Ling, I have watched your stunning performance that night countless times. When did you realize that someone intended to ambush you? What has become of the individual you confronted? Will she face imprisonment? How did you ascertain that Jin Yibao was Wang Rongxin's alias? Ling felt the atmosphere around her thicken. Just as she sought an excuse to retreat to a quieter space, a caustic voice pierced through the air. Why aren't you asking her about that Qiu Nian? I dare say Qiu Nian bears a striking resemblance to the Yin family. Could it be that the rumors of a false heiress are true? The previously bustling crowd fell silent. They had felt emboldened to discuss inconsequential matters with Ling, primarily due to the Yin family's generally amicable demeanor, in the absence of conflicts of interest. They seldom displayed hostility or discomfort. However, this remark crossed a line, directly questioning Ling's lineage, a provocation that would incite anger in anyone. Everyone was well aware of Ling's favored status within the Yin family, and given their standing, many among them would never dare to speak to her in such a manner, fearing retribution from the Yin family. Yet here was someone audacious enough to provoke Ling openly. As the crowd turned to identify the speaker, they recognized the second daughter of the Yun family, Yun Shirui, and hastily distanced themselves from the brewing conflict, well aware that the rivalry between the En and Yun families was beyond their involvement. Yun Shirui and Ling were of the same age and had traversed similar paths. They had been classmates from kindergarten through university, both having debuted as child stars and continued their acting careers. In fact, they had once been so close that they shared everything, with Yun Shirui even tearfully imploring her family to allow her to skip grades alongside Ling when the latter was promoted in elementary school, just to remain classmates. However, their relationship soured during high school and had persisted in animosity ever since. It was common knowledge that Yun Shirui harbored resentment towards Ling. Most outsiders speculated that Yun Shirui was envious of Ling, as both hailed from distinguished backgrounds and had entered the entertainment industry at a young age. Yet, it seemed that Yun Shirui perpetually lagged behind Ling, exemplified by the fact that while Ling had already claimed the title of Best Actress, Yun Shirui had only starred in a handful of films. If not for the narrative, Ling would never have fathomed that when her reputation crumbled and she found herself without roles, it was Yun Shirui who would extend a helping hand, offering her resources. Chapter 22. Let us reconcile. Regrettably, in the story, Ling perceived Yun Shirui's kindness as an insult, particularly at a time when she had resolved to resort to drastic measures against Qiu Nian. Rather than accepting the gesture, she had dismissed Yun Shirui, interpreting her goodwill as insincerity. This novel, entitled The Overbearing Emperor's Affection, had left Ling increasingly incredulous at her own past actions. Heavens! Have I truly lost my mind? Initially casting a derisive glance at Ling, Yun Shirui's eyes widened in disbelief. She had distinctly heard Ling's voice in her mind, despite the latter having remained silent. Yun Shirui cast a suspicious glance around, noticing that the others appeared unaffected. Could it be that Yun Shirui is genuinely so kind? Why then did she treat me so poorly in the past? Ling, intrigued, entered Yun Shirui's name into the character inquiry tool and discovered that Yun Shirui was, in fact, a quintessential tsundere. Their rift had stemmed from Yun Shirui's disdain for Ling's perceived sycophancy towards Gu Qinming. Driven by a sense of frustration, she had previously attempted to counsel Ling on numerous occasions when their relationship was amicable, only to be met with indifference. In a fit of anger, Yun Shirui had unilaterally severed ties with Ling, and each encounter thereafter ignited her ire. Yet, she often pondered the possibility of reconciliation, unable to muster the courage to approach Ling, which only fueled her resentment, ultimately manifesting in her sarcastic remarks. Very well. It seems I am at fault again. Yun Shirui was momentarily taken aback by Ling's words. Was this truly the latter's inner sentiment? Observing Yun Shirui frozen in place, Ling took a decisive step forward. Yun Shirui, regaining her senses, hastily retreated a few steps. What are you doing? Ling refused to grant her any further distance, striding forward to grasp Yun Shirui's hand. The onlooking second-generation heirs collectively gasped. They had heard of Yun Shirui's disdain for Ling, while Ling had seemingly ignored her. Yet, this time, it appeared that Ling was the one losing her composure. Was she about to strike? Caught in the indecision of whether to intervene, the spectators were rendered perplexed as Ling spoke. Let us reconcile. Both Yun Shirui and the surrounding second-generation heirs were taken aback.
Huh.
As Yun Shirui processed Ling's words, her face flushed crimson, stammering. Who said we should reconcile? Just because you say so, does that mean I have to agree? After uttering those words, Yun Shirui wished she could slap her own mouth. Although elated that Ling had taken the initiative, she could not understand why she felt compelled to act so pridefully. I should have accepted the olive branch. She lamented internally, regretting her inability to apologize in time. I'm sorry. Ling's sudden apology left everyone in stunned silence. What are you apologizing for? Yun Shirui was bewildered. Regardless of the reason, your reluctance to reconcile must stem from something I did wrong. I will continue to apologize until you forgive me and agree to mend our relationship. Ling's gaze was sincere, devoid of jest, leaving all witnesses astounded. When had she ever been so humble? Oh, but that wasn't entirely accurate. She had displayed far greater humility in the presence of Gu Qinming. Yet, on other occasions, she had never shown such deference towards anyone else. Isn't Yun Shirui's birthday just half a month away? I must reconcile with her before then. Did Ling lower herself so much just to celebrate her birthday? Yun Shirui was astonished to discover how significant she was in Ling's heart, and she felt a rush of excitement.
Indeed.
Her disdain for her good friend being a sycophant to Gu Qinming had led her to sever ties with Ling in frustration. Yet she had never articulated this reason outright. Should she tell Ling, if you continue to like Gu Qinming, I will cut ties with you. You can only choose between me and him? If she prevailed, that would be one thing, but if Ling chose Gu Qinming, Yun Shirui couldn't fathom the depths of her sorrow. Furthermore, given Ling's drastic change in demeanor upon encountering Gu Qinming, Yun Shirui felt her chances were slim. The thought that her childhood friend might regard a mere man more highly than her sent her into retreat, unable to confront Ling. Would Ling perceive her actions as inexplicable? Her willingness to seek reconciliation under such circumstances, did that not indicate her importance in Ling's life? Yun Shirui was profoundly moved and believed that since Ling had apologized, she too should extend an olive branch and clarify matters. However, before she could speak, Ling's inner thoughts echoed again. I remember Yun Shirui's brother died in a car accident on her birthday. I must find a way to change this fate. What did you just say? Yun Shirui's expression froze as she blurted out the question. But what could she do? Ling had just stated that her brother would die in a car accident. Her brother was the most crucial person in her life, and she cast aside all else to seek clarity. Ling, oblivious to the gravity of her words, assumed Yun Shuruwei was merely perplexed by her desire for reconciliation. Just then, Chong walked over, greeting Yun Shuruwei. Shuruwei, hasn't he Xingzhou come? Xingzhou was Yun Shuruwei's brother, Yun Xingzhou. The En and Yun families had long-standing ties. So, Chong's inquiry was natural. Yet, given Chong's close friendship with Yun Xingzhou, he surely knew where he was. Startled by Ling's previous thoughts, Yun Shuruwei felt a surge of impulse, and the interruption from Chong allowed her to regain some composure. When Chong asked her the question, she subtly shook her head. Yun Shuruwei froze, as if a realization dawned upon her. Was Chong attempting to prevent her from inquiring about her brother with Ling? Didn't Chong also hear? Chapter 23. Could it be that Ling lacked comprehensive information from her side? My brother has been working at the branch office out of town, and hasn't he returned yet? Unable to decipher Chong's intentions, Yun Shuruwei could only set aside her suspicions and answer his question. Indeed, Yun Xingzhou has been in Ningqing, initially. He was supposed to return in about a month due to work commitments. Now, Yun Shuruwei felt even more astonished. While it was not difficult to ascertain that Yun Xingzhou was in Ningqing, how could Ling possibly know how long he would be staying there? But to return and celebrate Yun Shuruwei's birthday, he managed to condense his work into half a month and kept it from her, wanting to surprise her by catching the flight back just before her birthday. Hearing this, Yun Shuruwei recognized this was indeed something her brother would do. Yun Xingzhou was a decade older than her, embodying both brotherly and paternal roles. He had always doted on her, ensuring he was present for her birthday every year, even if it meant dropping everything to celebrate with her, regardless of how remote her filming locations were. Thus, when Yun Xingzhou mentioned he would be away for a month and might not make it back for her birthday, she had hardly believed him.
Now,
upon hearing Ling's thoughts, she felt vindicated, yet the ensuing revelation left her trembling. Unfortunately, the Yun family's driver had gone out the night before, indulging in revelry and failing to rest properly. Fearing for his job, he chose to drive while fatigued, resulting in a car accident on the way back from the airport to pick up Yun Xingzhou, leading to both their deaths. With the elder members of the Yun family passing away early, only the two siblings relied on each other. After Yun Xingzhou's death, the remaining relatives, seeing only Yun Shuruwei left, seized the opportunity to take advantage of her vulnerable state and divided the Yun family estate among themselves. Yun Shuruwei, being resilient, understood that if she could not hold her ground, all that her family had painstakingly built would be forfeited, prompting her to forsake her beloved acting career to shoulder the Yun family's responsibilities. However, her prior ignorance of the family business left her ill-equipped to navigate its complexities, resulting in numerous hardships and losses. Ultimately, with assistance from the Yun family, Yun Shuruwei managed to uphold the Yun family and seized leverage over some unscrupulous relatives, compelling them to withdraw from the family affairs. Yet, in a desperate act, one of them resorted to kidnapping her. Although she was successfully rescued, she lost sight in her left eye due to severe injuries sustained during the ordeal. Thus, all of this stemmed from the car accident involving Yun Xingzhou. As long as she could prevent him from returning that day, she needed to reconcile with Yun Shuruwei before her birthday. Otherwise, she would surely not believe her. You still haven't answered me. And Ling felt that something was amiss with Yun Shuruwei. Her hands had suddenly turned cold and were trembling slightly. Are you feeling cold? And Ling inquired, puzzled, given that the air conditioning in the banquet hall was quite strong. Yun Shuruwei took a deep breath, forcing herself to appear composed, and shook her head.
No.
And Ling instinctively rubbed her hands together, continuing their previous conversation. Can we reconcile? Yun Shuruwei was struck by a tremendous shock. The very fact that she could hear Ling's thoughts was astonishing enough. And now she had learned about her brother's tragic future. She felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. And Ling's gesture of warming her hands provided a modicum of comfort. At least for now, nothing had transpired yet. Yun Shuruwei glanced over at another informed party, Chong, who nodded at her, clearly having been aware that Ling possessed knowledge they did not. Therefore, what Ling spoke must be true. Although she remained unclear about the circumstances surrounding Ling and how she knew of future events, as well as the extent of her knowledge, Yun Shuruwei realized that Ling genuinely wished to assist her, and she was willing to accept this kindness. Grasping the hands that were still warming her, Yun Shuruwei reciprocated firmly. All right, Ling, let us reconcile. Ling was correct, now that she was aware of these events in advance. As long as she could prevent her brother from returning that day, she could undoubtedly alter his fate and save him. The surrounding second-generation heirs, having observed the two individuals who had been at odds, suddenly reconcile as if they were children playing house, found it utterly baffling. They couldn't help but question whether these two were secretly engaging in a whimsical game of reconciliation from day to day. I told you it was just a trivial dispute among young girls. Why did you rush over to intervene? Guan Jingyan chuckled as he approached Ling and the others. He handed a glass of champagne to Chong, casually reporting to Ling, "As soon as I saw trouble brewing here, your brother, neglecting even my birthday, rushed over to support you. It seems you are still his treasured little sister above all." His words were clearly playful, revealing the close relationship he shared with both Chong and Ling. However, Ling sensed an oddity in his tone, feeling somewhat paranoid after her rebirth, yet unable to pinpoint what was peculiar about it. As she scrutinized Guan Jingyan, who continued to jest with Chong, a question surfaced to her mind. Despite Yun Shurui's unfortunate circumstances, she still willingly extends her hand to assist me in my lowest moments. Yet, considering the close bond between Guan Jingyan and my elder brother, one must ponder, why did Guan Jingyan fail to offer his support when the Yin family faced its downfall, leaving my brother with nothing? Chong and Yun Shurui's expressions grew grave, as it became apparent that the Yin family's situation had deteriorated. Not only had Ling encountered misfortune, but the entire Yin family had inexplicably fallen into disarray. Had they known the reasons for the Yin family's plight in advance, perhaps it could have been averted. Their curiosity piqued. How could Guan Jingyan not have intervened on Chong's behalf? Surely, everyone in their circle was aware of the profound friendship between Guan Jingyan and Chong. Was it possible that the information Ling received was incomplete, or that the housekeeper had encountered some personal crisis? Ling, driven by a desire for answers, entered Guan Jingyan's name into the character inquiry tool and clicked to view the results, only to emit a piercing scream. "Brother?" Chong was startled by her shrill cry, akin to a chicken with its throat grasped, causing his hand to tremble and nearly drop his wine glass. Her exclamation was so loud that even father and mother, who were seated a distance away, were drawn over, utterly perplexed by what had so excited Ling. Simultaneously, they felt a twinge of jealousy, wondering why their daughter's instinctive reaction to trouble was to call for her brother rather than her parents. "You regard Guan Jingyan as a brother, but he harbors desires for you." Chapter 24. Exhausted, let it all perish. Chong's hand shook again. This time, he lost grip of his wine glass, shattering the crystal goblet upon the floor. Father and mother stood frozen, their eyes wide, relieved that Ling had not called for them. They thought that if such instances continued, they would gladly relinquish the honor of being called upon to their sons. Yun Shurui, caught off guard, began to cough from the shock, fortunate that Chong's mishap had drawn most of the attention, leaving her discomfort unnoticed. Chong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind preoccupied with the shattered glass rather than the incident itself. The glass lay in ruins between Chong and Guan Jingyan, startling the latter, yet his immediate concern was for Chong. "What's wrong, Chong? Are you all right? You seem a bit unwell," he inquired, reaching out to touch Chong's forehead. Chong finally regained his composure, hastily retreating to avoid contact. Guan Jingyan's hand lingered awkwardly in the air for a moment. He had certainly noticed Chong's instinctive withdrawal, which stirred a hint of displeasure within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a charming smile, elegantly summoning a servant to assist with the cleanup, and gently inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? I can prepare a room for you to rest. Or you could sleep in my room if you prefer." Chong, now aware that his earlier reaction had been excessive, had never anticipated that Guan Jingyan could harbor such feelings for him. Coupled with the psychological scars left by Luo Chen's actions, his instinctive aversion was understandable.
Now,
having regained his calm, he adopted a demeanor of cool indifference and politely declined Guan Jingyan's offer.
"Ie fine.
I merely slipped with my hand and caused you trouble. We are close friends. There's no need for such formality between us." Seeing that Chong appeared to be genuinely unharmed, Guan Jingyan felt a sense of relief, though a fleeting look of regret crossed his eyes, which did not escape Ling's keen observation. Did he just feel regret? Is he hoping my brother would sleep in his bed? No, perhaps not a sister-in-law. Chong felt exasperated by Ling's voice, especially with their parents and Yun Shurui listening. It felt akin to a public execution. And Chong had no way to silence her. One Luo Chen was already bothersome enough. Dismissing an assistant was simple. But Guan Jingyan was a childhood friend. Such ties were not easily severed. Moreover, Chong genuinely regarded Guan Jingyan as a dear friend. Upon reflection, the very fact that he had been oblivious to Guan Jingyan's feelings for so long indicated that the latter had quietly buried his emotions without resorting to any malicious actions or causing Chong distress. Unlike Luo Chen, And Chong understood that feelings could not be controlled by the parties involved. As long as boundaries were respected, he could remain blissfully unaware. As long as he exercised caution in his interactions with Guan Jingyan. While Chong was lost in thought, and Ling was once again engrossed in her discoveries. Initially, she had merely glanced at Guan Jingyan's information and, upon uncovering his long-held affection for Chong, had been distracted by the commotion of her brother's shattered glass. Now, seeing that no further calamity had transpired, she resumed her inquiry. To her astonishment, the revelations were staggering. Oh my goodness! Luo Chen and Guan Jingyan are evidently in cahoots. Luo Chen was actually arranged by Guan Jingyan, who had instructed him on all of Chong's personal preferences and habits, enabling Luo Chen to successfully secure the position of personal assistant and remain close to Chong. Moreover, Luo Chen is actually Guan Jingyan's lover? And Ling could hardly believe her eyes, and the others were equally incredulous, their minds racing as if their CPUs might overheat. What kind of plot twist was this? Guan Jingyan's original intention was for Luo Chen to stay by Chong's side and report on Chong's private life to him, but unexpectedly, Luo Chen developed feelings for Chong, and father and mother and Yun Shirue, As for Chong, he felt utterly dazed, unable to react even as 3 pairs of eyes pierced through him like rays. Exhausted, let it all perish. Yet Ling's thoughts could not be stifled. I had thought that one Luo Chen was merely a pawn, but how could such rumors manipulate public opinion to this extent? It turns out that Guan Jingyan orchestrated everything, including the family's crisis. Not only did he fail to offer assistance, but he also secretly conspired against them, hoping for the family's downfall so that Chong would be left with no options. His intent was to see my brother hit rock bottom, abandoned by all, without anyone to turn to, thus making it possible for him to claim Chong for himself. And Ling suddenly cursed. He actually intends to keep my brother as a kept man. The incident with Luo Chen was clearly outlined in the original novel's plot, and having read it, Ling had not felt the need to investigate Luo Chen further. She never anticipated that a search for Guan Jingyan would uncover such repulsive machinations. However, with the family's downfall, Chong, burdened by guilt towards his family, had taken his own life, leaving Guan Jingyan's intentions unfulfilled. The expressions of the family had grown utterly cold. As the host, Guan Jingyan could not remain by Chong's side indefinitely. He had since moved on to toast others. Chong gazed at the silhouette of the former friend, a chill sweeping through him. The level of disgust he now felt for Guan Jingyan surpassed even that for Luo Chen. He had once believed that Guan Jingyan was different from Luo Chen, at least not intending to harm him, only to discover that even Luo Chen's role as his personal assistant had been orchestrated by Guan Jingyan. And of course, Luo Chen would never reveal his feelings for Chong to Guan Jingyan, for Guan Jingyan was his true benefactor. It wasn't until Guan Jingyan's birthday celebration that he instructed Luo Chen to bring a drunken Chong to his private residence that Luo Chen rebelled. Luo Chen was fully aware of Guan Jingyan's intentions. Though he pretended to comply, he did not follow through and instead took Chong back to his own apartment, leading to the subsequent events. The family finally managed to unravel the intricacies of the entire situation, leaving only Yun Shirue feeling utterly distressed about being left out. What is happening? What occurred afterward? Do elaborate, for your news seems quite sensational. However, those events belong to the original storyline, and this time, both my parents and I are present. Moreover, my elder brother will not succumb to drunkenness due to his emotional turmoil. Thus, Guan Jingyan is unlikely to act recklessly. Is he? Let me take a look. The advantage of this character inquiry device lies in its ability to display not only each individual's information from the original plot, but also to update character details based on the current timeline of the world. And Ling flipped to Guan Jingyan's current intentions. Goodness, realizing he cannot get him drunk, is he planning to resort to drugs instead? And Chong recalled the drink that Guan Jingyan had just handed him, and his spirits plummeted. Chapter 25. The Absurdity of One Individual. It turns out Guan Jingyan had anticipated that both my parents and I, someone not particularly fond of gatherings, would leave after the first half of the banquet. He intended to use the pretext of discussing a collaboration to keep Chong behind, subsequently drugging him in his drink. Then, Guan Jingyan planned to take things further and, after the act, use the excuse of drunken indiscretion to seek Chong's forgiveness. Relieved that Guan Jingyan had not yet enacted his plan, Chong exhaled deeply. Once the banquet concluded, and the elders began to depart, Guan Jingyan indeed used the excuse of a collaboration to persuade Chong to stay until the end of the second half. No, Chong coldly refused, stating that he would return with his family. Guan Jingyan sensed a shift in Chong's demeanor towards him. In his recollection, despite Chong's naturally aloof character, he had never been treated with such disregard. Everything had seemed perfectly normal when Chong first arrived today. What had caused such a dramatic change in just one evening? However, if he allowed Chong to leave now, all his preparations for the night would be in vain. Chong, today is my birthday. Can you spare a few more drinks with the birthday boy? Chong was no fool. Once he grasped the truth, there was no way he would remain. Ignoring Guan Jingyan's words, he turned his back and left with Ling and the others. Watching Chong's departing figure, Guan Jingyan felt a piercing pain in his heart, his gaze gradually darkening with malice. Just as before, father and mother took one vehicle, while Ling and Chong occupied another. Once in the car, Ling finally felt relieved. At last, we are out of there. Excellent. My brother's innocence is preserved. Chong, but I must find a way to ensure my brother distances himself from Luo Chen. Otherwise, he remains in danger. The former is manageable, but the latter seems rather challenging. Ling turned to glance at Chong beside her, realizing her brother was indeed handsome, yet it seemed terribly unfortunate that he had caught the attention of such individuals. How is it that he has been pursued from both ends? Chong, he could not bear to listen any longer. With the journey home still lengthy, would you like to take a nap? The inn residence and the butler's home were quite distant, requiring over an hour's drive. Considering the driver would be cautious during the night, it would likely take nearly 2 hours to reach home, indeed allowing for a brief rest. All right, just wake me when we arrive. Ling closed her eyes and swiftly fell asleep. She had developed a habit of dozing off in the car more easily than in her bed. However, this time, her slumber was anything but tranquil. In a hazy state, she felt as though her consciousness was trapped, remaining within her body, yet devoid of control. Forced to witness her actions from a first-person perspective. Is this a dream? Ling pondered. She watched herself achieve Best Actress, suffer injury, be exposed as a false heiress, and gradually descend into hysteria. She saw Jun's disgrace, Chong's suicide, and her parents aged overnight, even glimpsing the Qiu family. Trapped within this body, she could only observe herself foolishly replicate the behaviors depicted in the novel, powerless to intervene, as everything continued to unfold just as written. Thus, had she truly altered nothing? Why, despite her awareness of it all, could she do nothing? Ling felt herself engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair, gasping for breath like one drowning. Just as she believed she would suffocate, a voice repeatedly called out to her. Xiaoling? Xiaoling? Ling suddenly awoke, her expression one of terror. As if she had been yanked from the depths of water, gasping for air, her body drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoling, what is it? Did you have a nightmare? Chong's worried voice reached her. The slight motion beneath her alerted Ling that she was still in the car. So, was that all merely a dream? Taking a few deep breaths, her racing heart gradually calmed. Brother, I'm fine. I just had a bad dream. Chong nodded in silence, his eyes filled with concern. Ling's reaction had been decidedly unusual. Although she appeared to be asleep, she seemed to endure immense anguish. Certainly, whether regarding the truth of the heiress matter or some undisclosed experiences, it must have affected her, perhaps even harmed her. Once Ling composed herself, the images from her dream continued to flicker through her mind, prompting a pessimistic question to arise. Can I truly change everyone's future? Suddenly, Ling conceived a method to verify this immediately. Perhaps I should check Guan Jingyan's plans after today's scheme has failed. If my brother's situation can be altered, could it not suggest that other matters may also be changeable? Ling once again utilized the character inquiry device to search for Guan Jingyan's name. She had now grasped the device's functionality. If one sought to uncover a character's actions from the original text, the device would display all pertinent information. However, when investigating the reality of the current world, the results could vary each time. For instance, while they were still at the banquet, Ling had seen Guan Jingyan's intentions to drug Chong. Now that her brother had departed, Guan Jingyan's plan had failed, and the ensuing developments would inevitably differ, leading to a different outcome on the inquiry device. Ling had transformed into a screeching chicken countless times that evening, but upon witnessing the new content displayed by the device, she felt utterly drained of all strength and spirit, even the will to scream evaporated. Guan Jingyan had demonstrated just how absurd one person could be. Due to his plan's failure, during the latter half of the banquet, Guan Jingyan sulked and consumed a copious amount of alcohol, yet remained unable to vent his pent-up resentment. One might say, he slept with the bed. He actually conspired with Luo Chen, knowing Enchong would definitely return to the inn residence and not go to his own place. Thus, Guan Zhengyan intended to sleep in Enchong's bed, as Luo Chun had long since revealed the household password to him. Enchong, what has my bed done to deserve this? When he opened the door to Enchong's room, he stumbled upon the sordid activities occurring on Enchong's bed with Luo Chun. Enchong, huh? Only then did Guan Zhengyan realize Luo Chen's feelings for Enchong. He was already in a foul mood, and the two ended up in a fierce argument, even coming to blows. Then, amidst the commotion, they rolled around on Enchong's bed. Enchong. While rolling, they were still calling each other by the name of elder brother. Enchong, damn. Chapter 26. This opportunity to kill two birds with one stone must be seized. The expressions of Ling and Enchong both turned as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. Ling suppressed her nausea and began devising a strategy. Given the current developments, it would be prudent to consider how to leverage the situation to reveal the true nature of these two individuals to Enchong. If only we can ensure that the elder brother witnesses the truth firsthand, regardless of their subsequent justifications, he would likely sever ties with them. This not only paves the way for Luo Chen's dismissal, but also resolves the matter concerning Guan Zhengyan. Such a golden opportunity to kill two birds with one stone must be seized. However, the dilemma lies in what excuse could prompt the elder brother to visit his apartment. I recall that I left a document at my residence in the city, and I may need to retrieve it. Should I have the driver take you home first, or would you prefer to accompany me to the city for a brief detour? Isn't this akin to someone offering a pillow when one feels drowsy? I shall go with you. And Ling replied eagerly. Enchong nodded and instructed the driver to change the destination. And Ling glanced at her watch and realized they were quite close to home. An hour and a half had already passed, and it would take over an hour to reach Enchong's abode, which should conveniently coincide with Guan Zhengyan and Luo Chen's departure. And Ling cast a sidelong glance at Enchong, feeling a twinge of anxiety for her elder brother. What a shock it would be for him to discover his friend and assistant entangled in his bed. Hearing Ling express concern for him even amidst such circumstances brought a measure of comfort to Enchong. Indeed, merely allowing the elder brother to witness the scene may not be entirely foolproof. After all, he was still the target of slander in the original storyline. It would be wise to leave some evidence. Enchong reassured himself, knowing that cameras had been discreetly installed in the room, providing ample evidence if needed. However, mere evidence may not suffice. If Guan Zhengyan spreads rumors first, we would remain at a disadvantage. We must take the initiative. Eureka! And Ling's eyes lit up as she inquired, Elder brother, may I go live? I can't sleep anyway. Why not engage with my fans? A live broadcast? And Chong surmised Ling's intentions and consented. To preempt Guan Jingyan and Luo Chun from framing the narrative, the most effective strategy would be to present the truth promptly. The more witnesses present at the scene, the greater the difficulty for them to distort the facts. While summoning an audience to the scene was unfeasible, having Ling, a first-hand witness, conduct a live broadcast was quite manageable. Moreover, with the immediacy, authenticity, and viewership of a live stream, Guan Zhengyan and his accomplices would find it nearly impossible to concoct lies afterward. And Ling eagerly opened Weibo, thinking, what is the point of witnessing such a spectacle alone? I must share it with everyone. The adage misery loves company rang true. As they approached the community, Ling initiated the live stream, mindful of the timing. Starting too early risk detection by Guan Jingyan, while starting too late seemed contrived. At this moment, the two individuals were either in the throes of a quarrel or already entangled, leaving them little time to check their phones. As soon as the stream began, a torrent of viewers flooded in. Since the award ceremony, Ling had not publicly appeared, and although she had been captured on live stream during the Qiu Nian filming, she had been entirely covered. Her fans were naturally concerned about her well-being, and upon seeing her live, they hurriedly tuned in. Little Ling has gone live. Little Ling, I've missed you. How have you been? Were you frightened last time? Why so late for a live stream? You seem to be in a car. Do you have work today? These comments, filled with genuine concern from her fans, warmed Ling's heart as she greeted and responded to them one by one. Given Ling's frequent appearances on trending searches this week, coupled with her first live stream post-Gold Cloud Award, many familiar with her name also tuned in. What's the deal with that etiquette lady? Was it truly just a rumor from Wang Rongxin? Did you really see someone else's role due to your family background? What's your relationship with Qiu Nian and Pei Yuning? Are you perhaps Pei Yuning's illegitimate daughter? These questions were clearly from onlookers eager for gossip, and naturally, Ling could not respond directly. She merely pretended not to see and continued replying to her fans. I don't have work today. I just attended a birthday party for my brother's friend, and I'm on my way home now. Which brother? Of course, the elder brother. The second brother is still at a concert. Upon hearing that Ling's elder brother was present, the comments section erupted. Wife, let me see my brother-in-law. Sister, show me my husband. And Ling found herself chuckling at the playful remarks. Brother, the fans in the live stream want to see you. May I film you? And Chong nodded in agreement. Thus, Ling directed her phone as camera towards Chong, who amiably waved at the lens. Ah, my brother-in-law is as handsome as ever. Monogamy means one can have both a wife and a husband. Don't you all agree? Let me join this family too. At this moment, the car had entered the underground garage, and after stopping, the driver addressed Chong, young master, we have arrived. The viewers in the live stream certainly heard this. Did we arrive home so soon? Ah, why so quick? I wanted to chat with little Ling. Please, we've waited so long for this live stream. Let us chat a bit longer. No, we haven't reached home yet. We can talk a little longer. But I must accompany my brother to retrieve something from his room. And Ling, wary that Chong might suggest she wait in the car, swiftly opened the door and exited as soon as the vehicle came to a halt. And Chong, understanding her intent, made no effort to dissuade her, merely advising her to watch her step while looking at her phone. Yes, my brother sometimes resides alone, and Ling said, scanning the rapidly scrolling comments for questions she wished to address while following Chong. Ah, a room tour? I must ask my brother first. He rarely stays here, and it's not particularly interesting, resembling a model apartment. And Ling feigned some reluctance while glancing at Chong. Brother, my fans want to see where you live. Assuming Chong would refuse, she planned to accidentally press the button to switch cameras, directing the rear camera towards Chong's room. To her surprise, Chong consented, simplifying the matter further. As Chong opened the front door, Ling promptly switched the camera, intending to film like a video blogger. But Chong headed straight for the master bedroom. And Ling had no choice but to hurry after him, explaining to her live audience. It would take too long to film everything, so I'll just show you the master bedroom. And Chong abruptly grasped the doorknob and flung the door wide open. The moment the door swung open and Ling, positioned beside him, swiftly thrust her phone's camera inside. Chapter 27. My Eyes. My Eyes. A chorus of shrieks erupted from within as two naked figures tumbled together. Startled by the sudden intrusion, they frantically sought something to cover themselves. Unfortunately, the lone blanket had fallen to the floor, and they struggled to separate, managing only to find 2 articles of clothing to shield their modesty. And Chong? The 2 on the bed finally recognized their visitor. However, upon realizing it was Chong at the door, their expressions turned even more alarmed. Qiu, regaining his composure, hastily leapt from the bed, hastily donning a pair of shorts as he rushed over to explain himself. And Chong, you must listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Ling now merely pretended to be stunned by the scene before her, standing frozen in place, her hand gripping her phone motionless at her chest, capturing the unfolding circumstances within the room with utmost clarity. The comment section of the live stream had erupted in chaos. What on earth is this? I ask you, what is this? This bed is absolutely explosive. Oh no, this scene is truly overwhelming. My eyes. My eyes. Ah, this is so blinding. It has truly blinded my poor eyes. Is this not Chong's room? Why are there 2 men on his bed? Could one of them be Chong's partner? It's quite possible. The one who rushed to explain himself looks like someone caught cheating. Why does this person seem somewhat familiar? You two, what are you doing in my room? And Chong flung off Qiu hand, his tone as frigid as ice shards. If you two are so enamored and wish to engage in such activities, why not find another venue? No, and Chong. You know I had a bit too much to drink today and got confused. This situation has completely exceeded my expectations, Qiu stammered, the alcohol clouding his mind, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Who is in love with whom? I absolutely do not fancy him. Ling feigned a return to reality, questioning him. Your mutual affection is your own affair, but the issue at hand is why you are engaging in such behavior on my brother's bed? I had intended to find Chong for a matter, but when I arrived, Luo Chen was already here. Qiu thought only of shifting the blame, desperate to salvage his image in Chong's eyes. I merely drank too much and became muddled. He was the one who seduced me. You're talking nonsense. Luo Chen, seated on the bed, retorted angrily. He had never been the type to passively obey Qiu. The reason he had agreed to become Chong's life assistant was primarily due to the substantial compensation offered, and secondly, because he harbored a genuine interest in Chong. Who would refuse such a fortunate opportunity to be close to a handsome man while earning money? He had not anticipated that he would genuinely develop feelings for Chong. He had planned to entice Chong and then part ways with Nian. Yet, he had not even begun his pursuit when everything unraveled in such a manner. It was primarily Nian's doing, yet now he intended to shift all the blame onto him. Luo Chen knew he was bound to be dismissed by Chong. But given Nian's standing, if Chong remained oblivious to the truth, he might continue to be friends with Nian in the future. Thus, Nian would bear no repercussions, while Luo Chen would shoulder the entire burden. It was absurd that he should endure such an injustice. You think you can pin everything on me? Dream on. With the situation having escalated to this point, Luo Chen resolved to abandon all pretense. Mr. N, you probably have no idea what your good friend and brother, Nian, truly thinks of you, do you? Luo Chen. Nian turned to him, his voice laced with menace.
Continue.
And Chong spoke coldly. Mr. N, Nian has long harbored ulterior motives towards you. My role as your life assistant was entirely orchestrated by him. Luo Chen smiled defiantly at Nian, conveying that since he had shown no kindness, he could expect none in return. Do you think I know your habits and preferences by chance? It is all thanks to your dear friend, Nian's guidance. With a teasing tone, Luo Chen added, he has been quietly admiring and watching you, burying his feelings deep within, unable to confess to you. Loving you to the point of requiring me to report every detail of your private life to him. Loving you so much that he was just calling your name in bed. And Chong, please let me explain. Nian felt an overwhelming urge to tear Luo Chen apart. Yet he maintained a facade of deep affection towards Chong. I am sorry, Chong. I know I have erred, but I truly love you too much. I have liked you for over a decade, and I can no longer discern when it began. Nian even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. I know I should not feel this way about you, but I cannot control myself. I promise to strive to manage my feelings and never cause you any more distress. So, could you please refrain from distancing yourself from me and looking at me with such eyes? I beg you, Chong. The desperation in Nian's voice seemed somewhat sincere, though his disheveled appearance significantly undermined the credibility of his plea. The audience in the live stream was utterly dumbfounded, never expecting to witness such a scandalous secret of unrequited love within a wealthy family. So, it is Nian. I knew he seemed familiar. I apologize for not recognizing him earlier. I'm used to seeing him in a suit. His bare form is quite a shock. This is a bit thrilling, isn't it? So Nian has been harboring feelings for Chong? Obsessed enough to arrange for Luo Chen to be Chong's assistant just to monitor his every move?
Wow.
This possessiveness, what a delusional, brooding tyrant. Both are handsome men. A tyrant is well suited for another tyrant. Are you all mad from reading novels? This is reality. Every move you make is being monitored and reported to another person. Would you accept such a fate? To be honest, it is rather terrifying. And if he likes Chong, why is he on Chong's bed with Luo Chen? Did you not hear Luo Chen? Nian was calling Chong's name. On your bed, with your assistant, who has likely absorbed Chong's scent. Such
A
literary
scene.
Honestly, it's quite disgusting. If I were Chong, I would be utterly revolted. TCH, Luo Chen scoffed dismissively. That sounds lovely. How come I did not know you had such a talent for acting? Mr. N, let me be frank, he is not as deeply affectionate as he appears. While professing his love for you, he has numerous affairs behind your back. As for how I know this, it is because I am one of them. So, it is only natural for us to engage in such activities, as we share that sort of relationship. Chapter 28. What magnetic charm does she possess? Huh? What does that mean? It means Luo Chen's true identity is actually Nian's lover? Sending one's own lover to spy on their crush. Can there be anyone more absurd in this world? I almost fell for Nian's act, thinking he truly made a mistake, harboring a white moonlight in his heart while surrounded by flocks of admirers. Can one truly be deceived like this? If you grow old, do not invest in health products. Nian finally realized that Luo Chen was leaving no face for him, intending to take them both down together. He surmised that no matter what he said, Chong would not believe him anymore, and at the very least, he could not allow Luo Chen to have an easy time of it. How well do you think you are doing? Nian shot a fierce look at Luo Chen. Why don't you explain what you were doing lying on Chong's bed when I opened the door? Nian directly recounted what he had witnessed upon entering Chong's room. Chong, At least I did not do anything inappropriate with you, right? Tonight was simply a drunken mistake, but who knows how long Luo Chen has been harboring ill intentions under the guise of being your life assistant. Do you think his words are credible? He merely seeks to sow discord between us. After all, he was just calling your name. Jesus. Wait. My CPU is about to fry. Is there a class representative? Let me sort this out. So when they were rolling around just now, they were both calling in Chong's name? I cannot believe there are actually two such absurd individuals in this world. So Guan Jingyan sent his lover to be the life assistant of his crush, only for the lover to fall in love with the crush. And then while rolling around, they both treat each other as substitutes. So, brother-in-law, is it wolves in front and tigers behind? How unfortunate for Chong to be ensnared by such a friend. He must have accrued centuries of bad luck. You regard him as a confidant, yet he harbors desires for you, not only for himself, but also inciting others to covet you. For heaven's sake. I am utterly exhausted by the incessant references to the act of sleeping. Yes, I have indeed developed feelings for Chong. What of it? Having stripped me of every last shred of dignity, Luo Chen is already teetering on the brink of hysteria, yet I have no intention of causing him harm. And Chong, you must be exceedingly cautious of this individual. He is no longer content with mere unrequited affection. He has already plotted to ensnare you. Had you not returned early today, he would have slipped something into your drink during the latter part of the soiree, intending for me to escort you to his abode. After uttering these words, Luo Chen promptly reaffirmed his loyalty to Chong. Rest assured, although I acquiesced to him, I would never act upon it. My sole intention was to ensure your safe return. I shall not allow him to prevail. Do refrain from playing the role of the sage after the fact. When I was outlining the plan, you were in full agreement. Who would believe you now? Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream was left in a state of shock. Every time they thought the situation couldn't escalate further, it somehow managed to do just that. Many had merely come to glean insights about Ling due to the recent gossip, never anticipating that the previous scandal was still unfolding, only to find themselves embroiled in an even juicier tale. The plot thickened, featuring a scion of a wealthy family, interwoven with themes of unrequited love, love triangles, deception, drugging, and near-coercive intimacy. This narrative was excessively comprehensive. Wait, how did this melodramatic tale morph into a legal quandary? At this moment, I truly empathize with the elder brother. He narrowly escaped losing his virtue. Someone should comfort him. He must be utterly crushed. And Ling, could you possibly turn the camera towards Chong's face to capture his current sentiments? It appears you have not spared him either. Speaking of which, we are all so taken aback. Isn't Ling completely dazed? The camera has not even wavered, indicating she is likely frozen in astonishment. She has probably been so shocked that she forgot she was still live streaming. Thankfully, this is the case. Otherwise, we would not have been privy to the complete narrative. This is truly remarkable. Is this the third time now? 3 of the most explosive incidents have unfolded before Ling's eyes. Does she possess some sort of magnetism for such dramas? While passing by, I am eager for what may come next. Guan Jingyan, I believe our future encounters are unnecessary. After a silence, Chong finally spoke, his tone devoid of significant inflection. Had he not been concerned about dismissing these two and thereby wasting Ling's elaborate plan, he would have had little patience for their bickering. Will you leave on your own? Or shall I summon someone to escort you out? Guan Jingyan attempted to plead with Chong. We have years of camaraderie. Can you truly be so heartless? I assure you, I will harbor no ulterior motives moving forward. Can we not return to our former rapport? After all, you stand to lose nothing tonight, do you?
Hey.
Do not lay a hand on my brother. And Ling interjected, instinctively shielding Guan Jingyan before suddenly realizing the live stream's continued presence. Oh my goodness, I forgot we were still broadcasting. In a flurry of activity, she hastily redirected the camera, exclaiming, I apologize, everyone. We encountered some unexpected events today. I will chat with you all next time when I have the opportunity. I'm sorry for the disconcerting visuals today. Do not. I find this utterly delightful.
Do not end the live stream.
Let me witness just how shameless this person can be. Indeed. What do you mean by no loss? There is, indeed, a loss. Is not emotional distress a loss? Our collective discomfort does not count as a loss. Has anyone recorded this? Share it so that more can partake in the burden of this loss. According to the principle of energy conservation, the more who see it, the less each individual has to bear. Is that truly how you intend to wield the principle of energy conservation? I have recorded it. I will post it shortly. though I may need to censor certain portions from when I first entered the room. Upon hearing Ling's words, Guan Jingyan momentarily found himself at a loss. Once he comprehended her implication, his expression transformed dramatically, as if he had been struck by a pallor akin to that of the grave. He incredulously stammered, "Why, you are live streaming? My sincerest apologies. Regardless, everything that should and should not have been broadcast has already been aired." The entire sequence of events has been elucidated through the mouths of Guan Jingyan and Luo Chen, thus achieving the intended purpose of the live stream. And Ling, content with the outcome, concluded the broadcast and stowed away her phone. I had merely intended to engage with my fans. Who could have foreseen such events unfolding at my brother's home? And Ling feigned innocence, yet her words were undeniably infuriating. I wonder if anyone recorded it. If this incident goes public, will it not be problematic? Chapter 29. I understand your strength and vulnerability. At this moment, Guan Zhengyan was consumed by a desire to eliminate Ling. Once the live stream video circulates, the situation would spiral beyond control, and the events of the night would become fodder for countless mockeries. Observing Guan Zhengyan's ferocious glare directed at Ling, Chong stepped forward to shield her. Addressing Guan Zhengyan, "I wonder if your parents are still awake at this hour. Even if they are not, I am certain someone would relish the opportunity to let them witness something." The implication within Chong's words was unmistakable. The family steward was not solely responsible for Guan Zhengyan. Now that he had created a scandal and incurred Chong's ire, his prospects of becoming the family heir seemed increasingly tenuous. With this realization, Guan Zhengyan lost any desire to prolong the confrontation. Hastily donning a few articles of clothing, he departed in a flurry. He needed to resolve this issue promptly. If his family were to catch wind of it, his fate would be sealed.
Now,
only Luo Chen remained in Chong's room. Luo Chen, enveloped in a thin bedsheet, knelt on the bed. Following Guan Zhengyan's departure, he abandoned his earlier frenzy. Gazing at Chong with tear-filled eyes that radiated a sense of pitiable vulnerability. His voice trembled as he spoke, "Mr. In." And Ling shivered at the sound of his earnest address. "Mr. In, everything I said earlier was sincere. I would never act against you, as Guan Zhengyan suggested. Please, trust me." My goodness, witness this sudden shift in demeanor. It is no wonder my brother was deceived for so long. Surely, he cannot be gullible enough to believe his fabrications again, even if my brother is unaware of Luo Chen's subsequent actions. The fact that he was sent by Guan Jingyan and secretly shared your bed is indisputable. And Chong thought Ling's lack of trust was excessive. He was neither blind nor foolish. How could he still be deceived? If you truly wish to assist me, you would have alerted me to Guan Jingyan's scheme upon learning of it. Why wait until today? And Chong's piercing words laid bare Luo Chen's ulterior motives, causing his complexion to drain of color. He wished to articulate something more, but realized it would be futile. With a reluctant glance at Chong, he donned his clothing and departed. Finally, the two individuals who had been so distressing had left, and Chong had no intention of stepping further into the room. But given the pretense he had established with Ling about retrieving documents, he had no choice but to frown and randomly extract a file from the cabinet. In truth, he would never place anything of significance here. He had merely followed Ling's sentiments to concoct an excuse. "Let us depart, shall Ling?" And Ling observed Chong, whose expression bore no particular significance, and noted that his response was far calmer than she had anticipated. How curious. It seems my brother exhibits no signs of surprise. Could it be that the dual betrayal by a friend and subordinate has not inflicted any psychological trauma upon him? I understand now. He must be putting on a brave front before me while inwardly crumbling. It's all right, brother. I understand your strength and your vulnerabilities. I want to expose you. And Ling said as she raised her hand and gently patted Chong's shoulder. With a sigh, she said nothing further and stepped outside. And Chong pondered, what kind of image do I hold in my sister's eyes? Does she harbor any misconceptions about me? Despite Guan Jingyan's attempts to remedy the situation, the matter had spiraled out of control and exploded online. After all, the number of viewers who had witnessed the live stream was considerable, and it was not a trivial matter devoid of tangible evidence. The incident was inherently sensational, and with video proof, no amount of effort from Guan Jingyan could stifle it. Deleting content from one platform only resulted in its resurgence on another, creating an unstoppable wave of attention. I finally managed to go to bed early. What a blunder. The early bird catches the worm. While the late riser feasts on gossip, could anyone who was present yesterday enlighten me about the situation? Is it all true? Are those videos genuine? Indeed. I watched the entire live stream yesterday, and Chong opened the door, and there was an enormous bed inside, with two individuals engaged in an intimate encounter, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. But the timing of the live stream is rather coincidental, isn't it? Couldn't Ling have orchestrated this? How is that possible? She started the live stream while in the car, and who could have predicted that in Chong's room would have two individuals indulging in such antics? Surely. And Ling couldn't he have coerced them? Precisely. Moreover, it was only after someone in the comment section suggested she film a room tour that she switched the camera. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen any of it. Absolutely. I will not permit anyone to question my gossip source. Last night, an S parents received a message from Chong, genuinely believing he had merely detoured to pick something up. It was only upon waking the next day that they realized they had missed such a grand spectacle. Amidst their shock, they felt a mixture of relief and sympathy for their son's predicament. If it weren't for Ling, who knows how things might have turned out. Consequently, an S parents extended their condolences to Chong, who could no longer endure the pitying gazes of his parents, as if he were a son almost trampled by a pig, and fled without even having breakfast. The situation had escalated to such an extent that it remained at the top of trending searches for several consecutive days, even reaching June, who was abroad on tour. He called Chong to inquire about first-hand information, but Chong coldly hung up on him. Left with no choice, he dialed mother, from whom he learned that the N and Qiu families were preparing to meet to discuss the matter between Ling and Qiu Nian. However, June was still abroad and could do nothing but fret. And Ling herself was quite anxious as well. After all, Qiu Nian had met both of S parents and had previously spoken privately with mother, whereas it would be Ling's first encounter with her biological parents. Moreover, in the original storyline, her relationship with the Qiu family was quite poor. Although her own reckless behavior was primarily to blame, the thought of possibly being disliked by her biological parents and brother weighed heavily on her mind. Nonetheless, regardless of her concerns, the day for the families to meet had arrived. They gathered at the restaurant where mother and Qiu Nian had previously met. Given that it was the first meeting between the two families, it seemed more equitable to convene at a neutral location rather than at someone's home. The Yin family arrived first. They had barely settled when the Qiu family, guided by restaurant staff, reached the private room. The Qiu family consisted of 4 members, although their younger son was absent. Meanwhile, the Yin family was missing second son June and youngest son Rui. The Yin family, along with Ling, occupied one side, while the Qiu family, accompanied by Qiu Nian, sat across from them. It must be noted that Qiu Nian's decision to inform the Qiu family first, allowing nearly a week for everyone to prepare emotionally before the families met, was a remarkably astute choice. It prevented an overwhelming scene of both families crying over their daughters upon meeting. Naturally, the customary greetings were exchanged, although primarily the elders engaged in conversation. And Ling could sense several glances from the Qiu family directed at her. After a round of pleasantries, Xu Jiaohe finally focused her gaze entirely on Ling. Despite having mentally prepared herself for this moment for quite some time, she found it difficult to suppress her emotions upon seeing Ling. To avoid overwhelming her, Xu Jiaohe endeavored to keep her voice steady, yet her slightly anxious smile betrayed her. And Ling, hello, Xu Jiaohe's voice faltered, and she quickly turned away. While Qiu father swiftly handed her a tissue to wipe away her tears, though his own eyes shimmered with unshed tears. In such a tense atmosphere, the other attendees hesitated to speak. Just call me Xiao Ling, and Ling interjected, breaking the silence. Xu auntie, Qiu uncle. I'll refer to you as aunt and uncle for now. Is that all right? With father and mother present, and Ling found it challenging to directly address them as mom and dad. Upon her initiative, a look of delight spread across Qiu mother's face, and she nodded enthusiastically. Of course, Xiao Ling. And Ling smiled and nodded back at Qiu mother, appearing exceedingly well-behaved, which endeared her further to the Qiu family. Indeed. And Ling bore a resemblance to Qiu father and Qiu mother, possessing an elegant bone structure, inheriting Qiu father's phoenix eyes, and a slight hump in her nose akin to Qiu mother's. Thus, when Qiu Nian first presented the paternity test results to the Qiu family, their initial reaction was disbelief, suspecting Qiu Nian had been deceived. However, upon viewing Ling's photograph, their doubts gradually dissipated. The Qiu family exuded an air of cultured sophistication, especially Qiu father and Qiu mother, whose refined demeanor was striking. While Qiu Li's profession may have lent him a sharper quality, Qiu Nian's presence mirrored that of his parents. In contrast, the Yin family appeared more extroverted. And father and Chong were the two generations of leaders within the Yin family, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed the average individual. And mother and Ling, too, had thriving careers in the entertainment industry, adept at maintaining poise even under the spotlight, effortlessly drawing attention in everyday life. Hence, and Ling and Qiu Nian presented contrasting yet complementary images. One exuded a cool demeanor with a strong aura, while the other radiated vibrant beauty tempered by an introspective quality, underscoring the undeniable influence of both genetics and upbringing. The primary purpose of this family meeting was to discuss the future relationship between Ling and Qiu Nian with both families. Regardless of the preceding pleasantries, the conversation would inevitably shift to this topic. Qiu Nian had already hinted at her intentions during her last meeting with mother, and her stance remained unchanged. I still wish to continue living with the Qiu family. All eyes turned to Ling, and anticipation filled the room. The weight of their expectations pressed heavily upon her. I also wish to continue living with the Yin family. Before the Yin family could even exhale in relief, and Ling's voice rang out once more. Given that Qiu Nian has so resolutely chosen the Qiu family, voicing my desire to move out now would surely hurt my parents' feelings. The Yin family? The Qiu family? As all eyes had been fixed on Ling moments before, the Qiu family naturally noticed their astonishment at hearing Ling's voice without her having initially spoken. Qiu Nian, observing the expressions of the Qiu family, realized that they, too, could hear Ling's innermost thoughts. She had anticipated this possibility and had sent out a pre-prepared message to the Qiu family members present. Qiu Nian, I understand that you may think you are experiencing auditory hallucinations, but what you perceive now is indeed real. However, for certain reasons, we cannot yet disclose this to Ling. Not only you, but the Yin family can also hear her innermost thoughts. I will elucidate the specifics once we return home. But for now, please act as though nothing has transpired. At that moment, the Qiu family received notifications on their phones, yet none possessed the inclination to check them. Qiu Nian could only prompt Mom and Dad, "It seems your phones have received messages. Perhaps you should see if it is something significant." Simultaneously, she gestured discreetly for them to check the messages first. After reading, the Qiu family realized that what had just occurred was indeed no mere illusion. It appeared Qiu Nian had been privy to some information all along, and according to her, everyone present could hear it. Did that mean the Yin family was also aware that Ling wished to move out? The Qiu family's gaze shifted to the Yin family, and they discerned a hint of disappointment on the faces of the three Yin family members. And Chong suddenly cleared his throat and inquired of Ling, "You say you wish to continue living with the Yin family?" Ling was taken aback by her elder brother's sudden question, but having already voiced her intention, she could only respond affirmatively. And Chong, impeccably dressed, extended his pinky toward Ling, stating earnestly, "Then let's make a pinky promise." Ling was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" "We'll make a pinky promise to ensure you remain living with the Yin family," and Chong insisted firmly, emphasizing that she must not move out. "And no, that's unnecessary," Ling stammered. "Oh my gosh, how old am I, and you're making me do this? Don't bring childhood antics into this. If you want to make a pinky promise, can't you just do it later? There are so many people watching."
No.
Both father and mother chimed in, joining the fray as they too extended their pinkies toward Ling, asserting, "And Chong is correct. Since you have declared your intention to stay with the Yin family, you must make a pinky promise. Otherwise, how can we know you will keep your word?" Faced with three pinkies extended toward her, Ling's lips twitched. The scene was both comical and peculiar. Yet, why did they seem so adamant that she must make this promise, as if they would require her to sign an affidavit on the spot if she refused? Ling felt an overwhelming urge to hide beneath the table, but she steeled herself and extended her pinky in return. And mother even recited a rhyme. "Pinkies swear. 100 years without change." Mom, please stop reciting that. Can't you see the Qiu family is trying to stifle their laughter?
Qiu Nian.
I saw you take out your phone. No photographing. Suppressing her laughter, Qiu Nian tucked her phone away. Truth be told, after learning about the true identities of the two daughters, she felt a sense of light-hearted joy for the first time. Observing the dynamics within the Yin family and Ling's character, it was apparent that they were a delightful bunch, and she would likely not have to worry about fitting in. The rest of the Qiu family shared the sentiment, chuckling at Ling's mortification, which brought them great comfort. They had previously harbored concerns that familial bonds would be tenuous in a wealthy household, rife with sibling rivalry. But it seemed that Ling had grown up enveloped in love, and the Yin family appeared to be genuinely kind-hearted individuals. Qiu Nian would likely not face bullying in the future. Above all, the most fervent wish of both families was to foster a harmonious relationship among their children. Chapter 31. The incident involving Qiu Li became the catalyst for trouble in the Qiu family. Once the pinky promise ritual concluded, the Yin family withdrew their hands, satisfied. Observing Ling's flushed face, they finally recognized the need to shift the conversation to give her some time to cool down. Thank you all for your amusement. Ha ha ha, and father chuckled heartily. I almost forgot to mention that not all of our family members are present today. Our second son, and June, and our fourth son and Rue are currently occupied with work and couldn't join us. Next time, we will certainly visit as a complete family. The Qiu family was already aware of this, as Qiu Nian had shared these details while introducing the Yin family. The Yin family had a second son who was a singer currently on tour, and the fourth son was participating in a closed audition program for a boy band. Thus he too could not leave. Given the number of public figures within the Yin family, the Qiu family found it much easier to familiarize themselves with them. They had primarily kept up with news about Ling, even revisiting her film works and watching her recent legendary livestream, which had thoroughly upended in father and in mother's worldview, and now they struggled to conceal their sympathetic gazes toward Chong. Of course, this was a matter they would not bring up. They simply echoed father's sentiments. We too have a youngest son who is still in school and couldn't attend, as he is facing the critical third year of high school, and it is challenging for him to take leave. We will definitely bring him along when he is on break. Indeed, the education of the children is of utmost importance, and father raised his glass. Let us toast to this. From now on, our family shall be one. The others promptly raised their glasses in preparation for the toast. Is it just that he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his sister, and therefore refuses to come? Just a stubborn little brat. I shall let bygones be bygones. And Ling's thoughts acted as a pause button, causing everyone holding their glasses to freeze momentarily, and the smiles on the Qiu family's faces grew a touch awkward. Come, let us toast, ha ha ha. Under father's jovial tone, everyone could only proceed with the toast, as if nothing had occurred. Noticing that father and mother were at a loss for words, Qiu Nian took the initiative to break the tension. She turned to Qiu Li and said, "Speaking of family members, our family is about to welcome a new member soon, right, big brother?" The Yin family looked on with curiosity. Yes, Qiu Li replied, a joyful smile gracing his face. I plan to propose to my girlfriend next month. Congratulations, congratulations. The Yin family expressed their delight. We certainly expect to celebrate that joyous occasion with you. Welcome, welcome. You must come. The Qiu family responded enthusiastically. Your girlfriend? Could it be that lawyer's assistant who was involved with Qiu Li's friend and falsely accused him of accepting money to fabricate evidence, almost leading him to ruin and facing death? Silence. Once again, silence. And Ling's words once more served as a button to pause the joyous atmosphere, though this time, the awkward expressions shifted to the faces of the Yin family. They had just spoken of wanting to celebrate the wedding, yet now it appeared the celebratory wine might be poisoned. They were already aware that the Qiu family could hear Ling's thoughts. But the Yin family had come to trust her words, understanding that her revelations were not baseless. Once she spoke, it was almost as if it were a definitive statement. The Qiu family, however, was in a different position. They held no knowledge regarding Ling's credibility. Especially Qiu Li, as the person directly involved, felt an instinctive surge of anger upon hearing that his beloved girlfriend had been labeled not only as unfaithful but also as a malicious individual capable of causing him harm by Ling, whom he had just met. Qiu Li's brow furrowed, his expression tinged with indignation. He longed to counter Ling's claims, but was acutely aware that this was not the appropriate moment to do so. Firstly, Ling had not explicitly voiced her thoughts. She had merely contemplated them in her mind. It is a well-known principle, especially for a lawyer like Qiu Li, that even the most rebellious thoughts, if unacted upon, do not constitute a crime. Secondly, although Ling was his biological sister, they had previously had no interactions. She had been raised entirely by the Yin family, who clearly regarded her as their own daughter and sister. In matters of sentiment and reason, it is unjust to hold Qiu Li accountable for any responsibilities, as he is merely a blood relation to Ling, who is his sister. Thus, he must suppress his discontent and feign ignorance in the presence of her parents and brother. Yet, Ling's subsequent remarks compelled Qiu Li to take this issue seriously. In truth, this matter has nothing to do with Qiu Li. It entirely concerns his girlfriend, Qi Lingling, and her affair with Qi Yize. The case that led to Qiu Li's predicament was a murder defense taken by Qi Yize for a suspect who, after several years since the crime, believed there might be a chance of acquittal, thus accepting a substantial sum from the suspect's family in exchange for a promise of innocence. To further his aims, he even resorted to fabricating an alibi for the suspect, but the individual providing the false testimony could not withstand scrutiny from the prosecution and ultimately confessed everything. While this was Qi Yize's own misdeed, Ling inexplicably accused Qiu Li of accepting bribes and orchestrating the fabrication of evidence, igniting a scandal that tarnished both Qiu Li's and the law firm's reputations. Although the law ultimately cleared him, the damage to his personal honor remained irreparable. Moreover, the family of the suspect, having lost the case, unjustly placed the blame on Qiu Li, even resorting to violence against him. Those present were incredulous at Ling's assertions. If her claims were indeed true, what connection did Qiu Li have to the events that transpired? Why was he implicated at all? It was clear that Ling shared this sentiment. However, this situation is exceedingly peculiar. Why did Ling suddenly shift the blame onto Qiu Li? Could it be that she harbors genuine feelings for Qi Yize? Even if, hypothetically, she succeeded in implicating Qiu Li, it would not absolve Qi Yize of his guilt. Under normal circumstances, one would abandon Qi Yize and pursue a relationship with Qiu Li instead. Why engage in actions that risk losing both the sesame seed and the watermelon? Regrettably, this matter does not align with the main narrative. In the original novel, the events concerning the Qiu family are scarcely elaborated upon. The turmoil within the Qiu family serves merely as a catalyst for Qiu Nian's return to the Yin family, thus the antecedents and consequences are not thoroughly elucidated, leaving Ling perplexed. Perhaps the original text deemed the truth of this situation inconsequential, as long as it achieved the purpose of bringing Qiu Nian back to the Yin family, neglecting the underlying logic entirely. But this cannot stand. I must clarify this matter. After all, Qiu Li's troubles were the sparks that ignited the Qiu family's crisis. It was the news of Qiu Li being stabbed and rushed to the hospital that led to his parents' tragic accident en route to the hospital, resulting in their untimely demise. Chapter 32. I truly thank you. The expressions of those present grew solemn. Particularly for the Qiu family, this transcended mere belief. The severity of Ling's claims warranted their utmost attention. Moreover, Ling accurately named Qiu Li's girlfriend and the law firm's partner, information known to the Qiu family, thereby validating the authenticity of Ling's insights. As the individual at the center of this turmoil, Qiu Li found his initial anger dissipated, replaced by an urgent concern for the veracity of these claims and the implications they held for his parents' lives. He could not allow the situation to unfold, as Ling had described. Although Qiu Li's troubles were to occur next year, if we calculate the timeline, Qi Yize must be taking on that case by the end of this year. Is that not rather soon? Regrettably, I only know the names of Ling and Qi Yize. I have no knowledge of their appearances. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to visit Qiu Li's law firm? If I could ascertain their appearances, I could investigate why they harbor such animosity towards Qiu Li. It became evident to all present that Ling possessed knowledge beyond that of others, yet her inquiries necessitated both a name and a visage.
Qiu Li understood.
He must devise a means for Ling to meet these two individuals. Subsequently, Ling refrained from further discussion on the matter, suggesting that since the events were to unfold next year, there was no need for haste, and the conversation shifted back to the immediate concerns at hand. Anne's mother remarked, "Our intention is that even if Qiu Nian does not wish to return to live with us, she is, after all, our biological daughter. We must announce this to the outside world, lest we feel we are doing her a disservice." "Indeed," echoed Anne's father. "We believe we should hold a banquet to formally reintroduce her to the Yin family, inviting prominent figures to acknowledge her presence." Anne's father and mother spoke of their banquet plans with ease, yet they noticed the Qiu family's expressions were somewhat strained. Anne's mother, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something amiss? Do you find our arrangements unsuitable?" Qiu's father and mother exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. The decision regarding how the Yin family would acknowledge Qiu Nian rested with them and her. However, given that the Yin family intended such a grand acknowledgement, it would seem inappropriate for the Qiu family not to similarly honor Ling. Yet, the Qiu family was markedly more traditional, preferring a low-key approach in their dealings. They believed in humility and self-reliance, which reflected in their children's pursuits, Qiu Li as a lawyer and Qiu Nian as an actress, both reliant on their own efforts. In contrast, the Yin family operated on a principle of public acknowledgement. They relished declaring their affection and support for their children, striving to showcase their prosperity and connections. To place Qiu Nian in the spotlight before so many unfamiliar faces surely seems a form of torment for her, does it not? It appears she is about to experience what one might call a moment of utter despair. Ha ha ha. And Ling's gleeful commentary rendered both Qiu Nian and the Yin family somewhat awkward. Anne's father and mother had indeed not contemplated this issue. After all, many families within their circle routinely hosted banquets for birthdays, charitable events, or any occasion worthy of celebration. In their view, reintroducing their long-lost daughter warranted a banquet. They overlooked whether the protagonist had any desire for such a spectacle. Furthermore, the propensity for banquets within their social circle often served to strengthen interpersonal connections and facilitate exchanges of interests. It was seldom merely for the sake of celebration. Anne's father and mother envisioned this as a means to demonstrate their commitment to Qiu Nian, ensuring her path in the entertainment industry would be smoother. Ultimately, it was Qiu Nian who awkwardly cleared her throat and spoke. "Uncle, Aunt, I believe we need not hold a banquet. It suffices for our families to be aware of this matter. As for public perception, I do not hold it in high regard." However, Anne's mother, still feeling a sense of obligation, attempted to persuade her, yet hesitated, fearing that they might appear to disrespect her wishes, and thus chose not to pursue the conversation further. "Oh dear, if you feel indebted, why not offer financial support? Provide funds, housing, vehicles, and ample resources." Qiu Nian, too, was somewhat naive. The Yin family could simply announce this matter publicly, and with the status of being the true daughter of the Yin family, who would dare to bully her again. Others. "Nevertheless, it matters not, for I was already tasked with a mission. Since you all prefer to keep it under wraps, allow me to unveil it myself. By the way, how did I not think of this sooner? Such sensational news, if sold to the paparazzi, could certainly yield a handsome profit, right? I have even conceived a title, Shock. The former heiress of the Yin family is actually a false daughter? The true daughter's identity revealed to be her? Or, regret not viewing The Secrets of the Affluent, You Must Know. A deep dive into the truth behind the Yin family's daughter swap. The Yin family, have we been remiss in providing small allowances to Ling lately? What if the Qiu family thinks we have raised our child to be greedy? The Qiu family, it's better for her to be lively indeed. Ultimately, Chong found a compromise between both families' perspectives and proposed an alternative plan. Since Qiu Nian preferred to maintain a low profile, a smaller gathering could be arranged, primarily inviting some relatives from the Yin family and close business partners. These individuals were bound to meet Qiu Nian in the future. Thus, it would be prudent to use this gathering to express the Yin family's position, thereby preempting any potential complications. After all, the Yin family status is unique, and within Ling and Qiu Nian both in the entertainment industry, many matters are simply impossible to conceal. Rather than allowing the public to speculate, it is far better to reveal the news ourselves, clearly indicating the Yin family's acknowledgement of both children, which would benefit them both. As for Uncle Qiu and Aunt Xu, I understand that your family's values and circumstances differ from ours, and it is certainly more prudent to maintain a degree of discretion. I believe Ling will understand this. Suddenly called by name, Ling paused momentarily. Then, upon catching Chong's discreet signals, she quickly responded to the Qiu family. Yes, yes. A gathering for Qiu Nian will suffice. I won't need one, haha. Hee. I must capture Qiu Nian's embarrassed expression then. Qiu Nian, I truly appreciate you. Chapter 33. Knowing I am the false daughter, are you upset? Qiu Nian understood that the Yin family's arrangements were genuinely for her benefit. Given that there was no need to conceal her and Ling's situation, the public would eventually learn the truth. Should it become apparent that she is indeed the biological daughter of the Yin family, yet they have neither publicly acknowledged her nor formally embraced her, the external perception would inevitably be that the Yin family does not value her as their daughter or simply does not wish to acknowledge her. The situation would become quite complex. If she were merely regarded as an ordinary individual, that would be one thing. However, if someone foolishly misconstrued the Yin family's intentions, believing them to dislike her, and thus covertly undermining her, that would be quite vexing. Consequently, Qiu Nian acquiesced to Chong's proposal. Ultimately, the Yin family decided to publicly announce the matter of Ling and Qiu Nian, reserving the formal introduction of Qiu Nian to the industry for a later banquet at year's end. Both families expressed no objections, and thus the matter was settled. The families exchanged contact information, agreeing to frequently meet to foster their relationship. Ling even created a family group chat, inviting everyone present, and a gathering that could have been laden with gravity concluded in an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. However, upon returning to the Yin family, Ling inexplicably received transfers from her parents and elder brother, leaving her somewhat bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't the atmosphere pleasant during our meeting today? Why the sudden influx of funds? Qiu Nian also received a transfer, and after counting the 3 strings of zeros, she fell into a profound silence. A staggering 30 million was casually bestowed upon them as if it were pocket money. At that moment, Qiu Nian finally grasped the Yin family's financial prowess, simultaneously casting a deep shadow of doubt over the so-called modest gathering. Would it truly align with her understanding of simplicity? The following day, the Yin family publicly announced the situation regarding Ling and Qiu Nian, and without question, the online discourse erupted anew. The last guesses regarding the true and false daughters turned out to be accurate? Someone ought to silence that soothsayer. Is it possible for such a dramatic turn of events to be real? Surely no one would intentionally orchestrate such a switch? The Yin family claims it was a hospital error, an accidental mix-up. Must we indulge in conspiracy theories? Yet, if it were merely a hospital mistake, how did the Yin family come to discover it? Surely, something must have raised their suspicions, prompting them to conduct a paternity test. Could it be that they happened to see Qiu Nian and noticed her striking resemblance to Pei Yuning? After all, Qiu Nian is also an actress. So it would not be unusual for the Yin family to encounter her. Would one suspect their own child is not biologically theirs simply because they saw someone who resembles them? Indeed, this is not conspiracy theory, it is merely reasonable suspicion. I believe the narrative of an accidental mix-up is merely a facade to placate the public. Unbeknownst to me, after having my appetite whetted by previous gossip, my major scoop morphed into reality as the farmers themselves began to sow the seeds before me. After the initial shock, the conversation quickly shifted to the 2 individuals at the center of it all. Since Qiu Nian is merely a recent graduate from a film academy and the Qiu family itself is relatively low-key, the outside world remains oblivious to Qiu Nian's family background and identity, perceiving her merely as a child from an ordinary family. Naturally, this leads to the belief that the Qiu family intentionally swapped Qiu Nian, placing Ling and Qiu Nian in a rather awkward position. Although the Yin family has clearly stated that they will regard both Ling and Qiu Nian as their daughters moving forward, the majority remains skeptical about their capacity to treat both equally. Discussions online have begun to speculate about the Yin family's true sentiments towards the 2. I feel they will likely still lean towards Ling, after all, who does not know how much the Yin family has favored her in the past. They have cared for her for over 2 decades. One can develop affection for a dog, let alone a living, breathing human being. Are we truly to witness the scenario of a malicious false daughter tormenting the true daughter? The Yin family cannot possibly be so oblivious, can they? How can she be labeled a malicious false daughter? Regardless of the truth, Ling is innocent in this matter. Fans should cease their stubbornness. She has enjoyed another's life for so long, let her revel in it quietly. How can she have the audacity to remain within the Yin family? If I were in her place, I would choose to leave voluntarily. The Yin family themselves have admitted they will continue to treat Ling as their daughter. Who are you to demand her departure? If I were Qiu Nian, I would certainly harbor feelings of imbalance. Why doesn't the Yin family cast Ling out? You seem to be projecting your own envy onto others, wishing you were the true daughter, indulging in some grand delusion. Can you hope for something positive? After all, Ling even assisted Qiu Nian during the last incident with Jia Shaoxi. Why can't they coexist peacefully? Do you genuinely believe that a false daughter and a true daughter can live harmoniously, or are you under the impression that I am Qin Shi Huang? In any case, the online discourse is rife with varied opinions. Some assert that the Yin family will inevitably expel Ling, while others believe they do not particularly favor Qiu Nian. Ultimately, few truly believe the Yin family can be impartial, or that Ling and Qiu Nian can coexist peacefully. In recent days, Ling's phone has been inundated with messages and calls, nearly overwhelming it, all inquiring about the true and false daughter situation. With many subtly attempting to gauge the Yin family's current stance towards Ling growing weary of the incessant questioning, Ling activated her phone's Do Not Disturb mode, responding only to those with whom she shares a closer rapport, while ignoring the rest, likely leaving Qiu Nian in a similar predicament. However, Ling did not anticipate that even Gu Qinming would message her. In order to maintain his devoted persona, the male lead's messages must be acknowledged. After being left on read for an entire day, Gu Qinming could no longer resist and sent a 3rd message inquiring about the veracity of the true and false daughter saga. Finally, Ling began to respond. Ling, yes, brother Qinming, I am indeed not the biological daughter of the Yin family, sob sob sob. Ling, brother Qinming, you won't disregard me just because I'm not the true daughter, will you? You are not that kind of person, right? Ling, brother Qinming, since I am not truly a daughter of the Yin family, the The betrothal arranged for me and Yen Yu by our elders is null and void. Thus, the final barrier between us has been removed. Are you happy? Elated? The members of the Yin family observed Ling sitting coldly on the sofa, her fingers swiftly tapping away at her screen, clearly engrossed in sending messages, while the echo of her sardonic voice resonated in their minds. Chunming Gij. Are you angry knowing I'm a fake heiress? Oh dear, you must be quite upset, considering all those years of your emotional manipulation have gone to waste. And family members. They instinctively opened their small group chat and began typing furiously. And Chong, is little Ling out of her mind? And mother, is she chatting with Chunming? That can't be right. When has she ever conversed with him without a beaming smile? What else with that frozen expression? And father, could it be that little Ling has finally cured her love-struck delusions? And mother, really? Can such a severe case of infatuation be resolved so easily? Noticing that Gu Qinming had not responded, Ling scoffed and was about to set her phone aside when she happened to see a message from Qin Wanlan, inquiring if she was free to attend the film release event next week. Sister Wanlan's new movie is about to premiere. But her original storyline didn't include an invitation for me? Oh right, perhaps because I wasn't injured this time. After the movie releases in 2 months, Qi Song plans to make his move on Sister Wanlan. I must ensure she is aware of the true nature of this treacherous man before then. Chapter 34. The treacherous man who cheats and plots against his wife and family members. A treacherous man who cheats and plots against his wife. Who? Qi Song? The En and Qin families share a long-standing friendship, often crossing paths with Qin Wanlan's husband. He is remembered as a rather reclusive individual, seemingly uninterested in socializing, often feeling out of place at gatherings, reportedly due to his disdain for the materialistic nature of businessmen. People found him amusing, but since he was Qin Wanlan's husband, they maintained a facade of cordiality. After all, for others, Qi Song's identity as Qin Wanlan's spouse held some relevance, but regarding his own directing career? After more than a decade, he had yet to produce even a single profitable film, let alone a successful one. It was more of a hobby than a career. Thus, the Yin family was utterly perplexed. Why would he want to harm Qin Wanlan? Without her, he is nothing. The Qin family vehemently opposed the union when Qin Wanlan first became involved with Qi Song, as she was an authentic heiress, while he was merely a young director with a few obscure films that hardly anyone could comprehend. It seemed an ill-matched pairing. Nevertheless, Qin Wanlan, captivated by Qi Song's aloof charm, defied her family's wishes to marry him. The Qin family could not truly sever ties with their precious daughter and eventually acquiesced, believing they could indulge her whims since their eldest daughter would maintain the family fortune. Yet it appeared Qi Song could not grasp his position, simultaneously enjoying the privileges and connections of being the son-in-law of the Qin family while feeling belittled by them. Years passed without him making a name for himself. While the Qin family was content as long as their daughter was happy, they could not hide their disdain for Qi Song, further fueling his resentment. This simmering frustration eventually warped his psyche. Ling replied to Qin Wanlan, confirming her availability. Qin Wanlan promptly responded, "Are Aunt Pei and the others available? Please check for me. If they are free, I'll extend an invitation. If not, I won't bother. By the way, this should be your first public appearance since the Yin family revealed the truth about the fake heiress, right? It would be great for Aunt Pei to support you." Ling discerned the underlying implication. After the Yin family disclosed the truth, speculation ran rampant. Qin Wanlan believed that if Ling could make an appearance with Pei Yuning at such a media-attended event, it would undoubtedly signal to the public that the Yin family still valued her. "Ling, I'll ask."
Mom.
Ling raised her head from her phone and called out, "Sister Wanlan is asking if you have time to attend her movie release next week." "I do." Pei Yuning, who had been ostensibly distracted by her phone while closely monitoring Ling's movements, reacted swiftly. Although she rarely participated in public events, she felt anxious upon hearing about Qi Song's situation and thought perhaps Ling might reveal some pertinent information upon encountering the involved parties. Having watched Qin Wanlan grow up, Pei Yuning, despite her faith in Ling's ability to manage the situation, found it difficult to quell her concern and resolved to observe the scenario, ready to intervene with some excuse if necessary. Ling received confirmation and replied, "My mom said she is available. Can I bring anyone else along?" Qin Wanlan, "Of course. This release is quite exciting. If you have family or friends free, it would be lovely for them to join." What excitement could possibly arise from a mediocre film's release? Ling, puzzled, replied, "I'll let you know once I confirm."
Qin Wanlan, okay.
Ling then opened a chat with Qiu Nian, Are you free next Saturday evening? Qiu Nian. Yes, why? Ling. Sister Wenlon has invited us to her movie release. Let us go together. Qiu Nian. Sure. After confirming with Qin Wenlon that she and mother and Qiu Nian would attend, Ling logged out of her current WeChat account and switched to a secondary account named AAA de Run FA Fish Killing Expert. With a generic avatar and a contact labeled simply as X, AAA de Run FA Fish Killing Expert, referred by a friend. Do you take orders? X, whose? What type? AAA de Run FA Fish Killing Expert. Evidence of Qi Song's infidelity with Qin Wanlon's manager, Wang Qingqing. There was a lengthy pause before X replied, still indicating they were typing. Eventually the message came through. X. 150 000. AAA de Run FA Fish Killing Expert. 50 000. X. X. 120
000. AA daran fa fish killing expert 80 000.
X. 100 000. AAA de Run FA Fish Killing Expert. Deal. This was the private investigator Ling had engaged, reputedly possessing some repute in the industry, yet remaining enigmatic, conducting transactions solely online and never meeting anyone in person. While certain matters were best left unspoken, they seemed competent in handling infidelity cases. Ling believed that once Qin Wanlon recognized the true nature of those two individuals, she would gradually awaken to the truth. On the day of the release, Ling and Pei Yuning set off from the inn residence, first picking up Qiu Nian before heading backstage to greet Qin Wanlon. Aware they would be attending together, Qin Wanlon was unsurprised. However, others couldn't help but steal glances at Ling and Qiu Nian being escorted by Pei Yuning. The film's creators were backstage preparing for the event, and naturally, Qi Song was present as well. Yet, in contrast to the warm greetings others extended to Pei Yuning, Qi Song merely offered a token nod, not even uttering a word, while producer Sun Yushao eagerly engaged Pei Yuning in conversation. Thank you for attending our release, Ms. Pei. It is a tremendous honor for our entire team. You flatter me, Mr. Qian. We certainly had to come support Wanlon's film. Pei Yuning linked arms with Qin Wanlon, clearly demonstrating their close bond. Sun Yushao could be regarded as a long-term collaborator of Qi Song. Unlike Qi Song, who possesses a lofty self-image yet lacks practical skills, Sun Yushao is adept at navigating social situations and is evidently far more proficient in interpersonal relationships. The two have been old friends for many years, having supported each other since Qi Song was a nobody. Up to the present, it has been Sun Yushao who has managed a series of matters for Qi Song, including securing investments for his films and overseeing the assembly and management of the film crew. This has been a significant boon for Qi Song, allowing him to pursue his cinematic dreams with peace of mind. However, Sun Yushao holds another title. He is the husband of Wang Qingqing. In other words, the woman Qi Song is involved with is not only the agent of his wife, but also the spouse of his close friend. Thus, he finds himself entangled in a web of complicity on two fronts. Chapter 35. Is he truly intent on dedicating himself to the art? Sun Yushao, perceptive and astute, lavished praise on Ling and Qiu Nian in front of Pei Yuning. While his flattery was intended to foster closer ties for future film investments for Qi Song, who doesn't enjoy a compliment. Even though Pei Yuning was preoccupied with concerns regarding Qin Wanlon, she found herself chuckling several times at Sun Yushao's antics. Yet, Qi Song stood nearby, visibly dismissive of Sun Yushao's overtures, abruptly interjecting, "The essence of a film lies in its content. If the content is well executed, those who appreciate it will naturally be inclined to invest. Everything else is merely ancillary." Oh, he knows that, does he? But it's hard to discern whether this reflects self-awareness or lack thereof. From his demeanor, it seems he lacks the former, genuinely believing that his films attract investments solely because of their quality. If it weren't for Sister Wanlon and the Qin family, only a fool would be willing to invest in him. Qin Wanlon. It felt as though an arrow had pierced her knee. Some individuals possess the uncanny ability to instantly chill a previously harmonious atmosphere. After Qi Song's remark, even Sun Yushao was at a loss for words, but fortunately, a staff member arrived to announce that the press conference was about to commence, allowing Sun Yushao to apologize profusely while ushering Qi Song away. With the surroundings bustling with activity, Pei Yuning temporarily bid farewell to Qin Wanlon and led Ling and Qiu Nian to their pre-reserved seats. Awaiting the official start of the press conference, the event attracted numerous media representatives and peers from the entertainment industry. As a senior figure, Pei Yuning received many greetings, especially since she appeared with both the genuine and the false daughter, turning the three into the focal point of the gathering even before the event began. Their presence delighted the media, as there was little of merit to report on Qi Song's film release. Most were likely only curious about how unwatchable the film might be, making the spectacle of Pei Yuning accompanying and Ling and Qiu Nian a more enticing story, finally providing ample material for coverage. Everyone has a penchant for gossip. Even those within the entertainment circle cannot resist a bit of behind-the-scenes chatter. I was speculating on which of the two would first appear before the public. And to my surprise, they both emerged together. It was Pei Yuning who brought them. So does this imply that the family truly treats both equally? Unbelievable. I refuse to believe it. I've heard that Ling hasn't moved out of the household, while Qiu Nian hasn't moved in, suggesting a bias toward the false daughter. It seemed they were deliberately putting on a show for everyone, fearing accusations of favoritism within the family. How coincidental that, after a long absence, their debut would be a joint appearance. It was shocking to witness the wealthy mismanaging their public image. How could a false daughter rival a genuine one? Qiu Nian must be feeling quite heartbroken, having to partake in this charade of maternal affection. However, such discussions were short-lived as the press conference soon commenced. The proceedings followed a familiar pattern, beginning with a presentation of the film's basic information. After the key creative personnel shared their insights, they transitioned into showing the film's trailer. Once these segments were completed, the creators prepared for a media Q&A and audience interaction. Qi Song had risen to lead the team back on stage, when unexpectedly, the previously darkened screen flickered to life. The audience, who had just begun applauding, was momentarily perplexed, assuming there might be additional promotional material following the trailer. Likewise, the creators, ready to take the stage, were equally baffled, as they knew the trailer's conclusion should have led to their segment. The first to react was Qi Song, who understood all too well that this was not part of the agenda. The renewed illumination of the screen left him aghast. He was unsure of what was to transpire next, but a sinister premonition had him thoroughly unnerved. What was happening? The trailer had concluded. Who was responsible for this subsequent video? Quickly, shut it off. This is a serious operational blunder. Hurry, turn it off. Qi Song's tone was frantic, yet no one responded, and the screen remained aglow. The audience assumed Qi Song's anxiety stemmed from a mere staff oversight, mistakenly revealing content beyond the trailer, prompting his urgency. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss within the video. Does this room look familiar to anyone? The footage displayed an overview of a room. Given the angle, the camera must have been positioned in the furthest corner of the room near the ceiling, directed towards the door, capturing the entire space. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the fact that the footage depicted merely a large, opulent bedroom, devoid of any inhabitants, leaving the audience puzzled regarding the intent of the filming. Wait a moment, isn't this Qin Wanlan's bedroom? Someone questioned. Those who recognized the room quickly recalled that it indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Wanlan's bedroom, which had been featured in a celebrity lifestyle observational program the previous year. The layout and furnishings displayed now matched perfectly with those seen during the show. Before long, the previously static video began to emit faint sounds, as if someone were approaching the room depicted. As the audience remained captivated by the screen, speculating the source of the noise, a sudden loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open, startling everyone. A man and a woman burst into the frame, entwined, oblivious to the camera, eagerly shedding each other's garments as they stumbled into the bedroom. The audience was left speechless, for the man was unmistakably Qi Song, who had just spoken on stage, and the woman, though her face was turned away from the camera, was instantly recognized by all as Qin Wanlan, based on the context and the man's identity. Was this a scene that would appear in the film? Were Qi Song and Qin Wanlan preparing to personally engage in a performance for the sake of art? Chapter 36, which angel orchestrated this? If this were indeed true, then the film had found its sensational hook. Yet, the narrative left many bewildered, seemingly disconnected from the preceding trailer. Who was responsible for this? Quickly, turn it off. Didn't you hear me? Qi Song could no longer contain himself. He yelled in fury and rushed towards the backstage. However, two burly men dressed as bodyguards swiftly intercepted him, each gripping one of his arms and forcibly guiding him back. What are you doing? Let me go. Do you even know who I am? Despite Qi Song's desperate struggles, the grip of the two men remained steadfast. The audience began to murmur, sensing that something was amiss. If this were a scene from a movie, Qi Dao's reaction should not have been like this. Whispers spread among the crowd, as they began to speculate that the situation might be more complicated than it appeared. Qi Song's reaction suggested he was completely unaware of what was happening, leading to the unsettling thought that someone might have secretly planted a camera or hacked into Qin Wanlan's existing one, capturing intimate moments of the couple and releasing them unexpectedly. Just how deep was the animosity against Qin Wanlan and Qi Song to risk offending the Qin family? They furtively observed the front row of the audience, where only the back of Qin Wanlan was visible, sitting composedly, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding her. While some feared the repercussions from the Qin family, numerous cameras remained focused on the screen, anxious not to miss a single second of the unfolding drama, regardless of whether the video would be released. The instinct to document the situation was ingrained in their very beings as media professionals. In the video, the two figures had now reached the edge of the bed, and a muffled groan echoed as Qi Song pushed the woman down onto the mattress. She playfully complained, "Can't you be gentler?" The audience was left utterly speechless. As the woman lay back on the bed, her face became clearly visible. It was not Qin Wanlan, but Wang Qingqing. Someone in the audience recognized her and shouted. Having seen Qin Wanlan's manager before, half of the crowd gasped in shock, realizing that Qi Song was entangled with his wife's manager, revealing a scandal of infidelity. The other half sighed in relief, thinking, at least it's not Qin Wanlan. This scandal can definitely be published. Sun Yushao abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He fixed his gaze upon the screen, desperately hoping he was mistaken. But no matter how hard he tried to deny reality, the two protagonists before him were unmistakably his close friend and his own wife. "Isn't this what you like about me?" Qi Song replied with a laugh, his tone strikingly different from his usual aloof demeanor. He then lunged forward, and the two began laughing as they shed the remaining layers of clothing. At that moment, the video was obscured by heavy censorship, black blocks covering the two figures on the bed, revealing only their heads. Yet it was evident to all what they were engaged in. Sun Yushao could no longer restrain himself. He charged at Qi Song and delivered a fierce punch. The two bodyguards, quick to act, stepped aside, allowing the blow to land squarely on Qi Song's left cheek, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. "You, how could you?" Sun Yushao exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with rage, his body trembling with fury. The audience, now fully grasping the situation, realized that Qin Wanlan's manager was indeed Sun Yushao's wife, meaning that both parties involved in the infidelity were guilty of double betrayal. Even Ling, who had been aware of Qi Song's affair with Wang Qingqing, was taken aback. Sitting in the third row, she glanced at Qin Wanlan's direction, catching only a glimpse of her impassive profile illuminated by the screen's glow. Oh my god. Was this part of the original script?
Who orchestrated this?
Is Sister Wanlan alright? No. Wait. This video was filmed in her bedroom, yet the protagonists are Qi Song and Wang Qingqing. Could it be perhaps it was Sister Wanlan who leaked this? Clearly. And Ling was not alone in her suspicions. Qi Song, now on the ground, dared not look at Sun Yushao but cast a venomous glare at the still-composed Qin Wanlan. He scrambled to his feet and charged toward her, but the two bodyguards swiftly subdued him, forcing him to kneel at Qin Wanlan's feet. "It's you, Qin Wanlan. It's you, isn't it?" Despite being held down, Qi Song strained to glare at her. Even after such a tumultuous scene, Qin Wanlan remained unfazed, seated calmly, as if the commotion held no relevance to her. Only when Qi Song called her name did she glance at him. "I don't understand what you're saying. It seems someone hacked into the cameras in my room." With that, her gaze returned to the large screen, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "But this is my bedroom. How could you two be here?" The video had indeed obscured the body parts of the two, preventing any overtly scandalous visuals, yet the audio was undeniably cringeworthy. Fortunately, their intimate activities were brief, remaining within the audience's threshold of tolerance. As the climax approached, the spectators exhaled in relief, having comprehended the gist of the scandal. But their focus now shifted to how Qin Wanlan would respond. The audience occasionally glanced towards the front row, having noticed the earlier commotion. However, due to the dim lighting, they could only hear the sounds, waiting for the video to conclude and the lights to illuminate the aftermath. Unlike the leisurely spectators in the back, those seated alongside Qin Wanlan were rigid, hardly daring to breathe. This was a matter none of them could intervene in. If possible, many would wish to shrink away, distancing themselves from the eye of the storm. Though they dared not observe Qin Wanlan's expression, their eyes gravitated towards the fallen Qi Song. The video appeared to be nearing its end, yet Qi Song's expression grew increasingly grim. His face paled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were gripped by fear. Just moments ago, his first reaction to the scandalous footage had been to confront Qin Wanlan, Why now did he seem so terrified? Chapter 37. The man who lives off a woman as hard work is truly different. Wanlan, the previously brazen Qi Song now softened his tone, pleading, I realize my mistake. I truly do. I was wrong to succumb to temptation. But we have been married. Why must you be so ruthless? Let them turn off the video and we can discuss this at home, alright? As Qin Wanlan remained unmoved, Qi Song's voice grew more frantic. Wanlan, I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me just this once. No, even if you don't forgive me, just tell me what you want me to do. I will do anything. I beg you, let them turn off the video. After so many years of companionship, do you truly care so little?
How can he say that?
Who was the first to betray the years of companionship by cheating with his wife's manager and friend? How dare he accuse Sister Wanlan of being ruthless? The fact that she isn't he cut him off entirely is already showing her mercy. But surely the video must be nearing its end. Everyone has seen what they needed to see. Why is he only just beginning to fear now? And Ling, curiosity piqued, checked her phone and could not help but curse. That scoundrel Qi Song is even more ruthless than I imagined. I initially assumed that the notion of eliminating Wanlan Jie rose from the lackluster box office performance of his film, leading her to reject his next movie investment and role. Little did I realize he had conceived such thoughts much earlier.
Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian. What do you mean? Please clarify.
Meanwhile, Qi Song's demeanor had shifted from a state of contrition, seeking forgiveness through their shared history, to a furious outburst fueled by his frustration over Qin Wanlan's apparent indifference. Qin Wanlan, must you truly be so heartless? I merely made a mistake that any man could have made. It is hardly a grave issue. Why must you be so aggressive, taking things to this extreme? You ought to turn off that video immediately. There is still a chance to salvage our relationship. Otherwise, I shall seek a divorce and pursue legal action for invasion of privacy and defamation. What does it matter that you have the backing of the Qin family? Can you disregard the law? Men who thrive on their partner's success are truly unique. I believe Qi Song is destined to excel in this endeavor. Could it be that he thinks my sister Wanlan was so accommodating in the past, always indulging his whims, that he believes she could never bear to part with him? Does he truly consider himself so desirable? Wanlan is no fool. How could she overlook everything simply because he claims there is still a chance to mend their relationship? It seems Qi Song genuinely believes Wanlan's anger stems from his infidelity, thinking her actions are motivated by fear of losing his affection, and therefore resorts to threats in an attempt to punish him and eliminate any possibility of continued infidelity with Wang Qingqing, hoping to reclaim his loyalty. He likely thought that by showing a hint of remorse and offering an apology, Wanlan would soften once more. Upon witnessing her unwavering resolve, he resorted to threatening divorce. Does he truly believe she still wishes to be with him? One cannot, or rather should not, be this self-absorbed. Has Wanlan's past infatuation with love given him such misplaced confidence? Yet it is true that she was quite enamored, for otherwise she would not have endured so many losses while still championing his cinematic endeavors. Qin Wanlan, if we are to speak of romantic delusions, you are hardly in a position to judge. A diversion from Ling's heartfelt musings alleviated Qin Wanlan's discomfort significantly. After 2 years of acquaintance, 3 years of courtship, and 3 years of marriage, coupled with her genuine affection for Qi Song, she now faced the stark reality of her beloved's true nature. The revelation of dual betrayal from both her husband and her agent, combined with the public exposure of his sordid actions, felt akin to a brutal disrobing of her innermost self. How could she not be devastated? Indeed, she acknowledges her previous romantic naivety, where love consumed her thoughts, leading her to submit unconditionally to Qi Song, striving to fulfill his dreams. She was ever mindful of his fragile pride, rarely introducing him to her family, often preemptively cautioning them against speaking ill of him and comforting him whenever he felt belittled by the Qin family. Her willingness to make such sacrifices stemmed from her love for Qi Song. Many assume that only those starved of love fall prey to romantic delusions. Yet this was not the case for Qin Wanlan. She had never lacked anything, be it material wealth or emotional support. The Qin family provided her with the finest. Amidst the chaotic romantic lives typical of affluent families, her parents stood out as a model of harmony. Each other's first love, they navigated their marriage with enduring affection. With a devoted elder sister who cherished her deeply, Qin Wanlan was hardly deprived of love. Rather, her understanding of love was a direct inheritance from her parents, leading her to wholeheartedly devote herself to Qi Song, with little regard for whether he reciprocated. This was her belief in how one ought to treat a beloved. surrendering selflessly, without expectation of return. Her actions were not inherently flawed, yet regrettably, she had misallocated her affections. This perspective on love dictated that had she loved the right person, she would have been met with equal devotion, just as her parents were. However, loving the wrong person inevitably incurs a heavy toll. Love is inherently reciprocal. When one party invests unilaterally while the other merely takes without gratitude, it cannot be deemed mutual affection but rather a parasitic relationship. Her capacity to love without expectation is a beautiful trait, yet she neglected the most vital aspect of love, whether the other person could love her with equal openness. It is painfully clear that Qi could not. On the night of the award ceremony, upon learning of Qi actions through Ling's revelations, Qiu Nian experienced a fleeting doubt regarding the authenticity of the events. While she had devised a plan upon hearing Ling's claims of Qi indiscretions with Wang Qingqing, she still harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps it was all fabricated, that nothing would be captured, thereby validating Qi fidelity. However, when the evidence was laid bare before her, she could no longer deceive herself. Even upon witnessing them in bed together, she had not contemplated confronting them in such a drastic manner. The sheer audacity and malice exhibited by Qi had far exceeded her expectations. Chapter 38. It seems that two fools have found solace in each other's company. On the screen, Qi and Wang Qingqing remained entwined in the aftermath of their tryst. Lingering in Qiu Nian's bed, Wang Qingqing, resting her head on Qi arm, teasingly remarked, "Your audacity grows bolder. Are you not afraid of being discovered by Qiu Nian? What can she do if she finds out? Will she divorce me? I would welcome that. I have grown weary of her and the Qin family's haughty demeanor. They all act the same, a little wealth and they look down on everyone." "Do not speak so carelessly," Wang Qingqing replied, snuggling closer to him. "Qiu Nian has already decided against investing in your next film and has no intention of participating." Qi countenance darkened. She actually said that? She told Sun Yushao to ensure that he does not associate her name with future investments. Wang Qingqing said with a hint of disdain. "You know how Sun Yushao is." Once she made that statement, he became frantic, incessantly pestering me for her thoughts, even approaching her in an overly obsequious manner, utterly shameless. Wang Qingqing lifted her gaze to him. "But why are you not surprised? Did you already know?" She had mentioned it to me several times before, though her earlier demeanor was not as resolute. "It appears she is serious this time." Qi brow furrowed further. "What will you do then?" Wang Qingqing inquired, her concern evident. "Do not try to play it off as though funding will not be an issue. You know better than anyone how significant her involvement is. You would do well to prepare yourself. Capital is selective, and should Qiu Nian withdraw her support, your next project will undoubtedly suffer in both funding and talent. You have tried seeking others before. How many were willing to collaborate with you?" Wang Qingqing sat up, beginning to dress. "I know Qiu Nian very well. Though she may appear soft-hearted, she is quite stubborn at her core. Once she makes up her mind, she will follow through. You should devise a strategy sooner rather than later." "A strategy? I conceived one long ago. I simply lacked the resolve to implement it." A flicker of ruthlessness glimmered in Qi eyes. "What strategy?" Wang Qingqing paused, intrigued by his response. "Qingqing, let us embark on a journey abroad together," Qi suddenly proposed, his words lacking any preamble. "Here, I find myself constantly constrained by others, unable to fully express my artistic vision, which has hindered my success. Moreover, the audience, with their limited discernment, fails to appreciate the depth of my films. I have long harbored this aspiration to develop my career overseas. I have an inkling that a change in environment, one that allows me the freedom to unleash my creativity, will lead to my eventual acclaim. Have you lost your mind?" Wang Qingqing retorted, her tone laced with indignation. "Do you think I am still that naive 20-year-old girl you first met? I am no longer so easily deceived. You speak of going abroad, as if it were a mere vacation. You intend to shoot a film, but you will be in unfamiliar territory, without any connections. The most fundamental requirement is financial means, and do you possess any wealth at present?" Faced with Wang Qingqing's blunt revelation, Qi remained unfazed. Instead, he embraced her affectionately and said, "All of our assets are jointly owned as a couple. Is not Qiu Nian's money essentially mine as well?" "Ah? Have Qi and Wang Qingqing known each other for so long? If they met at 20, then they must have a history spanning over a decade. Could it be that old flames have reignited?" And Ling, filled with curiosity, conducted a search and discovered that the reality was even more shocking than she had previously imagined. Goodness, It turns out that this is not a rekindling of romance at all. These two have never truly parted ways. Apparently, they were infatuated with each other well over a decade ago, and there was even infidelity involved. At that time, Wang Qingqing was already in a relationship with Sun Yuxiao, who introduced them, yet it did not take long for Qi Song and Wang Qingqing to become entangled. The intention was for Sun Yuxiao to introduce his girlfriend into his circle of friends, not to play matchmaker for them. However, they were both still students at the time. Qi Song had yet to establish himself as a director, while Sun Yuxiao, coming from a wealthy family, was quite the affluent young man. Wang Qingqing certainly understood who would provide her with a comfortable life. Despite maintaining her role as Sun Yuxiao's respectable girlfriend, she engaged in an ambiguous relationship with Qi Song. Qi Song shockingly accepted this arrangement. They truly are two peculiar individuals. Sun Yuxiao, generous and well-liked, stands in stark contrast to Qi Song. Deep down, Qi Song harbors jealousy towards Sun Yuxiao, deriving a twisted satisfaction from being involved with Sun Yuxiao's girlfriend, believing that Sun Yuxiao's charm pales in comparison to his own. He reasons that Wang Qingqing is only with Sun Yuxiao for his wealth, and once he surpasses Sun Yuxiao financially, he will render Sun Yuxiao utterly insignificant. His relationship with Qin Wanlan was also somewhat accidental. It was Qin Wanlan who first took an interest in Qi Song. Despite his flaws, he possesses an appealing exterior and projects an air of talent, which is exactly what Qin Wanlan finds attractive. Anyone in the entertainment industry knows the advantages of being with Qin Wanlan, and Qi Song is no exception. Yet he struggles to fully appreciate the benefits, simultaneously resenting his dependency on Qin Wanlan's resources. While a rational person would loathe becoming a slave to money, Qi Song, in contrast, has grown to despise Qin Wanlan, feeling that he is forced to submit to her while she remains the one who dominates him. Is this why he accepts all that Sister Wanlan has to offer while perpetually wearing a mask of deep sorrow, convinced that the world is against him? My goodness. He perceives himself as a victim while viewing the world as his persecutor, yet he is inexplicably lenient toward Wang Qingqing.
Oh.
He believes Wang Qingqing is just like him, compelled to betray her true feelings for the sake of money. It seems that two misguided souls have found solace in each other's plight. Even though Qin Wanlan had already grasped the extent of their shamelessness, she was astounded to learn that they had become involved so early on, well before her own relationship with Qi Song. A wave of nausea washed over her as she reflected on having kept such individuals close for so long. The love she had once believed in had never truly existed. It was merely a facade rife with ulterior motives. The dialogue between the two continued on the screen. Wang Qingqing, amused yet incredulous, responded to Qi Song. You say that, but now even Qin Wanlan is unwilling to invest in you. How could she possibly provide you with funds to spend abroad? Do not indulge in your delusions. Who says I need her to give me anything? Qi Song replied slowly. Since our assets are shared, once the wife is out of the picture, it all belongs to the husband, does it not? Chapter 39. A dual assault to capture a single sheep. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. They had anticipated that the day would merely unveil Qin Wanlan's moral outrage over Qi Song's infidelity. Truthfully, many among the audience viewed such scandals with a sense of detached amusement, as long as they themselves were not caught in the flames. They did not genuinely believe Qi Song had committed any grievous sin, for not everyone in attendance was blameless. Some had engaged in similar disloyalty. Though they lacked the courage to voice their thoughts, they secretly aligned with Qi Song's perspective, questioning why Qin Wanlan needed to make such a public spectacle. If things were truly intolerable, why not simply divorce? Exposing her husband's intimate moments in front of so many industry peers seemed excessively harsh. These individuals undoubtedly empathized with Qi Song, feeling guilty for their own similar misdeeds, and thus found themselves unsettled by the situation, redirecting their scorn toward Qin Wanlan. However, with Qi Song's recent proclamation, the nature of the affair transformed entirely. Not only had he been unfaithful, but he was also contemplating murder. Had Qi Song lost his sanity? Was he even human? He typically presented himself as virtuous, yet his heart harbored such malice. Just how benevolent had Qin Wanlan been toward him? Does anyone in the entertainment industry remain unaware of her kindness? This was nothing short of a betrayal of her generosity. Did he truly believe he could continue making films without her support? Such animosity seemed excessive, even toward an enemy. They had always referred to him as Director Qi, which had perhaps inflated his ego. Fortunately, Qin Wanlan had gathered evidence. Who would have imagined Qi Song possessed such a dark side? She had acted wisely, for such a person deserved exposure. Qiu Nian had even spared him by blurring his identity. Why show them any mercy when they were already so brazen? Whispers erupted amongst the crowd, fingers flying as many reported the situation in real time to their superiors, deliberating whether to disseminate this scandalous news. A few audacious individuals had already begun sharing live footage online, and if all went as expected, the entire narrative would be rampant across the internet before the press conference concluded. At that moment, pinned to the ground, Qi had relinquished all hope of resistance. His face pale, and his eyes closed in despair. He understood that the instant those words escaped his lips, his fate was sealed. Yet, even as he wished to avert his gaze and block out the sound, the video on the big screen continued to play. Wang Qingqing shot up in shock, her face betraying her fear. What did you just say? Are you out of your mind? Qi, now sitting upright, once again embraced Wang Qingqing, gently persuading her. Remember when you encouraged me to be with Qiu Nian upon discovering her interest in me? Was it not to ensure we could benefit from her wealth? So now you are afraid? What I initially meant was for you to first utilize her wealth and resources to build your career for a few years. And once you have earned enough, you can divorce her, thereby securing half of the marital assets. Wang Qingqing still expressed some hesitation, questioning whether a direct divorce might not suffice. The risk of murder seems excessively perilous. I have no desire to jeopardize myself. Can the financial settlement from a divorce truly rival an inheritance? Qi slowly began to speak, his words chillingly sinister. As long as Qiu Nian is dead, I shall inherit her estate, which includes shares in the Qin Corporation. Do you have any notion of their worth? With this fortune, we could live freely in any country around the world. I no longer wish to endure a life constrained by others. Do you share the sentiment? Noticing Wang Qingqing's wavering resolve, Qi continued. The risks do exist, but as long as we do not act domestically, the likelihood of detection diminishes significantly. We can lure Qiu Nian away under the pretext of a vacation abroad, and whether we orchestrate an accident or hire a hitman, suspicion shall never fall upon us. I refuse to believe the Qin family's reach extends that far. At this juncture, the video abruptly ceased. The lights in the hall illuminated once more, allowing the audience to discern the unfolding scene. They craned their necks, eager for a clearer view, with those seated in the rear even rising to aim their cameras at the front rows, incessantly clicking the shutter. Qi found himself pinned to the ground by two burly men, unable to move, while Sun Yuxiao stood rigidly, his expression a tumult of anguish and fury. Within the brief span of a video, the true faces of his wife and friend were laid bare before him, and he suddenly realized that he had never truly known either of them. Meanwhile, the other victim, Qiu Nian, slowly rose to her feet, no longer casting a glance at Qi but instead approaching the stage to address the audience with a bow. Today's press conference has experienced an unforeseen incident, and I regret to inform you that the subsequent segments may not proceed as planned. I sincerely apologize for the fright caused to my colleagues and media friends, as well as for the disruption to your work. However, I assure all the creative individuals involved that today's events will not hinder the film's release, and your efforts shall not go to waste. I have numerous matters to attend to and cannot extend individual apologies at this moment. My studio will represent me in offering apologies to each guest present. This concludes today's press conference. Feel free to leave at your convenience. The audience grasped the underlying implication of Qiu Nian's words. Those who wished to depart were free to do so, yet those who chose to remain were equally welcome. No one moved. After all, how often does one find themselves amidst such sensational events? Who would wish to miss out? This incident would undoubtedly become a sensational headline, and others would clamor to witness it. They thought that no apologies were necessary. This press conference was truly unprecedented. None of Qi films had ever been worth watching. Yet this press event would surely be etched into history, perhaps fulfilling his aspirations for fame and success. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall, accompanied by a piercing voice shouting, "Let me go! On what grounds do you detain me?" The crowd turned towards the entrance to see two brawny men, clad as bodyguards, escorting a woman towards the front of the hall. "It's Wang Qingqing!" someone exclaimed excitedly. Just moments ago, they had lamented the absence of another key figure. But now the main characters had finally arrived. It turned out that those backstage were also aware of the unfolding drama. Wang Qingqing had attempted to escape unnoticed, hoping to slip away while everyone's attention was drawn to the front, only to be apprehended by those stationed at the exit by Qiu Nian. At this point, what could fleeing accomplish? It merely represented a distinction between experiencing humiliation in the present and a delayed humiliation. She had intended to retrieve her son, planning to abscond with him and the money. Goodness, Wang Qingqing was indeed not to be underestimated. One had Qi Song deceiving Qin Wanlan for personal gain, while another had Wang Qingqing embezzling funds from her studio, both acting in concert to fleece their benefactor. No, it was no longer merely a matter of exploiting resources. They had evidently intended to eliminate their benefactor entirely. Chapter 40. What are you trying to conceal? The once vibrant Qin Wanlan now felt numb. She had thought that discovering the infidelity of these two, coupled with their murderous intentions, was the peak of her ordeal, only to be further informed by Ling that her marriage and feelings had been nothing but a farce. These two had been plotting against her from the outset. Even Qi Song's choice to be with her was solely for his own benefit, egged on by Wang Qingqing. No wonder Qi Song always seemed to know her preferences when gifting her items. At times, she distinctly remembered never having mentioned her desires in his presence, yet he managed to present her with gifts that resonated with her heart. Back then, Qin Wanlan had assumed it was because Qi Song genuinely cared for her, that they shared an unspoken connection. Now, she comprehended the truth. It was Wang Qingqing pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The very thought that she had once felt touched and surprised by such gestures, believing Qi Song loved her, made her want to slap her past self across the face. Initially, Wang Qingqing had struggled and screamed, but upon being dragged into the hall and confronted with the entire audience and the stage's Qin Wanlan, she faltered. Wanlan, I'm so sorry. Please have them release me. I'll bow and apologize, if that is what it takes. I don't seek your forgiveness. But I have endured hardships alongside you for so many years. Don't you think that counts for something? How am I supposed to live with this humiliation? In mere moments, Wang Qingqing was already in tears, appearing remarkably pitiable. I see my mistakes now. I'll never dare to cross you again. You can do whatever you wish to me, but what about Xiao Bai? He is still so young. If word of today's events gets out, how will he ever hold his head high among his peers? Please have mercy on him. Wang Qingqing had clearly chosen the wrong profession. Her performance was too convincing, filled with emotion. She was oblivious to the fact that the video had captured not only their infidelity, but also their conspiracy to murder Qin Wanlan, which explained her moral coercion. Xiao Bai? Is that the son of Wang Qingqing and Sun Yuxiao? How could she dare to invoke the child as a means of emotional manipulation? Did she not consider the child when committing these acts? If one were to argue that she loved her child, it was contradictory, as she had betrayed the child as father. Conversely, if she did not love her child, her first reaction upon exposure was to flee with him abroad. Indeed, human nature is rife with contradictions. How dare you mention Xiao Bai? Sun Yuxiao seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Qingqing, his body trembling with rage. If you had even the slightest shred of concern for him, you would never have committed such a shameless act. Sun Yuxiao was nearly breathless with indignation. Qin Wanlan did not respond to Wang Qingqing. Instead, she addressed the audience, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is late, and we have long surpassed the anticipated conclusion of this press conference. Please follow the guidance of the staff and exit in an orderly manner." With that, Qin Wanlan turned and strode towards the backstage area. The four bodyguards exchanged glances and promptly escorted the man and woman in their wake. Sun Yuxiao followed closely, as the creative team also needed to return backstage to wrap up before departing. The other audience members, realizing they could not intrude upon the backstage area, began to exit as directed. Only Pei Yuning, holding her daughter's hand, headed towards the back as well, thinking to lend support to Qin Wanlan in this tumultuous moment. Pei Yuning, having learned from Ling about Qi Song and Wang Qingqing's collusion against Qin Wanlan, felt her anger boiling over. Qin Wanlan is such a remarkably obedient child, devoted wholeheartedly to Qi Song. The elders, having observed her unwavering dedication, could only watch with a hint of disapproval, recognizing that the couple had already established their bond and refraining from voicing their concerns. Little did they anticipate that Qi Song, a despicable creature unworthy of mention, would not only deceive Qin Wanlan but also harbor intentions of financial gain and harm. She could scarcely fathom the heartbreak that would ensue should the Qin couple discover the extent of their daughter's suffering. Knowing Qin Wanlan's gentle nature, which could only be hardened to a certain degree, it was only due to the evidence of Qi Song's murderous thoughts that she resorted to such public exposure. Were it not for the multitude of media present, Pei Yuning would have already charged forth, ready to confront the scoundrels. With Qin Wanlan's parents absent, she, as the sole elder, felt compelled to protect her. Ling and Qiu Nian, witnessing Pei Yuning's seething rage, feared she might impulsively retaliate against the treacherous couple in front of such a large audience, and thus instinctively linked arms with her, prepared to restrain her should the situation escalate. Fortunately, they encountered no obstacles along the way, and no one dared to provoke Pei Yuning, allowing the trio to successfully navigate backstage. However, they soon realized that Qin Wanlan had vanished, but fortunately, a security personnel, likely informed in advance by her, approached to guide them to a secluded room. Qin Wanlan reclined on the sofa, 2 chairs positioned before her, with Qi Song and Wang Qingqing forcibly seated upon them. Remarkably, she had yet to strip them of their dignity, refraining from making them kneel before her. Sun Yuxiao stood nearby, his eyes bloodshot, clearly still unable to regain his composure. Upon seeing Pei Yuning enter, Qin Wanlan quickly rose to greet her. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yuning dashed to Qi Song's side, delivering a swift kick that sent both him and his chair crashing to the floor, before advancing to Wang Qingqing and striking her with a resounding slap. "On what grounds do you lay your hands on others?" Wang Qingqing exclaimed, astonished, as neither Qin Wanlan nor Sun Yuxiao had dared to strike her, yet Pei Yuning had. With another sharp crack, the other side of Wang Qingqing's face met Pei Yuning's hand. "This is for you shamelessly bullying our Wanlan." After delivering her retribution, Qin Wanlan added a kick to the fallen Qi Song, ensuring that justice was served evenly. Finally, she let out a long sigh of relief, feeling considerably lighter within. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, even the bodyguards flinching slightly as they hurriedly lifted Qi Song from the ground to regain control. Qiu Nian gently poked Anling's back with her finger, whispering, "Anling, have you ever seen our mom like this?" "No, never," Anling swallowed hard. "This is the first time I've seen her so furious." Qin Wanlan hastily reassured Pei Yuning, "Please, do not be angered. These two are not worth your ire." Pei Yuning clearly had something to express, yet hesitated, ultimately turning her attention to Anling and Qiu Nian. "Xiaoling, Xiaonian, I have clarified the situation on my end. Only a few matters remain to be resolved. Let's take your mother home for now." As she spoke, she linked arms with Pei Yuning, guiding her towards the exit, indicating her desire for them to leave first. Anling felt a twinge of confusion, pondering Qin Wanlan's earlier behavior. Initially, when the video concluded and Qin Wanlan addressed the audience with her apology, her words were unmistakably clear, inviting anyone who wished to leave to do so, implying she was indifferent to the unfolding events becoming public knowledge. Yet, after Wang Qingqing was brought in by the bodyguards, Qin Wanlan abruptly changed her tune, urging everyone to depart, specifically requesting for them to leave as well. Was there something she wished to conceal? Chapter 41. Deceiving even herself. Anling had not previously searched for Qin Wanlan's information in the character inquiry tool, but now felt compelled to investigate her true intentions. Thus, Wanlan's original plan was to publicly expose Qi Song and Wang Qingqing's infidelity and intentions to harm her during the press conference, using the video as evidence, while simultaneously urging the media to disseminate this truth to the public, thereby revealing the true natures of these two individuals and announcing her preparations to divorce Qi Song. However, she abruptly changed her mind and asked everyone to leave due to Wang Qingqing invoking her son. What was the matter with her son? Sun Qingbai is the son of Wang Qingqing and Qi Song? Impossible. There was no indication of this from Wang Qingqing and Qi Song's information, only that Wang Qingqing had deliberately included her character Qing in her son's name, Bai, which, when combined with Qi Song's name, forms the term Song Bai. While this is already distasteful, it seems Wang Qingqing and Qi Song genuinely did not recognize Sun Qingbai as their child. Oh, so Wang Qingqing herself was uncertain, after all. She had been entangled with Qi Song for so long that she could not discern whose child she was carrying. So she opted to assume Sun Youxiao's child to avoid any missteps, fearing that revealing the truth might expose her own insecurities. Evidently, there was additional content in Wanlan's video that she had edited out, concerning discussions between the two about whether to take Sun Qingbai abroad once they resolved Wanlan's situation. Qi Song believed he was not his son, and thus deemed it unnecessary to take him, while Wang Qingqing thought it more fitting for Sun Qingbai to remain in the country to inherit the Sun family's fortune. Wanlan, wishing to avoid public discourse regarding the child, had chosen to omit the segment, yet secretly harbored suspicions and conducted a paternity test for Qi Song and Sun Qingbai, only to discover they were indeed father and son. Wanlan had not anticipated Wang Qingqing would invoke her son, as typically, someone who not only cuckolds her husband, but also has her husband raise another's child would be exceedingly guilt-ridden and reluctant to mention it in such a context. However, unbeknownst to her, Wang Qingqing was herself uncertain, having brainwashed herself over the years into believing Sun Qingbai was genuinely Sun Youxiao's child, thus attempting to elicit sympathy from him. Yet, Wanlon still wished for this matter to remain private, intending to present the paternity test report to Sun Youxiao for him to decide how to proceed. While fearing that the Yin family, having just experienced a tumultuous event, would feel awkward, though the two matters were fundamentally different, she was primarily concerned that she, as a non-blood-related fake daughter of the Yin family, would feel uncomfortable, prompting her desire for them to leave first to keep this under wraps. Qin Wanlon. She had seen it all. As Ling mused silently, Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian listened intently, their expressions shifting in response to the revelations. It would be foolish to remain oblivious to the fact that these two could also hear Ling's thoughts. Well, now that everything was out in the open, what was there left to conceal? Qin Wanlon, resigned, guided Pei Yuning to sit, no longer hurried to send them away. Indeed, Qin Wanlon was fully aware that Sun Qingbai was, in truth, the child of Qi Song and Wang Qingqing. Qi Song, Wang Qingqing, and Sun Youxiao were all from the same university, and Qin Wanlon had long been aware of their connections, initially believing they had rekindled a past romance, never realizing they had never truly severed their illicit ties. It seemed she had been deliberately avoiding the truth, clinging to the hope that Qi Song had been sincere during their time together, only to face the harsh reality of betrayal. No matter how much she wished to deny it or escape, reality remained unchanged. Coming to terms with this truth, Qin Wanlon felt her fury dissipate, replaced by a sense of sadness and absurdity. How could she have been toyed with by these two for 8 long years? She gazed at Wang Qingqing, genuinely astonished that this woman had spun so many lies that she had even deceived herself. Wang Qingqing, however, cast aside her earlier demeanor of subservience, and whether it was due to the absence of an audience that compelled her to drop the facade, or the fire ignited by Pei Yuning's 2 slaps, she unexpectedly broke into a low chuckle. Her disheveled hair partially obscured her face, lending her an air of eccentricity. When she caught Qin Wanlon's gaze, instead of shying away, she boldly met it with defiance. Qin Wanlon, are you here to settle scores with me now? Your allure is lacking, and you lack the ability to keep your husband in check, yet you choose to blame me? Moreover, I owe you nothing. If you truly seek retribution, direct it towards your husband, for it is he who has betrayed your marriage. Very well, you owe nothing to teacher Qin, but what about me? Have you not betrayed your marriage? While she cannot confront you, may I? Sun Youxiao finally uttered his first words since entering the room. Yet Wang Qingqing displayed no hint of remorse, instead interrupting him. You are equally worthless. Your wife's video is paraded before the public, and you do nothing to stop it. Even if you disregard my dignity and your own, what about your son's? With a husband like you, what kind of father are you? Is it because you fear defying Qin Wanlon? I was truly blind to marry a man devoid of responsibility. You cannot even protect your wife and child's reputation. I toil for Qin Wanlon, and yet my husband must bow and scrape to her. How can I possibly accept that? My God, how insane. Can she truly seize the initiative like this? Those devoid of morals, indeed, seem to thrive unscathed. Wang Qingqing is undoubtedly envious of Sister Wanlon, resenting her for possessing a good family background, beauty, charm, and talent, all while serving as her agent and reaping the rewards, yet feeling reduced to a mere servant, thus growing to despise her. Are the existence of you 2 scoundrels merely a testament to the fallibility of humanity? Since Sister Wanlon excels in every aspect, does that mean her standards must be unattainable? You are free to resign if you wish, Qin Wanlon spoke calmly. I have always believed that a manager's role is to advance and retreat alongside their artist, a profession of utmost significance. If you hold such disdain for this industry, why persist? And Ling was unyielding with Wang Qingqing, directly exposing her ulterior motives. Of course, you know that being your manager comes with numerous benefits. You don't have to run errands or flatter others to forge connections, as an endless stream of excellent scripts and resources is readily available for your selection. Few can enjoy such ease in this role. How could you abandon such a lucrative position? However, if you believe being a manager is akin to servitude, yet refuse to leave, perhaps there are additional reasons. After all, while you harbor such hatred, you still feign camaraderie. Surely, there must be some advantage to remain by your side? Do you understand now, Sister Wanlon? Quickly send someone to investigate the accounts. Otherwise, if you let her go today, she will escape. Chapter 42. The laughter that ensued was inevitable. Upon hearing Ling's words, Wang Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. You imposter! What nonsense are you spouting?
Oh.
I see, you're speaking of yourself. You know you're a fake heiress, yet cling to the infamily solely for their wealth. It's you who truly seeks to profit. Wang Qingqing grew increasingly animated, genuinely believing that Ling, having lost her status as the infamily's heiress, had no right to look down upon her, especially since they both hailed from ordinary backgrounds. Being belittled by Qin Wanlan was one thing. But how dare Ling presume superiority now? I see you as the most shameless of all, aware that you share no blood ties with the infamily. Yet you refuse to acknowledge your biological parents while shamelessly lingering there. Are you so accustomed to a life of luxury that you dread returning to hardship? I have at least worked hard to achieve what I have today. What are you even worth?
Slap.
Another resounding slap echoed through the room. This time, even Pei Yuning was taken aback, having sat somewhat distanced from Wang Qingqing. She had intended to intervene but had yet to reach her when she witnessed the typically reserved Qin Wanlan deliver a fierce slap to Wang Qingqing. And who do you think you are to insult Xiaoling? Relying on your own efforts? Qin Wanlan laughed. What efforts? Efforts to marry a wealthy man like Sun Yuxiao. Or efforts to leverage the Sun family's connections to become my manager. Or perhaps efforts to exploit the Qin family's reputation for resource selection. After being struck by Qin Wanlan, Wang Qingqing seemed to lose all semblance of sanity, unleashing her long-suppressed grievances. What do you, a pampered heiress, truly understand? The privileges you were born into are forever beyond my reach. All I wanted was to live a good life. What is wrong with aspiring to be wealthy? Then why cannot you simply live well with me? Sun Yuxiao, witnessing his wife being struck repeatedly, felt an uncharacteristic pang of sympathy. His voice trembled as he sought clarity on what precisely dissatisfied Wang Qingqing. Have I not treated you well? Have you not been living a good life? Why resort to such actions now? It is precisely because of your spinelessness. Wang Qingqing retorted scornfully. You can merely watch as your wife is assaulted. What can I possibly expect from you? Qi Song at least dares to confront Qin Wanlan. You can only wear a smile. Sun Yuxiao seems to be somewhat swayed by her words. Is he beginning to introspect? Really? He can actually be persuaded by such twisted logic? How deeply has he been manipulated? It is no wonder Wang Qingqing felt merely embarrassed by the public exposure of her infidelity, yet displayed no fear of how Sun Yuxiao would react, instead blaming him. They must often engage in this pattern of blaming each other. It appears Sun Yuxiao developed a personality shaped by his parents' discord, leading to his accommodating nature, yet he ended up with Wang Qingqing, a narcissist. How could he not be manipulated? The other three regarded Sun Yuxiao in disbelief, only to find a trace of uncertainty flickering across his features. Even a hint of concern for Wang Qingqing. Given Qin Wanlan's closer acquaintance with Sun Yuxiao, she was well aware of his submissive tendencies. Yet, in this situation, witnessing him reflecting upon himself surpassed her expectations. She wondered how he would react once presented with the paternity test results. Would he blame her instead? Seeing Sun Yuxiao's disheartened demeanor, Wang Qingqing, despite her inner disdain, felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as she could extricate herself from this predicament today, she could easily abscond with the funds from Qin Wanlan's studio and flee abroad with Xiao Bai, leaving the Sun family's assets for later retrieval when Sun Qingbai grew up. After all, blood ties ensured that Sun Yuxiao would not deny them. The most pressing concern was to keep Xiao Bai close, ensuring he would grow to support her as his mother. Otherwise, he might turn out as subservient as Sun Yuxiao. Thus, when Wang Qingqing spoke again, her confidence surged. You have no right to restrict my personal freedom. Yes, I had an affair with your husband, but that is merely a moral issue, not a legal one. Your actions now are the true violation of the law. If you do not release me, I will call the police. If your intention to detain me stems from Qi Song's threats, let me be clear, it was only Qi Song who proposed such drastic measures. No matter how much I despised you, I never entertained such thoughts. If accountability is to be sought, it would likely fall solely upon him. Yet, if you can incite such loathing in your husband, perhaps it is worth contemplating whether you have failed as a wife. So now you are employing PUA tactics. Are you? How very skilled. Qi Song turned to Wang Qingqing in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by her swift attempt to deflect blame. Are you trying to pin everything on me? If you hadn't urged me to pursue Qin Wanlan, I would never have married her. It was you who mentioned that even after my marriage, you were willing to maintain our previous relationship, and it was only then that I conceded, believing that I could also leverage Qin Wanlan's resources. Moreover, my aspirations were driven by a desire to secure a better future for both of us, were they not? After the video revealing their conspiracy to murder Qin Wanlan for her inheritance surfaced, Qi Song appeared utterly resigned, as if a part of him had died, realizing that the moment that video was released, his fate was sealed. Thus, even when dragged into this room and kicked by Pei Yuning, he exhibited little reaction. However, upon hearing Wang Qingqing's words, he became agitated, as if the idea that she would shift all blame onto him was utterly shocking. In Qi Song's eyes, Wang Qingqing's choice to marry Sun Yuxiao was purely for personal gain. She, like him, was a victim forced to succumb to the allure of wealth due to her humble origins. Yet, he believed that the person she truly loved was him, and that their love remained untainted by monetary concerns. Thus, he never anticipated that after the incident, Wang Qingqing would not only fail to stand by him in adversity, but would instead seek to cast all blame upon him. How absurd! Was this a melodrama they were directing for themselves? Those unaware might think they were star-crossed lovers, but in reality, who had ever torn them apart? It was their own choice to harm the innocent Wanlan through their infidelity. Oh, and let us not forget that Sun Yuxiao was also a victim of their greed. How could they still have the audacity to consider themselves the aggrieved parties? You must be deranged, and Ling remarked scornfully, unable to restrain herself. So, for the sake of your future with Wang Qingqing, you plotted to kill Wanlan and swindle her? Do you even comprehend the absurdity of your statements? I am powerless. Who insisted on managing finances so stringently and dictating my every move regarding the film. Even though it is marital property, she would only relent after I pleaded repeatedly. I can no longer endure such a life, constantly under her thumb. Had it not been for her constraints, I would have long since distinguished myself and divorced her. Why resort to such a perilous scheme? Wang Qingqing and I are genuinely in love. We are merely individuals from humble backgrounds seeking to align with the affluent. This is all your fault. You have deprived us of our chance to be together. You have ruined me. It was surprising that Qi Song, even in such dire circumstances, could still espouse his twisted rationale, unaware that his self-victimization would elicit only laughter from anyone else who heard it. Chapter 43. They continued to maintain this illicit relationship without interruption. Qin Wanlan, however, disregarded Qi Song entirely and addressed Wang Qingqing, saying, I have already instructed the finance department to conduct an audit. Wang Qingqing's eyes widened in shock, her earlier smugness evaporating. What did you say? You bought 2 tickets for yourself and Xiao Bai to leave the country tomorrow morning? Are you in such a hurry to depart? Qin Wanlan continued. This matter must be reported to the authorities, but I will be the one to do so. Wang Qingqing realized that Qin Wanlan would not allow her to escape. She understood that her attempt to abscond with her assets had been uncovered. Qi Song might avoid imprisonment, but she was likely to face dire consequences. Instinctively, she turned to Sun Yuxiao for assistance. Yuxiao, help me. Qin Wanlan will have me imprisoned. What will happen to Xiao Bai if I go to jail? At this point, it would be astonishing if Sun Yuxiao remained oblivious to the situation. He incredulously questioned Wang Qingqing. You embezzled funds from Teacher Qin's studio? You intend to flee the country with Xiao Bai? You plan to abandon me and escape? Qi Song, too, came to a realization, seemingly more devastated than Sun Yuxiao. Not only do you wish to shift the blame entirely onto me, but you also want to abandon me and escape abroad? I became involved with Qin Wanlan because of your influence, and I have been planning for our future. How could you treat me this way? What do you think all my suffering over the years amounts to? Qin Wanlan delivered a powerful kick to Qi Song's chest, causing him to stumble back, unable to suppress his cough. What have you suffered? You are the one who inexplicably dragged me into your trap. You chose infidelity, deception, and treachery, seeking not only to swindle, but also to harm. Qi Song, I have never coerced you, either during our courtship or after our marriage. Had you ever expressed a desire to part ways, I would have respected your wish. If you had mentioned it even once, I might still hold you in some regard. Do not feign as though you are a victim of circumstance. My family is composed of legitimate business people, not criminals. Am I the one who caused your separation from Wang Qingqing? Had I known about your affair, I wouldn't have even spared you a glance. You desired to create films, to achieve greatness, to pursue your dreams, and you chose to do so at my expense, using my resources while sacrificing me. You love money desperately and without limits, but cannot accept this reality, so you concoct ridiculous excuses to shift the blame onto others. Understand this. Is it truly my wealth that has brought you harm, or is it your desire for money that has harmed me? Do you genuinely not grasp the distinction? Or are you merely deceiving yourself? Qin Wanlan gazed at the man she once adored, her eyes filled with rage and sorrow. Her brow furrowed, her breath quickened. not only in anger at Qi Song's shamelessness, but also in disbelief that she had ever been blind enough to fall for such a person. Qi Song, in every conceivable way, I owe you nothing. It is you and Wang Qingqing, two despicable, loathsome beings, who trample upon the sincerity of others and then twist the narrative to portray yourselves as victims. You dare to claim you are truly in love? Such words are an affront to reason. If you both sacrificed each other for the sake of wealth and chose to be with others, does that not indicate that your love is far outweighed by the weight of money in your hearts? After delivering this scathing retort, Qin Wanlan exhaled deeply, feeling the pent-up frustration within her dissipate. She relaxed her brow and sneered derisively. Would you care to inquire of Wang Qingqing whether she truly loves you? If she loves you, why has she never mentioned that she bore you a son? Qi Song was momentarily taken aback, turning to Wang Qingqing, only to find her equally bewildered. What are you saying? Sun Yushao was the first to grasp Qin Wanlan's implication, and the successive blows left him nearly unsteady. You mean, Qingqing? Without further ado, Qin Wanlan handed a paternity test report to Sun Yushao. I only grew suspicious because I knew they were acquainted, and I never expected this outcome. While I'm uncertain whether you truly desire to know the truth, I felt it improper to conceal it from you now that I am aware. Sun Yushao stiffly raised his hand to accept the report, staring blankly at the results, which indicated that Sun Qingbai was indeed the biological son of Qi Song. No, she is lying. Wang Qingqing suddenly sprang up, frantically trying to snatch the report away. Xiao Bai is your son, not Qi Song's. Qin Wanlan is deceiving you. My son? Xiao Bai is my son? Qi Song mumbled, then turned to the still denying Wang Qingqing. Why didn't you tell me? No, it's not true. Wang Qingqing continuously shook her head. Xiao Bai must be Sun Youxiao's son. It seemed she was aware of her impending downfall and the likelihood of prison time. However, as long as she had a son with Sun Yuxiao, he would at least care for him, and she would have a means of support through her son, inheriting the Sun family's wealth. Hence, she was now more eager than anyone for Sun Qingbai to be Sun Youxiao's child. Due to Wang Qingqing's overly confident demeanor, even Qi Song and Sun Yuxiao found themselves uncertain. After all, Qin Wanlan had presented a paternity test. If Sun Qingbai were truly Qi Song's son, how could Wang Qingqing possibly lie so brazenly in this situation? Driven by a seed of doubt, I took it upon myself to investigate, Qin Wanlan said to Sun Yuxiao. If you do not believe me, you may conduct your own verification. Wang Qingqing might be as bewildered as anyone regarding the true paternity of the child, especially since these two have maintained their illicit relationship uninterrupted since their acquaintance. In an inadvertent slip, Qin Wanlan revealed information she had gleaned from Ling. By the time she realized her mistake, it was too late. Fortunately, Ling appeared not to suspect anything. Wow. Sister Wanlan not only knows that Wang Qingqing has embezzled from the studio, but she has also uncovered the ongoing affair between Qi Song and Wang Qingqing. Truly impressive. Uninterrupted? At that moment, Sun Yuxiao felt a profound sense of despair. He understood that Qin Wanlan had no need to fabricate a false verification report to deceive him. Yet if her words held truth, then his marriage to Wang Qingqing was indeed a farce from the beginning, and even the child might not be his. Compared to the revelation he had just encountered, Qin Wanlan, who had long since emotionally detached from Qi Song, appeared remarkably composed as she nodded and stated, Indeed, it has never ceased, not merely a fleeting dalliance. For over a decade since their introduction, they have continuously engaged in this immoral liaison. Sun Yuxiao felt as though his very soul was being drained. His hands fell limply, and the verification report drifted to Qi Song's feet. Upon seeing the results, Qi Song finally came to the realization that Qin Wanlan's words might indeed carry more weight. Why didn't you tell me? Qi Song struggled to confront Wang Qingqing, attempting to grasp her collar, but was restrained by bodyguards, leaving him to shout incessantly at her. You well know how desperately I long for a son. Why didn't you speak up whenever I lamented to you about Qin Wanlan's late motherhood for the sake of her career? If I had known I had a son, how could I have ever wed Qin Wanlan? Even if you are unsure of the child's paternity, why did you assume it was Sun Youxiao's and not mine? Suddenly, Wang Qingqing erupted into derisive laughter, countering Qi Song with, Why should I declare him your son? Tell me, if you were Xiao Bai's father, what could you possibly offer him? What? Qi Song seemed unable to grasp Wang Qingqing's implication. I mean, if Xiao Bai were your son, what could you provide him? Wang Qingqing mocked. Can you offer him wealth? Can you secure him a place in the finest schools? Do you possess an inheritance for him to claim? Realizing that Qin Wanlan would never let her go, Wang Qingqing relinquished all pretense. When I bore Xiaobai, you were nothing. So why would I wish for the child to be yours? Oh, I nearly forgot. You're still nothing now. Beyond being Qin Wanlan's husband, what else do you have to show for yourself? The reality he had long tried to deny was now shattered by the very person he believed would understand him best. And Qi Song's self-deceptive facade was ruthlessly torn away. He lunged towards Wang Qingqing, nearly breaking free from the bodyguard's grip.
How can this be?
Haven't you always understood me? Haven't you always believed in my potential for success? Haven't you claimed not to care about my financial status? If you held me in such low regard from the outset, why did you choose to be with me behind Sun Youxiao's back? Was it not out of love? At your age, how can you still be so naive? What does love amount to? How much is it truly worth? Wang Qingqing regarded Qi Song as if he were a mere jest. Must I spell it out so plainly? I chose to marry Sun Youxiao solely for his wealth. You were merely a pawn I acquired. Who could have predicted you would remain so worthless for all these years? And just as I contemplated discarding you, Qin Wanlan took notice of you. Out of jealousy, I resolved to keep you. For having you with her would serve my interests even more. Is this clear now? Each word from Wang Qingqing struck Qi Song's heart like a dagger, repeatedly assaulting his fragile and absurd pride. Following an intense surge of rage, Qi Song sat there, dazed, shaking his head vacantly, muttering impossible and you're deceiving me, as if in denial of reality. Meanwhile, Sun Youxiao, the genuine victim in this affair, had finally come to terms with the truth. Wang Qingqing had never loved him. Her choice to be with him was solely for his social standing. Yet even so, he still humbly implored Wang Qingqing, since you chose to be with me for monetary gain, having achieved your objective, why can you not simply settle down and live a good life? I do not care what you seek from me. We could easily enjoy a peaceful life as a family of 3. What more do you desire? Why must you go to such lengths? For once, a flicker of remorse appeared in Wang Qingqing's eyes. Unlike Qi Song, who acted abominably while perceiving himself as a victim, Wang Qingqing had always been acutely aware of her actions and thus recognized her genuine wrongs towards both Qin Wanlan and Sun Youxiao. In her heart, she harbored a sense of guilt towards Sun Youxiao, who had devoted over a decade to her without reservation, though it was a mere smidgen of remorse. And when she spoke, her words remained cruel. At that time, you were my best option. Within my social circle, you were the wealthiest. However, my horizons were limited. And I had not encountered greater affluence until I entered the entertainment industry, where I discovered that many people surpassed you in wealth and heritage. If your family were as prominent as the Yan or Qin families, would I still feel unsatisfied? Having grown accustomed to using manipulative rhetoric with Sun Youxiao over the years, she once again shifted the blame onto others, as if her actions bore no fault whatsoever. However, the current situation had escalated beyond her ability to evade responsibility. Although Sun Youxiao's gaze betrayed his anguish, it also reflected a newfound resolve. Greed knows no bounds. Even if the Sun family were indeed a prestigious lineage, she would still find reasons to be discontent. She could have led a life superior to that of the majority had she simply chosen to embrace her circumstances. Her own avarice had ruined everything, and she had no one but herself to blame. If Xiaobai continued to be exposed to a mother like you, who knows how he might turn out? I will not assist you in your misappropriation of Qin's studio assets. One must face the consequences of their own misdeeds. I shall no longer grant you the opportunity to approach Xiaobai. Sun Youxiao intends to continue raising Sun Qingbai as his own child. He seems resolute in his decision to take the child abroad, away from this toxic environment. Indeed, given that Wang Qingqing's infidelity with Qi Song has been firmly established, even if Sun Qingbai is truly Sun Youxiao's child, there will inevitably be gossip that could harm the child. The best choice for Sun Qingbai would be to relocate to a place where no one knows them or the situation. Upon hearing Ling's remarks, the 3 others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Sun Youxiao would make such a decisive choice in such a short time. And this decision was not one that everyone could muster the courage to make. Wang Qingqing was truly blind to have squandered the opportunity to be with such a responsible and emotionally invested individual, perceiving him instead as a weakling. What do you mean? Wang Qingqing was momentarily stunned by Sun Youxiao's words. I am Xiaobai's mother. On what grounds do you deny me the right to see him? I do not consent. If you have even an ounce of concern for Xiaobai, if you are willing to bear even the slightest bit of maternal responsibility, do you not know what is truly best for him? Sun Youxiao could no longer contain his fury as he shouted at Wang Qingqing. You have already wronged him enough. Do not further jeopardize his future. Upon hearing those words, Wang Qingqing appeared to lose all her strength, lowering her head in despair. She finally broke down in tears. Yet she refrained from uttering another word. I disagree. Qi Song unexpectedly spoke up defiantly from the side. Xiao Bai is my son. Naturally. He will live with me from now on. I will not allow him to continue living with you. Is it your place to speak? Qin Wanlan retorted coldly. Do you think you will be uninvolved from here on out? Do not try to intimidate me, Wang Qingqing interjected. What she said earlier is correct. Wasn't it infidelity? I have not broken any laws. What can you do to me? Qi Song, upon discovering he had a son, suddenly felt a surge of confidence. If you claim I said I wanted to kill you, that was merely idle chatter among friends. I have not acted on it. Even if the police were to arrest me, I would soon be released. What is there to fear? I will divorce you, divide our marital assets, and raise my son. Chapter 45. Whence comes this confidence? What marital assets? Upon hearing Qi Song's shameless declaration, Qin Wanlan calmly countered. She regarded Qi Song, who was still lost in his delusions, and spoke slowly. Have you forgotten? When we married, you signed a prenuptial agreement to prove that you were not with me for my wealth. All the earnings I made from my acting career after marriage belong solely to me and are not included in our marital property. Indeed, they had signed such an agreement, but it was Wang Qingqing who had coaxed Qi Song into proposing it. Wang Qingqing had learned from Qin Wanlan that the Qin family believed Qi Song had pursued her for monetary gain and were dissatisfied with him as their son-in-law. This had caused Qin Wanlan to waver slightly. Consequently, Wang Qingqing whispered in Qi Song's ear, encouraging him to bring up the matter, to reassure Qin Wanlan. In fact, their scheming was quite clever. Had the Qin family broached the topic of the prenuptial agreement, they would certainly have included all of Qin Wanlan's post-marriage earnings, leaving Qi Song with nothing in the event of a divorce. But since he brought it up himself, only his acting income was documented. Although that was still a considerable sum, it paled in comparison to the dividends from Qin Wanlan's various shares in the Qin Corporation.
Moreover, Wang Qingqing harbored ulterior motives,
as she had long coveted Qin Wanlan's earnings from her acting career. Should anything go awry with Qi Song, she could still rely on the funds from Qin Wanlan's studio. Yet, despite their cunning, the Qin family was no fool. Sure enough, Qi Song, undeterred, stated, aside from your own work, do you not possess shares in the Qin Corporation that yield dividends? Qin Wanlan suddenly chuckled, gazing at Qi Song with an air of leisure. Do you know why my parents ultimately agreed to our marriage? Did you think it was merely due to a flawed prenuptial agreement? As she maintained her smile, Qi Song felt an ominous premonition. What could it possibly be? I took that prenuptial agreement you voluntarily provided and gleefully presented it to my parents, intending to show them you were not the opportunist they believed you to be. Instead, they remarked on your cunning, suggesting you were attempting to deceive me with such a document. Qin Wanlan recalled how she had quarreled with her parents over this matter and found it laughable. Out of anger, I declared that I no longer wanted what they offered and would return the shares to them. My parents, equally enraged, said it was my choice. So, where do you believe our marital assets lie? In truth, after a few years of marriage, her parents intended to return the shares to Qin Wanlan, but she had been affected by their initial assessment of Qi Song and had declined. Now, it seemed her immature sentiments had fortuitously shattered Qi Song's dreams. You actually returned them? Impossible. How could anyone relinquish something they have already obtained? You must be lying to me to avoid dividing assets. Qi Song, having been married to Qin Wanlan for so long, understood she was not one to deceive. Did this mean all his years of plotting had been in vain?
No.
At least he still had a son, did he not? Regardless, I will reclaim my son. Qi Song was convinced that with his talents, he could surely make a comeback, and raising a child would be a trivial matter. How had he not yet come to terms with reality? Whence comes this confidence? Dream on. Sun Yushao seized Qi Song by the collar and struck him in the face. I will never allow you to have Xiao Bai. A person like you has no right to be his father. Qi Song, unfazed by the blow, found amusement in Sun Yushao's indignation, for in his eyes, Sun Yushao was the true failure. I lack the qualifications? Do you possess them? You are too cowardly to raise your own child. I do not share such weakness. Qi Song declared with pride. Regardless of the means, I will snatch Xiao Bai back. Otherwise, you will not have an easy time. Sun Yushao's clenched fists trembled slightly, his overwhelming rage causing blood to rush to his head, wishing he could strike this shameless man again. Yet, he was genuinely fearful that this rogue might follow through on his threats, either confronting Xiao Bai directly or publicly proclaiming himself to be Xiao Bai's biological father. either of which would inflict unpredictable harm on the child. And Ling glanced at Qi Song, who wore a smug expression and could not help but roll her eyes. She suddenly inquired, "You claim Sun Qingbai is your son. Do you possess any evidence? Has Miss N's eyesight failed her?" Qi Song gestured toward the ground. "Isn't the evidence glaringly obvious?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wanlon picked up the paternity test report from the ground and handed it to Sun Yushao. "I only have the single copy of the paternity test report between Qi Song and Xiao Bai. You may keep it or destroy it as you see fit. My people will not leak any information regarding your father-son relationship." Sun Yushao hesitated for a moment after receiving the report, then grasped Qin Wanlon's intention. Xiao Bai is a legitimate child. The law could not possibly support Qi Song's desire to take him away. He was merely concerned that this paternity test report would be leaked online. Now that he had Qin Wanlon's assurance, he felt completely at ease. After destroying the report in his possession, as long as Xiao Bai did not undergo a second paternity test with Qi Song, no matter what Qi Song claimed, he would have no concrete evidence. Moreover, he was already preparing to take Xiao Bai abroad, and Qi Song would have no opportunity to steal a sample. "Thank you." Sun Yushao sincerely expressed his gratitude to Qin Wanlon. "And thank you for stopping the press conference and choosing to inform me privately about this matter. Had it not been for you, I would have remained in the dark for much longer. Knowing the truth and making decisions is always preferable to living in confusion due to deception." Furthermore, had he publicly revealed that Xiao Bai was Qi Song's son, public opinion would certainly have shown greater sympathy for Qin Wanlon. Yet she chose to discuss the matter privately to shield Xiao Bai from the ensuing scrutiny, for which Sun Yushao felt genuinely grateful. Qin Wanlon nodded, relieved that Sun Yushao did not blame her for exposing the truth. Otherwise, it would have been a thankless endeavor. As for Qi Song, who remained oblivious to reality, Qin Wanlon had already devised a plan. She looked at Qi Song, who still could not grasp the situation, and sneered. "Qi Song, you are correct. The law indeed cannot do much to you. But didn't you always believe that your film failures were due to excessive restrictions? That as long as you produced quality content, investment would not be lacking? Well then, I will publicly announce that from now on, anyone who invests in your films or provides you assistance will find that the Qin Corporation will cease all forms of collaboration with them. So you may witness what true limitations entail." The smug expression on Qi Song's face vanished entirely, for he realized that Qin Wanlon was serious. If she were to publicly announce such a thing, it would signify to all investors that any association with Qi Song equates to opposition against the Qin family, effectively rendering him a pariah. The repercussions would be dire. He might struggle to secure not just investments, but even a cast and crew for his projects. Although Qi Song harbored immense self-confidence, it did not imply that he believed he could withstand Qin Wanlon's deliberate targeting. "No, Qin Wanlon, you are intent on obliterating my career. I have yet to create a work worthy of being immortalized in cinematic history. You cannot do this to me." Qi Song was acutely aware that he possessed no bargaining power against Qin Wanlon, and thus could only plead, "I will comply with whatever you desire, as long as you do not hinder my filmmaking endeavors." Qi Song's demeanor pleased Qin Wanlon, who feigned contemplation before finally speaking. "Did you not wish to go abroad? Allow me to facilitate your departure." Chapter 46. Some individuals truly lack foresight. Go abroad? Qi Song was utterly taken aback. He had assumed that Qin Wanlon's indifference toward him was the best possible outcome. How could she genuinely offer to send him overseas? It seemed that Qin Wanlon discerned his doubts, softening her tone as she continued. "Since we were once married, I do not wish to make things irrevocably harsh. However, I also do not wish to see you again after our divorce. You may choose a country to relocate to, and I will permit your departure. But should you ever cross my path again domestically, do not say I did not forewarn you." "Are you serious?" Qi Song could hardly believe it. He had braced himself for a much harsher punishment, yet here was Qin Wanlon so readily willing to let him go. Upon further reflection, given that he would no longer receive any financial support from her, and acknowledging that his standing in the domestic entertainment industry was irretrievably compromised, along with his long-held aspirations of pursuing a career abroad, this indeed appeared to be his most advantageous option. "Indeed, I speak with conviction. But it must await the finalization of our divorce," Qin Wanlon affirmed with a nod. "However, I will be reporting this today, and once the requisite legal proceedings conclude, a lawyer will present you with the agreement." Qi Song, perceiving a flicker of lingering affection from Qin Wanlon, hastily acquiesced to her proposal before she could retract it. Pei Yuning, who had been quietly listening, felt that this arrangement was excessively lenient toward Qi Song, just as she was about to voice her thoughts. And Ling seemed to grasp Pei Yuning's intent. What a splendid idea. In truth, Qi Song has yet to undertake any substantial action. He likely hasn't even crossed into the realm of criminal intent. If he believes he can make a name for himself, let him have his chance. Let him seize this opportunity to truly understand his own limitations. Otherwise, he might genuinely think himself a figure of significance. With Sister Wanlan's protection, he can only produce mediocre films. If he truly goes abroad, it would be a miracle if anyone even acknowledges him. A person as oblivious as Qi Song does not require anyone to orchestrate his downfall. He is perfectly capable of self-sabotage. Such reasoning resonated deeply with Pei Yuning. After digesting the implications, she swallowed her initial objections and rephrased her stance to prevent you from sneaking back and becoming an eyesore to Wanlan. It would be prudent to find a country with simpler immigration processes for your citizenship. Otherwise, not only the Qin family but also the En and Pei families would issue identical statements. This way, even if Qi Song later wishes to return, he shall find it impossible. Qi Song recognized that they were resolute in their intentions to expel him, and faced with opposition from these three families, he realized that remaining in the domestic entertainment industry would yield no prospects. Thus, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Qin Wanlan reported the incident in front of the two women and urged Pei Yuning and her daughter to return, noting that they were not directly involved and had no further need to accompany her to the police station. The evidence of Wang Qingqing's misappropriation of assets from Qin Wanlan's studio was not difficult to uncover, resulting in her conviction for embezzlement, which would see her incarcerated for several years. As for Qi Song, after his divorce from Qin Wanlan, he was indeed allowed to leave the country. Qi Song ultimately experienced what it meant to encounter insurmountable obstacles, feeling utterly forsaken, as if his cries to the heavens were met with silence. The films he had previously made were insufficient to serve as a stepping stone for garnering support for his cinematic dreams in a foreign land. He could only self-finance low-budget shorts, which unsurprisingly garnered no interest. In a futile attempt, he traversed various nations, yet the outcome remained consistently disheartening. Having squandered his savings, Qi Song, with inflated aspirations, found himself unable to settle for menial jobs. In the end, with no options left, he was compelled to take on odd jobs. Yet, after years spent solely pursuing filmmaking, he faltered, unable to perform even the simplest tasks, and fell into a melancholic state of unrecognized talent, eventually succumbing to addiction and joining the ranks of the homeless. It was a complete downfall. As for the depth of his regret, who would truly care? Of course, these were merely reflections for the future. Presently, the online community remained in shock over the recent press conference. Initially, few anticipated anything noteworthy from the event. It was expected to follow the usual pattern of media outlets and marketing accounts disseminating information about the film and its lead, Qin Wanlan, before collaborating to create buzz and promote the project. However, prior to the press conference, news emerged that Pei Yuning had brought both her genuine daughter and a supposed imposter to support Qin Wanlan, accompanied by several photographs, which ignited a wave of excitement. Despite the primary focus being on Ling and Qiu Nian, it drew increased attention to the event. Was this truly the first public appearance for both since the true and false daughter controversy? Did the Yin family genuinely recognize both? If not, one has been nurtured for many years while the other is biological. Which would the Yin family prefer? Personally, I would choose the biological one. The imposter should return home. Is it not possible that they need not choose, as they can afford to support both? However, they are both in their 20s and possess the autonomy to make choices. It appears that Ling is unwilling to leave, who would wish to revert to a life of poverty after enjoying comfort. They are all respectable individuals. One cannot just force her out. Why are you so certain that returning means reverting to a life of poverty? What if her biological parents are also wealthy, and she herself is quite capable of earning money? Indeed, Ling has already secured an award for Best Actress. She could thrive independently. Clearly, this is a mutually agreed upon outcome between both families. Could she alone dictate the actions of two households? Can fans not refrain from feigning ignorance? No amount of wealth could surpass the Yin family's resources. Poor Qiu Nian, the genuine daughter, finds herself unable to return. Could you please avoid inciting conflict at random? I observe that Ling and Qiu Nian share a harmonious relationship. They appear to be engaging in pleasant conversation. Isn't that merely an act? Their joint appearance was designed specifically for external perception. They cannot afford to quarrel in front of so many people. What of it being an act? It's all forgotten in due time. By the time the press conference had progressed halfway, discussions online continued to revolve predominantly around Ling and Qiu Nian, with scant attention given to the film itself until the news of Qi Song's infidelity with Wang Qingqing broke. Initially, only textual reports surfaced, stating that Qi Song had cheated on Qin Wanlan with her agent, Wang Qingqing. Those who first encountered the news were skeptical. How fortuitous that the revelation of Qi Song's infidelity coincided with the film's press conference, which seemed to reek of publicity stunt. Moreover, Qi Song cheating? Has he lost his mind? He, a man living off his wife's success, marrying Qin Wanlan was already a stroke of luck. Cheating would surely be a self-destructive path. Only a fool would engage in such behavior. However, when the subsequent video emerged, everyone was left astounded, realizing that some individuals truly lack common sense. Chapter 47. Who did he provoke? My goodness. At first, I thought it was a fabricated story for publicity, but it's real? Qin Wanlan's husband has cheated with her agent? Is it true that the unfaithful have no names? Why must the victim's name be mentioned? Understandably, if you omit Qin Wanlan's name, few may recognize them. After a decade in film, he has returned as Qin Wanlan's dependent husband, yet now he has become her unfaithful partner. Has he lost his mind? What audacity does he possess to betray her, perhaps with Qin Wanlan's manager? My goodness. To even release a video at the press conference, who did that? I can only say, well done. It must have been Qin Wanlan. This is her bedroom. Who else could it be? How ruthless to expose the video in such a manner. No wonder her husband sought solace elsewhere. What nonsense is being spouted? If one has a mental affliction, they should seek treatment rather than empathizing with the unfaithful. If he simply refrained from infidelity, wouldn't that suffice? To betray not only his spouse but to do so in the marital bed is appalling. Qin Wanlan's decision to blur the video was already a considerable concession. Had it been me, unedited footage would have circulated widely. The most infuriated are undoubtedly Qin Wanlan's fans, who are already uncomfortable with their idol's early marriage. They have never favored Qi Song, believing him unworthy of their goddess and a hindrance to her career. Qin Wanlan could have pursued superior scripts and roles, advancing her career. Yet she chose to star in Qi Song's subpar films. While this was her choice, fans inevitably blame another party. Gradually, they reconciled with the situation. After all, the couple had been married for 3 years without any scandal. Fans consoled themselves, hoping for Qin Wanlan's happiness, unaware that a significant scandal was imminent. Cheating in the marital bed. Who can fathom such a betrayal? Especially Qi Song, who owes his current standing solely to Qin Wanlan. What audacity allows him to treat her so poorly? Major media outlets and marketing accounts are now scrambling for attention, posting snippets of the event as quickly as possible. The sooner one publishes, the greater their claim to the initial wave of buzz. Meanwhile, netizens transform into avid spectators, scouring various gossip accounts for the latest updates. Qi Song's ignorant remarks soon emerged, prompting even the most passive bystanders to voice their opinions. Did I hear correctly? Qi Song believes his cinematic failures are due to external constraints, thinking that a change of scenery would yield successful works. He even claims audiences lack the capacity to appreciate his films. What depth could possibly exist in his work? If he has any hidden gems, they should remain buried as family heirlooms. Incredible, he even attempts to manipulate the audience, claiming we lack discernment while he possesses the keenest eye. If his creations are so exceptional, why must he showcase them to us, the uncultured? Initially drawn into theaters by Qin Wanlan's image on the poster, I still recall the confusion I felt while watching, how I wished to reprimand my past self for purchasing that ticket. I shall be blunt. Qi Song's films are nothing short of abysmal. I seek guidance on a self-confidence. I too wish to live without shame, just once. Now, beyond the fans, even casual observers have begun to criticize Qi Song. After all, they are merely ordinary viewers who spent their money to enjoy a quality film. Having paid to consume trash is one thing, but to face ridicule for expressing genuine feelings about their experience is entirely unacceptable. Furthermore, that purveyor of garbage not only dismisses their critique, but suggests that a careful examination of his masterpieces reveals a banquet of flavors. How can those who have suffered through his films endure such insolence? Audiences have long endured poor quality cinema, only to find themselves berated for their lack of appreciation after having willingly subjected themselves to poor entertainment. It is utterly preposterous. Consequently, they have directed their indignation toward Qi Song, wishing to expel such a morally bankrupt and disrespectful director from the entertainment industry. Just when it seemed Qi Song could not descend any lower, new footage emerged. This video clearly captured Qi Song proposing to Wang Qingqing a plan to eliminate Qin Wanlan and seize her inheritance. Even seasoned netizens, accustomed to moral dilemmas, were left shocked. Though Qi Song's infidelity had been exposed in a rather humiliating manner, it was merely another instance of infidelity common in the entertainment sphere. However, his words escalated the situation into the realm of criminality, revealing a particularly heinous intent. Only then did the public recognize that their previous criticisms had been too lenient. Qi Song's treachery surpassed all expectations. Although Qiu Nian abruptly halted the press conference and retreated backstage, discussions surrounding the incident only intensified, with trending topics dominated by this scandal. Many media personnel, despite leaving the venue, chose to remain outside, live streaming until police arrived to escort Qi Song and Wang Qingqing away. At which point the public's fury was somewhat quelled. Their sole relief was that Qiu Nian had detected the situation early. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. No longer could anyone question her actions as undignified, especially with Qi Song's murderous intentions revealed. Only a fool would afford him any semblance of respect. As the involved parties departed with the police, those waiting outside prepared to leave, only to observe Pei Yuning and Ling and Qiu Nian exiting as well. It turned out that the three had been backstage until now. This revelation led the audience to notice an overlooked detail, and Ling's presence at this significant event.
What?
Why did Pei Yuning and her companions leave now? I assumed everyone departed after the press conference was paused. They share a close relationship with Qiu Nian. Surely they accompanied her backstage. Had they witnessed the entire debacle unfold?
How enviable.
Wait, has anyone pointed out that Ling has been present for the fourth time? Why does she consistently appear at such events? This latest scandal has no connection to her, and Ling is merely an audience member. Let's not drag her into this. I never suggested she was involved. Why the sensitivity? I'm simply questioning her repeated appearances. Once or twice could be coincidental, but 4 times is rather remarkable. And Ling,
How old are you?
could it be that she possesses a knack for finding herself in the midst of drama? If so, I suspect she will never fade into obscurity. Even if she is ousted from the Yin family, she will not lack for sustenance. I refuse to accept this as mere coincidence. Are there any fans of Ling who could provide her schedule? I am curious where she will appear next. You may be disappointed. Ling has no upcoming engagements until after the new year. That simply won't do. Shouldn't her fans be urging her to work? Having just won Best Actress, isn't this the time for her to strive for success? At her age, how can she afford to be idle? Ling has always been selective with her scripts. We fans believe that if she were to star in a poor film, it would be better for her to take a break instead. That cannot happen in Ling. Come back to work. It seems that the fervor for gossip among netizens clashes with Ling's current state of inactivity. Amid the trending topics surrounding Qiu Nian, Qi Song, Wang Qingqing and Sun Yuxiao, the phrases Ling, how old are you? And Ling, come back to work, resonate loudly. These two abrupt and somewhat absurd trending topics have surprisingly found their way into the limelight, leaving Ling herself utterly perplexed. All she wanted was to take a few months off. Who did she offend? Chapter 48. Do you have a grudge against the Yin family? Indeed. Ling has not taken on any work lately. One reason being that after spending several years away from home due to filming, she had promised her parents that she would spend the new year at home this year, thus intentionally clearing her schedule. The other reason is that now she is acutely aware of the narrative within this fictional world, she finds herself devoid of the desire to engage in any other pursuits. She must first resolve the issues that these unfortunate souls at home are bound to encounter. Oh, but wait, Jun and Xioli are indeed the unfortunate ones, as the events that will unfold are entirely unwarranted calamities for them. However, Rui is not. He is the unequivocal perpetrator. Yet Ling must also intervene, for he too is another victim of an undeserved misfortune. As Ling browsed through the trending topics, she contemplated her next course of action. She felt as though she had forgotten something vital, yet no matter how hard she tried, it eluded her memory. It wasn't until several days later that she suddenly recalled having commissioned a private investigator to look into Qi Song's infidelity. However, given that this matter has been trending for several days, it should be considered that the transaction has been automatically terminated, right? Thus, Ling switched to her secondary WeChat account, only to discover that X had sent her a barrage of messages. X. What is going on with this trending topic? I only managed to capture a few photos of their private conversations. I didn't even get a shot of them holding hands, yet a video from the bedroom is trending. What is the point of my efforts? X. Say something. X. Regardless, the deposit is non-refundable. I've conducted a thorough investigation, but due to the brevity of time, I don't have concrete evidence yet. So I still deserve my fee, right? X. Besides, they're having their affair at home. It's quite difficult for me to gather evidence even if I wanted to. X. What the heck? Qi Song actually wants to kill his wife. What made you think to investigate him? Are you someone close to Qin Wanlan? In essence, he was conveying that he had done his utmost but had failed due to Qin Wanlan leaking the story first, subtly hinting that Ling was not the only one facing difficulties and that the deposit should not be returned. Or perhaps he was trying to probe Ling's true identity. AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. I didn't intend for you to refund the deposit, however. I 1T be paying the final amount. X. That is a given. We have our professional ethics. How could I charge you the final payment for an incomplete task? X. However, I find this case rather frustrating. I haven't uncovered anything substantial, yet it's been exposed, and I feel quite unaccomplished. AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. You still find a sense of accomplishment in your line of work? X. Absolutely. You wouldn't understand how captivating and addictive it is to uncover the truth through one's own investigations. And Ling found it hard to comprehend his sense of accomplishment. Although X claimed to be a detective, his work was akin to that of a paparazzo. In this day and age, working as a paparazzo is solely for monetary gain. Does anyone truly possess a sense of professional honor? AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. Will you take it or not? I still have assignments. X. Of course. Returning clients get a 10 discount. What's the scoop this time? X. Oh wait, who are we investigating this time? AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. And June is currently dating a girl named Tu Mu Mu. Please help me gather evidence on whether there's any improper relationship between Tu Mu Mu and the singer Yu Ruoshoa. And Ling pondered for a moment. X had previously encountered difficulties due to the lack of leads, aimlessly tracking with no direction. Although she was unaware of Tu Mu Mu's appearance, she could ascertain the time and location of Yu Ruoshoa's meetings with her. Thus, Ling sent over several dates and locations, instructing X to stake out and capture some evidence. To her surprise, there was a prolonged silence from the other end, a stark contrast to his previous promptness. AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. What's wrong? Why the silence? X. 100K. AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. Didn't you say there's a 10 discount? Plus, I provided you with the time and location. Shouldn't that warrant a lower price? X. Regardless, the price for investigating the Yin family remains the same. If it weren't for you being a returning client, I wouldn't even consider taking it on. X. Since you already know the time and location, why not just go capture it yourself? And Ling certainly wanted to go capture it herself, but that was not an option. If she were to go herself, who knows if she would end up photographing others or being photographed herself? What if, in the end, she failed to capture any evidence and her furtive figure ended up posted online? It would undoubtedly alert the prey. Despite the conversation occurring through a phone, and Ling sensed that X's demeanor seemed less enthusiastic than before, and there was an undertone of discontent regarding the Yin family. Yet, fearing that a direct inquiry might reveal too much, she could only pose vague questions. AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. Is there something particularly special about the Yin family? Or do you have a grudge against them? X. It's not a grudge per se. I simply disapprove of certain individuals within the Yin family. Regardless, I want to negotiate on the price this time, but considering the last unsuccessful assignment, I can forego the deposit for now. You decide whether you want me to investigate. AAA de Run FA Fish Slaying Expert. You wouldn't release any evidence you find just because you dislike that person, would you? X. Rest assured. I uphold my professional ethics. This individual has a rather good reputation in the industry, unlike some who, despite taking on one party's assignment, would leak evidence to the other for a higher price. If Yu Ruoshoa were to catch wind of someone investigating him, he would undoubtedly become more cautious, potentially deviating from the original plot, making it increasingly difficult for Ling to expose him later. Weighing the pros and cons, Ling ultimately decided to let X continue the investigation. In truth, the safest option would have been to have someone from the Yin family conduct the investigation, but that would leave Ling unable to explain her motives. Moreover, since she had resolved to leverage the known plot and character dynamics to alter her and her family's fate, there would undoubtedly be more things to investigate in the future. If she were to continue utilizing the Yin family for inquiries, it would likely raise suspicions among her family members over time. She could not ascertain whether her bizarre experiences would adversely affect this world if others learned of them. She should have asked more questions when she first reincarnated. She was uncertain if that mysterious voice would ever reappear. After concluding her conversation with X, Ling returned to her WeChat and opened the chat with Yun Shirue. Ever since their reconciliation at Guanjingyan's birthday party, the two had been chatting daily to cultivate their relationship. and Ling felt that it was no longer out of place to propose celebrating her birthday with Yun Shirui. After all, her birthday was merely a few days away, and Ling planned to use the excuse of a vacation for the two of them to persuade Yun Shirui to celebrate her birthday in the city where Yun Xingzhou resided. She had carefully considered that whether she implored Yun Shirui to persuade her brother not to return or to suggest changing the driver, neither would guarantee Yun Xingzhou's safety. Firstly, Yun Xingzhou might not listen, and secondly, as soon as he disembarked from the plane, he would inevitably take the route that led to the accident in the original narrative. And Ling was uncertain whether the original plot had any compulsory elements. What if simply being on the road at that time triggered the accident for Yun Xingzhou? The most secure method would be to ensure that Yun Xingzhou was not returning home on Yun Shirui's birthday, so if she could persuade Yun Shirui to visit her brother, there would be no necessity for him to rush back. Chapter 49. What kind of sin have I committed? And Ling tapped on Yun Shirui via WeChat. And Ling, do you have any plans for your birthday? Yun Shirui thought to herself that Ling had finally brought it up. After hearing Ling's thoughts at Guanjing Yan's birthday party, she knew Ling would find a way to prevent her brother from encountering misfortune. Although she had already made preparations, she was quite curious about Ling's ideas. Yun Shirui. Not yet, anyway, my brother isn't home, so I might just buy a cake to celebrate. And Ling, do you have anything else going on during this time? If not, shall we take a vacation in Ningqing together? It's perfect since your brother is there too. This way, you two can celebrate your birthdays together this year. And Ling forwarded some information about a luxurious resort she had saved in advance to Yun Shirui, which happens to be a project invested by the Yun family in Ningqing, conveniently providing Ling with an excuse to visit. And Ling, your family's resort has a hot spring hotel, right? I've been wanting to go there. Why not take this opportunity to go together? And Ling's idea coincided perfectly with Yun Shirui's intentions, as she had also planned to visit her brother in Ningqing. Furthermore, before the fallout between her and Ling, they used to celebrate each other's birthdays. This year, she could finally have her beloved brother and her best friend by her side for her birthday, so Yun Shirui readily agreed. The two acted swiftly and set off the next day, for arriving a day earlier would bring more peace of mind. It wasn't until the plane landed in Ningqing that Yun Shirui contacted her brother's secretary to have him discreetly inform her of their whereabouts without her brother knowing. When Secretary Ji received the message, he initially thought the young lady was there for a surprise inspection. Although puzzled, he relayed the information truthfully. However, when Yun Shirui stated that she would be taking a taxi over and asked him not to inform her brother, Secretary Ji was taken aback. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the young lady had already arrived in Ningqing. Under normal circumstances, he would have reported to his boss immediately. But since the young lady had repeatedly emphasized not to tell Yun Xingzhou, he felt compelled to comply with her request, given his boss's obsession with his sister. Caught between two parties he couldn't afford to offend, Secretary Ji instructed Yun Shirui to find a place at the airport to rest for a while. And he would personally pick her and Ling up. After hanging up, he hurriedly drove to the airport, finally feeling relieved when he saw both young ladies safe and sound. Secretary Ji, having a good relationship with Yun Xingzhou, was also familiar with Chong, knowing full well that both were famously protective of their sisters. Yun Shirui, Miss In, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's nothing. I just finished a mobile game with Xiaoling. You didn't keep us waiting long at all. Yun Shirui replied. Qingji, you didn't leak anything to my brother, right? Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Ji Cheng responded while helping them stow their luggage. After closing the trunk, he approached the car and opened the back door, gesturing for them to enter. Ladies, please get in. Both Ling and Yun Shirui couldn't help but chuckle. This is Ji Cheng. He looks like a refined rogue, but unexpectedly has quite a sunny disposition. Upon hearing Ling's sudden thought, Yun Shirui immediately perked up. She keenly sensed that Ling had been discreetly observing Ji Cheng since their first encounter. Ji Cheng was a university classmate of Yun Xingzhou, having joined Yun Corporation after graduation to work alongside him. Although he appeared to be just a secretary, he was undoubtedly Yun Xingzhou's most trusted confidant. Yun Xingzhou even granted him shares, indicating a bond that surpassed that of many biological brothers. However, seeing the appraising gaze from Ling made Yun Shirui a bit anxious. After the incident with Guanjing Yan, she was certain that Ling possessed knowledge that others did not, leading her to wonder what Ling's scrutiny of Ji Cheng was about. Did Ji Cheng harbor some hidden issues? Yun Shirui couldn't help but scrutinize Ji Cheng through the rearview mirror, leaving him feeling uneasy, uncertain if he had inadvertently offended either of these young ladies. Ji Cheng was tall and slender. While not extraordinarily handsome, he had a fair, scholarly appearance, often seen wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a competent aura. Overall, he was an outstanding figure in the business world. While observing him, Yun Shirui pondered. Surely and Ling couldn't have developed feelings for Jicheng? It should be noted that Jicheng joined Yun Corporation after the fallout between the two of them, so Ling had indeed never met him. Nevertheless, Yun Shirui thought that if Ling were to be interested in Jicheng, it would certainly be better than Gu Qinming, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives and blatantly strung Ling along despite not genuinely liking her. Truly infuriating. Although Ling may have acted like a devoted admirer, one could argue that Gu Qinming had his own faults. In any case, Yun Shirui found everything about Gu Qinming displeasing. Just as Yun Shirui hesitated about whether to facilitate an exchange of contact information between them, Ling let out a deep sigh. Yun Shirui immediately sat up straight, focusing her attention, recognizing that based on previous experiences, Ling was about to reveal something she was unaware of. Look at the good brother of my brother. Although he appears like a refined rogue, he is, in fact, fiercely loyal. After Yun Xingzhou's death, those bizarre relatives of the Yun family tried to win Jicheng over to betray Yun Shirui, but he remained steadfastly loyal to her. Although the Yun family also assisted Yun Shirui, they could not intervene in many internal matters of the Yun Corporation. Jicheng played an indispensable role in stabilizing Yun Corporation. Upon hearing this, Yun Shirui let out a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jicheng was not a problem. Otherwise, her brother would undoubtedly be both disappointed and heartbroken. Simultaneously, a flicker of gratitude blossomed within Yun Shirui for Jicheng. While she was not involved in the affairs of Yun Corporation, she was acutely aware of how chaotic and difficult the situation would become if her brother suddenly encountered trouble. Even if Jicheng had chosen to align himself with another faction, no one would blame him. He could even gain many advantages. At most, Yun Shirui would be the only one harboring resentment towards him. Yet, Jicheng chose to stand firmly by Yun Shirui's side against those with ulterior motives. A decision made without regard for his own interests, rooted solely in his relationship with Yun Xingzhou. Yun Shirui's previously scrutinizing gaze softened, brimming with gratitude, leaving Jicheng feeling even more restless, completely baffled by the young lady's elusive thoughts. What on earth had he done to her? And then look at my brother's other good friend. One wants to take advantage of him, another deceives him emotionally and financially, while another almost lands him in prison and ruins his reputation, resulting in the loss of both parents. What kind of karmic retribution is this? Yun Shirui. The information packed into Ling's statement was overwhelming. Yun Shirui already knew that the first mention referred to Yun family's elder brother. But what about the latter two? How on earth could the troubles of the Yun family surpass even her own? Yun Shirui felt both relieved and apprehensive. If Ling did not possess this ability to foresee future events, would both the Yun and Yun families have to endure such tragic fates? Unable to contain herself, Yun Shirui leaned closer to Ling, wrapping her arms around her shoulder. Thank you, Xiaoling. Thank you for being willing to approach me and help me and my brother despite our previous quarrel. Ling was momentarily taken aback by Yun Shirui's unexpected gesture and gratitude. Thank me for what? It's nothing, Yun Shirui shook her head. I just want to thank you for celebrating my birthday with me. Ling had not anticipated that simply accompanying Yun Shirui for her birthday would evoke such a heartfelt response, indicating how much Yun Shirui valued their friendship. It also highlighted how unbearable it had been for Yun Shirui to witness Ling's infatuation with Gu Qinming, which had led her to a point of silence, preferring to sever ties rather than discuss reconciliation. Ling gently patted Yun Shirui's head. It's nothing. As long as you're willing, I can accompany you for your birthday every year. Yun Shirui nodded happily. Chapter 50. Upon investigation, it turned out to be nothing significant. Jicheng brought the two young ladies to the Yun Corporation's branch office in Ningqing, and Yun Shirui dashed into her brother's office like an exuberant rabbit, arms wide open and beaming with joy. Surprise. She subsequently froze in place, for the office, aside from Yun Xingzhou, harbored two other men. Xiaorui? Yun Xingzhou was the first to react, rising with delight. What brings you here? Yun Shirui awkwardly chuckled, lowering her arms. Xiaoling wanted to visit the hot springs at this resort in Ningqing, and it conveniently allows you to accompany me for my birthday, so here we are. Only then did Yun Xingzhou shift his gaze to the two individuals behind Yun Shirui. Ling and Jicheng approached at a normal pace, several steps slower than the hastily arrived Yun Shirui. President Yun, it was Shirui who instructed me to keep this from you. You mustn't blame me, Jicheng interjected, preemptively deflecting responsibility. Yun Xingzhou would never hold Jicheng accountable for such a trivial matter. In fact, he felt elated that his sister was present. However, he was somewhat surprised that Ling had chosen to accompany her. Although Yun Shiruei had already informed him of her reconciliation with Ling, he did not anticipate their relationship had progressed to the point of traveling together for a birthday celebration so swiftly. He was well aware of how close Yun Shiruei and Ling had once been, as well as the reasons behind their previous discord. He discerned that Yun Shiruei had been overly proud, desiring to mend ties with Ling, yet unable to lower her pride.
Now,
Witnessing the joy on Yun Shiruei's face following their reconciliation, Yun Xingzhou greeted Ling with a smile. Xiaoling, thank you for accompanying Shiruei. He then turned his attention back to Yun Shiruei. Xiaoruei, why don't you and Xiaoling follow Ji Chong to the resort first? I have a few matters to attend to, but I will join you shortly. Just as Yun Shiruei prepared to respond, the older of the two men behind Yun Xingzhou approached her with a smile, saying, So this is Shiruei? You've become quite the young lady. I almost didn't recognize you. Noticing the confusion on Yun Shiruei's face, a flicker of displeasure crossed the man's eyes, though he quickly masked it. Have you forgotten your uncle? I used to carry you when you were little. We're family, after all. How could you forget? Yun Xingzhou's expression clearly soured at the mention of this man, his smile fading. Shiruei was quite young back then, and uncle, you were often in Ningqing. After aunt's passing, Shiruei hasn't seen you, so it's understandable she wouldn't remember. Ha ha ha, indeed. After all, Shiruei was just a child back then. But I shall make it a point to visit Haiqing often to foster family ties, lest you have to come all this way to worry about matters in Ningqing. Having family around to keep an eye on things is invaluable, the man remarked with an undertone, implying that it would spare Xingzhou the trouble. Uncle? What was Shiruei's uncle's name again? Surely, he must be part of that peculiar family? Yun Xingzhou suddenly turned to Ling, astonished and somewhat perplexed. Did you just speak? Coughing lightly, Yun Shiruei shot Yun Xingzhou a glance, signaling him to remain silent, then seamlessly introduced the man to Ling. Xiaoling, this is my uncle Guo Wenxiang.
Ah?
So he is the husband of Shiruei's late aunt. Yun Shiruei's aunt, along with her parents, perished in an accident while overseas on a business inspection. Her aunt and uncle were childless by choice, hence he inherited her entire estate, aside from the shares, which had been bequeathed to Yun Xingzhou and Yun Shiruei due to her aunt's prior will. Nonetheless, he remained a part of the Yun family management, chiefly overseeing matters in Ningqing. After the incident concerning Yun Xingzhou, Guo Wenxiang was the first to emerge, attempting to leverage his status as uncle to claim Yun Xingzhou's shares and inheritance, aiming to usurp the Yun family. But he faced collective opposition from other relatives with ulterior motives. Later, after Yun Shiruei took control, he remained unsatisfied, attempting to introduce his son Chen Tianbin to her. Naturally, she found him unimpressive, prompting Guo Wenxiang to resort to underhanded means, intending to drug her to force a situation. Fortunately, Yun Shiruei sensed something amiss, locked her door, and promptly reported the incident, narrowly escaping disaster. Upon hearing this, both Yun Xingzhou and Yun Shiruei felt a surge of indignation. Yet just then, Guo Wenxiang presented another young man to Yun Shiruei. Shiruei, this is Chen Tianbin, a couple of years older than you. You young folks might have common interests. It would be wonderful for you to cultivate a relationship, perhaps even deepen familial ties. Chen Tianbin was not unattractive, yet he exuded an aura of lethargy, as if all vitality had been drained from him. The way he gazed at Yun Shiruei was disconcerting, imbued with an unsettling lechery. He even cast similar glances at Ling multiple times. Unable to suppress her discomfort, Ling frowned. Being subjected to such scrutiny was utterly unpleasant. Driven by curiosity about this individual, she typed Chen Tianbin's name into the character query tool, only to discover that he was far from respectable. This is a beast. To call him a spoiled second-generation heir would be generous. He is, in fact, a rapist. He forcibly engaged with a girl while she was intoxicated, and when she attempted to report him, he assaulted her. He offered the girl's parents a sum of money to silence the matter, and shockingly, they accepted, confining their daughter at home, preventing her from contacting the outside world. This was not even the first time for Chen Tianbin. Guo Wenxiang intends to introduce such a wretch to Shiruei? He must be out of his mind. No wonder, Chen Tianbin is actually his biological son. His claim of being childless was merely a facade to marry Yun's aunt. Shortly after, he maintained a separate family, marrying the woman who had been his mistress after her death. Chen Tianbin is ostensibly the son of Guo Wenxiang's second wife, but in truth, he is their offspring. This implies that the victim is still confined by her own parents. We must act swiftly to rescue her. How infuriating that Chen Tianbin cannot even remember her name. How am I to investigate? Ling contemplated whether to have someone throw a sack over Chen Tianbin and give him a thorough questioning. However, The fact that she could not retrieve any information from the character query tool suggested that Chen Tianbin was indeed oblivious. For him, this was merely a matter resolved with money, unworthy of any further consideration. We can start with the time and location. Let us see. It was on the 26th of last month, right at the Yun family's resort. If we check the surveillance footage and guest records from that day, we should be able to uncover the truth. Perhaps I should ask Shirue and her brother for assistance? The Yun family is more likely to expedite the investigation in Ningqing. Furthermore, Guo Wenxiang had been manipulating the funds of the Yun family S branch in Ningqing for years. The longer this drags on, the greater the losses for the Yun family. It's imperative to alert them. Ling was ready to confront Chen Tianbin, yet he continued to cast those lecherous glances between her and Yun Shirue.
So,
You must be Xiao Rue and Xiao Ling, right? I'm 2 years your senior. You can call me Brother Tianbin. I'm quite familiar with Ningqing. Why don't I show you around? Chapter 51. Thankfully, I did not. No need. Yun Xingzhou's voice was icily detached, as frigid as ice shards. Ji Chong can take them. Guo Wenxiang, with veiled insinuations, remarked, Xingzhou, as your uncle, I must say that Tianbin is your cousin. It is only right for him to host family. Fostering a connection between the two children would be beneficial. Wouldn't you agree? Don't leave everything to outsiders. There is no necessity to cultivate any bond. Calling you uncle is merely out of respect for your marriage with my aunt. Technically, after her passing, you are no longer my uncle, and as for Chen Tianbin, he bears no relation to the Yun family whatsoever. Yun Xingzhou showed no concern for Guo Wenxiang's face. His stance resolute. Ji Chong is far from a stranger to me. Ji Chong, please take Xiao Rue and Xiao Ling to the resort. They must be exhausted from the flight, and need to rest well. Understood, President Yun, Ji Chong replied. And Ling and Yun Shirue also turned to leave. Guo Wenxiang, feeling humiliated, wore a grim expression, yet he understood that confronting Yun Xingzhou was not an option. After all, Yun Xingzhou was the head of the Yun family, and his presence in Ningqing clearly indicated a lack of trust in Guo Wenxiang. All he wished was for him to return to Haiqing as soon as possible and to avoid any unnecessary conflict. However, Guo Wenxiang's clarity regarding the situation did not extend to Chen Tianbin, who could not swallow his resentment. Accustomed to wielding power in Ningqing, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to their father and son in that manner. As he saw Ling and Yun Shirue walking away without a backward glance, he impulsively grasped the hand of Yun Shirue, who was closer to him.
Hey,
Sisters, please don't go. In response, Chen Tianbin received a sharp slap across the face. Yun Shirue, brushing her left hand, the one he had grabbed, against her clothes, expressed her disdain. I apologize, it was a reflex. I hope I didn't hurt you. Chen Tianbin was utterly taken aback by Yun Shirue's swift retaliation. Left momentarily dazed, Guo Wenxiang, witnessing his precious son being struck, felt a surge of anger and, disregarding everything, raised his hand to retaliate against Yun Shirue. However, before he could make contact, Yun Xingzhou seized his wrist firmly, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Guo Wenxiang. Are you really considering laying a hand on my sister in front of me? Startled by Yun Xingzhou's imposing demeanor, Guo Wenxiang recognized that his actions were indeed improper. However, swallowing his pride felt unbearable, prompting him to angrily shake off Yun Xingzhou's grip and retort, So your sister can slap my son in front of me? Your son initiated physical contact with her without her consent. Xiu Rue merely reacted instinctively. You should ensure your son learns to manage his own hands rather than question others. And Ling interjected, weighing her phone in her right hand. You should be grateful he didn't touch me. Otherwise, this phone would have already been smashed against his temple. Guo Wenxiang and Chen Tianbin fell silent, both casting a glance at Ling's phone. Chen Tianbin, in particular, felt a phantom pain at his temple. After all, the incident wherein Ling had knocked someone unconscious with a trophy at an award ceremony had spread widely, and he had seen the footage. He believed she was entirely capable of such an act. Thus, being slapped seemed far more palatable than being struck by a phone. Chen Tianbin, emboldened by his family's wealth and his father's protection, had always been a bully who preyed on the weak. Yet, confronted with someone formidable, his arrogance dissipated significantly. And he dared not speak further, watching helplessly as Ling and Yun Shirue were escorted away by Ji Chong. While en route to the resort, Yun Shirue contacted Yun Xingzhou via WeChat, explaining Ling's sentiments. Much of the information came from what Chong had told her after Guan Jingyan's birthday party. Additionally, Yun Shirue added Yun Xingzhou to a WeChat group named Attention. Do not mix groups, no Shaoling version. Yunshu Rui invited Yun Xingzhou to join the chat. He was surprised to find so many members in the group. Xu Rui, is everyone here capable of hearing and Ling's thoughts? And Chong, Xingzhou, can you hear too? Yun Xingzhou, yes, I only discovered it when I met Ling just now. And Chong, what did you hear? Yun Xingzhou, I heard that my aunt is transferring the company's assets, and my aunt's second husband's child is actually his biological son. He even wants to introduce his biological son to Xiao Rui. And Chong, sends shoulder pat gif, I commend your endurance in dealing with such eccentric relatives. Thankfully, I do not have to. Having a good relationship with Yun Xingzhou and Chong, knowing that Ling's insights would help him handle the situation appropriately, attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. After all, he understood better than anyone the discomfort of receiving such distressing news. Yun Xingzhou smiled faintly, wanting to retort when his sister beat him to it. Yunshu Rui, I also heard Xiao Ling mention how my brother's loyal friends are quite the characters. One wants to pursue him. Another sends actors to deceive him emotionally and financially, and one even got involved with his partner, almost causing him to take the fall for it. Yun Xingzhou, you've really borne the brunt of such peculiar companions. Yun Xingzhou, at least I'm fortunate enough to be free of such issues. And Chong sends a nod. Yun Xingzhou noticed that Ling had mentioned 3 brothers, yet only 2 were available to respond. Upon checking the group member list, he realized Jun was conspicuously absent. Yun Xingzhou, where's Jun? Can he not hear? And Chong, we only recently discovered our ability to hear. And Jun has yet to meet Xiao Ling, so we're uncertain about his case. And Chong, in any case, remember to keep this matter confidential. Xiao Ling will be in your care for the next few days. Yun Xingzhou, rest assured, I will look after Xiao Ling. Moreover, given her significant assistance to me, I am grateful. There's no way I would be a burden. After inquiring about S parents in the group, Yun Xingzhou privately messaged Yunshu Rui, informing her that he would investigate the matter regarding Qiu Nian that Ling mentioned, aiming to rescue the girls swiftly and discreetly, so as not to cause Ling anxiety or risk exposing her knowledge. Yunshu Rui nodded and turned to Ling, saying, Xiao Ling, I apologize for the earlier encounter with those 2. However, you needn't worry about them. Although he is technically my uncle, we have no substantive relationship with him. Moreover, according to my brother, both of them are scoundrels, and he has already dispatched people to investigate them. Your brother is investigating them? What's going on? Guo Wenxiang appears to be transferring assets from the Yun family, and Qiu Nian seems to have coerced other girls and used money to silence them. Nevertheless, my brother has leads and is already looking into it. They won't be able to run for long. Yunshu Rui recounted the information she had gathered from Ling without betraying her composure. Moreover, that Qiu Nian seems to be Guo Wenxiang's biological son, not the child of a second wife. Really? And Ling was taken aback. This was identical to what she intended to inform Yunshu Rui. Chapter 52, Keep Going. And Xiao Ling. And Ling was indeed somewhat astonished. However, upon reflection, she realized that Yun Xingzhou had been a mere footnote in the original narrative, receiving little attention, making it improbable for him to clarify all his actions. She was uncertain whether he had originally intended to investigate these matters, as the original plot had abruptly ended with his untimely demise in a car accident. After confirming with Yunshu Rui and receiving an affirmative response, Ling felt reassured. This way, I won't have to concoct excuses to reveal information I shouldn't know, otherwise, they might not believe me, and I would struggle to explain my sources. I'll wait a couple more days. If Yun Xingzhou can't uncover anything, I can't delay any longer. Fortunately, Yun Xingzhou's pace exceeded Ling's expectations. The morning after checking into the resort hotel, Ling spotted several uniformed officers conversing at the front desk. She quickly messaged Yunshu Rui, only to learn that the girl coerced by Qiu Nian had been rescued the previous night. But it was too late for Yunshu Rui to inform Ling at the time. Thankfully, they arrived just in time. The girl had attempted to harm herself by cutting her wrist. In truth, Qiu Nian's actions would not have crushed her spirit. What truly devastated her was the realization that her own parents would sell her out for money, confining her at home and using her as a bargaining chip. She found herself utterly helpless and unable to reach out to anyone. In a moment of despair, she chose to relinquish her life. The individuals dispatched by Yun Xingzhou transported her to the hospital for emergency treatment. Upon regaining consciousness, the first action the girl took was to call the police. Determined to ensure that Qiu Nian and her own parents, whom she deemed as beasts, would face consequences. As of now, all 3 have been apprehended, and the police arrived at the hotel to retrieve surveillance footage, while it is likely that some staff members at the hotel are also implicated. Although the Hotel's regulations are clearly stipulated, it is evident that certain individuals, swayed by Chen Tianbin's influence, acted contrary to the established protocols, allowing him to continue his misdeeds unchallenged. These individuals will undoubtedly face appropriate repercussions. Yun Shirui stated that regardless of the girl's intentions, the Yun family would extend their support, initially providing legal assistance through a lawyer. Once this incident is resolved, they are also willing to sponsor her relocation and offer employment opportunities. Given that the occurrence transpired in a Yun-owned hotel, they are committed to taking full responsibility. With this assurance, Ling felt a profound sense of relief. The most pressing issue had been addressed, leaving the remaining inquiries to Yun Xingzhou, especially since the father-son duo had fixated their attention on Yun Shirui. It would be astonishing if Yun Xingzhou allowed them to evade justice. Yun Shirui also divulged some details to Ling. Although more than a week had elapsed since the incident, making it increasingly challenging to gather substantial evidence against Chen Tianbin. The girl's parents had promptly taken her to the hospital for examinations and preserved the evidence. In truth, they were far from foolish. Rather, they were acutely aware of what constituted the pivotal evidence that could incriminate Chen Tianbin. However, their intent in retaining this evidence was not to seek justice for their daughter but rather to exploit the situation for long-term financial gain. Simply securing a single payout was insufficient for them. They envisioned a scenario where they could later leverage the concealed evidence to coerce Chen Tianbin in times of need. Although their motives were selfish, by a twist of fate, they had unwittingly provided the most compelling blow against Chen Tianbin, and they too would not escape legal ramifications. As for how Guo Wenxiang would react upon learning of his son's arrest, Ling was indifferent. After all, investigating his son's affairs would inevitably lead back to him. Chen Tianbin's audacity had not been innate, it had been nurtured by Guo Wenxiang's repeated illegal interventions. No one in the family, young or old, would evade accountability. With the burden lifted from her heart, Ling prepared to indulge in a few leisurely days at the resort with Yun Shirui, awaiting the conclusion of Yun Shirui's birthday celebrations before returning to Haicheng, at which point her unfortunate second brother would have returned as well. This resort, the largest investment by the Yun family in Ningqing, is a premier destination emphasizing mental and physical rejuvenation, encompassing leisure and entertainment. Nestled on a picturesque peninsula, the resort boasts a 5-star hot spring hotel, a golf course, an equestrian center, an amusement park, and various shopping facilities. During hot weather, an array of water activities is available, making it an ideal location for relaxation and a slow-paced lifestyle. Ling had fully prepared to embrace her inner sloth for a few days, only to unexpectedly encounter the last person she wished to see. It was the day before Yun Shirui's birthday, when Ling and Yun Shirui had just finished dinner and were heading back to their room. Upon entering the elevator and pressing the button for their floor, a hurried voice called from outside, just as the elevator doors were about to close, "Hey, wait. We need to get on too." Ling pressed the open door button, and the elevator doors slowly parted to reveal Gu Qinming, his expression perpetually resembling that of someone mourning a loss. "What on earth is Gu Qinming doing here? This is unbearable. My hand is a mess. Is it too late to press the close button?" Yun Shirui immediately tensed upon seeing Gu Qinming, fearing that she might inadvertently lash out if he approached Ling again. However, Ling's panic scream threw Yun Shirui into confusion. She doubted her ears. Why did Ling's voice resonate with disdain? Shouldn't he be filled with joy at such a moment? Oh no, Ling's face indeed radiated delight. This only added to the peculiarity of the situation. As Yun Shirui listened to Ling's increasingly disdainful tone, she witnessed Ling's face light up with a joyful smile as she jubilantly exclaimed, "Brother Qinming, what a coincidence. Brother Qinming,
You.
I can endure. It's just a matter of maintaining my facade as a devoted admirer. I can manage. You can do it, and Xiaoling. Let us put on a show."
Ling?
Gu Qinming was equally taken aback by Ling's presence. This was their first encounter since the true and false Heiress incident. Though he had previously oscillated between warmth and coldness towards Ling, her status as a daughter of the Yin family had afforded her some value. If the Yin family were to completely disregard her, then Ling would hold little worth in his eyes, rendering any prior warmth unnecessary. Nevertheless, Gu Qinming remained uncertain about the Yin family's current stance towards Ling, and it seemed prudent to continue engaging her as before. "What brings you here?" "I'm here on vacation," Ling replied, expertly masking her emotions with a smile that only a devoted admirer would wear. "Brother Qinming, what about you? It's quite the coincidence that we both ended up here. Doesn't that suggest a certain fate between us? In the past, And Ling would have attempted to link arms with Gu Qinming at this juncture, but now she found herself utterly disinclined to do so. Saying these few words feels like I'm risking injury. I'm afraid that if I attempt to link arms, I might inadvertently break his arm. Yet, if I don't, wouldn't that ruin my facade? How vexing. In the midst of Ling's internal conflict, the girl who had called out to stop the elevator boldly linked her arm with Gu Qinming's right in front of Ling, then shot a provocative glance at her. "Isn't this Missin? Gu Qinming and I are here, of course, to film. I trust, Missin, that you're not intentionally following us here?" Chapter 53. I wouldn't want this fortune even if it were offered to me. And Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankful for this moment. I express my gratitude. Since you've linked arms, I suppose I needn't do so anymore. The girl who had spoken was Yu Zhaona, Gu Qinming's rumored love interest, more accurately, his publicity partner. In reality, Yu Zhaona had a genuine boyfriend, and her association with Gu Qinming stemmed from their collaboration on a drama where they played a couple, only to end in a tragic conclusion, thus garnering a significant following of fans who were left wanting. Consequently, they had engaged in a brief period of publicity together. And Ling had previously been quite displeased with this arrangement and had confronted Gu Qinming about it, resulting in a cooling of their relationship, which led her to apologize profusely for her perceived irrationality. Recalling these events from just 2 years ago felt surreal, as Ling struggled to comprehend her past behavior, believing that her current state of clarity was the only rational one. Now, witnessing both Gu Qinming and Yu Zhaona together, and Ling finally remembered they were here to film for a second project. Although 2 years had passed, their fanbase remained robust, and with the announcement of their collaboration, excitement peaked among fans, akin to celebrating a festival. If all went smoothly, Gu Qinming and Yu Zhaona would likely be thrust into the limelight for an extended period once more. However, as the saying goes, if something seems too good to be true, it often is. As Yu Zhaona is on the verge of causing a scandal, the film must undergo a casting change. Under Gu Qinming's direction, Yu Zhaona's role ultimately finds its way to Qiu Nian, who is now recognized as the true heiress of the Yin family. Both the investors and production team perceive this as a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, in the original storyline, Ling immediately exhibits her discontent upon learning that Gu Qinming and Qiu Nian will be collaborating on a film. When her objections prove futile, she even considers joining the cast herself, although her ongoing recovery phase leads to a stern rejection from the Yin family. By the timeline, it seems that Yu Zhaona's situation is about to unfold. Gossip alert. Who would have thought there would be unexpected juicy tidbits this time? Yu Zhaona. I truly cannot bring myself to confront you right now, especially since I will soon witness the unfolding of your drama. It feels akin to forgetting the well-digger while quenching my thirst. Nevertheless, the performance must go on. And Ling crossed her arms defiantly over her chest. Adopting a posture of aloofness and wariness, her chin raised slightly as she glared at Yu Zhaona with narrowed eyes, clearly displeased. Who are you to comment on my relationship with Qinming? It's merely a fabricated romance, yet you see yourself as the legitimate girlfriend? Though I am not the legitimate girlfriend, neither are you. Some individuals seem to enjoy masquerading under false identities. Wouldn't you agree, Missin? Yu Zhaona retorted without hesitation. Oh, but it seems that I can no longer refer to you as Missin. I wonder when you will reclaim your true identity? What with the veiled barbs? Do I have any enmity with Yu Zhaona? It appears that due to Gu Qinming, netizens often pit us against one another, eager to discover who will ultimately capture his heart. They even initiated a poll, which I won, leading Yu Zhaona to take a disliking to me. Now that I am posing as the heiress, she believes that with her wealthy benefactor, she has no reason to fear me, hence her desire to provoke me. Is that all? If you wish to win, then consider it done. I have no desire for the fortune that comes with being with Gu Qinming. Yet, regardless of her internal grievances, Ling maintained an outward facade of anger, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Is it time for Gu Qinming to intervene? 3, 2, 1. As anticipated, Gu Qinming furrowed his brow and cast a disapproving glance at Ling, as if to say, have you not yet outgrown the habit of wielding your status against others? Oh, come now, when have I ever used my status to suppress others? Whenever I have a conflict with someone in your presence, you always resort to this rhetoric. The rumor that I bully others stems from your mouth. So, I can only remain silent while others speak ill of me. Is that it? Ling mentally berated Gu Qinming while displaying a hurt expression, eventually lowering her head to respond softly, I understand. Seizing the moment, Yu Zhaona strutted into the elevator with a victorious demeanor, linking her arm with Gu Qinming and pushing Ling aside. Witnessing the entire scene, Yun Shirui was left in awe of Ling's duplicity, momentarily rendered speechless and unable to defend her friend, were it not for her ability to hear thoughts. She might have assumed Ling was still the same devoted follower as before. Now, such concern seemed unfounded. Realizing that Ling had shed her previous role as a sycophant, Yun Shirui deemed this the finest birthday gift she had received all year. Although unsure why Ling chose to maintain the facade, she was confident that her motives were sound, as long as she understood that Ling harbored a deep disdain for Gu Chunming. Just then, Gu Chunming and Yu Chaona had focused their attention on Ling, and with Yun Shirui donning a cap, they only realized she was present once they entered the elevator. Gu Chunming had heard rumors of a reconciliation between the two women, but Yu Chaona was under the impression that they had never gotten along. How could they possibly be vacationing together? Shirui? What a coincidence. What brings you here? Yu Chaona, having previously collaborated with Yun Shirui, feigned familiarity as she greeted her. While Yun Shirui could have maintained a facade of politeness, given that Yu Chaona had openly mocked Ling in her presence, she had no intention of offering her any courtesy. I'm here on vacation with Xiaoling. Yu Chaona was acutely aware that Yun Shirui's change in demeanor stemmed from Ling, but unlike Ling, Yun Shirui was indeed the legitimate heiress of the Yun family. Yu Chaona understood the dynamics at play. Instead of confronting her directly, she merely smiled and replied to Yun Shirui, "It seems I have fallen behind on the news. I always assumed your relationship was strained. Who would have thought you would travel together? The timing of your reconciliation seems rather fortuitous. Could it be that some individuals, upon realizing their charade has been exposed, are scrambling to seek peace? Perhaps realizing they can no longer rely on their family, they turn to friends for support. I merely intended to offer a word of caution, Shirui. Do not allow yourself to be deceived." After making her remark, Yu Chaona shot a glance at Ling. The implications of her words clear to all present. Are we that familiar? Yun Shirui was unimpressed by Yu Chaona's insinuations, asserting, "I can choose my friends without needing your guidance. Moreover, if Xiaoling sought my support, I would be delighted. It's none of your concern." The conversation grew increasingly tense, and as fate would have it, they were all staying on the same hotel floor. As the elevator doors opened, Yun Shirui intended to pull Ling out first to distance themselves from the two individuals she found objectionable. However, when she tugged at Ling's hand, she found herself unable to budge her. Ling stood her ground, firmly grasping Yun Shirui's hand in return. And this brief delay allowed the other two to exit the elevator first. Confused, Yun Shirui was about to inquire further when Ling loosened her grip and followed behind Gu Chunming and Yu Chaona. Casting a glance at the room number as Yu Chaona entered. 1208, noted. Tomorrow evening promises to be entertaining. Chapter 54, A Glimpse of the Spectacle. Upon returning to her room, Ling recalled a detail she had previously overlooked since her reincarnation. She had yet to consult the character inquiry tool for information on the male and female leads. Given that most of the original plot centered around these two, Ling had neglected this aspect, as there was nothing particularly pressing she needed to investigate outside of their context. After encountering Gu Chunming, Ling felt compelled to discover what insights lay within his mind. Inputting Gu Chunming's name into the character inquiry tool, she awaited results. But after an extended period with no response, her skepticism grew. She attempted several times, yet still found nothing, prompting her to replace Gu Chunming's name with Qiu Nian's, only to encounter the same outcome. Whether in the original plot or the current timeline, neither of their actions or thoughts appeared in the character inquiry tool. This indicated that Ling could only glean information about them through the descriptions provided in the original narrative. Indeed, the male and female leads, along with other supporting characters like Ling, were distinct from one another. After all, they were at the center of this world. However, the issue arose from the fact that Ling's involvement had already caused a slight deviation in the storyline, leaving her unable to ascertain how the male and female leads might act under these altered circumstances. This predicament rendered it challenging for her to gauge the progression of their relationship. Although the malicious sycophant role was precisely the character she was meant to portray, Ling genuinely wished to disrupt the union of the leads. After all, the mysterious figure had never stipulated that Qiu Nian and Gu Chunming must end up together in this novel world, since that stipulation was absent. It implied there was room for maneuvering. After delving into the plot of the original novel, Ling became increasingly convinced that Gu Chunming was far from a virtuous individual. Since she was already tasked with playing a role, she figured that obstructing their union was merely a matter of professional duty, so she decided to embrace her commitment and give it a try. On the day of Yun Rui's birthday, Yun Xingzhou opted to forego work entirely, dedicating the day to his sister. In the evening, Ling and Ji Chong joined the two of them, and the quartet enjoyed a delightful dinner aboard a lake cruise, culminating in a spectacular fireworks display arranged in honor of Yun Rui's birthday before they returned to the hotel. By the time they arrived back at their rooms, it was quite late, and they intended to unwind in the hot spring before resting. However, they couldn't shake the feeling that there was some commotion in the corridor outside, reminiscent of someone knocking on the doors of other rooms. The hotel's soundproofing, while decent, could not dampen the eerie stillness of the late hour, and the person knocking seemed oblivious to the disturbance they were causing, calling out loudly for the occupants of one particular room.
Zhao Na.
Why haven't you opened the door yet? I might have accidentally dropped my bracelet in your room when I visited earlier. Please let me in to look for it, she shouted while incessantly ringing the doorbell, rousing several other guests from their slumber. What on earth are you doing at this hour? One irritated guest exclaimed as he opened his door. Can't this wait until tomorrow? My sincerest apologies for the disturbance, the persistent individual replied politely, bowing as she addressed the disgruntled guest. However, that bracelet holds immense sentimental value to me. I simply cannot rest until I retrieve it. Seeing her earnestness, the guest was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he felt a flicker of recognition. Aren't you Yao Yu? I've seen your dramas. Hello. Yao Yu acknowledged warmly. I'm truly sorry for disturbing your rest, but I absolutely must find that bracelet tonight. Very well, then please resolve this quickly, he replied.
Indeed.
As long as Zhao Na allows me entry, I need to continue this ruckus, she affirmed, returning to the door and calling out, Zhao Na, I apologize. But please just open the door for me so I can take a quick look. From inside, a vexed voice resounded. There's no bracelet here. I've looked everywhere. Can't this wait until tomorrow? It cannot. That bracelet is genuinely important to me. I've searched every place I visited today, and your room is the last one left. Please just let me look in the living area. I enter the bedroom. The floor consisted solely of suites, with a distinct separation between the sleeping quarters and the living area. Yao Yu's request was merely a tactic to lower Zhao Na's defenses. Yet Zhao Na remained steadfast in her refusal to open the door. And Ling, having cracked the door open to observe the unfolding drama, was not alone in her curiosity. Yun Rui, who sensed that there was intrigue to be had, was also watching intently. If Zhao Na opens the door, it won't just be Yao Yu who enters. Her boyfriend and the paparazzi Yao Yu had enlisted are lurking in room 1206, poised to charge in as soon as the door swings open to catch her in an act of infidelity. One might wonder if Zhao Na were indeed unfortunate. Yao Yu had secretly set her sights on her boyfriend, Song Yiyun. Although their romance was kept discreet, Yao Yu, being part of the entertainment industry, had gleaned enough knowledge about their relationship. She desired to claim Song Yiyun for herself, but hesitated to overtly tempt or disrupt their bond, as such actions could tarnish her own reputation within the industry. By sheer coincidence, the two found themselves cast in the same drama, with Yao Yu originally slated for the leading role, only to have it snatched away by Zhao Na. Cast as the secondary female lead, Yao Yu's resentment grew, culminating in a deep-seated hatred for Zhao Na. Yet outwardly, she feigned camaraderie with Zhao Na, and through careful observation during their time together, Yao Yu suspected that Zhao Na was straying, as a man from another room on the same floor often visited her at night. To make matters more outrageous, Yao Yu discovered that this man was vacationing with his wife, implying that the two were engaging in an affair beneath the very nose of his spouse. Yao Yu was utterly astounded by Zhao Na's lack of shame, leading her to orchestrate the events of that night. She relayed the situation to Song Yiyun, who surprisingly suggested enlisting additional paparazzi to lay in wait, intent on ensuring that Zhao Na paid the price for her betrayal. Though Yao Yu was initially taken aback by Song Yiyun's ruthlessness, she soon realized that his anger was the driving force behind such actions, which ultimately served her interests. Not only would it disrupt the couple, granting her an opportunity to ascend, but the greater the scandal, the more tarnished Zhao Na's reputation would become, perhaps even allowing Yao Yu to reclaim the lead role. Thus, Yao Yu deliberately concealed her bracelet beneath the couch during her previous visit to Zhao Na's room, waiting for the man to return as an excuse to compel Zhao Na to open the door. Due to Yao Yu's relentless knocking, other actors and directors residing on the same floor emerged to assess the situation, yet Zhao Na remained obstinate, insisting she was going to sleep, and urging Yao Yu to return the following day. However, if Zhao Na did not open the door that night, all of Yao Yu's meticulous planning would be for naught. Reflecting on her options, she directly addressed Zhao Na. Zhao Na, how about I don't enter? And you just help me look for it? I remember sitting on the couch when I visited. Perhaps you could check around there? Zhao Na was nearing her wit's end with Yao Yu's incessant pestering. Uncertain of the sudden turn of events, she reluctantly searched near the sofa and, to her surprise, discovered the bracelet nestled at its base. Exasperated, she picked up the bracelet and approached the door, opening it just enough to hand it to Yao Yu. Here, I found it. Now, can I please get some sleep? Chapter 55. A deceptive facade. At the moment Zhao Na opened the door. The door to room 1206 next door burst open, and several individuals surged forth. Their movements were swift and decisive. Without uttering a word, they charged towards room 1208, taking advantage of Zhao Na's momentary lapse in closing the door to push their way inside. What are you doing? Zhao Na exclaimed in shock, her voice rising in panic.
Who are you?
Though terror gripped her, the thought of the individuals in her room spurred her to attempt to block their entry. However, a single person was no match for the throng of men, and despite her best efforts, she managed to only detain one while the others raced unimpeded towards the occupied bedroom. Zhao Na was paralyzed by fear, fully aware that if they breached that door, her fate would be sealed. Amid the chaos, she finally recognized the leader among the intruders. Song Yun? What are you doing here? Stop right there. The onlookers in the corridor were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. Although they sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, they remained oblivious to the specifics, particularly the director and fellow cast members who had merely stepped out to observe the commotion, could no longer stand idle while one of their own was beset by these unknown assailants. Thus, they too rushed into room 1208, eager to protect Zhao Na. Upon entering, they soon realized that the intruder's target was not Zhao Na herself, but rather the room's interior, and they heard Zhao Na calling out Song Yun's name. But how was he even here? Confusion reigned as everyone grappled with the unfolding events, unsure how to assist, yet compelled to move forward. And Ling seized the opportunity to blend in with the throng, alongside Yun Shu Rue and her brother Yun Xingzhou, as well as Ji Chong and a few other curious guests. Yu Zhaona rushed forward and seized Song Yun, demanding, "What on earth do you intend to do, Song Yun? Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in Ningqing?" Song Yun scoffed coldly. "If I had told you, would I have been able to catch you in the act of your infidelity now?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhaona felt a sense of foreboding. She suspected that Song Yun had uncovered something, but it appeared he only believed she was being unfaithful, unaware that her so-called betrayer was her benefactor. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths, as it would inevitably offend those involved. Consequently, Yu Zhaona feigned a pitiful demeanor, attempting to persuade Song Yun. "Can we discuss this privately? Please let these people leave. I promise to explain everything to you." However, Song Yun had no intention of heeding her plea. He was far too agitated, eagerly awaiting the moment to confront her and sever their ties. Yao Yu believed Song Yun's extreme actions stemmed from his anger, but in truth, he too had acquired a benefactor. He feared that if his benefactor discovered he had a girlfriend, it would incite their wrath. Moreover, he worried that an unprovoked breakup might lead to a public uproar, so upon learning from Yao Yu about Yu Zhaona's infidelity, he devised a plan that he believed would serve both his interests and his benefactors. By directly exposing the betrayal in real time, he could position himself on a moral high ground to end his relationship with Yu Zhaona, thereby garnering public sympathy. In this scenario, although the truth of their past romance would become public knowledge, Song Yun would simultaneously be perceived as the victim of infidelity, effectively concluding their relationship before it was widely acknowledged. His fans, rather than deserting him over a past romance, would likely feel compassion for him as the wronged party. As for his benefactor, since the relationship was merely a bygone affair, he could feign innocence and plead for forgiveness, likely evading any serious reproach. Yun Shirue and Yun Xingzhou, the only two present capable of hearing and Ling's thoughts, were appalled by Song Yun's shamelessness. His scheme was indeed clever, yet it was predicated on the sacrificial offering of Yu Zhaona. They had once been lovers, and his capacity for such ruthless betrayal was astonishing. If he were innocent, it might be excusable, but to seek to pave his own path at Yu Zhaona's expense, especially while he himself had a benefactor, was exceedingly malicious. Ironically, Song Yun believed he had devised a brilliant plan, oblivious to the fact that once he opened this door, not only would Yu Zhaona be ruined, but he would also face dire consequences. Yao Yu had summoned several paparazzi, who were now prepared with their cameras and phones, with some even initiating a live stream. He had previously hinted during his personal broadcast that he would unveil a sensational piece of news about a well-known actor today, resulting in a flood of eager spectators entering the live stream. Though paparazzi often employed hyperbolic introductions to attract public attention, many viewers remained skeptical about the so-called well-known actor and the sensationalism. However, their enthusiasm for gossip was insatiable, even with the possibility of being misled. They maintained a better to indulge than miss out mentality, reasoning that they could always voice their grievances later if deceived, yet they couldn't afford to overlook a major scoop. As this mindset prevailed, the number of viewers in the live stream surged, and, to their surprise, they realized they were not being duped. As both Yu Zhaona and Song Yiyun were indeed recognized actors. What an actual famous actor this time. I wonder if the sensationalism will live up to the hype. If it doesn't surpass previous scandals involving Ling, it's all a scam. What are they arguing about? Isn't Yu Zhaona supposed to be filming with Gu Qinming? Are these two not in a romantic relationship? Oh no, is our Mingness CP really coming to an end? Don't do this to us, leopard cat. Yet the CP fans were quick to grasp the gravity of the situation. It seemed beyond mere breakup. Yu Zhaona was on the verge of a scandal. Hadn't they heard Song Yiyun declare he was there to catch her in the act? Wow, this is indeed sensational. I can't believe the paparazzi actually delivered. Still, I'll hold off on forming conclusions. I refuse to believe Yu Zhaona would act in such a manner. I think it's pretty evident. You don't feel that the paparazzi are in cahoots with Song Yiyun? He stirred up such a commotion. He must have confidence. Am I the only one who thinks Song Yiyun is being rather undignified? They were in a relationship. Why must he be so heartless? If he's caught with another man, Yu Zhaona will be ruined. Come on, if he has been cheated on, how can he maintain dignity? Should he sip a coffee and calmly ask Yu Zhaona why she was unfaithful? Meanwhile, Song Yiyun had yanked his hand away from Yu Zhaona, resolutely opening the door to the room. Inside, a king-sized bed was conspicuously occupied, with someone lying beneath the covers, evidently attempting to hide from the commotion outside. The paparazzi clamored to thrust their cameras into the room, and Song Yiyun strode to the bedside, swiftly yanking away the duvet, ready to deliver a blow to the person concealed beneath. However, his fist never landed. Instead, he felt as though he might faint. His expression could only be described as one of sheer terror as he stammered out 3 words. Ren Yijia? Chapter 56 Xiaoling. Are you speaking in Chinese? The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned by the scene unfolding within the room, their screens flooded with exclamations of disbelief.
Huh?
What on earth is this? Isn't this Yu Zhaona's room? Did we get the wrong place?
Impossible.
How could we be mistaken? When we entered, we clearly saw that everyone else came from outside. Only Yu Zhaona was inside. Then who was the person lying on the bed? Not only the viewers but also the crowd gathered outside the room were equally baffled. They stretched their necks to glimpse the unfolding drama, utterly shocked by the unexpected turn of events. They had anticipated either an empty room or, as per Song Yiyun's assumptions, catching Yu Zhaona's lover in the act. Nobody could have fathomed a third possibility, that 2 individuals, one male and one female, were concealed in the bed. Song Yiyun's expression looks as if he's about to drop dead on the spot. Honestly, he might as well just pass out right there. How does it feel to see the wealthy woman who supports him lying on his girlfriend's bed? Surprised? Stunned? The Yun siblings. Xiao Ling, are you speaking in Chinese? Yun Shirui and Yun Xingzhou had entered room 1208 slightly after Ling, so only Ling was positioned at the front. The 2 siblings found themselves at the back, separated by the throng of paparazzi blocking their view of the room's interior. Upon hearing Ling's thoughts, they disregarded the risk of revealing their identities and exerted every effort to squeeze in beside her, craning their necks to see inside just in time to witness the woman on the bed deliver a resounding slap to Song Yiyun. Song Yiyun, are you seeking death? The woman was clad only in a nightgown, while the man beside her wore nothing but his underwear. The scant clothing they managed to don was hastily thrown on in the brief minutes since Song Yiyun had led his entourage into room 1208. Covering their vital areas to avoid full exposure was the best they could do under such pressing circumstances, though they attempted to use the duvet for cover. It was a futile measure at this point, especially with Song Yiyun having yanked it away. Murderous intent glimmered in their eyes as they faced him. The 2 individuals hurriedly scrambled to seize the quilt that Song Yiyun had pulled aside, desperately shielding their bodies and faces. They were nearly exposed in front of such a multitude, and one can only imagine the tumultuous emotions swirling within them, their faces flushed with a blend of shame and anger. However, what good was it to conceal their faces now? Especially since Song Yiyun had already called out one of their names? Tao Randy and Lu Xiansong? A paparazzo had recognized the 2, and exclaimed loudly, "The Yun siblings." Not only the Yun siblings, but the paparazzi present were also utterly dumbfounded. It seemed as though their minds were crashing. struggling to comprehend the situation, with some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning if they were hallucinating. Tao Randy and Lu Xiansong, the daughter of the Tao family and the son of the Lu family respectively, both hailed from prominent lineages. Although they were not figures in the entertainment industry, their identities were easily discerned by the seasoned paparazzi, who recognized the couple at a glance. Yet, they were unmistakably a married couple. The presence of a married couple in a room is hardly unusual. What is perplexing is that this is Yukeona's room. Currently, there were only 4 individuals present: Tao Randy and Lu Xiansong, lying exposed on the bed, the assertive Song Yiyun who had barged in, and Yuchaona, who had attempted to stop Song Yiyun but failed. Tao Randy and Lu Xiansong lay on the bed in a state of undress, while Yuchaona was clad in only a bathrobe. The disarray in the room, with the various garments strewn about, provided a clear indication of the prior events that had transpired. Tao Randy and Lu Xiansong could only be regarded as the idle scions of their respective families, with older siblings poised to inherit the family businesses. They bore no burdens, merely required to forge advantageous unions for their families, allowing them a life of leisure and indulgence. Before their marriage, they had reached an understanding that after fulfilling their familial duties and producing offspring, they would go their separate ways, interfering with each other's lives as little as possible. Both being aesthetically inclined, they enjoyed indulging in relationships within the entertainment industry, often exchanging insights on their romantic entanglements. The Yun siblings remarked, "You older folks certainly know how to have fun." Despite their inherent advantages and the rigorous self-care they maintained due to their vanity, they appeared to be in their 40s, though they were actually around 50 years old. Yun Xingzhou recognized their son, Lu Ting, who had been raised by the elder Lu. Who would have thought that the parents would be so irresponsible? Yukeona's benefactor was originally Lu Xiansong, but during one visit to Lu Xiansong's home, they were unexpectedly interrupted by Tao Randy's return. Little did Yuchaona know that the couple embraced an open relationship, and upon witnessing the scene, she was left pale and trembling. Yet, Tao Randy felt a strange sense of compassion for Yuchaona, which led her to join in, thus opening a new chapter in their lives. The Yun siblings queried, "Ah, is the joining you refer to the same as we are imagining?" From that day forward, the three maintained their relationship, evolving from a one-to-one arrangement of benefactor and canary to a triangular dynamic involving 2 benefactors and 1 canary. Of course, it was not always a trio. There were occasions when Lu Xiansong and Tao Randy would seek Yuchaona out individually. This time, however, due to Yukeona's extended stay for filming, Lu Xiansong and Tao Randy decided to vacation nearby. Thus, by a stroke of luck, Song Yiyun and Yao Yu happened to capture the trio together, a rare occurrence. Ironically, Tao Randy happened to be Song Yiyun's benefactor, meaning she was unknowingly maintaining a relationship with a couple, both of whom were oblivious to the other's involvement with the same benefactor. It was a classic case of ignorance concealed in the shadows. One could only wonder how things might have unfolded had this revelation not come to light in such an irreversible manner, but rather through one of them discovering the truth by chance. Would their triangular relationship have morphed into a quadrilateral one? Given the questionable morals of both this couple and the pair of lovers, the outcome remains uncertain. The Yun siblings exclaimed, "No, please stop. Just hearing about such morally ambiguous matters is enough to tarnish our minds." Chapter 57. There is no rule stating that employers cannot become gossip subjects. Although the paparazzi quickly recognized the identities of the 2 individuals on the bed, the majority of viewers were still in the dark. Consequently, a knowledgeable netizen took it upon themselves to enlighten others in the live chat, finally revealing the explosive nature of the scandal unfolding before them. Wait a moment. Are you saying that these 2 individuals are a married couple? A legitimate one? What is going on? There's nothing wrong with a couple renting a room. But isn't Song Yiyun being utterly deranged for barging into someone else's room and pulling back the covers? You're the one who is deranged. This is Yukeona's room. While it's normal for a couple to share a room, the fact that Yuchaona is involved with this couple complicates matters significantly. Surely, their relationship cannot be what I am thinking it is? Just look at the state of this room. I need not spell out what these 3 were engaged in beforehand, right? My worldview is in shambles. These 2 individuals seem to be of considerable age. What could Yuchaona possibly gain from this? What could she gain? Obviously, it's resources. What do you think she values their age? Didn't the earlier informant mention that their identities are quite remarkable? Don't you find Song Yiyun's behavior a bit odd? Just moments ago, she was so assertive, but upon seeing the individuals on the bed, she turned into a coward. She must have realized she was dealing with someone formidable and feared for her career. No, I believe these two are familiar with each other. Song Ian even called her sister Randy, and Tao Randy immediately shouted out Song Ian's name, indicating a significant relationship. The issues that the internet users could discern were also evident to those present. A paparazzo was preparing to pose a question, but Lu Xiansong had already stepped in, fuming at them. Who are you people? Get out of my room immediately. Who allowed you to come in here and take pictures? Where are the hotel staff? Is this how you manage a hotel? I will file a complaint. I will call the police. Though he appeared quite menacing, he was regrettably clad in nothing but his underwear, cowering beneath the covers, which severely diminished his imposing presence. Moreover, the audacity of the paparazzi, unafraid of offending anyone as long as they could capture a scoop, meant that a mere few words from Lu Xiansong would hardly intimidate them. Having uttered a single statement, several paparazzi began bombarding him with questions. Mr. Liu, why were you and your wife in Yukeona's room? What is your relationship with her? Does it involve intimacy? How long have you maintained this relationship? Who initiated it, you or her? Are you aware that Yukeona is in a relationship with Song Ian? Song Ian, did you know you were catching two people in the act? Song Ian was already taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Tao Randy's slap made it evident that she was not far from disaster, and she had no time to respond to the paparazzi's inquiries, merely wishing to expel them all. Get away from here. Leave immediately. Stop taking pictures. This whole incident is a misunderstanding. Just pretend you never came here, will you? Now that fear has set in, when you were preparing to expose Yukeona and portray yourself as the victim, you showed no fear. Now that the flames of scandal are threatening to engulf you, you seek to extinguish them. Unfortunately for you all, you are all in the same boat. No one can escape the fire, regardless of who it consumes first. The paparazzi were undeterred by Lu Xiansong's threats, and they certainly paid no heed to Song Ian's pleas. Although Yao Yu and Song Ian may be considered the employers for this occasion, now that they have arrived at the scene in Guatian, it is inconceivable for them to abandon the heat they have grasped. Moreover, there are no stipulations preventing employers from becoming the main figures in the spectacle. The paparazzi did not disperse. Instead, the three individuals remaining in the room began to grasp the implications of his words. They turned their incredulous gazes towards Song Ian, questioning him. Is it you? Did you summon all these paparazzi? Not me, was Song Ian's immediate reaction, vehemently denying the accusation. He understood that admitting to such a claim would be disastrous. If Tao Randy were to pin the blame solely on him, his career in the entertainment industry would be irreparably damaged. After all, Tao Randy had previously promised him a leading role, and the luxurious gifts and sports cars she had bestowed upon him were too tempting to forfeit. Thus, without a shred of remorse, he opted to betray his teammate, hastily searching for Yao Yu's figure. Yao Yu had initially been eager to witness the unfolding drama, and indeed, the scene proved to be even more explosive than anticipated. However, she soon realized that while the spectacle was captivating, she would inevitably face dire consequences if entangled within it. Although she was unfamiliar with L. Xiansong and Tao Randy, Song Ian's reaction indicated that these two were not ordinary individuals, and certainly not ones she could afford to offend. Fear began to creep in, prompting her to shrink back behind the paparazzi, attempting to diminish her visibility, refraining even from craning her neck like others to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Yet, with Song Ian's sudden outburst, all her efforts to conceal herself were in vain. Every eye turned toward her. She sought to flee, only to find herself encircled by an eager crowd, unable to push her way through. In a bid to prove his innocence, Song Ian broke free from the paparazzi circle and pulled the nearly cowering Yao Yu into the fray. It's her. She informed me that Yu Xiaona was cheating, urging me to catch her in the act, and she was the one who called the paparazzi. Song Ian is truly remarkable. Rather than addressing the breakup directly, he resorts to this destructive method to eliminate his troubles, and now, upon realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, he shifts the blame entirely onto another. Does he truly see himself as the most innocent victim in this scenario? Yet, he is quite astute, recognizing that today's revelations are beyond redemption. He seeks to minimize the damage to himself, no longer able to conceal his relationship with Tao Randy, who now stands as his sole lifeline. He believes that even if the world learns of his entanglements with both Yu Xiaona and Tao Randy, as long as Tao Randy continues to support him, he can maintain a steady stream of resources within the industry. As for public opinion, it is not insurmountable, a brief retreat from the limelight, and in due course, he could emerge unscathed. The Yun siblings found Song Ian's actions utterly repugnant, yet they could not deny that his reasoning was indeed the most advantageous course of action for him at present. Compared to the manipulatable nature of online discourse, Offending both Tao Randy and El Xiansong was evidently a far more daunting prospect for Song Yun. As long as he could extricate himself from the mess and cling to Tao Randy's support, his thick skin might afford him another chance for resurgence. Chapter 58. Is this a tongue twister? The paparazzi had barely been broadcasting for 10 minutes, yet the developments were becoming increasingly riveting. The viewers in the live stream had yet to digest the drama surrounding the four individuals when suddenly, a new character was introduced.
Huh.
What is going on now? How does Yao Yu fit into this? Wasn't Yao Yu filming a drama alongside Yu Zhaona? Could it be that Song Yun's claims were indeed truthful? But even if they were, Song Yun had ostensibly succeeded in catching her in the act. Why then was he shifting blame onto Yao Yu? And why was he only explaining himself to Tao Randy? Abruptly yanked into the room by Song Yun, Yao Yu gazed incredulously at the man who had thrust the blame upon her. Just 10 minutes prior, she had found him intriguing, but now his true nature was laid bare before her eyes.
Not me.
Yao Yu hastily denied. I truly believed Yu Zhaona was cheating, but I only confided in Song Yun initially. He was the one who urged me to summon several paparazzi to escalate the situation, I swear. It was her leading lady position that had been usurped by Yu Zhaona, leading her to concoct this scheme out of spite. Song Yun, kneeling beside the bed, grasped Tao Iran's hand with a pitiful expression. If I had known you were here, I would never have acted this way. You know, I'm usually so well-behaved. Song Yun's demeanor while speaking to Tao Randy seemed rather peculiar. Under what circumstances would someone kneel before another in conversation? Despite having just been slapped by Tao Randy, he showed no anger, instead hastily seeking to justify himself.
You know I'm always so well-behaved.
Oh dear, what is this sticky, pitiful tone? Yao Yu was left in a daze. It was crucial to note that Song Yun had previously exuded an air of deceptive charm, maintaining a persona of a refined and gentle gentleman in public.
Now,
here he was, kneeling pathetically before a wealthy woman, attempting to shift the blame onto her, a sight that felt utterly alien to her. Yao Yu stared in bewilderment at Song Yun and Tao Randy, unable to resist posing the question that had crossed everyone's mind. What exactly is your relationship? Are you being kept by this woman? Song Yun's expression momentarily stiffened. He could not possibly deny it in front of Tao Randy. He had already anticipated that their relationship would raise suspicions, but that did not mean he would openly admit to it. Many things could be obscured as long as he refrained from voicing them directly. However, if video evidence were to surface, that would be an entirely different matter. No one in their right mind would confess to being kept by a wealthy woman while under the scrutiny of so many eyes, especially with paparazzi present. Yet, his hesitation during those few seconds spoke volumes. The onlookers were no fools. A normal person would vehemently deny such an accusation. His failure to immediately refute it was tantamount to an admission. Look at the good deeds your little kept man is doing. El Xiansong bellowed at Tao Randy, feeling utterly humiliated. He had never been one to favor little milk dogs and was not about to be swayed by Song Yun's pitiful act. What good does shouting at me do? Tao Randy retorted, equally displeased. If you were a real man, you would resolve this matter yourself. Why must I bear the brunt of it alone? Isn't it your kept man who is causing this ruckus? What do you mean by your kept man? Isn't she also your kept woman? Didn't you take her on first? Did you not ascertain whether she was in a relationship before keeping her? How utterly laughable. What right do you have to lecture me? Your kept man is also dating behind your back. In this chaotic exchange, El Xiansong and Tao Randy, two individuals who had squandered much of their lives, found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. They truly understand the essence of a quarrel. Each remark is like a hammer blow, and Song Yun's plans are now in tatters. He truly believed that after causing such a monumental debacle, he could rely on the allure of male beauty to evade consequences. Those entrenched in high society are particularly concerned with their reputations. In this instance, Song Yun effectively cast aside the dignity of both Tao Randy and El Xiansong, trampling upon it and grinding it into the dirt. Although El Xiansong and Tao Randy were acutely aware that each word they uttered could potentially seal the fate of Yu Zhaona and Song Yun within the entertainment industry, their own reputations were hanging by a thread, leaving little room for concern about the well-being of the others involved. Meanwhile, the Yun siblings watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, relishing the drama while listening to Ling's commentary. In a sense, these four individuals formed a perfect match, each embodying the archetype of self-preservation in the face of calamity. However, the central figure capable of tying this entire affair together, Yu Zhaona, had yet to express her stance. Their gaze shifted towards Yu Zhaona, who had been rendered speechless since her attempt to thwart Song Yun's missteps. They observed her eyes darting between Yao Yu and Song Yun, her expression reflecting a profound sense of shock and a desire to escape reality. She trembled slightly as she spoke. You too? Song Yun, do you have no shame? Were you not also supported by someone? What gives you the right to catch me in the act? I see now. You merely wish to use this incident as an excuse to sever our relationship, all the while expelling me from the entertainment world. Two birds with one stone. Is that your plan? Before you position yourself on a moral high ground, you ought to examine your own ethics. How dare you? What gives you the authority to label me as repugnant? Is your simultaneous entanglement with two people not equally vile? While Song Yun refrained from engaging in the quarrel between El Xianzong and Tao Rani, she unleashed a fierce retort towards Yu Zhaona. Wait a moment. This seems rather convoluted. There are so many characters involved that I can hardly keep track. You all are quite the players, aren't you? I urgently require a character relationship map. This is the first time I've encountered a situation where I cannot clearly follow the drama. Let me clarify. El Xianzong and Tao Rani are a married couple. El Xianzong initially supported Yu Zhaona, after which Tao Rani joined them in a shared arrangement with Yu Zhaona. However, Tao Rani concurrently supported the handsome Song Yun, who is in a romantic relationship with Yu Zhaona. Yet neither Song Yun nor Yu Zhaona are aware of each other's entanglements. Nor do El Xianzong and Tao Rani know about the relationship between Song Yun and Yu Zhaona. What a tongue twister. And what role does Yao Yu play in all of this? Yao Yu harbors resentment towards Yu Zhaona for usurping her part, possibly being privy to the relationship between Yu Zhaona and Song Yun. Under the impression that Yu Zhaona has been unfaithful, she harbored vengeful intentions, wishing to inform Song Yun to catch her in the act. Chapter 59. I am willing to support her as the king of the chaff. Yu Zhaona has now fully grasped the underlying reasons for today's events. She believes herself to be in love with Song Yun, otherwise she would not have chosen to be with someone who could offer her nothing. Although she sought a benefactor, her guilt compelled her to treat Song Yun with heightened affection. Yet, she never anticipated that Song Yun would resort to such measures to ruin her reputation. Her feelings for him have now morphed entirely into hatred. Is there truly such a vast difference between a single benefactor and two? Who among us holds the higher moral ground? With eyes ablaze from fury, Yu Zhaona glared at Song Yun. Do not think for a moment that I cannot see through your intentions. You wish to destroy me. Rani, do not be deceived by him. If he can betray me after 3 years of our relationship, such a malicious person could just as easily turn on you. You're talking nonsense. Song Yun vehemently denied. I would never, Rani. You must trust me. Silence. Tao Rani withdrew her hand from Song Yun's grasp and delivered a sharp slap. Get these people you brought here out at once. We will settle the rest later. Song Yun, fearing disobedience, immediately began ushering the paparazzi out while incessantly demanding the hotel staff to arrive. In reality, the hotel staff had already arrived but had been instructed by Yun Xingzhou to wait outside room 1208 until the spectacle had reached its peak. Now, having received the signal that the drama was nearing its conclusion, he finally notified the manager to lead the team inside. When the manager first received the urgent request from Yun Xingzhou to gather at room 1208, his face paled in shock. Having just recently been promoted, he was acutely aware that the previous manager was still detained. Little did he expect that within just 2 days of his appointment, another crisis would emerge, leading him to contemplate whether the hotel was cursed and if he ought to resign to seek refuge in a monastery. Finally, he received the message that he could enter and disperse the crowd. Trembling, the manager entered room 1208, only to find an unexpectedly large gathering of individuals. Was an entire floor of guests congregated here? What significant event warranted such an audience? He felt a wave of dread wash over him. However, as he approached, he observed that the expressions of the spectators, while varied, were intriguingly nuanced. Some appeared shocked, others stifled laughter, some relished in the misfortune, and a few looked as if they were not quite finished with the spectacle. Their demeanor was far from serious, unlike what one would expect in the face of a grave situation. The only other person who looked as frazzled as he felt was the director, who had been filming on location at the resort. Having witnessed the entire debacle unfold, he understood the significant ramifications this incident would have on the production. He never anticipated that his capitulation to commercial pressures, resulting in a change of lead actress, would ignite such a powder keg. Now, everything had exploded at once. Not only was the lead actress now unusable, but he was also left pondering how many other complications he would need to address. Meanwhile, the manager, who had yet to even sample the drama, focused on his duty to disperse the crowd. leading the paparazzi to the living room while instructing staff to keep a close watch on them to prevent any escape, all while seeking clarity on the unfolding events and deliberating on how to manage the situation. Before departing, Yun Xingzhou patted the manager on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Your bonus for this month will be doubled." The manager thought to himself, "I suddenly feel quite capable." However, as he entered the bedroom, a flying pillow struck him squarely in the face, followed by a barrage of reprimands. He understood exactly why the boss had displayed that look of pity just moments ago. As for the paparazzi, who were instructed to remain for the time being, they busied themselves by capturing every moment, especially knowing that Yu Zhaona's crew was filming here. Many of the onlookers were fellow actors from the same production, and every shot taken was a potential windfall. One of the paparazzi, who was live-streaming, discreetly angled the camera towards the crowd being guided out by the staff. And Ling and Yun Shirui, having pushed too far forward to witness the drama, found themselves left behind as everyone else retreated, consequently being captured on live camera. Although only their fleeting faces were caught on film, the remainder of the time, the paparazzi could only capture their backs. Yet the eyes of netizens are sharp. I feel like I've just seen two very familiar faces. Was that a fleeting glimpse of Ling and Yun Shirui? Don't think for a moment that I wouldn't recognize them just because they were hiding behind someone else. Why were they there? Are they part of Yu Zhaona's crew too?
Impossible.
With their status and background, how could they possibly be in the same production? Surely the lead role could not have been snatched from Yu Zhaona by them. Wait a minute, are you all seeing this correctly? And Ling and Yun Shirui? Aren't they known for their notorious rivalry? How could they appear together so closely? I even saw them holding hands. Indeed, it is them. Is today not Yun Shirui's birthday? She posted on Weibo this evening, sharing photographs of the fireworks taken at this resort in Ningqing. Additionally, several silhouettes of others can be seen in the images, one of whom many speculate to be Ling. However, given the well-known discord between the two, no one dared to confirm it. Now, it appears that silhouette truly belongs to Ling. So, Ling accompanied Yun Shirui to celebrate her birthday? What a turn of events. I find myself compelled to utter that age-old question. How old are you, Ling? Indeed, why is Ling present again? Does this imply that she was quietly observing the live stream while munching on popcorn? Does she possess some sort of precognitive ability, always appearing wherever there is sensational gossip? Could it be that such a gossip magnet phenomenon truly exists? I was just contemplating whether this latest scandal surpasses the previous instances where Ling was involved, and now you tell me she was there once more? I earnestly beseech for Ling's schedule, should she choose to forewarn me of her next gossip-laden destination. I would gladly support her as the gossip queen. What is going on with Ling? Last time it was at Qisong's film premiere, and now it's a drama set where the shooting is still unfinished. Is she intent on sabotaging every production she isn't a part of? How audacious. Our gossip queen is merely an innocent bystander, not accountable for the gossip itself. I shall not permit anyone to speak ill of her. And Ling and the others have finally emerged from room 1208. This marks Yun Shirui's first experience with such live gossip, and she cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Although she had overheard some details during Guan Jingyan's birthday party previously, she never anticipated that Ling and her companions would later catch Guan Jingyan and Luo Chun in a compromising position. Watching the live stream at home, she was filled with regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness such exhilarating scenes firsthand. Had she known she would encounter such thrilling moments, she would have shamelessly clung to Ling's car that day. Following that, at Qin Wanlan's film premiere, she again squandered the chance, dismissing Qisong's lackluster event as unworthy of her attention. After these two missed opportunities, Yun Shirui felt a persistent knot in her chest. The realization that she had missed two monumental scandals left her quite unsettled. To her delight, on her birthday, she finally stumbled upon a piece of gossip, allowing her to release that pent-up breath. She resolved that from now on, wherever Ling appears, she must attend, regardless of her interest, lest she miss out on more captivating scenes. Chapter 60. It is indeed gratifying to indulge in gossip that has a beginning and an end. Yet, upon reflection, it feels rather unjust, Yun Shirui remarked to Ling. Clearly, these individuals have engaged in ludicrous behavior. Yet the most significant repercussions fall upon those in the entertainment industry, Yao Yu Zhaona and Song Yun. Yao Yu may fare reasonably well, although she will face some consequences. It is unlikely she will be unable to navigate the industry. However, who would cast Yu Zhaona and Song Yun in future productions after this? They will likely incur substantial penalties for breach of contract. I do not pity them. Yun Shirui realized her words might be misconstrued and quickly clarified. stating that those who engage in such outrageous acts must bear the consequences. I simply feel that while Tao Ran and El Xiansong have equally outrageous behavior, for them, it is merely a matter of losing face, and they may continue to indulge in their frivolities without any repercussions. Indeed, and Ling nodded, as they are not public figures. As long as the El and Tao families can tolerate them, they remain wealthy scions. In truth, El Xiansong and Tao Ren also share this perspective. They may feel they have suffered a significant loss of face, yet they have never considered that they would face any real consequences, as both are the youngest children in their respective families, shielded by older siblings. Throughout their lives, they have only known adulation, and as long as they do not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, their families will not reprimand them. Little do they realize they have crossed the line with the El and Tao families. Although they have always been unreliable, they had not previously made their unreliability public, allowing both families to turn a blind eye. After all, neither family expected these two to bring glory to their lineage. They merely wished for them to live quietly, or better yet, to remain discreet and avoid embarrassing the family. Who would have thought they would fail even this simple requirement? The couple indulging in their own affairs was one thing, but jointly supporting the same individual, with one even involved with the other's significant other, is undeniably explosive, even within the industry. Moreover, such a scandal broadcasted live for all to witness means that El Xiansong and Tao Ran have not only tarnished their own reputations, but also those of the El and Tao families. Such is the nature of high society. When certain incidents occur, they occur, even if everyone is aware. As long as it is not publicly exposed, it can be treated as if nothing has transpired. However, being caught on camera leaves behind video evidence, which will be resurrected time and again. In such circumstances, neither family can afford to turn a blind eye. In the past, they might have merely faced minor repercussions, but the situation has changed. El Xiansong and Tao Ran, who are both unreliable, have produced a dependable son. Upon his birth, they entrusted him to the El family patriarch, while they pursued their own happy lives, entirely neglecting their child. Fortunately, this arrangement has allowed their son to thrive under the old man's care, emerging as the most outstanding among the younger generation of the El and Tao families. The patriarch has intentions of grooming him as the next heir. Now that he is of marriageable age, the patriarch is seeking suitable partners for an alliance. At such a critical juncture, the outrageous actions of his biological parents have dealt a severe blow to his impending union. Which respectable family would consent to marrying their daughter to the son of such parents? Consequently, the families that once expressed interest will swiftly withdraw, seeking various excuses to distance themselves from the El family. The patriarch is understandably furious. In the original narrative, he ceased all financial support for the couple, relocating them to the African branch. Knowing that these two will not escape unscathed, Yun Shurui felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it is such conclusive gossip that brings joy. The two later returned to their room to rest, as the commotion in 1208 seemed to persist until midnight without resolution. The following morning, when everyone awoke, the principal figures had vanished, yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm for gossip. Those who had witnessed the events firsthand eagerly shared details with their friends and relatives, and discussions surrounding the incident remained trending online until Ling and Yun Shurui returned to Haicheng. Upon returning home, Ling discovered only Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian were present. The moment Pei Yuning saw Ling, she clamored for her to recount any additional gossip she may have missed from the hotel incident. Pei Yuning's intentions were not solely to indulge in gossip. Having watched the live stream herself, she believed she had thoroughly absorbed the details and did not expect to unearth anything new. Instead, she aimed to utilize the opportunity to facilitate more dialogue between Ling and Qiu Nian. Ling initially assumed they were genuinely interested in the gossip. Thus she recounted how Song Yiyun and her group had entered room 1208. When Yao Yu knocked on the door, the paparazzi had yet to commence the live broadcast, leaving many unaware of the circumstances at that time. So, it was indeed a premeditated act by Yao Yu and Song Yiyun, deliberately placing the bracelet in Yu Zhaona's room? Pei Yuning found herself utterly bewildered by Yao Yu's motivations. What exactly is she thinking? If she merely informs Song Yiyun that she has seen Yu Zhaona appearing to be unfaithful without involving herself in the ensuing matters, then this entire situation, no matter how tumultuous it has now become, would hardly concern her. Currently, she resembles an accomplice to Song Yiyun. Although her culpability is secondary, she too may be implicated. It is no wonder that her second female lead role has been lost. She lost her second female lead role? How do you know this? Ling inquired, perplexed. I haven't even looked into the follow-up. Has Mother already devoured every scrap of gossip? It is because the director has begun searching for actresses to re-audition. Both the first and second female leads will have to be replaced, Pei Yuning elucidated. The director seems inclined to have both of you audition. Today, I sent Qiu Nian to inquire about your thoughts. I glanced at the script, and the cast seems quite commendable. The director's skills are also satisfactory. The director's intention is for Xiao Ling to portray the female lead, while Qiu Nian would take on the supporting role. The director is quite swift, but it is likely that Gu Qinming suggested it. This development aligns closely with the original plot, although in the original narrative, they did not seek me out. Only Qiu Nian. What to do? Emotionally, I do not wish for Qiu Nian to have any contact with Gu Qinming, yet for the narrative of this world to progress. It is essential for them to become acquainted. After all, if the male and female leads do not know each other, this world will undoubtedly collapse. The individual who orchestrated my rebirth did, so to facilitate their meeting. Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian, initially engrossed in Ling's thoughts, misinterpreted her reluctance for Qiu Nian to engage with Gu Qinming as lingering affection for him. They were taken aback when Ling subsequently uttered a vague, inaudible statement. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. What had Ling just said? If the male and female leads do not know each other, what would become of this world? Chapter 61. Can it still be resolved? Pei Yuning pondered the useful information gleaned from Ling's thoughts thus far, and the definitive conclusions she could draw were: 1. Ling perceives this world as a novel, with Gu Qinming as the male lead and Qiu Nian as the female lead. 2. Ling herself is the malicious supporting character, maintaining an antagonistic role that obstructs the romance of the leads. 3. Ling must create obstacles for the leads while simultaneously ensuring their acquaintance. 4. The recent vague statement appears to be the reason she must act this way, likely involving some confidential matter not meant for others' ears. 5. Ling's rebirth serves the purpose of facilitating the leads meeting. Although Pei Yuning found the notion of their existence within a novel to be utterly absurd, the bizarre events surrounding Ling left her no choice but to approach the situation with a mindset of cautious credulity. It seems that turning down this production is no longer an option. Indeed, this script has merit, and its performance post-release has been commendable. Qiu Nian's portrayal as the female lead was quite impressive. Ideally, she should continue in that role. However, this complicates matters for me. Since I am Gu Qinming's devoted admirer, I cannot forego the opportunity to act alongside him, but I must refrain from accepting any roles for now. I need to stay at home during this period. By the way, I could create a scene and claim that I do not wish to film with Qiu Nian, insisting instead on taking the lead opposite Gu Qinming. If I provoke Mother, she will surely not support my desires. Pei Yuning interjected before Ling could speak. There is no need for such theatrics. Although this is the director's intent, I believe that pursuing this course of action may lead to unfavorable public opinion. Personally, I recommend that you both refrain from joining a production for the time being. Besides, did you not mention you would be spending the new year at home? This production will extend well into the new year. It seems more fitting for Qiu Nian to take part. How did you anticipate my reasoning? But if I merely agree, that would be a bit out of character. Wouldn't it? Perhaps I should adopt a sarcastic tone instead. Though I truly wish to act alongside Brother Qinming, if you insist, Mother, I suppose I must comply. Ling pouted, casting a wary yet warning glance at Qiu Nian. The role can be entrusted to you, but I will not relinquish Brother Qinming. We shall act professionally. But should I discover any attempts to seduce him, I will not let it slide, understood? After Ling spoke, she awaited responses from both Qiu Nian and Pei Yuning, only to be met with silence. Why are they not reprimanding me? Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian, stay strong. Do not laugh. They were currently engrossed in suppressing their smiles, fearful that a slip would betray their amusement. However, Ling's portrayal of a villainous supporting character was simply too comical, despite her acting skills being impeccable. Witnessing her thoughts in this context was utterly hilarious. What's wrong? Did my performance frighten them? Ultimately, Pei Yuning spoke first. Let us settle this matter for now. Qiu Nian should also be signing with the company soon. Let her join Mother's agency. I will select a suitable manager for you, and thereafter, the manager will handle all communications. All right, Qiu Nian nodded, then sincerely assured Ling, rest assured, I will maintain my distance from Gu Qinming. Aside from necessary interactions for filming, I will not so much as glance at him or exchange a word. I promise to keep my distance. Ling, there is no need for such sincerity. However, if Qiu Nian can indeed manage this, it would be beneficial, for in the original plot, Gu Qinming used the opportunity of filming to feign concern for Qiu Nian, gradually growing closer to her, while pretentiously introducing her to resources under the guise of goodwill, all in an attempt to establish further contact. After becoming acquainted with Qiu Nian, he then displayed interest and concern for her in my presence, igniting my jealousy and prompting me to target her. His motivations were twofold. First, the more I antagonized Qiu Nian, the more opportunities Gu Qinming had to rescue or assist her, thereby enhancing her affection for him. Second, he sought to ascertain whom the family would ultimately choose to abandon should Qiu Nian and I become estranged, guiding his approach towards his intended target. Initially, he merely desired to ensnare the family as heiress, using this as leverage to exact revenge on the family, rendering the identity of the heiress less significant. However, he later discovered that he had genuinely developed feelings for Qiu Nian, while she came to realize the truth behind Gu Qinming's initial approach, believing he did not love her, leading her to despair, resulting in misunderstandings and a tumultuous cycle of pursuit and escape, culminating in a scenario where he succumbed to her affliction and was ultimately forced into a twisted love. Pei Yuning's expression grew increasingly solemn. She recognized Ling's belief that this world was a narrative. Yet, she had not anticipated such dramatic developments. In a novel, she might have found such a plot captivating, but knowing that her daughter was at the heart of this story made it exceedingly difficult to accept. Qiu Nian, the protagonist herself, found it even more unbearable, wishing to seize Ling by the shoulders and shake her vigorously. "Ah,
Please stop. My ears.
my ears. That is not me. It cannot be me." Fortunately, Ling soon ceased her musings on the absurd plot, lest Qiu Nian be driven to dig a hole and bury herself. By the way, Pei Yuning noted. Observing Qiu Nian's distressed demeanor, June will return tonight. Qiu Nian, you should stay at home this evening and perhaps meet your second brother. Tomorrow, I will take you to the company to sign the contract. Okay. Although Qiu Nian obediently nodded, she was still struggling to recover from the heartfelt revelations of Ling, her expression reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. Second brother is coming home today. What perfect timing for my return. If all goes as planned, he intends to introduce his girlfriend to the family. I wonder how he will react if he discovers that the delicate flower he adores is, in fact, a man-eating plant. Well, a shattered worldview is certainly preferable to being devoured by a carnivorous flower. Perhaps I should gently suggest he dye his hair green, just to prepare him psychologically. Maybe the truth will be a tad easier to bear. Pei Yuning and Qiu Nian exchanged glances. I think that's unlikely. Each day seems to bring more misfortune to our family. Will it ever improve? Pei Yuning shared Ling's sentiments in their small family group chat, which previously consisted only of herself, and Shuhai, and Chong. Now, with Qiu Nian's addition, it transformed into a quartet. Such family matters were deemed too delicate to share in their larger group chat. They prefer to keep these discussions within their own circle. And Chong. So, what little Ling means is that Gu Qinming is deliberately pursuing her, and, upon learning that little Nian is the daughter of the family, seeks to ensnare her as well? Is he doing this out of a desire for revenge against us? Do the family and the Gu family have any grievances? And Shuhai, not at all. Our families have always maintained a cordial relationship. You can ask your mother if you don't believe me. Pei Yuning, indeed. There are no animosities. Our connections with Gu Qinming's parents are quite amicable, so where could any grievances arise? Despite their best efforts, neither Shuhai nor Pei Yuning could fathom any reason for Gu Qinming to harbor ill will against the family. Until Ling divulged further information, they simply could not conceive of any motivation that would lead Gu Qinming to seek revenge against them. Chapter 62. You want me to dye this thing green? As they found themselves at a loss, they decided to set aside the matter of Gu Qinming and turn their attention to the situation involving June. They had previously deduced, based on Yun Shirui's hints in a large group chat, that June was indeed the one who had been deceived by a brother's actor, both emotionally and financially. Hence, this man-eating flower must be one of June's brother's actors. Pei Yuning was quite curious about the flower that had captivated June. The family was well aware that June harbored an irreplaceable white moonlight in his heart, and for that very reason, he had never pursued a romantic relationship. Thus, when they learned of his newfound romance, they were taken aback. Yet, despite their inquiries, June steadfastly refused to reveal the identity of his girlfriend. Observing June in a state of blissful romance, the family gradually assumed he had long since given up on seeking his white moonlight and ceased to inquire about his girlfriend. Little did they know, the woman who had ensnared June's heart was, in fact, a fraud. And Shuhai, did little Ling mention the name of June's girlfriend or the actor who deceived him?
Pei Yuning, no.
And Chong, that's not a major issue. When she sees June this evening, she will surely share more information, and we will soon be enlightened. And Chong. The real concern is whether June can hear little Ling's thoughts. If he can't, then it's not an issue. However, if he can, given his character, he might unwittingly reveal everything. Remember, if he seems to be catching on, cover his mouth quickly. And Shu Hai. Understood, over. Pei Yuning. Received, over. Qiu Nian. Acknowledged, over. Thus, when June entered the house, he was greeted with a warm, physical welcome from his family. He looked around, astonished by the affection surrounding him. When had he ever received such treatment? His parents, elder brother, and younger sister were all gathered, and he thought, I've only been away for a short time, and you all missed me so much. Truly, family is where the love lies. In reality, Ling had simply followed the others in greeting him, unsure of why the family was acting so unusually today. However, she felt that if she were the only one not to welcome him, second brother would surely feel hurt. Once June finished feeling touched, he turned to the unfamiliar Qiu Nian, offering a warm smile. You must be little Nian. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm your second brother.
And Yunya.
Although June had initially struggled to accept the reality that Ling was not the biological daughter of the Yin family, but rather that his true sister was someone else, he had gradually come to terms with it. After his elder brother had explained the situation regarding the Qiu family, assuring him that Ling and Qiu Nian being switched at birth was merely an unfortunate accident, devoid of any conspiracy, the two families had reached an amicable resolution. He was encouraged to reflect on how best to treat Ling and Qiu Nian. With time and contemplation, June came to understand that both families were victims in this scenario, and there was no right or wrong. Both sisters were innocent. Qiu Nian was his true biological sister, and he had no grounds to reject her. Thus, when he finally met Qiu Nian, he felt a pang of guilt for his initial instinct to reject her. In a gesture of goodwill, he presented her with a gift he had purchased during his tour. June made it a habit to bring gifts back for his family whenever he traveled for work, a tradition shared by all family members. The gifts need not be extravagant. Perhaps he would find a lovely trinket in a quaint shop along the way, and he would purchase it as a token of affection for a family member, serving as a ritual to express their love for one another. Before June's return, the family had informed Qiu Nian of this tradition, encouraging her to accept whatever he chose to give her without any reservations.
Consequently,
when June presented her with a gift, she graciously accepted it with a heartfelt thank you, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief as he proceeded to distribute gifts to the others. At that moment, Ling suddenly addressed June, second brother, welcome home. I also have a gift for you.
Ah?
I have a gift too? June was genuinely surprised. After all, he had only been away for a brief tour. Yet here he was, surrounded by family affection, and receiving a gift from little Ling. Was he destined to become the family darling from this day forth? Ling nodded and, in front of everyone, produced a pot of grass. June stood there, momentarily stunned, as he accepted the pot of vibrant green wonder. Little Ling, while I appreciate the gift, may I ask why a pot of grass? That's not grass, it's a pot of wheat seedlings, Ling replied, her expression unwavering. June racked his brain, attempting to decipher the meaning behind his sister's gift of a pot of grass. Sorry, a pot of wheat seedlings. He glanced at the others and noticed that they did not share his bewilderment. Rather, they seemed to be stifling laughter. Moreover, when their eyes met his, they quickly averted their gazes, their suppressed smiles growing more evident in their momentary glances away. What on earth had transpired in his absence? Why did his family seem so incomprehensible? If I recall correctly, aren't wheat seedlings meant for feeding kittens? Is little Ling suggesting I am as adorable as a kitten? June pondered, ultimately arriving at a conclusion he could scarcely believe himself. Ling shook her head, attempting to guide June's thoughts. Second brother, what do you think of how this pot of wheat seedlings is growing? It's thriving? Ling shook her head again. Lush and verdant? Ling continued to shake her head. What about its color? Vividly green? Ling nodded. Do you find its color appealing? Very much so. Thank you, little Ling. I really like it. Although June remained perplexed, he was nonetheless pleased to receive a gift from his little sister. He resolved to place the pot of wheat seedlings on the balcony of his room and nurture it with care. Ling, seeing that her hints had been so blatant, was utterly disheartened by the fact that her second brother, Yun, remained oblivious to her intentions. She felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears for her brother's lack of perceptiveness. Thus, she decided to be more direct, saying, second brother, don't you think this color perfectly complements the ambience of your upcoming album? Moreover, It has been ages since you dyed your hair. I've noticed many of your fans online are eagerly anticipating a new hair color. I believe this shade is splendid, unique, striking, and vibrant. If you were to adopt this hue, it would undoubtedly create a sensation and set the latest trends. Anyun responded with confusion. But I haven't even unveiled the shadow of my next album yet. How do you know what its vibe is? He cradled a flower pot in one hand while uncertainly pointing to his own head. Are you suggesting I dye this thing green? Indeed. This color is so spirited, Ling affirmed. At this point, even Anyun, despite his lack of awareness, began to grasp that Ling's words held deeper meaning. He ruminated on whether he had inadvertently upset her or if someone had whispered something to her. Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, Anyun preferred to inquire directly about matters. Just as he was about to seek clarity on Ling's statements, her voice echoed in his mind. Oh dear, second brother has finally understood. Exactly. I want you to dye that thing green, she reiterated. And don't you realize that the white moonlight you cherish has turned into a vast meadow on your head? Anyun's eyes widened in shock. The others in the family, witnessing his astonishment, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Anyun could actually hear her. With a bewildered gaze, he pointed at Ling and asked the others, did you hear that? Ling, she, quick-witted, and Chong swiftly wrapped an arm around Anyun's neck, covering his mouth with his palm. Ling is absolutely correct. I too believe this color suits you quite well. Indeed, both father and mother chimed in. This color is so invigorating. Anyun struggled against Chong's grip, insisting, no, Ling just, And Chong, resolute, employed both hands, his arm akin to an iron wall. Fearing that if he loosened his hold, Anyun might inadvertently reveal Ling's unspoken thoughts, and, curiously, the rest of the family shared the same sentiment, providing no assistance whatsoever. Thus, Anyun found himself restrained by his elder brother for an extended period, with no one coming to his aid, leaving him to flail and slap at Chong's arm. What's the matter? Chong inquired, glancing at Ling while maintaining his grip. I believe second brother is on the verge of suffocation, Chong observed. Noticing the crimson hue of Anyun's face, a clear indication that he was struggling for air. He then realized that by covering Anyun's mouth, he had inadvertently obstructed his nostrils as well, thus preventing him from breathing. Startled, Chong hurriedly released his hold. Anyun, having returned home for less than half an hour only to experience a brush with death at the hands of his elder brother, bent over, gasping for breath for quite some time before feeling somewhat revived. Brother, are you attempting to commit fratricide? He weakly inquired. Yet, Anyun refrained from posing the prior question again. His elder brother's demeanor had made it abundantly clear that they had not only heard Ling's unspoken words, but were also intent on preventing him from divulging them. He sensed that should he continue to be so oblivious, he might truly find himself in peril at the hands of his own brother. However, what exactly did Ling mean just now? Regardless of Anyun's speculations, he could only arrive at one conclusion. Ling was attempting to inform him that he had been greened. Anyun vehemently rejected Ling's implication. He believed his younger sister must have heard some unfounded gossip that led her to misinterpret his relationship with his girlfriend. Coincidentally, he had been contemplating introducing his girlfriend Moo to the family and now seemed the perfect opportunity to bring it up. He was confident that once they met Moo, they would undoubtedly take a liking to her, regardless of any prior misunderstandings Ling may have harbored about Moo. He was certain that time spent together would naturally dispel any misconceptions. I have something to share with you all, Anyun declared, his expression turning serious after catching his breath. As you know, I've been in a relationship with my current girlfriend for a year. I intend to propose. Anyun was utterly unaware that he had just dropped a bombshell. He continued with self-assurance. Before that, I want to introduce her to you all, lest she think I am insincere. ISNT proposing after just a year rather hasty? And Shuhai remarked, recognizing the seriousness in Anyun's demeanor. A year ISNT sufficient time to truly know one another, is it? Why, ISNT enough. I am certain she is the one I wish to spend my life with. Anyun asserted. She is genuinely a wonderful girl. And I believe you will all like her upon meeting her.
How could she not be?
She is practically your ideal type incarnate, ISNT she? That us, because she is simply acting according to your ideal type. Your good friend, Yu Reshuo, painstakingly crafted a 100-page PowerPoint presentation to analyze what your ideal type is, and Moo merely followed the guide to win you over. This underscores the significance of market analysis. By identifying the customer's pain points and accurately assessing their needs, one can provide the most suitable product. Who could resist a custom-tailored white moonlight? Honestly, if Yu Reshuo possessed the capability to open a training course for wives of prominent figures, wouldn't it be more profitable than merely targeting second brother?
Impossible.
Anyun suddenly raised his voice. Moo Moo is the best girl I have ever known. You must have mistaken her for someone else. Ling replied, puzzled. Who asked him just now? Coughing, and Chong took the blame. We were merely concerned that you might be deceived. I think it would be wise to postpone the proposal until you've spent more time together. So you believe that Moo Moo is with me only for my status and wealth, correct? Anyun responded with a look of realization. In truth, he had intended to introduce Moo Moo to them from the moment they met, but it was Moo Moo who had urged him not to do so. Even after they began dating, she had requested that he keep her identity private, as she harbored insecurities and felt unworthy of him. She feared that if others discovered their relationship, they would judge her harshly. But I thought you all would not think like that. Mom and Dad. Haven T, you always told me that social status is not important but sincerity is? Anyun expressed his disappointment, realizing that their words were merely lip service. Of course she wouldn't dare to go public. Everything is a facade. Once she is in the spotlight, the scrutiny will intensify. The Yin family is not comprised entirely of Na'vi individuals. They will certainly investigate if something seems amiss, rendering their deception futile. Anyun instinctively prepared to refute this. But Pei Yuning interjected, at the very least, shouldn't both families meet before the proposal? Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Anyun's face. Moo Moo came from a rather complicated family background. Her father had passed away long ago, and her stepfather had succumbed to gambling debts, leaving her mother bedridden and unable to meet. After divulging these details, Anyun turned to father and mother and with determination, yet despite her challenging upbringing, Moo Moo remains incredibly kind and resilient. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to marry her soon and provide her with a complete family. A gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a broken girl, all elements crafted to evoke your protective instincts, empathy, and a sense of heroism. At least this persona exudes sincerity. If second brother were deceived by a tea vendor trying to sell him tea leaves, I would surely ridicule him. And June felt a lump in his throat. He truly yearned to inquire why Ling harbored such profound animosity towards Moo Moo. Yet, he was acutely aware that before he could voice his question, his elder brother's iron fist would undoubtedly continue to impart lessons on life. Moreover, he pondered why their parents' elder brother, and even Qiu Nian seemed to trust in Ling while doubting him. After all, it was he who was romantically involved with Moo Moo. It was unacceptable. Although he could not directly question them, he could certainly refute their claims. Moo Moo's stepfather was not only neglectful of family matters, but had also incurred substantial gambling debts. His father had passed away due to the unpaid debts, and the creditors had turned their gaze upon her. He had personally witnessed Moo Moo being pursued by her father's debt collectors. Those debt collectors were merely actors, otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that they appeared precisely when the second brother and two Moo Moo were together? Clearly staged to prompt him to provide financial assistance for two Moo Moo's debts? So, did you assist her in repaying her father's gambling debts? And Chong asked. Those individuals were all menacing. It was perilous for a girl like Moo Moo to confront them, so I helped repay a portion, though it was not substantial. And June's voice dwindled. The first time, he had repaid a staggering 5 million. This situation recurred several times, with the second brother willingly providing funds each time. Others remarked, "Isn't this deception aimed at you?" At this moment, and June began to sense something amiss. How could Ling possibly know the exact amount he had initially assisted with? Had his family secretly investigated his relationship with Moo Moo? Indeed. And June surmised that his family must have been aware of whom he was dating and had looked into Moo Moo's background, subsequently intending to undermine their relationship due to her unfavorable family circumstances. Regardless, and June resolutely refused to believe that Moo Moo was that kind of person. Moo Moo's mother had fallen gravely ill and had become comatose, now reliant on hospitalization to cling to life. The expenses for her hospitalization, medication, and care were exorbitant. He had accompanied Moo Moo to the hospital, where even the doctors had advised her to let go. Yet, Moo Moo would rather work 3 jobs a day until she fainted than relinquish her mother's chance at survival. He had initially intended to assist her in transferring to a better hospital, but she insisted she did not wish to owe him anything nor be perceived as someone who relied on her boyfriend. How could such a resilient girl possibly be a fraud? That private hospital was, in fact, run by the Yu family. It had once been a reputable private establishment, but after the Yu family's financial troubles, it had devolved into something akin to the infamous Putian hospitals. Yu Ruoshu had a friend who, through his connections, secured a position as a doctor there, and he had the doctor fabricate false medical records while providing a bribe. That mother was indeed Tu Mumu's mother. But she was not actually ill. She was merely acting in concert to deceive the second brother. When Tu Mumu suggested visiting her mother at the hospital, the second brother was overjoyed, believing it demonstrated Tu Mumu's trust in him. However, shortly after arriving at the hospital, the so-called attending physician callously informed Tu Mumu that her prepaid funds had been exhausted, and if she did not settle the medical fees, her mother would be discharged. Tu Mumu's eyes reddened, yet she stubbornly held back her tears, pleading with the doctor for a 2-day extension, assuring him she would pay. This image of a strong yet delicate flower prompted the second brother to part with another 5 million. This scenario repeated multiple times, with the second brother falling for the ruse each time. Others commented, 5 million at a Putian hospital yet again. And June truly perceived a lack of understanding regarding financial matters. How could the Yin family have raised such a simpleton? Oh, and her younger brother, who studied art, was merely a dropout with unkempt hair, transforming into a talented artist who had to forsake his dreams due to financial constraints. Tu Mumu appeared unexpectedly along the second brother's path, crying as she confronted her brother, questioning why he would abandon such a precious opportunity to study abroad when a prestigious mentor was interested in him. The rain fell more heavily than on the day Yi Ping had asked her father for money. The sibling duo performed their roles with heartfelt intensity. They stood in the downpour, one exclaiming, "Do you not value your future?" And the other retorting, "What do you expect me to do? I wish to study abroad. But what about mother? Can our family afford such expenses? Father's gambling debts remain unpaid. How can I go abroad?" Eventually, Tu Mumu, exasperated, slapped her brother, who exclaimed, "You hit me? You've never done that before," before running away, bringing the scene to a close. Witnessing her brother's retreat, Tu Mumu sank to the ground, heartbroken and sobbing, while June stepped out of his vehicle, holding an umbrella over her, overwhelmed with sympathy, and consequently handed her brother 5 million for studying abroad. And June, quickly, respond to the funds. And family members, quickly, respond to the fool. Although she claimed not to want to owe the second brother anything or appear dependent on her boyfriend, she had already swindled away a significant sum. Not to mention the luxury items gifted by the second brother, all of which Tu Mumu had sold for cash. In truth, she did not keep much for herself. The majority went to Ruo Shu to repay gambling debts, effectively a love-stricken brainwashing one love-stricken brain. It remained unclear who was more severely afflicted, the second brother or Tu Mumu. Ruo Shu had long since developed a gambling addiction. His career in the entertainment industry had initially been satisfactory, yet it had not reached a point where he needed to borrow money for gambling. However, there are no winners at the gambling table. His stakes grew larger, and as his funds dwindled, he resorted to high-interest loans. The more he invested, the more reluctant he became to accept defeat, convinced that he would eventually strike it rich, dreaming of that next hand which would surely reclaim his losses, and thus he spiraled deeper into debt. The creditors threatened him, stating that if he did not repay, they would expose his gambling habits. As a public figure, if it became known that he was a gambling addict, his career would be irreparably harmed. The Yu family was already in decline. Should he lose his standing in the entertainment industry, it would spell his doom. Thus, he had orchestrated this charade with Tu Mumu for the second brother. To be fair, the individuals pursuing debts were not entirely actors. They were indeed professional debt collectors whose original target was Ruo Shu. Ruo Shu had convinced them that performing this act would surely yield results, and to their surprise, it worked. Consequently, the second brother's inability to discern the ruse was understandable, as they were professionals in their field. Having tasted success, they collaborated on several occasions without the need for script. Each time Tu Mumu feigned fear and shed tears, the second brother handed over the money. And family members were nearing a heart attack. Was there a place that offered heart extraction services? They truly wished to send June over to extract a few. Chapter 65. What? What is what? And June had previously believed that his family had discreetly investigated Mumu. But why did the expressions of others suggest that it was their first encounter with this information? After hearing so much, even June found himself uncertain. Could such details genuinely be uncovered through investigation? How had Ling acquired so much insight? Not to mention, that incident involving Mumu and her brother's quarrel in the rain was something he had witnessed alone. Even if she wished to inquire, how could she have discovered it? Furthermore, while their parents displayed surprise, it appeared they unconditionally believed in Ling regardless of what she asserted. Could it be that she truly possessed some form of supernatural ability? In truth, the second brother was somewhat deluded. He was eager to introduce Tu Mumu to the family, yet she would never consent to it. Although devising a means to marry the second brother could potentially yield greater rewards, it is fraught with considerable risks. Her web of deceit is riddled with inconsistencies. While it suffices to deceive the second brother, should the other members of the family become aware, her facade would inevitably crumble. Thus, despite the second brother's repeated invitations to meet his family, she consistently finds various excuses to decline, preferring the more secure method of steadily extracting funds from him. Tu Mumu's intentions are rather straightforward. As soon as she has swindled enough money from the second brother to settle Yu Rushua's gambling debts, she plans to find a pretext to break up with him. This was precisely how Yu Rushua initially deceived her. The fantasy of her plan is alluring, yet the reality of gambling is deceptive. Yu Rushua is an insatiable pit. Tu Mumu mistakenly believes that the money she has pilfered from the second brother is sufficient to fill Yu Rushua's void, unaware that he continues to create new financial chasms. In fact, the funds she managed to gather merely cover the most pressing debts, while the remainder is squandered at the gambling table. The family members listen intently, nodding slightly in understanding. Gamblers are invariably like this, despite the universal truth that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. The allure of a potential win dangles before them like a carrot on a stick, leading them to believe that their next gamble will surely succeed, thus drawing them ever deeper into despair. As their squandered funds accumulate, their subsequent wagers grow exponentially, fueled by the misguided belief that only through greater risk can they recoup their sunk costs. Even if they happen to win once, they are unlikely to leave the table. The dopamine rush from betting small to win big transforms them into irrational beings, blinding them to all reason. Consequently, the appetite of each gambler expands, their desires ever more insatiable, rendering it exceedingly difficult for them to revert to normalcy. For the sake of money, gamblers are capable of unspeakable actions, and among Yu Ruoshua's acquaintances, and June is the wealthiest. Thus, it is not surprising that he would devise a scheme to swindle money from June. However, the most outrageous aspect remains Tu Mumu's willingness to descend to such depths for a mere gambler. Tu Mumu believed that after deceiving the second brother for a year and amassing a significant sum, she would soon be able to extricate herself from this charade and openly pursue a relationship with Yu Ruoshua. Yet, whenever she broaches the subject, Yu Ruoshua insists she must wait, claiming that the interest on the loan sharks is exorbitant and that he cannot repay them without facing dire consequences. He manipulates her further, assuring her that his reluctance is for her own good, to protect her from the fallout once they are together. In truth, Yu Ruoshua harbors no genuine feelings for Tu Mumu. Her infatuation was one-sided from the outset. He is the kind of man who readily indulges in flings and, naturally, he did not reject Tu Mumu when she presented herself. Initially, he intended to treat her as just another one-night stand, but Tu Mumu's obsessive devotion convinced her that they were in a committed relationship. Yu Ruoshua quickly recognized her as a potential liability, fully aware that if not handled correctly, she could become a ticking time bomb. However, he soon discovered that as long as he avoided the topic of breaking up, Tu Mumu would comply with his every whim. Making her an obedient tool he was reluctant to part with. Regrettably, the original narrative fails to elucidate the reasons behind Tu Mumu's unwavering devotion to Yu Ruoshua. Surely it cannot be that he once saved her life. The family members. Also? What do you mean by also? However, Ling did not dwell on it further, redirecting her attention to June. Tell me the truth. How much have you given your girlfriend in total? June hesitated, wishing to negotiate a bit more. At least 50 million. June. Clearly, he no longer had the opportunity to negotiate and could only confess, around 50 million, give or take. Chong took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anger ignited by his foolish younger brother, and suggested, regardless of whether she is a con artist, we must meet her in person to make a judgment. Otherwise, why not call her and arrange a meeting? Let's see if she is willing to come. Overwhelmed by the revelations, June felt he was on the verge of collapse. He recognized that Ling was likely speaking the truth, as she had no motive to fabricate stories about Tu Mumu. He knew his sister was not the type to unjustly vilify someone. Yet it is somewhat laughable. He still harbored a glimmer of hope, pondering the possibility that Ling's information might be inaccurate, that perhaps she had made a mistake. It was exceedingly difficult for him to accept that the past year spent with Tu Mumu had been an elaborate ruse, and he could not fathom that she could be the person Ling described. Thus, when Chong suggested that he call Tu Mumu for a meeting, June did not resist. He merely wished to prove to his family that Tu Mumu was not the person they believed her to be. If she agreed to his proposal, it would at least demonstrate that she was not avoiding the family out of guilt. And June dialed Tu Mumu's number and waited a considerable time before it was answered. A melodious female voice emerged, albeit sounding somewhat weary. And June? What's wrong? Aren't you still on tour? And June fell silent for a moment, struggling to articulate. I finished my tour yesterday and sent you a message, but you haven't responded.
Ah.
I'm sorry. I've been quite busy with work lately and haven't had time to check my phone, Tu Mumu explained. When are you coming back? I can pick you up from the airport. I've already arrived home. I sent you a message as soon as I landed.
Sorry, Tu Mumu diblit.
Her tone slightly playful. I've just been too busy lately. Please forgive me this once. Her voice indeed carried a hint of fatigue. In the past, if she had spoken to June in such a manner, his heart would have melted, and he would have readily complied with any request she made, especially for something as trivial as not replying to his message. However, now he couldn't shake the feeling of unease, unable to suppress his suspicions about whether Tu Mumu was genuinely too busy to check her messages, or if she simply did not care about what he had sent. It's all right, and June replied. Mumu, I called to discuss something with you. We've been together for a year now, and I believe it's time to introduce you to my family. How about we find an opportunity to meet soon? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and when Tu Mumu finally spoke, her tone had noticeably cooled. And June, did we not discuss this issue before? Did I not tell you that it isn't the right time yet? Why do you disregard my words so easily? Chapter 66. This dog whistle is truly impressive. Just moments ago, Tu Mumu had been speaking to June in a sweet tone, yet now she had launched into a series of cold questions. Anyone could discern that the emotional shift was abrupt and peculiar, yet June immediately felt his anxiety surge, as if fearing he had upset Tu Mumu. And June's face was filled with concern. Mumu, please don't be upset. I initially thought your reluctance stemmed from our recent relationship and your hesitations, but my family is not the kind of people who care about such things. And June, possessing both good looks and a privileged background, had excelled academically from a young age and had grown up in a harmonious family. After developing an interest in music, he pursued his dreams, achieving fame with his first self-composed song. Following the release of several hit songs, his career soared, marking him as a prodigy in every aspect. The family, as his closest kin, had never witnessed him in such a subservient state, leaving them puzzled as to why he would be so humble in love. The others exchanged glances between the seasoned sycophant and Ling and the newly minted one, and June, bewildered by the situation. Was love truly something that could infect one person and then another? That seemed rather terrifying. Meanwhile, Ling remained oblivious to the gazes of others, captivated by June's newfound demeanor. Tu Mumu is indeed quite skilled at this game, and June was momentarily taken aback by the words. Yet before he could fully comprehend the underlying discord, Tu Mumu's voice suddenly grew exceedingly weary. And June, do you know? I am truly exhausted. You are well aware that I must work 3 jobs daily to cover my mother's medical expenses. I can hardly find the time to visit her at the hospital. How am I supposed to allocate time and energy to deal with your family? Can't you consider my circumstances for once? As Tu Mumu spoke, she sighed heavily. And June felt an increasing pang of sympathy, prompting him to hastily clarify, No, Mumu, I never intended to burden you. Is it the hospital again demanding medical fees? I should have anticipated this. Whatever amount you need, I will send it to you immediately.
And Yun?
I will find a way to manage the medical expenses myself. I do not wish for anyone to think I am with you solely for your money. Let it be. I am too worn out, Tu Mumu replied, sounding utterly drained, as if she would hang up the phone at any moment. And June quickly protested, No, Mumu. No one would think that. You are my girlfriend. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens. How could I bear to see you suffer? Moreover, your mother's health is of utmost importance. I realize I have upset you. Please, allow me the opportunity to apologize, he continued, believing that Tu Mumu would surely acquiesce to his plea, given that he had expressed such sentiments. To his surprise, however, she merely sighed deeply and June, don't you think I am completely useless? I cannot even provide for my mother's medical costs. I feel unworthy of you. If others discovered that I am your girlfriend, they would undoubtedly share this sentiment. Your fans, your family, they would surely urge you to end our relationship. If we were to go public, I would be mercilessly attacked online. I am genuinely terrified. The anger that had once characterized Tu Mumu's voice now gave way to a choked sob, as she lamented intermittently to June. I am so sorry for having been angry with you earlier. You merely wished to introduce me to your family, and it is I who am too frightened of the repercussions of publicizing our relationship. This is my own issue, yet I irrationally place the blame on you. I am truly sorry. Am I not pathetic, cowardly, and selfish? By the time she reached the latter part of her lament, Tu Mu was speaking through tears. Her apologies blending with her sobs, rendering her utterly pitiable and stirring sympathy in all who listened. Had it not been for Jun's family learning the truth through Ling's heartfelt musings, they would never have suspected that such a tearful individual could be a master manipulator. Even those who had never laid eyes on Tu Mu felt this way, let alone Jun, who was the target of her emotional outpouring. He appeared visibly flustered, entirely at a loss amidst the turmoil. Forgetting the previously arranged meeting with his family as he repeatedly apologized to Tu Mu, urging her not to cry or feel unhappy. He wished he had never broached the subject at all. It is my fault. I was inconsiderate. Let us pretend I never mentioned it, shall we? And Jun could hardly bear to see Tu Mu continue weeping. He even began to doubt Ling's credibility. For those matters were merely her thoughts without any substantiated evidence, were they not? Mu, please stop crying. I apologize. If you do not wish to meet my family, then you needn't. I will never bring it up again. I will transfer the money for your mother's medical expenses immediately. Will you forgive me this once? This time, Tu Mu did not refuse. Half-heartedly, through her tears, she accepted his offer, amounting to a staggering 500,000. Goodness, this level of manipulation is astounding. I wondered why she initially declined the money from the second brother. It turns out she was employing a strategy of retreat to advance.
Now,
not only has she secured the funds, but the issue of meeting the family has also been resolved, all while making the second brother feel guilty as if it were his fault. A trifecta of triumph. Impressive, truly impressive. Were it not for the fact that I still do not know what Tu Mu looks like, I would genuinely investigate whether her tears are real or feigned. To manage to divert attention from the significant matter of her nominal boyfriend's return, turning disadvantage into advantage, shifting blame and responsibility onto the second brother. She has effectively transformed into the innocent party. Wait, should I not check what Shua is doing? And Ling shifted her focus. Realizing that while she could not ascertain Tu Mu's situation, she could certainly investigate her accomplice, Shua. Thus, she entered Shua's name into the character query tool, and remarkably, it yielded unexpected results.
shock.
It turns out that Tu Mu and Shua are currently in a hotel room together. When the second brother called, they were engaged in intimate activities, completely oblivious to the world around them. No wonder it took her so long to answer the phone. The others were instantly taken aback, recalling how long it had taken Tu Mu to pick up Jun's call earlier. They had assumed she was merely feigning exhaustion to manipulate him into thinking her busy work schedule was the reason for her neglect. Little did they know, this exhaustion was entirely genuine. If Jun had called while they were entwined, what would have transpired during that phone call? Just as the family found themselves spiraling into wild imaginings, Ling suddenly screamed, "Ah!" So they were engaged in intimate activities while answering the second brother's call. So Tu Mu was neither feigning fatigue nor tears. All of it was genuine. The family was left dumbfounded, realizing they had unwittingly become part of Tu Mu and Shua's escapades. Chapter 67. How did two faces emerge so suddenly? The family looked at their most aggrieved member, and Jun, with a mix of anger and sympathy, believing he would surely reach his breaking point. However, they were surprised to see Jun, after a moment of shock, display a glimmer of anger directed not at Tu Mu but at Ling. This left everyone utterly baffled. And Jun should be furious with Tu Mu, yet he was instead glaring at Ling. What they did not realize was that when confronted with something far beyond their comprehension, the immediate response is often denial and skepticism. And Jun had been swayed by Ling's heartfelt musings, yet the revelations she now presented were entirely beyond the realm of his belief.
To him,
Tu Mu was an innocent flower. How could she possibly engage in such outrageous behavior? He had only just managed to console her. And before he could even exhale in relief, he was met with Ling's increasingly outrageous accusations against Tu Mu, causing his frustration to mount. He merely wished to clarify the misunderstandings between his sister and girlfriend. He even considered throwing caution to the wind and directly questioning Ling. However, doing so would not only reveal his ability to hear Ling's thoughts, but would also indicate to Tu Mu that he was speaking to her while surrounded by his family. A revelation that could potentially distress her further. Just as he was about to bid farewell to Tu Mu and discuss matters with Ling after hanging up, And Ling unexpectedly spoke up, catching everyone off guard. Since Tu Mu Mu has been unable to visit her mother recently, why don't we go instead?
What?
Everyone turned to Ling, momentarily stunned. Isn't that the case? And Ling asserted confidently. You are her boyfriend, and we are your family. Therefore her family's matters are also ours. It is only fitting that we visit your girlfriend's mother. Moreover, why did you not inform us that her mother was ill? The family could provide her with the best medical care. Yet you allowed her to fall into arrears with her medical fees? Second brother, you have gone too far. And June, taken aback, found himself on the receiving end of a barrage of questions from Ling before he could even voice his grievances. He felt a surge of helplessness.
No.
It's not that. It's Mu Mu who is unwilling. And Ling continued her preemptive accusations. If she is unwilling, does that mean you will not act at all? I have come to understand that she does not wish to burden you or feel indebted to you. However, if you truly harbor such intentions, why not act discreetly? What daughter would forsake the opportunity to secure the best medical care for her mother merely for the sake of pride? Clearly, you have not been sufficiently resolute. And Ling recognized that given June's current feelings for Tu Mu Mu, if she were to directly expose Tu Mu Mu's deceit, and June would most certainly dismiss it. Thus, it would be more effective to let him witness the truth for himself. She proposed to the rest of the family, Mom and Dad, let us visit Tu Mu Mu's mother. If her current hospital lacks adequate medical facilities, we can assist in transferring her to a better establishment. Tu Mu Mu's mother only performs for show when Tu Mu Mu brings the second brother to visit her in the hospital. Our unexpected arrival would surely catch them off guard, and the truth would be revealed. The family responded, Brilliant. Indeed, Ling is correct. Pei Yuning decisively concluded. In June, where is your girlfriend's mother hospitalized? Let us there at once. Meanwhile, Tu Mu Mu had overheard Ling's words and was momentarily stunned, realizing that June had made this call in front of his family. She recognized that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. While deceiving June was manageable, the entire family could not possibly be naive. Moreover, from their remarks, it seemed they intended to visit the hospital immediately. What could they possibly find there? Her mother was likely still playing mahjong.
And
Tu Mu Mu felt as though she might lose her mind. She had to prevent them from going. She resorted to her usual tactics, amplifying the severity of the situation and shifting the blame onto June, for he was the only one capable of stopping his family. Was this your intention? Did you deliberately disclose my family situation in front of your family? You know how self-conscious I am about my family circumstances. Why would you do this? Are you trying to mock me alongside your family? No, I truly did not, and June responded instinctively, as if on reflex. The moment Tu Mu Mu expressed her anger, he began to apologize. I am sorry, Mu Mu, but I genuinely meant no offense. My family did not intend any harm. Tu Mu Mu, however, would not grant June the opportunity to explain.
you did.
Your actions are profoundly disrespectful. You do not regard me as an equal, otherwise. You would not have shared our conversation with your family without consulting me first, nor would you presume to visit my mother. I do not require your pity or sympathy. As June grew increasingly flustered, clearly on the verge of being hoodwinked by Tu Mu Mu once more, and Ling sighed deeply and interjected. Alas, she truly is a tenacious girl.
Huh?
The others were taken aback by this unexpected remark. How could Ling suddenly adopt a dual persona? Hadn't she always regarded Tu Mu Mu as a fraud? Why was she now offering praise? Second brother, this is your fault. You have been dating her for a year, and she remains this sensitive and troubled. Clearly, you have not provided her with enough assurance. Is that true? And June asked hesitantly. Although he had indeed been compliant with Tu Mu Mu, tonight, perhaps due to Ling's insights, he had begun to question her behavior, sensing an underlying discord.
Now,
Hearing Ling's perspective, he found a semblance of truth in it. Tu Mu Mu's reluctance to publicly acknowledge their relationship stemmed from a lack of security. And June always believed that he and Tu Mu Mu were equals, devoid of any disparity in status. Yet Tu Mu Mu frequently mentioned her concerns about public scrutiny and feared that the family might force them apart. Ultimately, it was his failure to provide her with the security she needed. As June pondered this, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Rather than accept that Tu Mu Mu had been deceitful from the outset, he preferred to embrace Ling's explanation. If others were privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly deem him delusional, yet he could not bring himself to believe Tu Mu Mu was a liar. It's undoubtedly true, and Ling affirmed sincerely. Otherwise, would one's pride truly outweigh the life of one's own mother? When presented with a chance to secure superior medical care for her mother, no rational person would refuse. Unless, of course, she is utterly indifferent to her mother's well-being. Within Ling's declaration, Tu Mumu's attempts to obstruct their plans appeared increasingly untenable. The Yin family promptly set off for the hospital. From the exterior, the hospital exuded an air of legitimacy, its expansive grounds reminiscent of a reputable private institution. And June, having visited multiple times, guided his family towards Yi Lishan's ward. Yi Lishan occupied a private VIP room, and as soon as the Yin family exited the elevator, a doctor in a white coat approached in June. Mr. Yin, what brings you here so late? I came to see Aunt Yi, and June replied. Dr. Li, why are you still working at this hour? Indeed, Dr. Li responded, I happen to be on duty tonight. He was summoned late at night by Yu Reshuo to perform in this charade, barely having had time to change out of his pajamas. The 5 family members exchanged glances at Dr. Li's attire, noting the pajama pants peeking out from beneath his coat. Dr. Li wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had managed to arrive just in time. Frankly, he was reluctant to be there, not solely due to the unexpected late shift but because he feared being discovered. When Yu Reshuo initially enlisted his assistance, he had no inkling that he would be deceiving in June. By the time in June actually arrived, he and Yu Reshuo were already entangled in this web of deception, forced to continue concealing the truth. Moreover, Yu Reshuo consistently offered him a handsome sum for his troubles, far exceeding his regular salary, which had made him increasingly adept at the deception and even eager for more visits. Yet, the condition was that he could only deceive in June. Now the entire Yin family was involved. Furthermore, the other family members appeared more astute than in June statistically. It was improbable that an entire family could be devoid of intelligence. Should the Yin family uncover the ruse, Dr. Li knew he would face dire consequences. Nevertheless, after years of practicing medicine, he maintained a commendable level of composure, and despite feeling somewhat anxious, he managed to project an air of calm professionalism. Fortunately, I have no other pressing matters at the moment. Allow me to escort you. The Yin family did not decline, following Dr. Li to a single patient room. Peering through the glass door, they indeed beheld a motionless figure lying within, her face obscured by a breathing mask. Although she was covered by a blanket, various tubes emerged from beneath it, connecting her to the hospital's equipment, presenting the unmistakable appearance of a patient who had lost consciousness. Mom, Dad, brother, look. And June spoke nervously. Mumu's mother is indeed gravely ill, rendered a vegetative state. She did not deceive me. The Yin family stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated that, as Ling suggested, Tu Mumu's mother was not truly ill. They had envisioned that every prior visit had been a coordinated performance involving Tu Mumu, her mother, and the hospital. Yet now, having caught them off guard, how could Tu Mumu's mother be lying there? They turned to Ling, only to find her seemingly unfazed. Yu Reshuo and the others are remarkably quick, managing to arrive at the hospital even sooner than we did under such rushed circumstances. In truth, Tu Mumu had initially intended to threaten in June with a breakup should his family decide to visit the hospital. But Ling's moral coercion had ensnared her in a situation from which she could not extricate herself. If she continues to refuse, it would indicate a complete disregard for her mother's life, contradicting the resilient, delicate persona she has always projected before in June. At that moment, it was not just Tu Mumu who overheard these words. Yu Reshuo, who had been nearby, also listened intently. He understood that the current situation was exceedingly complicated. It was not merely in June present, and given Ling's earlier remark, it was impossible to deceive in June as they had done previously. Additionally, even if Tu Mumu declined this time, the Yin family would undoubtedly initiate an investigation, leading to even greater complications. It would be wiser to leverage this incident to dispel the Yin family's suspicions, prioritizing the immediate issue at hand. While Tu Mumu was still on the call with June, Yu Reshuo hesitated to speak directly. Quickly typing on his phone for Tu Mumu to see, agree to it for now, and then contact your mother to head to the hospital. I will handle the arrangements there. Tu Mumu nodded and, with a voice tinged with emotion, addressed in June, if you genuinely wish to bring your family to see my mother, I cannot in good conscience stop you. I understand your intentions are kind, but I hope that in the future, you will consult with me before making decisions, rather than assuming what is best for me through actions that ultimately disregard my feelings. Upon hearing Tu Mumu's agreement, June visibly relaxed and smoothly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Mumu. I promise I will discuss everything with you from now on. Tu Mumu, feeling no inclination to prolong the conversation, made an excuse about being busy with work and ended the call, quickly reaching out to her mother.
Ye Lishan,
When the call connected, a cacophony of background noise erupted, with Yi Lishan shouting hoarsely, "What's going on? Hurry up and say it. My luck is good tonight. Don't disrupt me." The sound of mahjong tiles clashing could be heard, confirming Tu Mumu's suspicions that her mother was indeed playing mahjong. "Mom, what time is it? Stop playing mahjong and rush to the hospital immediately." "What? Can't it wait until another day?" Yi Lishan immediately grasped that Tu Mumu wanted her to go to the hospital to pretend to be a patient, but usually, Tu Mumu would give her a heads up a few days in advance. This urgency was unprecedented. When Yi Lishan first heard Tu Mumu suggest she play a comatose patient, she nearly lost her temper at this unfilial daughter. Thinking how could she expect to profit from such a ruse? Yet, desperate for money, she decided to humor Tu Mumu's request, thinking it was worth a shot. And, to her surprise, it actually worked. She had no idea how Tu Mumu managed to find a celebrity boyfriend or what scheme she was concocting. Even with her relationship with June, she was resorting to such tactics for money, but as long as Yi Lishan could benefit financially, that was all that mattered.
No.
"I'm really anxious, and June is already on the way to the hospital with his family to see you. Where are you now? And how long will it take to get there?"
What?
Yi Lishan was startled and stood up abruptly. "Why didn't you say so sooner? It will take me at least half an hour to get there. What if I don't make it in time, and they find out?" "Half an hour is sufficient. The Yin family will take at least an hour to arrive from their home." Yuru Shouo reflected on the location of the Yin family. "Tell your mom to leave immediately." "Wait, who else is talking in the background?"
Who is that man?
To avoid complications, Tu Mumu had never mentioned her relationship with Yuru Shouo to Yi Lishan. "Don't worry about that right now, just get to the hospital." I understand. Yi Lishan, not daring to delay, pushed her tiles aside and prepared to leave the table. The other three players quickly stopped her, exclaiming, "Hey Lishan, you can't just leave. This round isn't over yet. You can't just walk away after winning." "Exactly, let us play a couple more rounds." "What more is there to play?" Yi Lishan pushed them away, insisting, "Move aside. I have a fortune to catch. Can you afford the consequences of delaying me? Just consider it as if I didn't win anything today. Now get out of my way." Yi Lishan hurried to the hospital, relieved that their elaborate ruse had been well prepared. Despite only coming to the hospital when acting as a patient, her designated ward was always kept available for emergencies. Thanks to this, she could change into a hospital gown as soon as she arrived, and barely had time to catch her breath before the Yin family arrived. They are certainly dedicated, putting forth full effort to deceive. However, to have people come to the hospital and coordinate with the hospital staff, they are certainly more prepared than we are. Let us see how I expose their scheme. Chapter 69. You were going to say sucker, weren't you? In June, feeling a pang of curiosity, wanted to ask Ling why she always seemed to envision Tu Mumu in the most negative light. Especially when Yi Lishan was already lying in the hospital bed. How could she still harbor doubts? However, upon turning around, he was met with the deathly glares of his parents and older brother, forcing him to swallow his words. Standing outside the hospital room, even if they observed closely, they would glean no substantial information. And Ling pressed the doorknob to enter but was halted by Dr. Li Missen. "It is quite late today, and visiting hours for patients have ended. Perhaps it would be better for you to come another day?" He continued, "Besides, I noticed that the patient's family hasn't arrived. You are outsiders, and if I were to allow you in, it could complicate matters with the family." In truth, letting them in wouldn't pose much of a problem for Dr. Li, who knew that none of the individuals present had medical training. Allowing them in would likely yield no real observations. Yet, feeling a sense of guilt, he was apprehensive, and given the suddenness of the situation, he wasn't sure if all his cover-up measures were in place, prompting his instinct to block their entry. What's inappropriate about it? Tu Mumu's mother is unconscious. Do you think our visiting her will disturb her rest? And Ling pointed to June and continued, "The medical fees for her treatment are all being covered by this gentleman here." And June, taken aback, could only stammer, "You were about to say sucker, weren't you?" "Don't think I don't know." And Ling ignored Dr. Li's attempts to obstruct and pushed the door open. With their numbers, they could easily overpower him. He had no choice but to anxiously follow them inside. This was a single VIP room, containing only a hospital bed surrounded by various medical equipment, with the incessant beeping of machines filling the air, creating an intimidating atmosphere. And Ling paid little mind to the equipment, as she couldn't comprehend it anyway. She simply approached the bed to closely examine Yi Lishan, who lay there. "She looks rather well. She must have hurried here. Her face is flushed." On a regular day, she could at least apply a pale foundation, but today she barely had time to wash her face, and her lipstick is smudged. The Yin family, upon hearing this, turned their gaze to Yi Lishan's face and noted her flushed complexion, realizing that even an average worker would appear more fatigued than her. However, their current dilemma was that even if they suspected Yi Lishan was feigning illness,
What could they do about it?
ultimately, it remained mere suspicion. They had only just learned about this from Ling's inner thoughts and hadn't had the opportunity to investigate yet. Without concrete evidence to prove that Yi Lishan was colluding with the hospital to deceive in June, they couldn't simply drag her off the bed in front of a doctor. This is the domain of others. And it remains a mystery how much preparation Yu Rushuo and Dr. Li undertook for this elaborate deception. Should Yi Lishan truly resolve to play her part to the bitter end, even if she were to be forcibly removed from her bed, she could still feign unconsciousness, especially with Dr. Li's assistance, transforming the Yin family into a group of villains who would not spare even a comatose person. While engaging in a war of public opinion is not out of the question, the Yin family boasts too many public figures. Any negative news would inevitably tarnish the reputation of those who navigate the entertainment industry. Just as the Yin family contemplated a strategic retreat to gather concrete evidence before settling scores, they noticed Ling had shifted a few steps towards the center of the bed. Confused, they looked at her, uncertain of her intentions. To their astonishment, she rummaged in her pocket and seemed to produce a needle. Before anyone could react, Ling swiftly lifted the blanket covering Yi Lishan and jabbed the needle into the back of her hand.
Ah!
Yi Lishan instinctively recoiled from the sudden pain in her left hand, crying out as she clutched the injured area with her other hand and instinctively opened her eyes. She locked eyes with the group of Yin family members standing beside her bed. Yi Lishan's expression froze, and she was momentarily stunned, as was Dr. Li. Their minds echoed a singular thought. It was over. When confronted with an unwelcome reality, the instinctive human response is often to flee. Regaining their wits, both Yi Lishan and Dr. Li simultaneously opted for escape. Dr. Li had the advantage, standing behind the Yin family, and he found no obstruction as he dashed for the door, even as a bodyguard accompanying him did not attempt to block his exit. In stark contrast, Yi Lishan was less fortunate. Lying in bed, she was half a room away from the door, surrounded by members of the Yin family. To escape, she would have to break through their ranks. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded the oxygen mask and swung her legs over the bed, determined to charge through the people surrounding her. As she moved, various tubes fell away, revealing that they were merely affixed with medical tape and could be easily torn off. Contrary to her expectations, the Yin family members seemed to have no intention of blocking her. Instead, they instinctively stepped aside to avoid her collision. Elated by the absence of obstacles, she sprinted towards the door, but before she could take more than a couple of strides, she was startled to see Dr. Li slowly returning to the room. Two imposing men, clearly formidable, appeared at the doorway, effectively barring her escape. "Miss, we have adhered to your instructions and prevented him from fleeing." And Ling nodded, satisfied.
Today,
She was resolute in revealing the true faces of those who had deceived her family for so long, intending to expose them before in June. Thus, well before her family departed the Yin household, Ling had summoned several bodyguards to follow, allowing only one to accompany them upstairs while instructing the others to wait outside the room for a few minutes to ensure no one escaped. Seeing this arrangement, Dr. Li realized the Yin family must have harbored suspicions. Otherwise, they would not have made such a sudden hospital visit and positioned guards at the door. Not one to be bold, he yearned to extricate himself from the situation. He believed in June might be the most amenable, and thus he cast a pleading look in his direction. "Mr. N, it was never my intention to deceive you. Everything was orchestrated by Yu Rushuo. I was merely momentarily misguided by his words. Honestly, I have no real involvement in this." I too. Yi Lishan chimed in. "It was all Mu's suggestion. I had no idea why she instructed me to act this way. I simply did as she said. If you wish to seek someone, look for her. As I have no connection to this." The truth had become glaringly evident. This was indeed a thoroughly orchestrated ruse. And June had been listless, resembling a wilted flower. And his reaction to Dr. Li's plea was devoid of any response, revealing the profound impact of the revelation. The Yin family, witnessing this, could not bear to reprimand him further, leading Yin Chong to make a decisive pronouncement. "We shall contact the authorities. You have committed fraud."
Dr.
Li and Yi Lishan's faces drained of color, but before they could voice their objections, and June interjected.
No.
He turned to his family. I will break up with Tu Mumu, but could we refrain from calling the police? Chapter 70. Did she save your life? What did you say? Pei Yuning stared at June in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such a declaration. If previously, one could attribute Urushuo's meticulous plotting to June's infatuation clouding his judgment, now that the facts lay starkly before him, he still chose to defend Tu Mumu, preferring to remain a fool rather than see her face consequences. The Yin family found this incomprehensible. His behavior transcended mere devotion, leading them to question whether June had been bewitched. And Shuhai, filled with frustration, inquired, "Why not report them? Even if you disregard the money, how can you tolerate being manipulated and deceived in matters of the heart?" He had never perceived such a submissive nature in his second son. It was unfathomable that the Yin family had raised a child so weak. And Shuhai began to doubt whether he had neglected June's needs, or if his parenting had somehow fostered a lack of love. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that June must be starved for affection, leading him to this irrational state over a mere romantic relationship. Otherwise, he could not fathom how June could harbor such deep feelings for a deceiver like Tu Mumu. Wondering what could possibly make her so special as to evoke such submission in him. What kind of enchantment has Tu Mumu cast upon you to elicit such protection? Pei Yuning echoed, "Has she saved your life?" "Indeed," June affirmed, a somber expression crossing his face. "She did save my life." At this revelation, the Yin family was left utterly speechless.
Ah?
June continued, "The girl I have been searching for, the one who saved me when I was young, is Tu Mumu. 13 years ago, when June was merely 12, he had been kidnapped. The Yin family, with numerous rivals both overt and covert, had faced threats from competitors and those envious of their status, leading to inexplicable animosity. The kidnappers were competitors of the Yin family, and despite having no profound enmity, their actions stemmed from a conflict of interests. The perpetrator's plan was to hire someone to kidnap the Yin family's child and eliminate him to retaliate against Shuhai. However, fearing exposure, they hesitated to execute the plan themselves and instead employed a mercenary group to carry it out. Fortunately, the hired gang members had some reservations about killing a child, leading them to kidnap June but not fulfill their original orders. Instead, they pretended to complete the task and, after receiving payment, abandoned June in the wilderness, leaving him to fend for himself. Driven by sheer survival instinct, June survived for 2 days in the mountains but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, hunger, and a high fever, collapsing before he could find his way down. Later, he found himself in a state of confusion, seemingly carried away by someone for what felt like an eternity, before being gently placed upon a bed. June, in his hazy state, perceived everything around him as a blur. He clung desperately to the hand of a savior, the only person upon whom he could now rely, fearing that if he were to let go, they would vanish from his life. Fortunately, this benefactor did not withdraw their hand, but instead caressed June's head with tenderness, soothing him and inquiring about his home. It was then that June realized that the person who had carried him for so long was a girl. With the remnants of his consciousness, he provided her with his family's phone number, requesting that she safeguard the jade pendant around his neck, asserting his intention to repay her for her life-saving kindness. He vaguely remembered the girl smiling, seemingly dismissing his childlike earnestness as mere folly. Sensing her disbelief, June became distraught, tears streaming down his face. However, in his delirious state, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, repeatedly imploring her to keep the pendant safe. Only when the girl finally acquiesced did he find solace and drift back into slumber, awakening later in the hospital in Haicheng, returned to his family. At that tender age, having endured several days of fever, June's recollections of those days remained elusive, and it was only after an extended period of recuperation that the memories began to resurface. He ultimately recalled that it was a girl who had rescued him from the mountains, yet he had failed to discern her features or inquire about her name, prompting him to share this with his parents, hoping they could assist in locating her. Naturally, June's parents were deeply invested in finding their son's savior and had already initiated their search. They soon learned that June had been discovered in a remote clinic in a place called Huailin Town, far from home. Upon their arrival, they found him still unconscious, and thus could only gather information from the clinic's doctor, who informed them that a little girl had brought June there. However, the doctor did not recognize the girl, stating that she had contacted June's family and asked the doctor to care for him, mentioning she needed to return home to fetch money for medical expenses, after which she never returned. The doctor speculated that the girl might have been from a nearby village. The family sent people to inquire in the town for a considerable time, but to no avail. As Jun regained his memories and informed his family that the girl had carried him down from the mountain, they widened their search to the villages under that town's jurisdiction, yet still found no leads. No one had ever heard of a girl who saved a 12-year-old boy. In the ensuing years, the family occasionally returned to the town to continue their investigation, but as time passed, no useful information materialized. Even the gang that had kidnapped Jun was apprehended, yet no trace of the girl was discovered, leading the family to gradually abandon their quest. However, Jun remained resolute, often dreaming of the girl gently stroking his head and whispering reassurances to him, increasingly regretting not having asked for her name. After Jun achieved prominence as a singer, he frequently recounted his story during performances, hoping to one day repay his savior and wishing for the girl to see him and reach out, granting him the opportunity to express his gratitude in person. Therefore, when he first laid eyes on the jade pendant worn by Tu Mumu, the excitement was overwhelming. The person he had long imagined finally stood before him, and he felt as if he were in a dream. Little did he expect that the one who had saved him would deceive him. "Are you certain it is her?" And Chom questioned, still harboring doubts. "You have recounted your search for her numerous times. Could it not be that you Rushuo intentionally found someone to impersonate her?"
Indeed.
Might they have fashioned a counterfeit jade pendant? Qiu Nian also raised her concerns. She was well aware of Jun's quest for his savior. Having heard the story multiple times, even though she had previously had no connection with him, Yu Rushuo, being Jun's friend, undoubtedly possessed more intricate details. Jun shook his head in denial. "That is impossible. I have never publicly disclosed the specific design of the pendant. Although I mentioned it to you, Rushuo, how could a mere verbal description suffice to create an exact replica? That pendant is undoubtedly genuine." Jun's reasoning held weight. The pendant was an antique, a gift from his grandfather on his first birthday. Its uniqueness rendered it nearly impossible to counterfeit, and it was unlikely Yu Rushuo could achieve such a feat. And Ling's timely thoughts echoed this sentiment. Initially, Yu Rushuo had discovered the pendant worn by Tu Mumu, which inspired the elaborate scheme crafted for our second brother. Although I too am reluctant to believe that the savior he searched for so long would intentionally deceive him, the pendant is indeed authentic. And Tu Mumu is unquestionably the one who saved him. Moreover, our second brother is no fool. He privately investigated Tu Mumu's identity and confirmed that she hails from a remote village beneath Huailin town. Chapter 71. A long-term meal ticket. Given that even Ling shared this perspective, the Yin family had no choice but to confront this reality. They observed Jun, who wore a dejected expression, and at that moment, they could empathize with his feelings. Even they found it difficult to accept that the girl who had once chosen to save him had transformed into a complete deceiver, let alone Jun.
Ah.
Perhaps our second brother has sensed something amiss all along, yet has been deceiving himself. The person he has clung to for so many years has undoubtedly become an obsession in his heart. The image of that girl has evolved from a simple lifesaver to his idealized figure, shaped significantly by his own inner imaginings and portrayals. Thus, even upon sensing the incongruities, he would deliberately disregard them, effectively choosing to escape reality. Jun lowered his head in silence, tacitly acknowledging Ling's insights. He often found himself reminiscing about the moment he opened his eyes, unable to see the features of the person before him. And he could not help but wonder what she truly looked like if only he had been able to see clearly at that moment. Gradually, he had crafted an image of his idealized savior in his mind. Yu Rushuo, as our second brother's friend, is undoubtedly aware of this. He utilized the image that our brother had envisioned to shape Tu Mumu, making her perfectly align with his innermost thoughts, leading to their eventual romance. Upon discovering that Tu Mumu was indeed his savior, Jun was eager to share the news with his family. However, Tu Mumu implored him to keep it a secret, expressing her desire not to be perceived as someone seeking to repay a debt and admitting her humble background and fear of meeting Jun's family. Regardless of Jun's attempts to persuade her, she insisted on maintaining this confidentiality. When he suggested offering financial recompense, she also declined, asserting that her motivation for meeting him was not monetary, but rather the recognition of his unwavering search for her over the years, believing she owed it to him to appear. Otherwise, he might never find peace. Upon hearing her words, Jun felt deeply moved, yet now he questioned the sincerity of Tu Mumu's intentions at that time. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. Can we refrain from reporting this to the authorities? Regardless of everything, Tu Mumu once saved my life, Jun promised. I won't be foolish again, nor will I have any further contact with her. Let us treat this as a way to repay her for her past kindness, as if nothing had ever happened."
No.
Yi Lishan suddenly exclaimed. To the surprise of all present, Before the Yin family could utter a word, Yi Lishan unexpectedly leaped forward to voice her opposition. In truth, Yi Lishan had not fully grasped the intricacies of the situation, yet, based solely on the dialogue between In June and the Yin family, she reached a startling conclusion. Tu Mumu was, astonishingly, and June's savior? Infuriatingly, that girl had divulged nothing to her prior. Internally, Yi Lishan berated her daughter, contemplating a thorough reprimand for Tu Mumu upon their return home for withholding such crucial information. Even she found it bewildering that Tu Mumu, being a lifesaver, had not simply asked for money directly, instead of orchestrating this elaborate ruse that almost landed her in trouble. So, my daughter is the benefactor of a major celebrity, she mused. Yi Lishan, shedding her earlier trepidation, began to scrutinize the Yin family with newfound resolve. How audacious of you to consider sending the mother of a lifesaver to prison. Such a scandal would be monumental if it were to surface. As she spoke, she ripped the medical tape from her arm and tossed it carelessly to the ground. Now, tell me, what are your plans for compensation? Compensation? Among the Yin family, Qiu Nian appeared particularly taken aback by Yi Lishan's audacity in demanding recompense. She never imagined this deceiver would dare to ask them for anything. Indeed, Yi Lishan replied, her tone infused with entitlement. Isn't June's life worth merely a pittance? It is not that I am unreasonable. After all, my daughter saved your life. And you ought to show gratitude. Surely, you would not want the world to know that the Yin family is ungrateful and seeks to imprison the benefactor? What a grandiose claim. How could you suggest it is worth so little? 50 million. Wait, Yi Lishan is unaware of this? Oh, right. She indeed is unaware. For Tu Mumu had deceived In June into giving her money, most of which she funneled to Rushuo for gambling and repaying debts. Yi Lishan, upon lying down once, would only receive a mere 100,000, while Tu Mumu had tricked her into believing she only received 200,000 each time, splitting the difference. The Yin family was astounded, realizing that Tu Mumu had been deceiving both sides, even concealing truths from her own mother. What do you mean it is worth so little? And Ling feigned ignorance. Do you know how much Tu Mumu swindled from my second brother? Just 1 million, isn't it? Yi Lishan replied. What? Is your brother's life valued at no more than that? How much do you think should suffice as a reward? And Ling inquired. After deliberation, Yi Lishan finally settled on 5 million. Your appetite is smaller than I anticipated. It seemed she feared that naming a higher sum would provoke the Yin family as ire. She thought it wise to secure 5 million first. Believing the matter of Tu Mumu being In June's savior was already a foregone conclusion. With the mountain still standing, one needn't fear the absence of firewood. 5 million? And Ling exclaimed dramatically, startling Yi Lishan. What of it? To you that amount is trivial, isn't it? Yi Lishan was uncertain of Ling's thoughts. Did she believe 5 million was excessive? Not excessive, merely surprising. I see you are completely uninformed, and Ling replied with a look of pity. You are quite unfortunate. Unfortunate? How could I be unfortunate? Yi Lishan failed to comprehend Ling's insinuations. Why? It is pitiable that you, who aided your daughter in her deceit, are now being deceived yourself. Since you are unaware of how much Tu Mumu has swindled from my second brother, allow me to enlighten you. And Ling extended her hand. 50 million. Your daughter deceived my second brother of 50 million, yet only bestowed upon you 500,000. Pray do tell, do you not find yourself pitiable? Yi Lishan was left aghast, staring at Ling's outstretched fingers, unable to fathom that Tu Mumu had swindled such a staggering sum from In June, leaving her with a mere fraction. Her expression gradually twisted into one of fury as she charged toward the hospital door without a second thought. The bodyguards stationed at the entrance braced to intercept her, but Ling waved them off, signaling for them to allow Yi Lishan to exit. Now, this is bound to be entertaining. Rushuo and Tu Mumu, apprehensive that Yi Lishan might jeopardize their carefully orchestrated scheme, hurried to the hospital to emphasize the significance of today as charade. They had intended to ensure everything was secure before making a hasty exit, but they arrived just as the Yin family was about to leave, forcing them to take refuge in the adjacent hospital room, waiting for the opportune moment to depart. Yi Lishan, it seemed, was on a mission to confront Tu Mumu. Indeed, upon exiting, Yi Lishan did not attempt to flee but rather charged into the neighboring hospital room. And Ling had discreetly sent a message to the bodyguards beforehand, instructing them to guard the doors of both rooms to prevent anyone from escaping. The bodyguards, unaware of Ling's true intentions, followed her orders without question. As Yi Lishan burst into the adjacent room, she was met with a cacophony of raised voices. Grabbing Tu Mumu by the arm, she pulled her towards the exit. You come here and clarify. How much did you take from in June? Only 500,000? Where did the rest go? Mom, what are you talking about? Don't pull me. Rushuo, help me. Tu Mumu, bewildered by the sudden confrontation, had no idea what had transpired next door. Of course, Yu Rushuo was equally oblivious. Recognizing the potential disaster unfolding, he aimed to escape without regard for Tu Mumu's fate. As he opened the door to flee towards the elevator, he was swiftly intercepted by the bodyguard at the entrance. What are you stopping me for? Do you know who I am? The bodyguard, terse and resolute, clamped a hand over Yu Rushuo's mouth and thrust him into the room where the infamily was gathered. Shutting the door behind him, Yu Rushuo surveyed the increasingly hostile expressions of the infamily and the quivering figure of Dr. Li. Realizing that Yi Lishan's performance had completely unraveled, yet he was uncertain of how much the infamily had disowned. And June, Uncle, and Aunt Pei. Yu Rushuo forced an awkward smile. What a coincidence. Before he could concoct an excuse, Yi Lishan had already stormed in, dragging Tu Mumu along. She hurled her daughter into the room with considerable force, causing Tu Mumu to stumble and fall to the floor. Mumu! And June gasped, instinctively stepping forward to assist her, only to be halted by Inchong's restraining hand. They claim you took 50 million from Injun. Is this true?
Speak honestly.
Yi Lishan demanded before the gathered crowd. Tu Mumu hesitated, her gaze darting to Yu Rushuo, only to find him deliberately avoiding her eyes, showing no inclination to support her.
Speak.
Seeing Tu Mumu remain silent, Yi Lishan jabbed her finger forcefully at her head. Cat got your tongue? Don't lay a hand on her. And June could no longer bear to witness the scene. He stepped protectively in front of Tu Mumu, blocking Yi Lishan's advances. Yi Lishan regarded June with a mixture of astonishment and disdain, as if encountering an exotic creature. She had presumed that upon discovering the deceit, June would no longer defend Tu Mumu, and that any previous leniency shown in pleading for her would have evaporated with the realization of betrayal. However, she never anticipated that June would stand in front of Tu Mumu under such circumstances. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for her? Yi Lishan, internally lamenting the fortunate fate of that wretched girl, found renewed conviction in her plans due to June's stance. What business is it of yours how I discipline my daughter? I must get to the bottom of this today. Tu Mumu gazed at June's retreating figure and then at the visibly guilty Yu Rushuo, unable to believe that he remained so indifferent to her plight. She could not articulate her emotions at that moment, merely offering a self-deprecating smile as she answered Yi Lishan's inquiry. Not merely 50 million. It's certainly more. Are you satisfied with that answer? Is it truly so? Where is the money? You took 50 million and only gave me 500,000. Have you grown wings? Daring to keep such a fortune for me? Yi Lishan's voice rose in fury. Tell me, how much is left?
Tu Mumu nonchalantly replied, none.
Yi Lishan nearly lost her mind. That was 50 million. None? You claim there is none? She lunged towards Tu Mumu. And had it not been for June's intervention, she would likely have laid hands on her daughter. Where has all that money gone?
Speak.
Regardless of Yi Lishan's tirades, Tu Mumu remained silent, evidently unwilling to engage with her mother. Is their relationship truly so strained? I had assumed their willingness to conspire together implied a mutual trust. So they feared June was not so easily deceived and might investigate Tu Mumu's family background, which could expose their ruse, thus compelling Tu Mumu's mother to make a personal appearance. This way, even if June felt suspicious and sought to investigate, he would only discover their genuine mother-daughter bond. And Ling initially intended to investigate the reasons behind their fractured relationship, but Yi Lishan's incessant screaming gave her a headache. Even in such tumultuous circumstances, Tu Mumu remained reticent, clearly unwilling to implicate Yu Rushuo, the true instigator. Those privy to the situation were perplexed. Now that the truth was out, why would Tu Mumu still be willing to take the fall for Yu Rushuo? Logically, the Yin family should not be aware of Yu Rushuo's involvement in this matter. The details had been gleaned from Ling's inner thoughts, and they certainly could not speak recklessly. Yet they could not simply allow Yu Rushuo to evade responsibility. At that moment, Ling suddenly pointed at Yu Rushuo, exclaiming, "Why are you with Tu Mumu? What is your relationship? Surely, you know that Tu Mumu and her mother are deceiving my second brother?" Before Yu Rushuo could respond, Ling feigned a sudden realization. Or, are you actually accomplices? Tu Mumu only gave her mother 500,000. Could it be that you received the remaining funds? Upon hearing this, Yi Lishan's eyes darted as she recalled hearing a man's voice when Tu Mumu called her. When she arrived at the hospital, Yu Rushuo appeared more anxious than Tu Mumu. Enlightenment struck her. No wonder Tu Mumu had successfully become Enjun's girlfriend. She had used deception to acquire money, and all that wealth was meant for another man. Yi Lishan immediately redirected her fury, lunging at Yu Rushuo and grabbing his hair. Spit out that money. We earned it through our own efforts. What right do you have to take it? Let go. Let's speak civilly. Release my hair. Yu Rushuo yelped in pain, evidently unprepared for such an abrupt counterattack. Observing her mother assaulting Yu Rushuo, Tu Mumu, who had previously endured relentless insults without resistance, sprang to her feet and charged to pull Yi Lishan's hair, yanking it forcefully. Let him go. You can hit and insult me. But what right do you have to strike my brother Yu Rushuo? In the blink of an eye, the three became entangled in a fray, each unwilling to relent until a few bodyguards from the Yin family intervened to separate them. Even after being pulled apart, Yi Lishan continued her tirade against Tu Mumu. I never imagined I would give birth to such an unfilial daughter, hoarding money for a man of dubious origin instead of for her own mother. Just like your dead father, only knowing how to betray your own. I won't allow you to speak ill of my father. Upon hearing Yi Lishan mention her father, Tu Mumu finally broke down. If it weren't for you, my father would still be alive. You are the one who caused his death. What right do you have to insult him? It's all your fault. If Dad were still here, I wouldn't be bullied by you like this. You are unworthy of being my mother. Tu Mumu cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her eyes swollen and red as if she were releasing years of pent-up grievances. Yi Lishan was momentarily taken aback by Tu Mumu's breakdown. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face as she opened her mouth to deny it, yet ultimately fell silent. The room fell into a silence, save for Tu Mumu's sporadic sobs, and Enjun finally seized the opportunity to question Yu Rushuo. Yu Rushuo, what on earth is going on? Did you orchestrate this scheme to bring Mumu close to me? What is your purpose? Was it merely to swindle my money? At this moment, Enjun wholeheartedly believed in Ling's revelations, yet he still sought a direct answer from Yu Rushuo. Yu Rushuo, Enjun's senior from the music academy, had maintained a friendship for 7 or 8 years. If Yu Rushuo had sought help from him, Enjun would have undoubtedly obliged. Why choose to inflict harm in this manner? He is a gambling addict. He is well aware of the disgrace it would bring if the outside world discovered his addiction, hence he would never let my second brother know. Borrowing money must be repaid, but swindling is akin to acquiring something for nothing, provided one remains undiscovered. Furthermore, he bets on the possibility that even if my brother finds out he has been deceived, he will likely let it slide for Mumu's sake. As long as he shifts the primary blame onto her, perhaps he could extricate himself unscathed. He clearly believes he has devised a clever plan. Indeed, Yu Rushuo quickly accepted fault, yet his words dripped with deflection. I am sorry, Enjun, I know I am at fault. But all of this was actually Mumu's idea. You see, I am not acquainted with her mother. How could I possibly conspire with them? It was all her scheme. I was merely too desperate for money and acted foolishly. Would you consider forgiving me just this once? Mumu quickly apologized to Enjun, considering you once saved him. He surely will not make things difficult for you. The Yin family members exchanged incredulous glances at his shamelessness. Yu Rushuo took advantage of Tu Mumu's unwavering obedience. Feeling emboldened in his audacity, he assumed she would understand his insinuations and would confess everything in front of the Yin family. He was aware of Enjun's long-standing obsession with finding the savior he had sought for 13 years and calculated that he would likely be lenient towards Tu Mumu. However, he had not anticipated that the issue would ultimately rest with her. Ever since Yu Rushuo uttered those words, Tu Mumu's expression of disbelief became increasingly pronounced, as if she had encountered something that shattered her understanding of reality. How is this possible? How could you say such things? You are not that kind of person. At first, Tu Mumu murmured softly, but her voice grew louder as she began to deny the reality before her.
Impossible, impossible.
You should be my protector. How could you shift all the blame onto me? This is absolutely inconceivable. Tu Mumu's demeanor now appeared almost frantic, as if Yu Rushuo's attempt to absolve himself of responsibility was entirely unfathomable to her. The emotional blow she experienced was even more profound than the previous insults hurled by her mother. After muttering to herself for a moment, she suddenly lunged at Yu Rushuo. Her movement was so abrupt that the bodyguard holding her was caught off guard and allowed her to break free. She grasped Yu Rushuo's collar, shaking him vigorously while piercingly questioning, "Reiterate your words. That certainly cannot be your true sentiment, can it? You are meant to protect me. You cannot possibly utter such statements. Speak up. You have lost your mind." The situation swiftly escalated beyond Urushuo's expectations, and he anxiously pushed Tu Mumu away. What madness has overtaken you? Where have I erred? From beginning to end, it has been you deceiving Anjuan. I have done nothing to him. Tu Mumu was abruptly shoved to the ground. She gazed up at the man who continued to evade her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head, seemingly unable to believe the recent occurrences. The gathered individuals, including Urushuo himself, were equally bewildered by the current predicament. This was not right. Tu Mumu's demeanor suggested that the image Urushuo had cultivated in her heart had shattered entirely. Did she truly perceive him as a person of great responsibility? How could a responsible individual incite her to become a fraud? Qiu Nian softly inquired of Anling. Do you comprehend what is transpiring?
Huh?
How would I know? Anling's response was tinged with a hint of guilt, for she would soon find out. Tu Mumu's behavior is indeed exceedingly peculiar. I shall investigate this matter.
Yet.
Before Anling could commence her inquiry, Tu Mumu cried out to Urushuo, but you used to protect me. Why have you transformed into this? What are you babbling about? Urushuo thought she must have lost her mind. Do not bring your insanity here. Do not attempt to drag me down with your actions. Tu Mumu crawled towards Urushuo, clutching his pant leg, raising her voice. 5 years ago, on the day of your concert, over at Linshan Road. It was you who protected and saved me. I had believed you would always safeguard me. Why have you suddenly changed? Tu Mumu's mental state was evidently unhinged, her speech disjointed and incoherent. Urushuo could not comprehend her words. However, Anling and Anjuan exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Linshan Road? 5 years ago. Urushuo held a concert there? That rings a bell. I recall that concert. It was indeed my second brother who was a guest performer, and I accompanied him. As we nearly missed it due to some issues en route. No way. Could it truly be as I suspect? Chapter 74. Could it really be such a coincidence? 5 years ago, during a concert Urushuo held in Haicheng, Anjuan happened to be the guest performer. At that time, Anjuan had just begun to gain some fame due to a few self-produced songs, and Urushuo had invited him to perform out of consideration for his junior. Anjuan had flown back from another city that day, but his flight was delayed. And Anling and the driver had waited a long time at the airport to pick him up. Unfortunately, they encountered heavy traffic on the way, and fearing they would be late for the concert, the driver took a detour, thinking it better than being stuck in traffic. It was during this detour that they spotted 2 men grappling with a young girl. The girl was struggling desperately, and something was clearly amiss. Anjuan instructed the driver to stop, telling Anling to remain in the car while he and the driver went to assess the situation. Upon approaching, they discovered the girl had already lost consciousness, and the 2 men were attempting to force her into a van. What are you doing? Sensing the situation was dire, Anjuan shouted at the men, rushing towards them alongside the driver. Fortunately, the 2 men, realizing they were confronted by 2 men, panicked and abandoned the girl, hastily fleeing in their vehicle. Seeing that the girl was unconscious, Anjuan and the others did not dare delay. They immediately took her to the hospital. Neglecting to pursue the assailants further, Anjuan had to hurry to the concert, leaving the driver to handle the situation at the hospital. Later, the driver reported that he had contacted the girl's mother, recounting the events to her before returning. Upon learning this, Anjuan felt relieved and did not think further on the matter. That detour road was indeed Linshan Road. No way. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Anling, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, began to investigate Tu Mumu's circumstances from 5 years prior, ultimately conceding that this world was indeed rife with melodrama. So, Tu Mumu's gambling-addicted father is her stepfather? It seems that a gambler, consumed by addiction, ultimately loses their humanity, even contemplating selling their own children when devoid of funds. He actually sought to use Tu Mumu, his stepdaughter, as a means to settle his debts. How utterly despicable. They planned to incapacitate her and drag her into a vehicle when she was alone, but fortunately, passers-by intervened. Upon waking, Tu Mumu found herself safely in a hospital. Grateful for her rescue, yet when she inquired about her savior, Yi Lishan could only say it was a man she did not know. She asked a nurse who, having overheard the conversation between Anjuan and the driver, was able to provide slightly more information. The nurse described a tall, slender individual who wore a mask, obscuring his features, but mentioned that he appeared to be a singer, as he left in haste after delivering her, stating he had a concert at the gym and would be late if he did not hurry. Thus, Tu Mumu identified her savior as Urushuo, who was performing at the gym that day. My goodness, her experiences perfectly align with what we encountered that day. What a misunderstanding this has turned out to be. Anjuan felt a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that the situation could become this convoluted, nor that its origins dated back so long ago. In the heat of the moment, he had not focused on the girl's appearance, and even if he had, after so many years, he likely would have forgotten, making recognition improbable upon their reunion. Meanwhile, Tu Mumu continued to argue with Yu Rushuo regarding the events of 5 years ago. However, Yu Rushuo perceived her words as mere ramblings. Tu Mumu became increasingly distraught, shouting incessantly, "Why won't you acknowledge it?" He refrained from admitting it because the one who saved you was not him. Ling suddenly interjected, directing her words at Tu Mumu. "What did you say?" Tu Mumu spun around to face Ling. Ling did not continue speaking with her, but instead turned to Anjuan. "Second brother, do you recall? 5 years ago, during Yu Rushuo's concert, we rescued a girl who was almost dragged into a vehicle." Hearing Ling's words, Tu Mumu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet her initial reaction was to deny it. "Impossible. How could that be? I cannot have mistaken the person. The nurse clearly told me that my savior delivered me to the hospital and left immediately because he had to get to the gym for the concert." Second brother was indeed rushing to the concert, but he was merely a guest performer, Ling explained. The nurse must have only caught a portion of the conversation, and she likely did not disclose specific names. You must have deduced Yu Rushuo's identity on your own. Tu Mumu stood frozen for a moment, her gaze filled with shock as she looked at Anjuan, seemingly awaiting his final verdict. Anjuan's eyes reflected a hint of sympathy, yet he nodded in affirmation. "I recall that by the time we delivered that girl to the hospital, the concert had already commenced. Fortunately, I was scheduled to appear only at the end of the concert, so I made it in time." Tu Mumu was utterly stunned, appearing as though she had suffered a tremendous shock, staring blankly at Anjuan. I can only imagine how regretful Tu Mumu must feel upon discovering the truth. She originally thought she was assisting her benefactor by deceiving others, yet in reality, she had conspired with others to deceive her benefactor. In a way, Tu Mumu is quite pitiable. Yi Lishan feigned an attempt to leap into a river, seeking to escape after being discovered in an affair, only to end up truly falling in, and Tu Mumu's father perished while attempting to save his wife. Afterward, Yi Lishan simply married her lover. And it was at that moment that Tu Mumu discovered that her brother was, in fact, the son of Yi Lishan and her stepfather. All the affection of the new family was lavished upon her brother, and even she was compelled to cater to his every whim, all in the name of his welfare. As for that stepfather, Tu Mumu immediately informed Yi Lishan about the incident upon waking, expressing her desire to report it to the authorities. Yi Lishan, however, dismissed her concerns, suggesting that she was overreacting and that since she had not been directly harmed, reporting the matter would only serve to jeopardize her brother's future. Ultimately, Tu Mumu refrained from contacting the police, as Yi Lishan threatened to cut off her financial support and insisted that she drop out of school to work. However, her stepfather, after being caught attempting to flee by in June, resorted to heavy drinking and tragically drowned in a river that same day while driving under the influence, a fitting twist of fate. Alas, what a family of scoundrels. It is no wonder she harbored such a pathological obsession and subservience towards Rushuo, as she regarded the person who had once saved her as the beacon of her existence. Upon hearing this, the Yin family gazed at Tu Mumu with sympathetic eyes. Though they were reluctant to accept that their son had been so easily deceived, the complexity of Tu Mumu's experiences evoked a measure of compassion within them. Moreover, given that Tu Mumu had indeed rescued in June, they found it difficult to harbor animosity towards her. Yet, disregarding Tu Mumu, they were determined not to let Rushuo and Yi Lishan escape unscathed. And Chong understood that in June was likely feeling worse than ever, and as the elder brother, he felt compelled to step forward and manage the ensuing matters. Regardless of Injun's opinion, they had initially planned to report the incident. Should they proceed with this course of action, not only would they face imprisonment, but they would also be obligated to return every penny they had deceitfully acquired. However, considering that one was Injun's friend and the other his ex-girlfriend, he was reluctant to escalate the situation unnecessarily. Therefore, he proposed that whoever had spent the money should be responsible for repaying it. In this manner, he might be willing to let them off the hook. As for Tu Mumu, it would be best if she were to sever all ties with Injun moving forward. Upon hearing Chong's words, the ones who had actually spent the money, Rushuo and Yi Lishan, had yet to respond, yet it was Tu Mumu who reacted most strongly. "No, I cannot agree." Chapter 75. Never have I encountered such shamelessness. Tu Mumu actually knelt before Injun, clinging to his leg and pleading earnestly, "Injun, I was wrong before. I mistook the person. Now I realize that the one I truly love has always been you. I will change. Please don't break up with me. I will devote myself entirely to you." Everyone present was left in disbelief at her words. How could Tu Mumu utter such things? Did she genuinely believe that June would be foolish enough to forgive her and continue their relationship after learning of her actions? June bent down to help Tu Mumu to her feet, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Mumu, thank you for saving me 13 years ago. But it seems we are no longer suited to be together. Our relationship appears to have been a mistake from the very beginning." "No, June." Tu Mumu grasped his arm, her voice trembling with emotion. "I never intended to deceive you. It was Ru Shua. Initially, I believed he was the one who saved me 5 years ago, which is why I sought to get close to him. When he discovered that I was the person you had been searching for, he concocted a scheme to have me deceive you. All of the plans to swindle you were his doing. The money I took from you was given to him. I retained none for myself. Had I known you were that person, I would never have associated with Ru Shua. I promise I will never deceive you again. I will do as you say. Please forgive me this once." Her audacity left those around her speechless. It was as if she had her own convoluted reasoning. And even June found himself at a loss for words. The issue of whether she had mistaken the person was irrelevant. A deception is a deception. And regardless of her misguided motivations, it did not absolve her of the harm she had caused June. And Ling was equally perplexed. "Do you even understand what you were saying? You pretended to be in a relationship with my second brother while simultaneously having an affair with Ru Shua, helping him swindle so much money from him, and now you think an apology will allow you to continue with him?" Yet Tu Mumu paid no heed to Ling, her tear-filled gaze fixed solely on June, her voice breaking as she implored, "Please grant me another chance. I promise you will be the only one in my heart. I will only ever look at you. We will surely find happiness together for a lifetime." In the past, whenever she spoke to June in such a pitiful manner, he would always acquiesce to her requests, but now he did not nod in agreement. Instead, he gently withdrew her hand, as if to definitively sever their connection. Yi Lishan took a moment to piece together the situation from the conversations around her. It dawned on her that the person who had brought Tu Mumu to the hospital was June, yet Tu Mumu had mistakenly identified Ru Shua as that individual, leading to the subsequent events. The coincidence was so striking that she was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Yi Lishan discerned clearly that, despite Tu Mumu's futile attempts to seek June's forgiveness, the expressions on June and the rest of the family were decidedly unfavorable. Unlike Tu Mumu, she was astute enough to recognize that Tu Mumu's pleas would not be granted, and she ought to consider a more pragmatic approach. Furthermore, Chom had mentioned that the one who spent the money should be responsible for returning it. Did that mean she would have to repay the 500,000 she had received? Nonsense. By the time the money had reached her hands, there was no possibility of returning it. She had long since spent it. A portion given to her son, some used to repay debts, and the remainder lost at the gaming table. How could she reclaim it? Yi Lishan's mind raced as she surveyed the cold expressions of the family and the desperate pleas of her daughter, ultimately settling her thoughts on a course of action. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, wailing and lamenting, "Oh heavens, can those of you with wealth and power bully us so? My daughter was deceived by others into making mistakes. We are both victims. Do you have no compassion at all? I saved your June's life. If you refuse to show gratitude, how can you demand back the little we possess? Is the life of your young master not worth even 500,000? It seems you wish for us to perish." Yi Lishan's theatrics, complete with rolling on the ground and crying out, would surely lead any uninformed observer to believe she had suffered great injustice at the hands of the family. The family, having never encountered such blatant shamelessness, were left astonished, gazing at Yi Lishan as if she were a spectacle at a zoo, particularly for Qiu Nian, since Ling had first appeared before her. Everyone she met seemed to redefine her understanding of human behavior. She did not view this as a negative experience. After all, the more one encounters such situations, the better one can appreciate the diversity of humanity. The previous incident with Jia Shaoxi had nearly ensnared her due to her naivety. Perhaps observing these matters would sharpen her awareness. Of course, there was no need to be as extreme as Yi Lishan. As Yi Lishan noticed that no one was responding to her, her antics grew even more fervent. She threatened to contact the media and to expose the family's actions online, claiming that they were ungrateful and only put on a facade while showing no mercy towards their life-saving benefactor, intending to imprison them and reveal their true nature to the world. The members of the family regarded her claims as mere nonsense, believing it to be a blatant attempt to shift blame. Thus, they paid little heed to Yulishan's words, merely observing with cold detachment how long she could sustain her ruckus. Only and Ling felt her brow furrow with growing concern, as memories of the original novel's tragic fate of Injun resurfaced in her mind. Perhaps she truly could execute such a scheme. Not only her, but also Tu Mumu, both of whom were far from innocuous. Though Tu Mumu currently sobbed and confessed her wrongs, in the original plot, she had dealt a devastating blow to the second brother without a hint of mercy. Tu Mumu and Urushuo were acutely aware that their deception could not endure indefinitely. They needed to extricate themselves before the second brother caught on. Yet they were unwilling to simply have Tu Mumu propose a breakup without reaping some benefit first. Initially, Urushuo intended for Tu Mumu to create a trivial scene to initiate the breakup, then leverage the emotional angle to extract a sum as a parting gift. However, Tu Mumu, after much contemplation, devised an exceedingly malevolent plan. As Ling pondered this, indignation surged within her, which was the very reason she insisted on bringing the family to witness Tu Mumu's true nature today. Chapter 76 revealed a lingering sense of discord. The family discreetly scrutinized Ling's expression, noting her clenched teeth and barely concealed fury, and they sensed that her forthcoming thoughts would likely surpass their wildest expectations. Yet, even with their mental preparations, they were unprepared for the depths of malice exhibited by this seemingly fragile young woman who wept and wailed. Tu Mumu harbored a pathological obsession for Urushuo. Her initial pretense of a romance with the second brother to extort money was entirely at his behest. Yet, deep down, she yearned to be with Urushuo indefinitely. Now that he believed she could sever ties with Injun, Tu Mumu was decidedly amenable to the notion. However, she was also plagued by anxiety. What if, for reasons such as financial strain, Urushuo compelled her to entangle herself with the second brother once more? She was reluctant to refuse any of his requests, as such an act would surely displease him. After much deliberation, Tu Mumu concocted a scheme to render Injun utterly devoid of value, thus extinguishing Urushuo's intent to exploit him. First, she intoxicated Injun, capturing ambiguous photographs during his inebriation. Upon his awakening, she feigned distress, claiming to have been violated, while the marks upon her body were those left by Urushuo. Injun, filled with remorse, begged for her forgiveness, and even urged her to report the incident to the authorities, all of which she discreetly recorded. Subsequently, she hired individuals to disseminate rumors online about Injun's alleged promiscuity, accompanied by the incriminating photographs. Regardless of Injun's explanations, Tu Mumu remained adamant in her disbelief, insisting on a breakup. Faced with her unwavering stance, Injun had no choice but to acquiesce, ultimately providing her with a staggering sum of 20 million as a settlement. She even arranged for someone to capture their entangled confrontation, posting it online to substantiate the rumors of Injun's chaotic private life and his entanglements with fans. As the rumors escalated, she, under the guise of a victim, released the audio of Injun's apology, claiming that she had become pregnant due to his coercion. The discord between them stemmed from Tu Mumu seeking accountability from Injun, who was unwilling to take responsibility, leading to their tumultuous fallout. Upon hearing this narrative, Injun was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, rage, despair, disbelief, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. He believed he had never wronged Tu Mumu, and their relationship had always been one of restrained affection, devoid of transgressions. Yet, Tu Mumu sought to obliterate his existence through a scheme that could plunge him into irreversible ruin. The Yin family could not fathom that Injun would stoop so low. They approached Tu Mumu, hoping she might consent to a paternity test for the child she claimed to carry. However, Tu Mumu was prepared, feigning fear of the Yin family while secretly recording their visit and subsequently sharing it online. She also fabricated a false abortion certificate, twisting the narrative to portray the Yin family as coercing her into terminating the pregnancy. Simultaneously, Tu Mumu publicly proclaimed herself to be the long-sought savior of Injun. Many were aware of Injun's search for this benefactor, which had previously garnered positive sentiment. His unwavering gratitude over the years was seen as commendable. Yet, the exposure of his treatment towards his benefactor incited a tidal wave of public outrage against Injun and the Yin family. This orchestrated assault was so meticulously executed that even the most formidable of allies would find it nearly impossible to salvage the situation. The entire Yin family had become the target of public scorn, no less than the second brother himself. Of course, this scheme could not have been realized solely by Tu Mumu. Urushuo played a significant role in bribing paparazzi and manipulating public sentiment. adeptly navigating the intricacies of the entertainment industry to achieve the most favorable outcome. His agreement to this plan stemmed from the dual advantage it presented, a substantial payout for the breakup, courtesy of Injun's guilt towards Tu Mumu, and the assurance that Injun would be too preoccupied with his own predicament to focus on him. Moreover, should Injun ever suspect Urushuo's involvement, his already tarnished reputation would ensure that no one would believe him, regardless of his denials. Having absorbed the entire account, the expressions of the Yin family mirrored and Ling's, suffused with righteous anger. Initially, they had considered overlooking Tu Mumu's transgressions in light of her past life-saving act, but her and Urushuo's actions were simply unforgivable. They had never anticipated that these two would exhibit such unrelenting cruelty, while deceit over money and affection was one thing. Their intent to utterly destroy Injun was another. Injun had truly run afoul of fate to encounter such duplicitous individuals. One a senior peer and friend within his circle, the other his girlfriend. What an insurmountable blow to endure. Gazing at the tearful Tu Mumu before him, Injun felt as though he were ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chill coursing through his entire being. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, yearning to distance himself from her. But Tu Mumu, acutely aware of his intent, seized his arm with a frantic grip, her voice trembling with desperation. Injun, why are you stepping away? Do you wish to distance yourself from me? No, you cannot leave me. As long as you promise not to break up with me, I swear I will heed your every word. I implore you, I will become the person who loves you most in this world. The others in the Yin family clenched their fists, struggling to suppress their reactions, mindful of not revealing their discontent to Ling. Meanwhile, Ling, believing herself to be the sole informed party, resolutely insisted, "Second brother, I believe it would be prudent to report this to the authorities. She saved you once, and you saved her in return. Let this be considered a mutual offset. The rest should be left to the law to determine the accountability."
No. Tu m'émouchoutes.
Her eyes reddening. Injun, please don't report this. I don't want to lose you. Didn't you say you would do anything for me in gratitude? Why are you going back on your word now? She produced the jade pendant Injun had given her, displaying it before him. Look, this is the pendant you entrusted to me. I carried you for several hours to rescue you from the mountains. How can you claim it to be an offset? If it weren't for me, you would have perished long ago. You cannot treat me this way. As Injun gazed at the pendant, memories of the frail yet determined girl who had saved him 13 years ago flooded back to him, along with the tenderness of her touch on his head, reigniting the tumult of conflicting emotions within him. Ling listened to Tomumo's words, but felt an unsettling dissonance, especially upon noticing the astonishment etched on Yi Lishan's face when Tomumu produced that jade pendant. This feeling intensified further. Carried for several hours. Wait. Can Tomumu truly bear Anjun on her back? No. I seem to have overlooked a crucial matter. Tomumo is of the same age as my second brother, isn't she? Could she possibly carry him? Even if she could, it is inconceivable that she could carry him for several hours. Chapter 77. A Deception from Beginning to End. 13 years ago, Tomumo was merely 12 years old. Given that Anjun had always been relatively slender, and considering the strength of children at that age, the Yin family had never contemplated whether Tomumo could carry Anjun. However, now that Ling mentioned it, it indeed sounded rather peculiar. Anjun had previously remarked that he felt as though he had been carried for an extended period, perhaps 1 or 2 hours. At that time, being still quite young and in a semi-conscious state, his perception of time might not have been entirely accurate. The Yin family had always believed either that Anjun had misjudged the duration or that the person who had rescued him was significantly older. They had assumed the former until they learned of Tomumo's identity. Yet now, Tomumo claimed she had carried Anjun for several hours, which raised eyebrows. As for Ling, although she had encountered Tomumo in person that evening and recognized her appearance, she had never considered investigating whether she was indeed Anjun's savior. The original text provided no evidence regarding the veracity of this matter, leading Ling to believe Tomumo's identity was indisputable. In her haste, she reopened the character inquiry tool. Let me search again, nothing?
How can that be?
It was indeed 13 years ago, yet there is no mention of Tomumo saving Anjun in her records. That pendant is not even hers. She stole it from her cousin. After mentally exclaiming these thoughts, Ling fell silent, likely continuing her search for other information. Meanwhile, the Yin family was utterly stunned by this revelation, particularly Anjun, whose shock exceeded even that of discovering Tomumo and Urushuo had conspired against him. At that moment, it seemed he could not even hear Tomumo's clamor. His mind was preoccupied with Ling's recent statements, The pendant was stolen from her cousin? Thus, the individual who had once saved him was not her but her cousin? Her cousin is named Talon. At 16, after becoming an orphan, she was taken in by Tomima's father, but she only stayed for a year. The following year, Tomima's father perished while rescuing his drowning wife, and Talon was cast out. Naturally, Tomima would not welcome the sudden addition of someone vying for familial affection. As a mere child, it was not unusual for her to harbor such sentiments. Yet Yi Lishan similarly regarded Talon as a burden, constantly mocking and targeting her in front of Tomimu. In particular, Tomimu noticed that the worse she treated Talon, the more her mother seemed inclined to favor her, believing she had discovered a way to please the adults. She would not only deride Talon as a beggar squatting in their home but also forbade her from touching anything, even claiming Talon's belongings as her own whenever she desired. As the Yin family listened, their gazes towards the mother-daughter duo grew increasingly disdainful. Children often lacked understanding, and their treatment of others was predominantly influenced by adult behavior. Tomima's treatment of Talon was undoubtedly a result of Yi Lishan's indulgence and encouragement. The pendant was no different, except that Talon did not resist when Tomimu demanded other items. However, she refused to part with the pendant, insisting it belonged to someone else temporarily. Recognizing Talon's attachment to the pendant, Tomimu seized the opportunity to steal it when Talon was away. Upon discovering the theft, Talon naturally suspected Tomimu, yet Tomimu adamantly denied it. Strangely, Yi Lishan, who usually showed little concern for her daughter, sided with Tomimu at that moment, fully aware Tomimu was the thief. Yet still chose to slap Talon and threaten her with expulsion from their home if she continued to make a fuss. Ironically, Tomimu regarded the pendant as evidence of her mother's concern, thus cherishing it meticulously. Upon learning the truth, Anjuin felt a fury he had never experienced before. He gazed at Tomimu, who was still pretending to be someone else, attempting to elicit his forgiveness, and asked slowly, "Did you truly save me back then?" Tomima's eyes widened momentarily, stammering, "Oh, of course. Why the sudden inquiry?" Anjuin extended his hand, speaking in a low tone, acknowledging his oversight in never verifying the authenticity of the pendant. "Remove it and show it to me." Tomimu hesitated, retracting her hand slightly, unwilling to relinquish it, arguing that it was a gift from him, thus could not be fake. "I'm merely confirming. Why are you so anxious?" Anjuin pressed forward, extending his hand further. "Did you not just say you would heed my every command? Are you deceiving me again?" After a moment of internal conflict, Tomimu finally removed the pendant from her neck and handed it over. Anjuin took the pendant, running his fingertips over its intricate patterns, affirming its authenticity. Tomimu and Yi Lishan both breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully exhale, Anjuin locked his gaze on Tomimu's eyes once more, reiterating the same question. "I will give you one last chance. Did you really save me back then?" Tomimu had never before felt such an oppressive force from Anjuin, and combined with her guilt, she could not bear to meet his gaze, her heart racing as she wondered if Anjuin had uncovered something. Yet, she quickly dismissed this possibility. Since the day Anjuin first laid eyes on her, he had never doubted her identity. Just moments ago, he had shielded her from Yi Lishan's wrath, demonstrating his trust. With that thought, Tomimu suppressed her unease and returned his gaze. "Of course, do you not trust me?" Anjuin tucked the pendant into his pocket, his expression inscrutable as he inquired, "How long did you carry me?" 2 hours. 2 hours?
Ha!
At 12. Could you truly carry someone of your age for 2 hours over mountainous terrain? Anjuin continued to question. It was still dark at that time. Why was a 12-year-old girl alone in the mountains, a 2-hour trek from town? Later, the Yin family inquired extensively about that small town and surrounding villages. Yet why could they not locate you? And where were you at that time? Heavens, my brother actually uncovered a blind spot? He still possesses such sharp intellect at times. Is it that upon doubting Tomimu's identity as a savior, his intellect has resurfaced? Ling had intended to remind him. Yet she was taken aback by Anjuin's own discovery of the inconsistencies. She could not help but applaud her brother inwardly, though it might not sound like a compliment to Anjuin. "Had you not asked me these questions before? I explained it to you. I was too young to remember many details. I rarely return to my hometown. After saving you, I returned to Haicheng, so of course, you could not find me." Tomimu replied, weaving a half-truth. They had asked numerous questions regarding that fateful day when they first met. Tomimu, in part, feigned ignorance due to her youth, and in part, intertwined her own circumstances with those of Talon to deflect suspicion, leaving Anjuin completely oblivious to the truth. Had it not been for Ling's ability to directly access Tomimu's information, He might have never uncovered that even the tale of her saving him was a fabrication. She had never uttered a single truthful word to him from beginning to end. In Chapter 78, the entire family of villains, and June realized that Tu Mu Mu, despite her predicament, remained obstinately defiant, leading him to understand that she would never divulge the truth. His previous inquiry had already constituted her final opportunity, and upon witnessing her continued delusion, he resolved to contact the authorities. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Lishan, who appeared hesitant to speak due to her guilt, and he suddenly remembered that there was another accomplice yet to be addressed. He disregarded Tu Mu Mu, who was still attempting to appeal to his emotions, and directed his attention to Yi Lishan, asking, "You have another son, don't you? His name is Du Tao, am I correct?" Yi Lishan was taken aback, never expecting her son's name to arise from June's lips. Confused, she nodded and cautiously inquired, "Yes, how do you know my son's name?" From her reaction, June discerned that she likely had no knowledge of her son's involvement in this deception. Based on the information Ling had provided, it appeared that Yi Lishan was far more invested in her son than in her daughter. Perhaps she was indifferent to the possibility of Tu Mu Mu facing legal repercussions for the scheme. Her primary concern seemed to be the fear of being implicated, which explained her anxious demeanor. But what if her precious son was implicated? Thus, June continued, Tu Mu Mu claims her brother was to study abroad for the arts. But due to financial constraints, he had to abandon that pursuit. Study abroad? Study the arts? Yi Lishan could hardly comprehend June's words. When had her son ever contemplated studying abroad? Yet, she quickly realized that if Tu Mu Mu had orchestrated this elaborate ruse to deceive June, she could certainly involve Du Tao as well. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and June's sudden mention of this was undoubtedly ominous, and she could not fathom his intentions. She forced a laugh. These must all be lies concocted by Tu Mu Mu to swindle you. My son has no interest in the arts. None of this pertains to him. She then adopted a maternal demeanor, chastising Tu Mu Mu. How can you, as his sister, resort to such deceit? Speak the truth to June. These are all your fabrications and have nothing to do with your brother, correct? It was evident to all that while Yi Lishan was utterly unaware of the situation, her words were an attempt to absolve Du Tao of all responsibility. Moreover, she was implicitly directing Tu Mu Mu to take full accountability, insisting that she disclose to June that her brother was in no way involved. How could he not be involved? Just as feigning illness required Yi Lishan's cooperation, pretending to study abroad necessitated Du Tao's complicity. The dramatic conflict witnessed by their second brother was a joint effort, one might argue. In truth, it was Du Tao who initially sought to deceive. Although Tu Mu Mu repeatedly urged Yi Lishan to keep their actions confidential, how could Yi Lishan ever conceal anything from her beloved son? Du Tao was far craftier than Yi Lishan, and being younger, he was more attuned to online happenings, thereby aware of June's search for a savior. Upon discovering Tu Mu Mu had deceived June, he threatened to expose her scheme unless she revealed her relationship with June. However, Tu Mu Mu did not tell the truth, and since Du Tao was quite young when Tu Lan first came to their home, he was unaware that the jade pendant was taken from Tu Lan by Yi Lishan, and thus genuinely believed Tu Mu Mu was indeed the savior. Subsequently, Du Tao employed similar tactics to coerce Tu Mu Mu into performing the charade of studying abroad, with nearly all the money acquired being appropriated by him. Truly, what a family of villains they are. If one were to assess the financial gains, the sum garnered by Dr. Li and Yi Lishan paled in comparison to what Du Tao had obtained. Yi Lishan was acutely aware of her son's nature. In her eyes, he was far more significant than her daughter. If sacrificing Tu Mu Mu could save her son, she would not hesitate to cast Tu Mu Mu aside. And Ling and the others perceived Yi Lishan's intentions and felt an overwhelming sorrow for Tu Mu Mu. Yet Tu Mu Mu seemed impervious to the situation, exhibiting neither sadness nor anger at her mother's blatant favoritism, nor did she heed her words to take all the blame upon herself. She had witnessed countless similar scenes throughout her life. Whenever matters concerning Du Tao arose, regardless of fault, her mother invariably held her accountable, never her brother. Therefore, Tu Mu Mu adopted an expression of indifference, a protective mechanism she had developed over the years. Seeing Tu Mu Mu silent, Yi Lishan grew agitated. Speak up. Have you lost your voice? The trouble you caused has harmed me, and now you wish to drag your brother down with you? And June, observing Yi Lishan's renewed tirade, furrowed his brow and interjected, but I have witnessed Du Tao and Tu Mu Mu argue over the study abroad situation. It's impossible to assert he was entirely oblivious. Whether he participated in this scheme is not for us to decide. Let the police investigate. You want to call the police? Yi Lishan was now in a state of panic. No, no, we cannot involve the authorities. Du Tao has just come of age. If he goes to prison, his life will be ruined.
Tumumu.
Her voice sharpened. This mess is the result of you and that wild man. What do you mean by wanting us to accompany you to the gallows? At this point, Tu Mumu finally reacted, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. You and your son? What about me? Am I not your daughter? Your son may evade prison, but I can take the fall, can I? Yi Lishan felt no sense of wrongdoing. Instead, she found Tu Mumu's reaction inexplicable.
What do you mean by that?
You brought this upon yourself. And if you end up in prison, it's your own doing. My own doing? Tu Mumu gazed incredulously at her biological mother. But it has always been this way. I am expected to yield to him in everything. Any minor mishap is my fault. Whenever we clash, you indiscriminately scold and berate me, always prioritizing your precious son. In your eyes, I am merely the expendable one. Am I not? Is this also my fault? Faced with Tu Mumu's rare display of courage, Yi Lishan not only remained unrepentant, but was also incensed, as if Tu Mumu had uttered a blasphemous statement. Yi Lishan could not fathom how Tu Mumu could harbor such thoughts. What kind of attitude is this? I am your mother.
How dare you speak to me like that?
You are the sister. You are supposed to be more accommodating. What is wrong with that? Her anger escalated. What do you mean by sacrificing you? Have you considered the gravity of your actions? 50 million. You had the audacity to deceive, yet you lack the courage to own up to it? We are merely accomplices, nothing more. At this point, Yi Lishan's eyes sparkled as if a sudden idea had struck her. Chapter 79. Incomprehension. A flicker of conflict crossed her face, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth. Resolved to redirect her focus to Injun. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the law. There exists that notion of surrender and confession, does there not? Confessing leads to leniency, while resistance invites severity, does it not? You surely wish to ascertain who is your savior at that time, do you not? As long as you promise not to implicate Xiao Tao, I shall divulge everything to you. Upon hearing Yi Lishan's words, Tu Mumu's eyes widened in disbelief. And she exclaimed loudly, Mother, have you lost your mind? She discerned that Yi Lishan intended to reveal the true origin of that jade pendant to Injun. Are you aware of the implications of your words? The most prudent course of action now would be to firmly assert that Tu Mumu is Injun's benefactor, thereby compelling the family to consider this and perhaps show leniency towards her and her mother. If even this truth were to be exposed as falsehood, how could the family possibly spare them? The fact that the jade pendant was stolen from Toulon is known only to her and Yi Lishan. Oh, and Toulon herself is aware, but she has vanished without a trace, and after all these years, she has never approached Injun about this matter. It is improbable that she would suddenly appear to expose them now. Thus, as long as she and Yi Lishan remained silent, the family could never uncover this truth. Yet, she had not anticipated that her mother would actually wish to divulge this information. Moreover, Yi Lishan's motivation for speaking out was merely to negotiate with Injun, seeking to protect Du Tao. However, the moment she reveals the truth, Tu Mumu's chances with Injun would be utterly obliterated. Tu Mumu understood that she ought not to harbor any expectations of Yi Lishan. Yet she could not comprehend nor accept why her mother would treat her and Du Tao so differently. Throughout their lives, Du Tao had never matched her in obedience, academic performance, or the capacity to empathize with Yi Lishan, yet in her mother's eyes, it seemed that no matter how commendable her actions, they paled in comparison to Du Tao's slightest merit. Are you still my mother? Other mothers protect their children. What about you? The grievances and perplexities accumulated over the past 20 years surged within Tu Mumu at that moment, and she could no longer contain her anguish as she cried out in despair. When I was nearly abducted, you refused to call the police, fearing it would affect Du Tao. Now, you remain oblivious to what Du Tao has done, and you wish to protect him at the expense of my life. Why do you treat me this way? For the first time in her life, Tu Mumu confronted Yi Lishan with such questions, leaving Yi Lishan momentarily stunned. Though it was but a fleeting moment, her astonishment stemmed from witnessing Tu Mumu's outburst, not from genuinely absorbing her words. In her perspective, Tu Mumu's grievances were utterly unwarranted. What was there to be discontented about? Are you now attempting to dredge up past grievances? Have I not provided for you all these years? Is it not sufficient that I raised you to adulthood? How can you harbor such resentment? I see you as an ungrateful wretch. And do not dare to implicate me or Du Tao in your misdeeds. Initially, Yi Lishan harbored some hesitation, but upon observing Tu Mumu's blatant ingratitude, her heart hardened. Yi Lishan had nurtured her for so long, and yet Tu Mumu still held such grievances against her own mother and brother. Any remnants of compassion she might have felt vanished. Yi Lishan had gleaned some understanding of the truth from the earlier dialogue between Injun and Tu Mumu. And June believed Tu Mumu had once saved him based on that jade pendant, which she had stolen from Tu Lan. Thus, it was evident that Tu Lan was the true person and June sought. She calculated that Injun would surely wish to know the identity of that individual, using it as leverage to negotiate, promising to reveal the truth if he would spare Du Tao. Yi Lishan was fully aware that revealing Tu Lan's existence would only serve to incriminate Tu Mumu further in Injun's eyes, leading to inevitable legal repercussions for her. However, she deemed the sacrifice of Tu Mumu to be an acceptable trade-off for preserving Du Tao. Yi Lishan genuinely believed that giving birth to Tu Mumu, thus granting her life, constituted an enormous favor, and ensuring her son's safety was simply her duty, devoid of any sense of grievance. The members of the Yin family felt a disquiet in their hearts upon hearing these words, casting increasingly disdainful glances toward Yi Lishan. Although Tu Mumu's family was undeniably flawed, and she herself would undoubtedly face consequences for her actions, it was a case of reaping what one sows. Yet Yi Lishan, as a mother, not only failed to balance her affections but also blatantly favored her son while belittling her daughter, all the while remaining oblivious to her own faults, which was truly repugnant. Pei Yuning, another mother present, found it incomprehensible how Yi Lishan could behave in such a manner, especially after experiencing the complexities surrounding Ling and Qiu Nian's true identities. She realized that regardless of whether the child was one she had raised without blood ties or one she had birthed and lost for over 20 years, the prospect of losing either felt akin to having her flesh torn from her body. Yet, Yi Lishan had both a son and a daughter, both of whom had grown up by her side. How could she act in such a way? This was beyond mere favoritism. It was evident that her heart had never truly been with Tu Mumu. Yet, Yi Lishan remained unaware of the Yin family sentiments, believing she had devised a clever solution. Ignoring Tu Mumu's tears and her eyes filled with pain, she continued to propose to Injun. I know the origin of Tu Mumu's jade pendant. You have been searching for its owner, have you not? If you agree to spare our son Du Tao, absolving him of any responsibility, I shall reveal to you the identity of that person. Yi Lishan's eyes sparkled with hope, convinced that Injun would not refuse her proposition. After all, Tu Mumu, a mere impostor, had managed to remain by his side for so long, successfully extracting considerable sums from him, demonstrating just how significant that individual who saved him was in Injun's heart, especially when the Yin family had just mentioned involving the police. Injun was the first to intervene. Now, she merely sought to have him overlook the trivial Du Tao. He had no reason to refuse. Yi Lishan believed Injun would swiftly acquiesce, eagerly inquiring about the identity of that person, for sparing a mere accomplice posed no threat to the Yin family, did it? After all, it was Tu Mumu who had conspired with that rogue to deceive Injun. As long as Tu Mumu bore the brunt of their ire, she and her son would bear no responsibility. However, Injun's reaction was entirely unexpected for Yi Lishan. He not only displayed no signs of surprise or urgency to uncover the truth, but instead let out a cold laugh. So, you are attempting to negotiate with me now? Chapter 80. I shall speak for myself. When serious, Injun could indeed be somewhat intimidating, particularly as he no longer harbored any reservations about these deceivers. Compounded by his considerable irritation, exuding a suppressed fury that seemed on the verge of eruption, Yi Lishan was taken aback, bewildered that the situation had deviated from her expectations. Do you not wish to know the origin of that jade pendant? Are you not seeking your savior? I can tell you. Injun, unwilling to engage in further conversation with these individuals, retrieved his phone, preparing to call the police. No need. I will investigate myself. Neither you nor Du Tao shall escape my scrutiny. Upon realizing that Injun was serious, Yi Lishan lunged forward, attempting to snatch his phone from him.
No.
Do not call the police just yet. You have been blind to the fact that Tu Mumu has deceived you. Do not take out your anger on my son. He is in no way responsible for this. If you imprison Xiao Tao, you will be taking my life. I will fight you on this. Of course. She was utterly powerless. The moment Yi Lishan charged forward, she was seized by a vigilant bodyguard, never even brushing against Injun's clothing. Though restrained, she continued to unleash a torrent of vitriol, cursing everyone present except herself. It was as if only she and her son were the innocent parties in this world, while all others were wicked villains intent on making their lives miserable. And June had completed all her calls to the police, yet Yi Lishan continued her incessant tirade. However, her insults towards others felt somewhat unpolished, running out of steam after just a few remarks. In contrast, when it came to cursing Tu Mumu, she was a seasoned practitioner, unleashing a torrent of unsavory epithets. How did I end up with such a cursed child? A mere burden. If it weren't for you, would your mother be subjected to such treatment? You useless wretch, merely standing by as they bully me. You brought this chaos upon us, entangling me and your brother in your disgraceful affairs. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve a daughter devoid of shame? The more Yi Lishan cursed, the more venomous her words became. A bodyguard attempted to cover her mouth, only to receive a bite in return. Even the onlookers could no longer tolerate her tirade, yet Tu Mumu remained unresponsive, kneeling in silence. The tears she had shed in her earlier anguish had long since dried, leaving only faint trails on her cheeks. Her eyes were vacant, fixed on her mother, whose face twisted in rage as she hurled insults her way. It was only when a resounding slap echoed in the room that Tu Mumu seemed to awaken from her stupor, staring in shock at the scene before her. Pei Yuning had just struck Yi Lishan across the face. For a brief moment, tranquility descended upon the hospital room. Did she ever ask you to bring her into this world? If given a choice, who would desire a mother like you? You don't even feel ashamed. Yet you dare to play the victim? Pei Yuning's ire was palpable. Perhaps the recent turmoil regarding Ling and Qiu Nian had unsettled her emotions, compounded by the knowledge of the tribulations her children would face in the original storyline. She had been engulfed in a persistent state of fear and anxiety, terrified that her children might also endure harm. Yet here was Yi Lishan, a mother inflicting further injury upon her own daughter, which Pei Yuning could no longer tolerate. She felt like a volcano, long suppressed, finally erupting, wishing her fury could consume Yi Lishan entirely. Do you not care at all about the horrors your daughter might have faced if June and the others hadn't happened to pass by? You were too afraid to call the police, fearing it might affect your son, while your daughter's dignity and safety were of no concern to you. Yes, Tu Mumu made mistakes, but did you ever try to stop her? How dare you act like a victim, blaming her for your plight? She indeed owes June, but she owes you nothing, especially not your son. You are utterly unworthy of the title mother. Tu Mumu sat there, dazed, her mind swirling with the surreal nature of the situation. It was ironic that she had deceived June, yet her own mother hurled the most disparaging words at her. While June's mother stood up for her, she glanced at the other members of the family, and father and his two sons shrank back slightly, clearly torn between wanting to support her and fearing the wrath that might follow. And father even timidly gave Pei Yuning a thumbs up from behind. And Ling and Qiu Nian exchanged glances and stepped forward, each linking an arm with Pei Yuning, one saying, "Mom, don't be angry. Don't let this person upset your health," while the other asked, "Mom, did your hand hurt? Let me soothe it," managing to somewhat calm Pei Yuning down. Observing this somewhat humorous scene, Tu Mumu couldn't help but smile. Yet, as laughter turned to tears, she was overwhelmed by an immense sense of regret. As if she were drowning. She felt she had missed a crucial opportunity, a chance to be part of this family. If her acquaintance with June hadn't begun with a lie, could they have possibly become a normal couple? She believed that June's affection for her was not solely based on the persona she had fabricated. They had been together for a year before becoming couple. Although she had indeed played the role that matched June's ideal, one could not entirely embody another's essence. Thus, was it conceivable that June truly liked her for who she was? Once this thought entered her mind, Tu Mumu found it impossible to banish it. Yet, even if such a possibility existed, what difference did it make? It only served to deepen her sense of regret. She wished fervently that she could be a little more unhinged at that moment, so as not to be so acutely aware that any chance with June had vanished. After being slapped, Yi Lishan could only seethe in impotent rage, spouting what she considered threatening remarks. What concern do you outsiders have in my relationship with my daughter? Her life is mine to reclaim if I wish. Besides, nothing terrible happened to her back then. Instead, it was my unfortunate husband who perished. She then turned to Tu Mumu, shouting, "I see you as the harbinger of doom. If you had gotten into that car, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Why wasn't it you who perished instead?" Realizing that there was no reasoning with such a person, Pei Yuning gestured to the bodyguards to take Yi Lishan to another room to await the police. Yi Lishan struggled in vain, shouting at the family, "You'll all regret this. Even if you come to beg me later, I won't say a word, and you'll never learn who that person is." At that moment, Tu Mumu's voice suddenly interrupted Yi Lishan. I will speak. Compared to Yilishan's shouting, Tu Mumu appeared remarkably composed. Her voice calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. I will disclose the truth. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the hospital room. This left not only the family stunned but also caused Yilishan to disbelieve her own ears. Yilishan was acutely aware that this was her last opportunity to negotiate with the Yin family. She had initially thought that their refusal of her terms stemmed from their anger at being deceived, but once they calmed down, they would surely see the logic in extracting information from her and Tu Mumu. After all, even her aunt was unaware of Tu Lan's whereabouts, so the Yin family would find it difficult to investigate. Even if they did notice Tu Lan, as long as they couldn't find her to inquire directly, they would never ascertain whether she had indeed saved in June. Eventually, they would realize that consulting her, the informed party, was the most prudent course of action, and she could then dictate her terms. As for the other informed party, Tu Mumu, Yilishan was certain she would never reveal the truth. After all, even Yilishan had noticed in June's growing suspicion regarding the origins of that jade pendant, yet Tu Mumu still feigned ignorance, hoping to maintain her facade and avoid a breakup. However, now Tu Mumu was prepared to divulge the truth. As the others stood in stunned silence, Tu Mumu continued, without hesitation. That jade pendant was stolen from my cousin. Her name is Tu Lan. She came to my home when she was 16, having lived in our hometown, a small village beneath Huailin town where you once awoke, for only a year before my father passed away and my mother sent her away. The rest, you can investigate yourselves. I have no idea where she went afterward. She actually spoke up and told the truth without a hint of deceit. Tu Lan was indeed expelled at the age of 17. Yilishan has always had this contemptible demeanor. She had previously claimed that her husband was killed by Tu Lan, insisting that Tu Lan was capable of supporting herself and should not cling to others like a beggar. After that, they lost all trace of Tu Lan, primarily because they were utterly indifferent to her and thus remained oblivious to her subsequent whereabouts. The Yin family, upon hearing this, felt their fists clenched tightly. Why does someone like Yilishan exist in this world? It is abundantly clear that the death of her first husband was entirely due to her actions, yet she has the audacity to shift the blame onto the unrelated Tu Lan. Furthermore, after banishing the underage Tu Lan, she exhibited no concern for how the girl would continue her life. Such behavior is hardly befitting of an aunt, is it? Although Yilishan disparaged Tu Lan as a beggar, she was acutely aware that the reality was far from her claims of Tu Lan being a parasite in their home. The Tu family had been impoverished, relying on Tu Lan's father, who worked tirelessly to support his brother's education, which ultimately led to Tu Hong's university admission. Tragically, Tu Lan's parents perished in a construction accident, with the compensation funds resting with her grandparents. They intended to use this money to nurture Tu Lan and finance her education. However, as the elderly couple's health deteriorated, they both passed away before Tu Lan reached adulthood. Before his death, Tu Lan's grandfather had summoned Tu Hong, wishing to entrust Tu Lan to him and passing the remaining compensation funds into his care, with the understanding that Tu Hong would support Tu Lan until she came of age, at which point he would hand over the funds to her. The elder's intentions were undoubtedly noble. After all, Tu Hong was building a life in the city, and if he could assist Tu Lan, her future educational and career opportunities would surpass those available in their hometown. As for Tu Hong's own thoughts, they remain unknown, as he too passed away before Tu Lan reached adulthood, leaving the funds to fall into Yilishan's hands. Thus, not only did Yilishan consume the compensation meant for Tu Lan's parents, but she also expelled Tu Lan to fend for herself. The Yin family felt their fists clench even tighter. Meanwhile, Tu Mumu continued her narrative, revealing not only the origins of the jade pendant, but also how Urushuo devised schemes to manipulate her into approaching in June to swindle money. She even disclosed how Du Tao had approached her, threatening her to use studying abroad as a pretext to deceive in June. No one understood why she had suddenly transformed. Only Tu Mumu herself recognized that today she had come to a profound realization, one she had long evaded but was now forced to confront. The stark truth was that Yilishan did not love her. This woman, who was her biological mother, harbored no affection for her. Many assert that no parent can truly neglect their children, and so, like most, Tu Mumu clung to this absolute belief, unwilling to face the harsh reality. In truth, she should have recognized this reality long ago, especially when she noticed the distinct disparity in treatment between herself and her brother, when she was repeatedly brainwashed into prioritizing her brother above all else, or when she nearly fell victim to her stepfather's kidnapping, yet chose not to alert the authorities. The truth was simply too cruel for her to confront, leading her instead into another toxic relationship, one she mistakenly believed to be love. She had foolishly convinced herself that Urashua was her savior, falling head over heels for him, unquestioningly obeying his demands, and even disregarding morality and legality to defraud June of her money and affection. Furthermore, she deluded herself into believing she was aiding Urashua, thinking she could redeem him. How absurd! Most of the money had been squandered by Urashua to settle his gambling debts. She had naively thought that if she could just scam enough to cover his debts, he would quit gambling and they could be together properly. Yet, as evidenced, the deception only escalated, and the more money she procured, the larger his wagers became. The debts were insurmountable. Urashua's gambling hole was far too deep. Anyone who believes a gambler can reform is a fool. He never even considered repaying the money or ceasing his reckless behavior. His only aim was to recover all his previous losses. As for Du Tao, Tu Mumu cast a sardonic glance toward Yilishan, questioning his role as an accomplice. He had threatened her into helping him deceive others for money. If anything, she was the true accomplice. Did she expect her precious son to emerge unscathed? Let her entertain such naive dreams. They all sought to exploit her, didn't they? She felt a sense of satisfaction. She knew she was ensnared. Yet she was determined that none of them would escape unscathed. Chapter 82. Those who believe a gambler's words deserve mockery. Yilishan became frantic, hurling insults at Tu Mumu, berating her for her lack of intelligence and accusing her of selfishness, even neglecting her own mother and brother. However, Tu Mumu realized that she no longer felt the numbness or pain she once experienced when receiving such vitriol. Instead, she felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Watching Yilishan's grotesque visage contort in rage, she found herself laughing. Initially, it was a subdued chuckle, but it soon erupted into uncontrollable laughter. As she laughed, tears streamed down her cheeks. Why did it take me so long to see the truth? If you don't love me, so be it. What does it matter? Your love, given your wretchedness, could hardly be a good thing. But why did it take me this long to understand? She regretted it deeply, yet it was undeniably too late. Yilishan was taken aback by Tu Mumu's bizarre demeanor. Who laughs in the face of insult, spouting nonsensical words? Are you mad? What are you rambling about? She attempted to say more, but her two bodyguards had already escorted her out, dragging her to the adjacent hospital room. The room fell silent at last. The cast of this drama had dwindled. One, Yilishan, was removed. Another, Tu Mumu, had evidently surrendered any pretense of resistance. And Dr. Li remained merely a supporting character, leaving only Urashua, who cowered in the corner like a turtle retreating into its shell. The Yin family assumed this turtle was prepared to remain until the end, yet Urashua suddenly knelt before June. And June was taken aback, urging the bodyguards to lift him up. What are you doing? Urashua, like a limp rag, resisted all attempts to rise. No matter how much the bodyguards tugged at him, until they had no choice but to let him remain kneeling, with tears streaming down his face. He pleaded with June. And June, I know I was wrong. I am so sorry, but I am truly at my wit's end. I was led astray by my so-called friends into gambling, and it was their schemes that caused my downfall. I have only been gambling for 2 years. I can change. That's a lie. You've been gambling for 5 years. You know my family was on the brink of bankruptcy, and this hospital was all we had left. I thought if I could win some money, I could ease the burden on my family, but in a moment of madness, I chose to gamble. If I had another chance, I would never be so foolish. That's a lie. It was your gambling that drove your family to the brink. And when the debt collectors came for you, you cried and knelt before your family, vowing never to gamble again. They believed you, nearly exhausting their savings to pay off your debts, yet when your business faltered and funds ran dry, your family was left in ruins, for which you bear half the responsibility. They threatened me, saying if I didn't repay them, they would expose my gambling. You know, in our line of work, if such a scandal broke, I would be finished. I was left with no choice but to come up with such a desperate plan. I just wanted to find a way to repay the debt, and then, once I earned money in the future, I would repay you. Deceitful. Every time you acquire money, your sole intention is to gamble it away without the slightest thought of repayment. And June, I truly regret my actions. In light of our past relationship as mentor and protege, I implore you to grant me one more chance. I assure you, I will amend my ways. I will compose more songs and actively pursue commercial performances, and I will certainly repay you in full. However, if word of these events reaches others, My career will be irrevocably tarnished, and I will be in an even worse position to repay you. Deceitful. Who would believe the words of a gambler? He is hardly in a state to compose songs, having witnessed such vast sums at the gaming table. His perception of money is utterly distorted. He now perceives the earnings from performances as trifles, preferring the thrill of gambling instead. The Yin family, while observing Yu Rushuo's tearful theatrics, listened to Ling's incisive rebuttals, all in disbelief at the gambler's audacity to weave such blatant falsehoods, 10 lies in every 10 statements, like a grotesque performance of a jester. Yu Rushuo, realizing that he had been pouring out his heart for so long without eliciting any reaction from Injun, felt a surge of resentment, though he could not allow it to show on his face. At the same time, he found it perplexing. The Injun he knew should be a person of great compassion. Why, in the face of his plight, did Injun remain indifferent? Was it possible that he did not appear pitiable enough? Yu Rushuo knew that apart from pleading with Injun, he had exhausted all avenues. The sum he had deceived was sufficient to condemn him to a lifetime in prison. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act even more convincingly. He delivered a resounding slap to his own face, the force palpable, instantly reddening his cheek. I am a scoundrel. I am bewitched. I am less than a beast. With each slap came a self-imprecation. Injun, I truly recognize my mistakes. I have never sought anything from you before. Just this once, will you trust me? Injun furrowed his brow and motioned for a bodyguard to restrain Yu Rushuo's hand, preventing him from continuing his self-inflicted punishment. What purpose does this charade serve? Had your initial choice been to borrow money from me, I might have considered aiding you. But you, knowing how desperately I sought the person who once saved me, chose to exploit that knowledge to deceive me. How can I trust you? 2 years, brother. 2 years during which, had you harbored even a fragment of remorse, we would not be here today exposed. Did you ever truly regard me as your junior? Injun, though prone to compassion, was not foolish enough to remain ensnared by Yu Rushuo's fabrications. It was Yu Rushuo who, disregarding their bond, had treated Injun as a fool, now attempting to leverage their past camaraderie, an utterly ludicrous endeavor.
No.
I truly understand my mistakes now, Yu Rushuo implored, his swollen face turned toward Injun. Please, grant me this opportunity. I will bow before you if necessary. His demeanor was pitiful. Yet those present recognized that beneath his wretched exterior lay a soul utterly ravaged and enslaved by gambling. You would do well to consult the law about that opportunity. Injun replied coldly. From that moment on, no matter how Yu Rushuo pleaded, Injun offered no further response, allowing him to perform his solitary act. The farce concluded only with the arrival of the police. Injun was required to accompany them for an investigation, while Ling and the others could finally return home in peace. As they exited, Ling brought up the rear, and the bodyguard who had been stationed inside the room handed her a mobile phone as she passed. Miss, your phone. Thank you. Ling accepted the phone, inspected it briefly, and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 83. What secrets lie within this hospital room? Upon their departure, Ling and her companions discovered several onlookers lingering in the corridor outside the hospital room, eager to witness the commotion but hesitant to approach. They clutched their phones, likely having documented the earlier scene of the police escorting individuals away. Though the hospital doors offered some soundproofing, it was insufficient to muffle the piercing shouts of elation, ensuring that the ruckus reached other wards. Drawn by the spectacle, numerous patients emerged from their rooms. Initially, many were merely curious about the disturbance, but upon seeing 2 imposing bodyguards stationed at the entrances of separate rooms, it became evident that something was amiss. The atmosphere suggested an impending spectacle. Suddenly, their fatigue dissipated. Even patients who had relied on canes found renewed vigor, some filming the events while whispering excitedly to their companions, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of gossip. Especially when a bodyguard escorted an individual from one room and deposited them into another, someone recognized Yu Rushuo. That guy looks somewhat familiar, doesn't he? Is he a celebrity? What was his name again? It's Yu Rushuo, the singer. How could you not know? The excitement of encountering a star was palpable. What is happening? Why is he being dragged into the adjacent room by those men in black? Didn't you see that woman with him? Her mother was also pulled into the other room. Could it be that Yu Rushuo did something inappropriate that her mother discovered? What sort of misconduct could escalate to such a scene in a hospital? Could it be that he got her pregnant and is forcing her to terminate it? This kind of scandal has surfaced before with male celebrities, hasn't it? The patients, now a mix of spectators and gossipers, engaged in animated discussions while keeping an eye on the unfolding drama. They shared photos and speculations with friends and family, who in turn disseminated the information further, embellishing the tale along the way. As the gossip involved public figures, it quickly spread beyond the initial circle, reaching a fever pitch. A rumor surfaced that Urushuo had impregnated his girlfriend and was being assaulted by her mother, which swiftly gained traction on social media. What? Where did this news come from? Is it true? Is it the Urushuo I know? It must be true. Haven't you seen the photos, videos, and the testimonies of onlookers? Such a well-documented story can't be fabricated. How despicable. He deserves to be punished, but there's no footage of Urushuo actually being assaulted, is there? Could there be a misunderstanding? True. And from what I saw in the video, that mother seemed angrier with her daughter than with him. Though I couldn't catch what she was yelling. It seemed more like she was scolding her daughter, rather than what you all are suggesting. Perhaps she's just disappointed in her daughter. And, of course, one can't just hit someone in public. She probably arranged for him to be taken into the room to be dealt with. Incredible. The gossip just keeps coming. I haven't even digested the news about Yu Zhaona and Song Yun yet, and now this? Indeed. The saying that those who stay up late are rewarded with gossip has never been more accurate. Under normal circumstances, if the rumors circulating on social media were false, all it would take was a denial from Urushuo's agency or himself to quell the speculation. Unfortunately, Urushuo was far too preoccupied to notice his phone, let alone respond, with bodyguards watching over him. His agency, entirely unaware of his whereabouts, faced a barrage of unanswered calls and messages, leaving them hesitant to issue a denial for fear of later embarrassment should the truth emerge. Just as the public was engrossed in this entirely baseless rumor, yet another video surfaced, prompting viewers to click in eagerly, only to exit in confusion. What new development is this? Why can't I comprehend it? Wasn't it said that the mother of the girl hired someone to violently assault Urushuo? How is it that she herself was dragged to the adjacent hospital room by bodyguards? Can anyone elucidate which side these bodyguard gentlemen are on? Each and every one of them appears polished and well-groomed, and their services surely do not come cheaply. Could it be that Urushuo offered a higher price, prompting them to switch allegiances at the last moment? That seems implausible. Such a betrayal would lack any semblance of professional ethics, regardless of how one may ponder. The sudden turn of events remains utterly perplexing. There seems to be no rationale behind it. Just previously, these two bodyguards had been seen dragging Urushuo away. How is it that they have now turned their attention to the girl's mother? What transpired in that hospital room? They should let us see. This sense of bewilderment is akin to countless erratic ants scuttling across one's body, creating an unbearable itch for every avid observer of the unfolding drama. They toss and turn, scratching their heads, refreshing their screens 80 times a minute in search of new developments to savor. Perhaps, by the grace of the gossip gods, a new video has indeed surfaced. Consequently, the multitude of onlookers descended upon it, only to find that after consuming the new footage, their sense of discomfort had not been alleviated. Rather, it intensified. The entire scenario has inexplicably grown more convoluted. Why did the police arrive? Was there truly an assault? Wait a moment, I believe I just spotted in June. When did he arrive? Or has he been in that hospital room all along? Why is there suddenly a connection to in June? Could this be the classic tale of two men vying for one woman? Is in June perhaps the true employer of those bodyguards? Brothers falling for the same woman? How delightfully dramatic. This night has certainly proven to be worthwhile. Initially, the mere presence of Urushuo was captivating enough, but now with the more renowned in June in the mix, the sensationalism has escalated to new heights. In the minds of the onlookers, thoughts of love triangles, infidelity, brothers turning against each other, and the chaotic nature of their world began to swirl, driving them to the scene in pursuit of clarity. Just as the crowd speculated about the events that transpired between Urushuo and Injun, which escalated to the point of requiring police intervention, yet another video emerged. After several individuals were taken away by the police, Injun included, a stream of people began to exit that hospital room. Once the identities of these individuals were discerned, even the most seasoned gossip enthusiasts found themselves baffled by the unfolding narrative. What on earth is concealed within that hospital room? Why is it that nearly the entire family seems to be present inside? Chapter 84. She might as well be called Little Melon. Regardless of how one contemplates the situation, it is incomprehensible what could warrant the mobilization of the entire family. However, no one believes the prior rumor that Urushuo caused his girlfriend's pregnancy and subsequently evaded responsibility by being beaten in the hospital by the girl's mother. After all, those bodyguards are clearly affiliated with the family. As long as the family possesses any sense, they would not resort to such blatant displays of violence by summoning numerous bodyguards to beat someone. Concurrently, curiosity peaks even further. What colossal scandal must lie behind such an elaborate spectacle, culminating in the police being called? How can so many individuals be concealed within a single hospital room? Were they engaged in a clandestine game of mahjong? Aside from the possibility of being apprehended for gambling, I cannot fathom any reasonable explanation for the current situation. How absurd. Who would gather for gambling in a hospital room? I see only 4 individuals being taken away by the police, likely reported by the family among those apprehended. Is that not Dr. Li? He is my father's attending physician. My father is scheduled for an amputation tomorrow, and if the doctor is taken away, what will happen to my father? I need to go to the hospital. I bet there's an astonishing scandal brewing within. Wait, isn't the last person to emerge Ling? Wasn't she in Ningqing just yesterday? Didn't Yan Shuwei just celebrate her birthday? They seem to have arrived in Haiqing this afternoon. She only appeared at the scene of the drama in Ningqing last night. And now she's inexplicably present in Haiqing today. What kind of fervor for gossip is this? Truly, she is the queen of melons. Wherever there is a scandal, she is sure to be found. From now on, while other female celebrities are dubbed Little Flowers, she might as well be called Little Melon. Can we please stay on topic? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can clarify what has transpired? The family noticed the throng of spectators in the hallway, all wielding their phones, yet they paid little mind. After all, Yu Rushuo is a public figure of considerable renown. The gravity of his actions will undoubtedly lead to criminal charges. Once a verdict is rendered, it will be impossible to conceal the matter. The family believes they have done nothing wrong, and June, though somewhat foolish in this situation, is entirely the victim. Even if he receives a few unkind remarks about being love-struck, it is of his own making, hence there is no need for them to hide. Moreover, the family assumes that, regardless of how wildly the online discourse may spiral, it is clear that since Yu Rushuo has been apprehended, any speculation circulating online prior to an official police report will merely amount to conjecture and will not adversely affect the family. While their reasoning may not be flawed, it fails to account for those intent on steering public opinion in a misleading direction. This incident involves multiple well-known public figures, and with Yu Rushuo's arrest, it is evident that this is no trivial matter. Consequently, their names have remained at the top of the trending searches all night, with a plethora of theories emerging, and several gossip forums bustling with discussions about this event. Among the myriad of threads, one titled Exposing the True Face of a Grateful, Self-Serving Male Star stood out as particularly discordant, garnering little initial attention upon its release. However, as someone delved into the thread, it became increasingly suspect. The poster claimed that the male lead of this narrative is a star known for his grateful persona, who has often recounted how he was saved as a child and has long sought out his savior to express his gratitude. Upon reading this, many thought it sounded strikingly like in June, thus they became intrigued and continued to explore. The poster revealed that his sister is the female lead of this tale and is, in fact, the person June has been searching for. Initially, the female lead had no intention of meeting in June, but she was moved by his unwavering devotion over the years and agreed to meet him. She had no ulterior motives. She merely wished to fulfill June's desire so that he could finally let go of this obsession. Unexpectedly, June began to shower her with affection, and the female lead, unable to resist his sweet words, acquiesced. At this juncture, the audience found the narrative to be a rather charming love story. However, the plot quickly took a dramatic turn. The thread further stated that the female lead's mother fell gravely ill, and June generously offered to fund her treatment as a means of repaying the debt of gratitude he owed for being saved. With her mother gradually recovering, the female lead was deeply touched and believed she had found true love, thus her devotion to June deepened. Yet, unbeknownst to her, June was merely toying with her affections. After a year of courtship, he grew bored and proposed to break up. While the female lead was heartbroken, she assumed it was due to June's newfound interest elsewhere and did not intend to pursue him. Little did she expect that June would suddenly change his demeanor, callously demanding that she repay the medical expenses he had previously covered for her mother. It was a substantial sum of money, and the female protagonist's family lacked the means to repay it. She could only implore June to grant her a few years' time, assuring him that she would diligently work to gather the funds for repayment. However, June was adamant, insisting that she must settle the debt within 3 days. Otherwise, he would report her family for fraud. Yesterday marked the final deadline, and June, displaying no regard for prior sentiments, brazenly stormed into the hospital room while she was caring for her mother and called the police in front of them. He presented his mother's medical records and a photograph of himself holding hands with another girl to substantiate his claims. Furthermore, he supplemented this with 2 chat logs. One expressed his gratitude for her having saved him years ago, while the other depicted him urging her to accept the money to pay for her mother's continued treatment. A request she initially declined to comply with until he persuaded her otherwise. The poster lamented that his sister and mother had been arrested, recognizing his own limited influence against the family, and resorted to sharing this information online, hoping for assistance. Initially drawn in by curiosity, onlookers were incensed upon discovering the unfolding details. They had previously puzzled over the family's presence at the hospital and the subsequent police report, only to realize that June's accusations against that girl had led to her and her mother's apprehension. How could June commit such a heinous act? Chapter 85, An Unforeseen Confrontation. The post began circulating across various platforms, garnering increasing attention, and soon marketing accounts started to propagate it, directly naming June. Those who encountered the post were appalled by the malevolent actions attributed to him, and he quickly found himself trending for all the wrong reasons. Someone, please clarify the truth. I find it hard to believe that June could stoop so low, questioned one user. But the poster has provided evidence. How could it be fabricated? Countered another. People often fail to see through the facades of those close to them, and a celebrity like June, who lives under the spotlight, is even less likely to reveal his true nature. The more absurd a situation appears, the more likely it is to be genuine. How could a person act in such a manner? I was once moved by his relentless pursuit of a savior, believing him to be a grateful individual, only to witness him betray that very person. What wrong had that girl committed? She saved his life, yet now suffers the consequences of his unfounded accusations. The reality of the farmer and the snake has been laid bare before my eyes. Perhaps it would have been better had she never intervened at all, allowing him to perish on the mountain instead. To repay her kindness with imprisonment, when the money was voluntarily given, and she had promised to repay it. How malevolent must one be to act in such a way? Yet, June's fans refused to accept the possibility of his guilt, fervently defending him online, leading to a heated divide where neither side could convince the other. A faction maintained neutrality, wary of being misled by the myriad of contradictory narratives prevalent in today's internet culture. Many scandals seem to twist and turn daily. Sometimes, after vehemently condemning one side, they discover they have unwittingly been used as pawns in a larger game. The true offense lies not in being misled, but in harming the innocent in the process. Though their intentions may have been noble, their blind trust in one narrative led them to attack another, leaving them feeling complicit. A voice of experience advised, "Let the dust settle, the police have intervened, and the truth will eventually emerge. We can express our outrage then." Indeed, the post lacks comprehensiveness. It fails to clarify Urushuo's role in this saga. If what he claims is accurate, why were both Urushuo and that doctor also taken into custody? Another chimed in, "There are too many inconsistencies. We should refrain from taking sides until we have more information." Agreement rippled through the crowd. If the events unfolded as stated, the entire family wouldn't be involved. There must be a more intricate situation at play. Regrettably, such neutral sentiments went unheard, as the collective outrage silenced dissenting opinions, branding anyone who disagreed as complicit in June's alleged misdeeds, dragging his family into the fray of public condemnation. June returned home late after a grueling night at the police station, utterly exhausted, only to awaken to find the world had seemingly crumbled around him. Initially brooding over the previous day's events, he was soon overwhelmed by the barrage of accusations flooding his phone. How could he be vilified? And why were his family members being dragged into the fray? June hastily descended the stairs, clutching his phone, realizing that everyone except Ling was present. Even Chong had foregone work, all seemingly waiting for him in the living room, brows furrowed as they scrolled through their devices. It was clear they had been anticipating his arrival. Pei Yuning beckoned him to sit down. "We wanted you to get more rest. You've seen the trending topics, right? We were deliberating on how best to respond since this concerns you." Although June remained silent, his family could sense the genuine affection he held for Tu Mumu. Even if that affection had stemmed from deception, it was not something that could simply be dismissed, and they knew he would be troubled for an extended period, which is why they had opted not to wake him, hoping to allow him a moment of peace. They had no intention of attempting to suppress the trending topics. After all, these were merely baseless speculations, and withdrawing from the discourse would only draw more attention to it. Just as June settled in, Ling appeared at the top of the staircase, yawning. Upon seeing everyone gathered, she inquired, "That post must have been issued by Tu Mumu's brother, right? Wasn't he arrested yesterday?" I thought we had managed to avert a situation like the one in the original text, where our second brother was attacked by rumors. But it seems we were caught off guard. Du Tao really lacks foresight. Now he is not only implicated in fraud but also defamation, engaging in a self-destructive endeavor. June nodded. Yes, we apprehended Yu Reshuo and the others in the act yesterday, leading to their immediate investigation. However, Du Tao's situation still requires scrutiny. I didn't anticipate being ensnared by this oversight. I must post on Weibo immediately to clarify the truth. We cannot allow this to escalate further. What will you say? Pei Yuning interjected. Will you claim that Yu Reshuo coerced Tu Mumu into impersonating someone who is in a relationship with you to defraud you? Her words were piercingly accurate. That would be futile. Regardless of what you say, they will never believe you. They will only perceive it as a premeditated excuse. Currently, you cannot prove that Tu Mumu is not your savior, nor can you substantiate that Yi Lishan's medical records are fraudulent. Unless you can present compelling evidence to completely shift public opinion, any attempt to intervene will only exacerbate the situation. And June fell silent, acutely aware that his mother's insight was correct. Du Tao must have previously accessed Tu Mumu's phone and captured their conversations, which clearly displayed his gratitude towards her for saving his life. If he were to now claim that she was not his savior, who would believe him? He might even be seen as fabricating a scheme to imprison Tu Mumu. What could he do? Was he to wait for the police investigation to conclude? And June raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, unable to devise a single strategy. No, Chom declared with unwavering resolve, this matter affects more than just you. The prevailing sentiment online has shifted towards the Yin family's oppression. If the rumors continue to fester, it will undoubtedly impact the incorporation. I have already gathered evidence regarding Yu Reshuo's gambling activities. And I am also in the process of contacting the hospital to at least prove that the case report is fabricated. After that, you can post on Weibo to clarify the situation. Focus on their orchestrated deceit to exploit the situation once we release your transaction records. It should help shift public opinion back in our favor. As for the illicit relationship between Tu Mumu and Yu Reshuo, as well as her impersonation of your savior, these matters currently lack concrete evidence and should be set aside until we have sufficient proof. We will release information in stages to keep the emphasis clear. And June was about to agree when Ling, having just descended the stairs and entered the living room, raised her hand and declared, I have evidence. What evidence? The Yin family looked at Ling in confusion. While she certainly had knowledge of many matters, the means by which she acquired this information hardly constituted evidence. And Ling pulled out her phone and said, I had my bodyguard record everything that transpired in the ward yesterday. The Yin family exclaimed in unison, Why didn't you say so earlier? I just got out of bed. And Ling explained, noting that if she hadn't stayed up late editing the videos after returning last night, she wouldn't have woken up at this hour. I recorded it just in case, thinking it might serve as evidence for the police. But it turns out it's quite useful. I also have evidence of Yu Reshuo and Tu Mumu meeting in secret, but I will handle that with a marketing account myself. These were photos she had previously obtained of Yu Reshuo and Tu Mumu behaving intimately, along with images of them checking into a hotel, sufficient to substantiate their clandestine relationship. However, she could not share this evidence with the Yin family, as it would be difficult to explain why she had investigated so early. I've cut out the useless parts. I'll send you the rest now. And Ling sent the edited videos to the group one by one. If you need the original footage, you can copy it from my computer. The bodyguard had been filming since they entered the ward, continuing until the police took the individuals away. The entire video was excessively long, and disseminating it all at once wouldn't facilitate its spread, so Ling had meticulously edited out unnecessary portions, leaving only the crucial content. The key scenes included Yi Lishan suddenly springing up from her hospital bed and escaping with Dr. Li, the moment when Tu Mumu, having taken 50 million, confronted Yi Lishan with just 500,000, revealing that June was the one who saved Tu Mumu years ago. And Tu Mumu admitting that someone else had saved June. Lastly, there was the scene of Yu Reshuo kneeling and slapping himself, pleading for June's forgiveness. These clips effectively wove the entire narrative together. Particularly notable was Tu Mumu's admission that the jade pendant had been stolen from another person, and she had impersonated a savior merely to deceive June and settle debts with Yu Reshuo. Upon viewing the videos, June felt a profound sense of relief. With this evidence, there was no need for the Yin family to intervene any further. She could handle it herself. No one opposed this notion, and they agreed that resolving the matter within the day would suffice. A collective sigh of relief echoed as everyone prepared to attend to their respective duties. After a moment's hesitation, June spoke up, Brother, I have a favor to ask. and Chong, who was already prepared to leave for the company, turned back to regard in June, signaling her to continue. I would like you to help me investigate news about Toulon. I want to find her, and June said. Her gaze lowered, revealing a hint of sorrow. I wish to know where she is and how she is faring. From Ling's thoughts, he had learned how the Yulishan family treated Toulon and felt deep remorse. If only he had found her sooner. Perhaps she would not have had to endure such hardships. A girl of merely a few years past her teens, expelled to fend for herself after losing all her family, how could she possibly survive? The suffering she must have endured was beyond the comprehension of someone like June,
who had always been sheltered by family.
Thus, he hoped to locate Toulon soon, to at least ensure her future was a little brighter. Do not worry. You need not mention it, and Chong replied. I dispatched someone to investigate yesterday. We have already identified her name and hometown, and we will certainly uncover her whereabouts. Though it may take a bit more time. Should we check the school? And Ling suddenly suggested. The school? And Chong inquired. Yes, and Ling nodded. Based on the timeline, Toulon would have been a freshman when she arrived in Haicheng. There aren't many high schools that accept transfer students from out of town. We might be able to start there. And Ling cautiously continued, I heard that Minglu High School seems to be one of them. Don't ask me where I heard it from. Fortunately, Yulishan remembered which school Toulon transferred to. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to trace after all these years. The Yin family members exchanged knowing glances, refraining from posing any questions, merely expressing agreement with her suggestion. It made sense to start the search at the school where Toulon had first arrived in Haicheng, rather than going back to her hometown to inquire. Then let us send someone to Minglu High School to make inquiries, and Chong concurred, promptly pulling out his phone to make arrangements. Subsequently, June's studio released the videos at half-hour intervals. This strategy proved to be astute. They needed not utter a word, merely launching the videos into circulation. And not all at once. Each video release attracted waves of attention and discussion, allowing the audience time to digest the content before unveiling the next, thereby generating renewed excitement. Before long, the entire internet was captivated by the unfolding drama, with spectators eagerly anticipating the next explosive revelation from June's studio. The first video released depicted Yulishan abruptly rising from her hospital bed, followed by her frantic escape with Dr. Li. Initially, viewers were perplexed, unsure of the studio's intentions. In a moment when their boss was under fire, they chose to release a cryptic video without explanation. However, it wasn't long before someone connected the video's content with the events described in last night's post. Wasn't this video filmed in the very same hospital room from last night? It seemed to capture the occurrences that transpired there. Was there a hint of humor in this situation? Who was the woman that suddenly sat up from her hospital bed? Why did she panic and flee upon making eye contact with the Yin family? It appeared that Ling had approached the bed and done something, causing the woman to gasp and sit up, though the filming angle obscured the details of what transpired. Although the videos captured by onlookers in the hospital corridor were taken from a distance, they still roughly depicted Yulishan's appearance. Coupled with the previous night's post stating that June had called the police from the mother's hospital room, which contained only one bed, viewers quickly deduced that the woman fleeing from that bed was undoubtedly Yulishan. Is that the mother of the protagonist? With such agility, she hardly resembles someone recovering from a serious illness. And doesn't she seem to have a guilty demeanor? Almost like someone caught in the act of wrongdoing. What exactly was June's studio up to? With June being vilified, why were they still playing coy? Wait a minute. Didn't that post say June reported them for fraud? Could it be that there is some truth to it? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that June truly slandered someone by accusing them of fraud? No, I am questioning whether the fraud itself is genuine. Observe that woman in the hospital bed. When she dashed out, all those tubes fell away effortlessly. As I scrutinized each frame, I discovered those tubes were merely adhered to her body with tape. Utterly ineffective. Chapter 87. Deliberate Targeting. After the possibility was raised, others began to grasp the intent behind June Studio's release of this video. The studio would certainly not disseminate anything detrimental to June, and at this critical juncture, the content released must be advantageous for ameliorating June's current plight of widespread vilification. I understand now. June was indeed deceived by them. The female protagonist's mother was never ill. She feigned sickness solely to swindle June's money. No way. Wasn't there a medical record in that post yesterday? Medical records can be fabricated. Can't you see the doctor in the video, looking guilty as charged? When he saw the female protagonist's mother sit up from her hospital bed, he immediately turned and fled without a word. So, this doctor colluded with the mother and daughter to deceive June? They must have audacity beyond measure. An increasing number of people began to believe this was the truth. After all, fraud is a criminal offense that cannot simply be declared by Jun. If he dared to report it, he must have his own considerations. For someone in his public position, escalating the situation would only be detrimental to him. He has no reason to slander others. However, just as the scales were tipping in Jun's favor, a multitude of dissenting voices suddenly emerged. Regardless of the circumstances, that girl is Jun's savior, isn't she? No matter her actions, sending someone who once saved his life to prison would be an act of ingratitude. Indeed. And Jun has always appeared eager to find her, expressing gratitude towards her. If that is the case, even if she committed some wrong, it would be unthinkable to treat her so ruthlessly. Exactly. Why would she engage in such actions without cause? Since she is a lifesaver and has been in a relationship with Jun, if he truly appreciated her, he would not let her suffer financially. Clearly. And Jun has shown no financial gratitude whatsoever. That makes sense. Perhaps that girl genuinely needed money urgently, and in desperation, devised this scheme to obtain funds from Jun. It is also possible that her mother truly fell ill, and they merely exaggerated the medical records to secure the necessary funds for treatment, and the doctor might have acted with good intentions, only to be implicated. Consider this. If Jun genuinely felt gratitude towards her, he should have provided financial assistance. Why would they risk being discovered as frauds to do such a thing? Ultimately, it boils down to Jun's insincerity in expressing gratitude. Even if they were to deceive, how much could they really gain? And Jun's family is affluent, and he himself earns well. Isn't it excessive to send his lifesaver to prison over a trivial sum? As these opposing opinions proliferated, many who initially sided with Jun began to waver. Indeed, with Jun's wealth, even a minor loss would hardly affect him. Moreover, she saved his life. Why pursue such relentless vengeance? Furthermore, that post stated the girl was willing to repay the money, needing only a bit of time. Yet, Jun only granted her 3 days, which is quite cruel. Consequently, just as the tide of public opinion seemed poised to shift once more, Jun's studio released a second video. In this video, Yi Lishan initially boasted, relying on her daughter's act of saving Jun, exhibiting no remorse for her deception. Yet audaciously demanded 5 million. When Ling revealed that Tu Mumu had swindled at least 50 million from Jun, Yi Lishan's expression twisted with rage as she stormed to confront Yi Lishan, who had been hiding in the adjacent room, with Yurushuo being dragged in by 2 bodyguards. Connecting this to the video shared by other patients last night, one segment captured Yurushuo and Tu Mumu being pulled from one room to another, effectively corroborating this new video. Now, the public's perception began to waver once again. How much? What did Ling say? 50 million. Good heavens! How could they have swindled 50 million? How did they manage that? Can Tu Mumu hold a class? Indeed, swindling 50 million, yet Yi Lishan only received 500,000. No wonder she went mad. I wondered why Yurushuo was taken away yesterday. It turns out he was the one profiting from it all. I can't help but feel sympathy for Jun. What a situation. His mentor and girlfriend colluding to defraud him of 50 million. Now, the truth should be evident. Yi Lishan was never ill, and Tu Mumu's deceit was solely to benefit Yurushuo. I doubt anyone will continue to vilify Jun after this. After the video was released, indeed, more individuals began to see Jun as a victim. Yet this situation did not persist for long, as many soon resurfaced to accuse Jun once more. The rhetoric was remarkably similar, merely asserting that while 50 million is substantial, it is not an extraordinary sum for Jun. After all, Tu Mumu saved his life. Can such a favor truly be overshadowed by money? The argument suggests that Jun's decision to report the matter indicates that, in his eyes, money holds greater value. And regardless of the amount, it does not alter the perception of Jun as someone who repays kindness with malice. In the family's living room, after deliberating strategies, the family members dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Shu Hai and Chong returned to the company, while Pei Yuning took Qiu Nian to her company to sign contracts. Now, only Jun and Ling remained in the living room, idly scrolling through their phones, monitoring the current public sentiment. Brother, you must find something amiss as well? Ling inquired, noticing the surge of contrarian voices following the release of the second video. Jun nodded. It is evident that someone is manipulating public opinion, steering it in an unfavorable direction for me. Have you offended anyone in the entertainment industry? Ling pondered, perplexed, as it is uncommon for anyone to deliberately oppose the family, especially under circumstances where they hold the moral high ground. Both Ling and Jun, being part of the entertainment sphere, recognized that there was indeed someone intentionally targeting in June. Since the post from last night, the atmosphere had felt off. As that post gained traction, numerous marketing accounts seemed to have sensed something amiss and immediately surged forth, amplifying negative reviews in a synchronized manner, as if intent on nailing and June to the pillory of shame. Initially, they believed that Du Tao had purchased marketing accounts to instigate the situation, yet as an outsider, he would likely be unfamiliar with the intricacies of the entertainment industry's methods of manipulating trending topics. It is improbable that he could quickly coordinate so many marketing accounts for assistance. Especially after today's release of the 2 videos, the situation became increasingly apparent. Each time a video was posted, a swarm of accounts with similar rhetoric would promptly emerge, making it impossible to deny that someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. And June contemplated this carefully, but ultimately shook his head. No, I can't think of anyone I have offended. Chapter 88. The Foolish Victim Who Fell in Love with Me. Although June claimed he had not crossed anyone, and could not conceive of who would invest such resources into tarnishing his reputation, and Ling remained convinced that something was amiss. This sense of unease was not solely due to June's predicament. Reflecting on the original narrative involving the Yin family, and Ling recalled that whenever the Yin family encountered misfortune, there seemed to be a concerted effort to sway public opinion unfavorably, as if there were unseen forces deliberately targeting them. And Ling began to harbor suspicions about Gu Qinming, given that the original text had assigned him an absurd grudge against the Yin family to accentuate the tortured love story between the protagonists. However, that rationale seemed so far-fetched that Ling struggled to believe Gu Qinming would genuinely harbor such irrational animosity towards the Yin family over trivial matters. She had no further evidence to substantiate that Gu Qinming was manipulating public opinion regarding June's incident, nor could she uncover any information about him. So she had no choice but to set this issue aside for the time being. Half an hour later, the 3rd video was released. This time, the content depicted Yu Rushuo shirking responsibility for Tu Mumu's breakdown, revealing that 5 years ago, he had saved her. Only for Ling to discover that it was actually June who had rescued Tu Mumu all those years ago. The onlookers felt their heads spinning. No one anticipated the situation would take such a convoluted turn. Initially, everyone believed it was merely a case of June repaying kindness with malice. Later, it became evident that June had indeed fallen victim to deceit. And now, they were informed that June had also saved Tu Mumu? How dramatically absurd. It was all becoming rather chaotic. Who had saved whom? It seemed that many years prior, Tu Mumu had saved June, but 5 years ago, June had also saved Tu Mumu. This implied a mutual relationship of salvation, yet through a series of misfortunes, Tu Mumu mistakenly believed it was Yu Rushuo who had saved her, leading her to develop feelings for him and subsequently assist him in deceiving the one who had truly saved her, and June Tu Mumu's affection seemed rather pathological. To assist Yu Rushuo in defrauding June due to this misunderstanding was quite troubling. Was Tu Mumu truly the one who repaid kindness with malice? This was utterly outrageous, bordering on the unbelievable. Yet, as the saying goes, the more absurd a situation appears, the more likely it is to be true. It seemed Tu Mumu was in utter disarray.
How could she not be?
Not only had she loved the wrong person, but she had also harmed the one she ought to have cherished. If I were in her shoes, I would also be distraught. However, she brought this upon herself. Her love was excessively obsessive and unhealthy, and anyone could assert that June was the unfortunate victim of her misguided actions. Surely, June's studio would not have any more videos left to release. This endless series of twists and turns was giving me a headache. I craved a resolution. Following the release of this video, the chorus of dissenting voices diminished significantly, with only a few stubbornly asserting that Tu Mumu had acted out of ignorance, claiming that she had indeed saved June and had realized her mistake. Thus June need not be so ruthless in her response. However, these voices gradually faded with the subsequent release of 2 additional videos, failing to stir any further controversy. In the 4th video, Tu Mumu herself confessed the origin of the jade pendant, admitting that she was not the one who had saved June. In the 5th video, Yu Rushuo also openly admitted that his gambling addiction had driven him to con June out of money. The public's emotions could no longer be simply described as shocked. The intricate web of events, with its endless twists and drama, left them utterly speechless. Qiu, my head truly aches. Does this scandal even exist? I am truly baffled. So it turns out that the one who saved June was not Tu Mumu at all? Was even that a fabrication? What had June done to deserve all this? This was beyond mere misfortune. Had this revelation not surfaced, how much longer would he have continued to be deceived? I wonder who could still dare to criticize June for being unyielding. His responses had been remarkably rational. If it were me, I would be questioning my very existence. Thus, the root of this entire debacle lay with Urushuo, whose gambling addiction had led him to have Tu Mumu approach June under the guise of a savior, while manipulating her to act according to June's idealized image, ultimately succeeding in forming a relationship with her. Was June truly so naive? 50 million. Did he not harbor a shred of suspicion? Perhaps he had succumbed to the euphoric haze of love, coupled with the filter of his white moonlight, allowing him to turn a blind eye. I feel he did not merely like her because Tu Mumu had saved him. He had genuinely fallen in love. To think that a fool like June could fall for someone like me, I would gladly accept. June, from this moment forth, my path is unequivocal. Meanwhile, the marketing accounts purchased by Ling began disseminating photos of Tu Mumu and Urushuo engaging in intimate behavior, confirming their secret liaison behind June's back. Once this information spread, public opinion overwhelmingly shifted in favor of June. After all, no matter how one viewed the matter, he had been profoundly wronged. Not only had he been cuckolded, but he had also been deceived emotionally and financially, all while being subjected to a smear campaign orchestrated against him. Fortunately, the truth had emerged. Otherwise, he would have been more wronged than Do-e. June's fans finally experienced an overwhelming sense of relief as the truth came to light. Soon, hashtags like June's unwarranted misfortune and June as the true farmer surged to prominence. Within a few short hours, public sentiment had been wholly restored. Those who had once criticized June now turned their ire towards the true culprits. The hospital and Dr. Li were also scrutinized, leading many patients receiving treatment there to question the integrity of the hospital after discovering the outrageous actions of Dr. Li, prompting them to seek new examinations at other reputable hospitals. The results were shocking. Upon re-examination at a top-tier hospital, they found only minor ailments, in stark contrast to the dire assessments they had received previously. The most outrageous incident involved a patient who recognized Dr. Li as his father's attending physician. He reported that his father had been diagnosed with a need for amputation due to mysteriously blackened feet, only to find out today that it was merely a case of discolored socks. I will sue this hospital. Fortunately, June's family had reported Dr. Li to the police last night, or else my father would have suffered greatly. This was utterly outrageous. What a heartless hospital. It seemed that due to the Yu family's dwindling assets, this hospital was the last remaining establishment, leading them to prioritize profit over patient care. Everyone, please spread the word about this matter. Do not allow more people to fall victim. In an ironic twist, June's family inadvertently did a good deed, alleviating some of the pain caused by the dual deception of Tu Mumu and Urushuo. Furthermore, when Chong returned home that evening, he brought with him yet another piece of good news. I have found information about Tu Lan. Chapter 89, she has returned to her hometown. Upon hearing this, June immediately grew anxious, but before he could inquire further, Chong continued, I had someone inquire at Minglu Middle School, and indeed, 13 years ago, they had accepted a transfer student named Tu Lan, and her registered address matches. And then what? June asked, filled with trepidation. According to Ling's intuition, Yi Lishan should have expelled Tu Lan a year after she arrived in Haiqing, but it remained unclear whether she continued her education thereafter. Rest assured, the situation is not as dire as you fear. Tu Lan did not drop out. She successfully completed high school and even gained admission to Haiqing Normal University. Her homeroom teacher was a kind individual who, upon learning of Tu Lan's circumstances, helped her secure a scholarship that would support her all the way to graduation. The Yin family collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that amidst such dire straits, there had been a teacher willing to extend a helping hand. Where is she now? Did she stay in Haiqing after graduation? Chong shook his head. She has returned to her hometown. He handed June a file folder. We managed to contact Tu Lan's former homeroom teacher, and fortunately, they have maintained contact. After graduating from university, Tu Lan returned to Huilantan and became a teacher at the local middle school. June took the file folder, inhaling deeply before daring to open it. Chong explained that this was the information provided by Tu Lan's homeroom teacher after they clarified their intentions, including some materials from Tu Lan's time at Minglu Middle School and her current address. The most striking item was a photograph, one that June had envisioned countless times, imagining what the girl who had saved him might look like. Later, the arrival of Tu Mumu led him to believe that his fantasies had materialized into reality. However, it ultimately turned out to be a mere ruse. Upon learning about Tu Lan's true experiences, June envisioned her as a girl shaped by countless hardships. instilling in her a melancholic yet fragile demeanor. Yet, it was only upon gazing at a photograph that June realized the folly of her assumptions. The girl in the photograph, clad in a school uniform with a simple ponytail, radiated an exceptionally bright smile. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality and vigor, devoid of any hint of the melancholy June had anticipated. June stared at the photograph for an extended period, finally whispering, "I wish to visit Huailin Town to meet her." June's parents, eager to accompany her, were met with a firm rejection. "I merely wish to express my gratitude to Tu Lan in person. Having both of you elders accompany me would only add pressure," she insisted. "Furthermore, it seems that only I and Xiao Ling are currently unemployed. Xiao Ling can accompany me. But we also wish to express our heartfelt thanks." Pei Yuning retorted, "If all else fails, we can follow discreetly without revealing ourselves, can't we?" "You are not allowed to go," Chom declared, dismissing her suggestion outright. "If you go, can you ensure a quiet and inconspicuous arrival in Huailin Town?" The two fell silent immediately. An entrepreneur like Chom would inevitably attract attention from local businessmen wherever he went, prompting speculation about his intentions. If it became known that he had specifically ventured to a remote school to seek someone, it could potentially embroil Tu Lan in unnecessary trouble. As for Pei Yuning, despite her retirement from acting, her fame from an earlier era far surpassed that of Ling's current status, rendering her a household name. Thus, even in the most isolated areas, she could still be recognized. Hence, it was indeed more appropriate for June and Ling to embark on this journey.
Yun,
"When you and Xiao Ling go, ensure you dress modestly to avoid attracting attention," Chong advised. He and Ling nodded in agreement. Chong's concerns were not unfounded, especially given that June was currently trending online due to recent events. If it were revealed that Tu Lan was the individual June had been searching for, numerous opportunists could flock to the area, creating negative repercussions for both Tu Lan and the community. Ling shared this sentiment, having deliberately muted Tu Lan's name in the video she edited. June, eager to set forth, purchased the nearest flight ticket and prepared to depart that very evening with Ling. After much insistence from her parents, June reluctantly agreed to take a bodyguard along. The journey to Huailin Town required an additional hour-long train ride followed by a 2-hour bus ride, culminating in public transportation to the county, where only 2 buses operated daily. In her haste, June had not thoroughly contemplated the logistics of reaching Huailin Town, which was only clarified by Qiu Nian, the bodyguard accompanying them. It turned out Qiu Nian was a local, which explained her parents' insistence on including him. To expedite their journey, they opted for a taxi instead of the bus. But the driver was only willing to take them to the city, as he was not a local and hesitant to venture into overly remote areas. They arrived in the city at 10 in the morning, having missed the morning bus, and with several hours remaining until the evening bus at 5. Qiu Nian suggested, "Young master and Miss N, my family moved from the countryside to the city a few years ago. How about I call my brother to bring over my car for our use?" "That sounds perfect,"
Yun exclaimed,
relieved at the prospect of not having to wait until 5 to depart for Huailin Town, as it would be dark by the time they arrived.
Yet,
she had not previously noticed how awkward it felt to be addressed as young master or miss outside of their home. "Please, just call me June," she urged Qiu Nian. "That won't do." Qiu Nian, a tall and robust individual, shyly shook his head in refusal. "What's the harm? You and Xiao Ling are the same age, right? Or just call me June go instead." Ling nodded in agreement, saying, "You can call me Xiao Ling or Ling, either is fine." After much persuasion, Qiu Nian finally acquiesced. After approximately 10 minutes, a van pulled up before them, and a middle-aged man resembling Qiu Nian emerged from the driver's seat. Qiu Nian eagerly approached him for a brief conversation. The man nodded and exchanged friendly greetings with June and Ling before departing. "June go, let's go," Qiu Nian said as he opened the car door. "Aren't you going to send your brother back?" Ling inquired, puzzled. "No need," Qiu Nian replied. "My house is nearby. I can walk back easily. We need to make haste. My brother mentioned that it rained a few days ago, making the roads less than ideal. Huailin Town has no accommodations, so it's best to return to the city before dark." Ling and June, upon hearing this, wasted no time and hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. Qiu Nian explained that the route to Huailin Town involved navigating through mountainous terrain, and due to the recent rain, there might be loose rocks on the road. Necessitating careful driving, it would take approximately 2 hours to arrive. As the van progressed, they distanced themselves from the city, venturing deeper into the mountains, causing June to feel increasingly uneasy as she gazed out the window. Chapter 90. Thank you. What's the matter, second brother? And Ling asked, noticing Jun's despondent demeanor. Aren't we about to meet her soon? Why the long face? It's nothing, Jun explained. I was simply reflecting on how inconvenient it is for the residents of Huailin town to venture out. It's much better now. Qiu Nian interjected. When I was young, there was only a muddy path here, making it difficult for vehicles to traverse. Huailin town is quite fortunate. Many children from the villages had to trek over mountains early in the morning just to attend school. Qiu Nian lamented. Thanks to the government's poverty alleviation efforts, children like us from the mountains now have the opportunity to explore the world. Oh, and some charitable enterprises have also lent a hand, Qiu Nian added. Speaking of which, the middle school in our town was rebuilt with funding from the In Group. The In Group? Both Jun and Ling exclaimed in surprise. You didn't know? The In Group also donated funds to repair roads in many remote villages under Huailin town, Qiu Nian chuckled. So when I was choosing my career, I prioritized applying to the In Group. Our team leader mentioned that being from Huailin town gave me a better chance of being hired. And Ling and Jun, focused solely on their respective careers as an actress and a singer, had never concerned themselves with the affairs of the In Group, hence their ignorance of such matters. Curious. And Ling used her role inquiry device to verify the information and discovered its validity. So, that's why Mom and Dad wanted to do something for this place after finding second brother in Huailin town years ago. Even now, there remains a dedicated item in the In Group's charity project specifically for Huailin town. After a 2-hour journey, the trio successfully arrived at Huailin Middle School, coinciding with the lunch break. In June, feeling anxious, inquired at the gate for the location of the teacher's office and, after receiving directions, approached the door with trepidation. The office door was ajar, revealing 5 or 6 teachers grading assignments inside. One of them glanced up, noticing the 3 unfamiliar figures standing at the entrance with their bags. The teacher, intrigued, scrutinized them and inquired, "May I ask who you are looking for?" A female teacher seated at a desk by the window, clad in a black cotton coat, also lifted her gaze toward the door, making eye contact with Jun, who was peering in. Though the identification photo in that document had been taken over a decade ago, Jun instantly recognized the pair of eyes that mirrored those in the photograph. He had finally encountered Tulan. Tulan also displayed a look of sudden realization, and with a beaming smile, she stood up and approached Jun. "Hello. My teacher mentioned that someone would come to find me today. Is it you? May I inquire what brings you here?" Tulan asked with a smile. No matter how much I pressed my teacher, she would not divulge anything, only stating it was a secret for now, and that I would understand once you arrived. Jun bit his increasingly parched lips, his heart racing as he felt a level of tension he had never experienced before. It was not merely anxiety. There was a hint of fear as well. He was apprehensive that Tulan might have seen the trending news over the past couple of days and recognized the embarrassment he had caused by mistakenly identifying someone else. He also feared she would be disappointed that it had taken him so long to find her. Standing behind Jun, Ling noticed that Tulan had been waiting for a response for quite some time, yet Jun remained frozen, speechless. Unable to contain her frustration, she discreetly nudged her elder brother's ankle. "What are you doing? Speak up," she urged. "Why worry so much? Tulan hasn't even checked Weibo. How could she have seen the trending news? She doesn't even know who you are, why overthink it?" After being nudged, Jun finally regained some composure. Noticing the peculiar gaze Tulan was directing at him, he hastily spoke up. "Hello, I am Jun. May I ask if you remember the boy you saved on the mountain 13 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Tulan's eyes widened slightly, revealing a glimmer of disbelief. She looked at Jun's face again, incredulity mixing with joy as she asked, "Are you the little boy who fainted on the mountain all those years ago?" "Little boy?" Jun echoed in astonishment. Seeing his reaction, Tulan laughed even more joyfully, extending her hand to gesture at Jun's height. "You've grown so tall. Back then you were just a slender little thing. I was already in high school. And you were still an elementary student. Hardly a little boy anymore. Ha ha ha. You see Tulan as a moonlight figure, while Tulan sees you as a child. Is this what they call a first love that fails before it even begins? Who are these two?" Tulan redirected her gaze towards Ling and Qiu Nian. "Oh, this is my sister, Ling, and this is my friend, Qiu Nian. Hello, Teacher Tulan." Ling stepped forward from behind Jun and bowed solemnly. "Thank you for saving my brother all those years ago. On behalf of our entire family, I extend our deepest gratitude." Jun also quickly bent down, expressing his thanks as well. Tulan was taken aback by the seriousness of their demeanor and hurriedly helped them to their feet. "Why so formal? I'm just glad I could help. I often reflect on that day. It was still dark when I found you. It was fortunate you fainted by the roadside. Otherwise, I might not have discovered you in a more secluded spot. Come on in, Qiu Nian said, opening the door to a classroom next to her office. The children have just gone to the dormitory for their afternoon nap. We can borrow their classroom for a bit. Qiu Nian chose a chair and sat down, while Ling and the others obediently selected their seats beside her, as if they were students before a teacher. My teacher mentioned you traveled overnight from Haicheng? Qiu Nian inquired. It truly must have been a hardship. To be honest, it's rather surprising. It's been over a decade, and I never expected you to remember this incident. It was merely a small act of kindness, she replied with a gentle smile. I crossed that mountain every day to attend school in town. Of course, I would help anyone I found fainted there. Although Qiu Nian spoke lightly, they understood that even though she was a few years older than in June, carrying a nearly unconscious boy down a rugged mountain path was no simple task. To be truthful, I am quite grateful you made the effort to come here, Qiu Nian said sincerely, looking at June. I have often thought about that day over the years. When I contacted the doctor and reached out to your family, I intended to go home to secure funds for your medical expenses. However, something unexpected happened, and I couldn't return. Not knowing whether you were safely taken by your family had weighed on my mind. Now that I see you well and safe, I can finally rest easy.